Chapter 1. The rebellious disciple desires my dual pupils. I shall extract her supreme bone in return. The initial exposition serves as a foundation for the novel's setting, and the summary will contain relevant content, primarily focusing on an exhilarating narrative. Feel free to indulge. The first step to enjoying a riveting tale: relinquish your intellect. In the realm of mountains and seas, within a magnificent palace, stood a woman clad in a snow phoenix silk gown, possessing an unparalleled grace, her eyes glimmering with both disdain and coldness. I have stated that my decision to take you as my master was born of necessity. It does not grant you the right to bind me to your side in such a manner. Pausing momentarily, she added with an air of indifference, "In consideration of the teachings you have imparted, I shall reluctantly refer to you as master. Master, for all these years, you have wallowed in indulgence. Lacking ambition, you are utterly unworthy of the path of cultivation. Possessing the ancient dual pupils, yet you squander your days fishing and tending to useless flora. If you truly regard me as your disciple, you ought to fulfill your responsibilities as a master. For instance, you should bestow upon me your ancient dual pupils, so that I may tread the path of invincibility. When I achieve success in my cultivation, I shall ensure that your name resonates across the heavens. Yet here you are, day after day, proclaiming your support, while unwilling to part with your ancient dual pupils." Upon the throne sat a strikingly handsome man, akin to a celestial being, his brow furrowed in confusion. He could not comprehend why his young disciple, Su Hanxiao, would utter such words of ingratitude. Years prior, he had discovered the wandering Su Hanxiao on the streets and brought her back, nurturing her from a mere beggar into an extraordinary prodigy. Praise for her imperial bearing. Any discerning eye could see the immense time and effort he had invested in her, procuring countless rare treasures for her cultivation. He dedicated himself, sharing his profound insights into the grand Tao, pouring forth all his knowledge. Yet she accused him of failing in his duties as a master. As pain pierced his heart, he was inexplicably struck by the notion that among the 8 disciples he had accepted, 7 bore the same ingratitude as Su Hanxiao. Born into an esteemed family of the upper realm, his experiences were vast, having encountered numerous prodigies, paragons of excellence. Logically, even if he believed Su Hanxiao possessed potential, he would never have envisioned taking someone with such character as his disciple. What was his motivation? Yet, just as these bewildering thoughts began to surface, they were forcibly quelled by an inexplicable force. Moments later, Su Hanxiao, like a programmed automaton, displayed a pained expression, his tone humble and ingratiating. "Hanxiao, the ancient dual pupils are unfit for you. If you truly desire a similar constitution, I shall find a way to procure it for you." Spare me your grandiose promises." A deep disdain flickered in Su Hanxiao's eyes. "Your fabrications repulse me. You are unworthy of the path of invincibility that the ancient dual pupils afford. I lack for nothing in terms of cultivation resources. I have no need for the trifles you offer." With that, Su Hanxiao hurled a storage ring forcefully at Su Hanxiao's face. Just as Su Hanxiao was about to touch the storage ring, an inexplicable force suddenly surged from the ring, enveloping his entire being like a tidal wave. In the next moment, a fragment of memory unexpectedly emerged in his mind. No, to be precise, it was a narrative along with its setting. It turned out that he was merely a supporting character, a tool for the plot, and also the antagonist. The 8 female disciples he had taken under his wing were all protagonists within the storyline. Each of these heroines had their destined partners, the male leads. Meanwhile, he had been toiling away to nurture this horde of heroines, only to be sewing garments for the future male lead. In the end, he would gain nothing at all. Under the influence of the narrative, he had completely lost the demeanor and grandeur befitting a master, instead becoming a sycophantic servant to his disciples, dutifully offering everything from the shadows. Ultimately, he would be drained of all value by these very female disciples, serving as a stepping stone for the male lead and female lead on their path to invincibility. Thus, the strange force I just felt was the so-called power of the narrative affecting me. Su Hanxiao's expression darkened. He had always wondered why, as the young master of the eternal Su family, he had foolishly descended to the mortal realm to accept disciples, especially a bunch of ingrates. It turned out there was an invisible force plotting against him. Truly despicable. "Did I permit you to leave?" A chilling and oppressive aura emanated from Su Hanxiao, spreading in all directions, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet. It felt as if an iceberg had suddenly descended upon Su Qingji. Just as she was about to storm out of the hall in anger, her body stiffened, and she turned back in disbelief. The usually obedient master, who catered to her every whim, now regarded her with an icy demeanor. For some unknown reason, at the moment their eyes met, Su Qingji felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, her instincts screaming a warning of imminent danger. Yet, as realization dawned upon her, a mix of disbelief and indignation surged within her. Su Hanxiao not only refused to grant her the ancient heavy pupil, but dared to look at her with such disdain. Su Hanxiao, you slap. Before she could finish her sentence, her vision blurred as Su Hanxiao suddenly appeared before her. Instantly, a searing pain struck her cheek, the flesh trembling violently as a tremendous force sent her hurtling away. Impudence! I have indulged you for far too long. You wretched being! Who permitted you to address me so casually? Bang! The sound of a slap echoed, and Su Qingji was sent crashing against the wall, her body sliding down to the ground as she coughed up a mouthful of bloodied teeth. The fiery pain on her face left her in utter disbelief. Not only had Su Hanxiao denied her the ancient heavy pupil, but he had also struck her. Su Hanxiao, you slap. Before she could utter another word, Su Hanxiao had already attacked again, delivering a blow that left the other side of her face swollen and bruised. Before Su Qingji could utter a word, Su Hanxiao had already extended his hand, resembling an iron claw, and seized her fair neck, lifting her effortlessly. Rascal, do you presume to consider yourself worthy enough to address me in such a manner? A divine light flickered in Su Hanxiao's eyes, infused with an array of profound runes swirling within. In that moment, he contemplated extracting the supreme bone from this ungrateful disciple. Yet, mindful of the original narrative, he recalled that Su Qingji's supreme bone would undergo a transformative evolution, emerging as an unprecedented innate supreme bone, granting her dominion over innate powers. This transformation was the very foundation of her ascent as an unparalleled empress in the unfolding tale. If he were to extract it now, he would forfeit the chance to acquire the innate supreme bone himself. Did Su Qingji desire her ancient Chongtong? He too had now set his sights upon her innate supreme bone. With this thought, Su Hanxiao delivered a powerful kick, sending Su Qingji hurtling through the air, his voice cold and unyielding. Summon forth. Su Qingji, devoid of respect and humility, dares to offend me. This is a grave sin, confining this rebellious disciple to the thunder abyss. Let her endure 77 tribulations of thunder to serve as a stern warning. Without my express permission, no one is to release her. Chapter 2. The 7 disciples are all treacherous. The return of the demon lord from the upper realm. Upon hearing Su Hanxiao's words, the newly arrived elders exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of confusion and apprehension. In their recollections, Su Hanxiao had always been exceedingly indulgent towards Su Qingji. Yet today, he had not only injured her, but also intended to take her to the heavenly thunder abyss for punishment. Shall I repeat myself? Accompanying the chilling inquiry was Su Hanxiao's gaze, as sharp as a blade. The elders instinctively recoiled, aware of the profound mystery surrounding the figure before them. His strength was unfathomable, and should he unleash his wrath upon them, they would be ill-equipped to withstand it. Understood. The elders hastily complied, dragging Su Qingji towards the heavenly thunder abyss. Su Hanxiao, how dare you treat me this way? I will never forgive you. Not for a lifetime. Su Qingji's anguished and piercing roar echoed in the hall. How could he dare to act thus towards her, his own cherished disciple? The grand hall soon fell into silence. Su Hanxiao closed his eyes, memories flooding his mind. He hailed from the upper realm and was the young master of the eternal Su clan. Although born into a nearly invincible family, he awakened a primordial demonic heart, an extraordinary constitution chronicled in ancient mythological texts. While immensely powerful and unparalleled, it rendered him prone to uncontrollable bloodlust and brutality, often ensnared by the karmic forces of the heavens, jeopardizing those around him. In his prime, possessing such an invincible constitution, he traversed the upper realm, leaving countless prodigies and monsters perished in his wake. His ruthless reputation instilled terror, earning him the moniker of the Great Demon Su. His excessive strength and bloodthirsty actions incited the ire of many ancient factions, ultimately leading to his downfall, as he fell victim to a cunning trap. Amidst a siege by numerous formidable foes, his foundation shattered, forcing him to rebuild. The backlash from the primordial demonic heart ensnared him with karmic forces, making it exceedingly difficult to retaliate. Otherwise, he risked being completely consumed by the karmic retribution. In the upper realm, the enraged Eternal Su clan instigated a war, enacting vengeful purges against all who had partaken in the ambush against him, plunging the realm into chaos. To allow him to recuperate in peace and to better safeguard his well-being, his clan sent him to the lower realm for cultivation. They shielded him from all external pressures. Perhaps it was the law of extremes or the burden of karmic entanglement that had wrought such suffering upon him. Over the years, his character underwent a profound transformation. No longer was he the fearsome great demon who had once instilled terror throughout the upper realm. Instead, he evolved into a nurturing guardian of the Taichu sacred land, exuding a gentle aura that enveloped all. As for taking Su Qingji and others as his disciples, it was a means of atoning for past transgressions while also preparing for the future. After all, being unable to take a life myself, having my disciples carry out such deeds on my behalf is no different. My only task is to nurture these disciples, guiding them to achieve their potential. In time, I could recline in tranquility, no longer needing to personally engage in acts of violence. However, I never anticipated that among my disciples, only the fifth, with her commendable character, would stand apart, while the rest turned out to be a pack of ingrates. My eldest disciple, Shenmingwei, unbeknownst to me, had developed feelings for me and professed her love on numerous occasions. After being repeatedly rebuffed, one fateful night, she provocatively shed her garments, donning only her underclothes, and fled my residence, accusing me of nefarious intentions. This act of retaliation sought to tarnish my reputation by refusing to engage with me. My second disciple, Beigong Wanner, claimed that I thwarted her pursuit of true love, leading her to become my adversary. The third disciple, Zhu Fengyan, oblivious to the fact that it was my strength that allowed her to safeguard the borders against foreign threats, insisted that her leadership was solely her own merit, branding me as arrogant and severing our ties. Then there was my eighth disciple, Su Qingji, the one I cherished most dearly, whose character suddenly twisted, demanding that I unearth an ancient artifact to pave her path to invincibility. A sense of irony washed over me. After decades of meticulous cultivation, having expended countless resources, I had reared a few ungrateful whelps. A tempest of rage and murderous intent brewed within my eyes. Yet, at that moment, a thick black aura began to coalesce around me. It was the power of karmic retribution. Within the swirling black tide, grotesque visages emerged, cursing and lamenting. These were the countless souls who had perished at my hands. At that moment, I found myself ensnared by the very force of karmic retribution. Not only could I not kill, but even the mere thought of violence would invoke a backlash from this force, a curse from the Tao itself. The primordial demon ancestor had both empowered and ultimately constrained me. Suddenly, a voice echoed, startling me from my reverie. Ding! The system has detected your departure from the role of a villainous character. The meritorious system, Villain Edition, is now binding. A system? What could this possibly be? The meritorious system, Villain Edition, allows you, the master, to act according to your desires, maintaining your original intention, thus earning villainous merit points. These points can be exchanged for various rewards and can also be used to cleanse the karmic burdens you carry. Path to acquiring villainous merit points 1. These points stem from the intense emotional fluctuations, regret, fear, of the protagonist within the plot. The greater these fluctuations, the more merit points you shall earn. Note: individuals related to the protagonist within the storyline are also within the system's purview and can yield merit points through their emotional responses. Path to acquiring villainous merit points 2. You may obtain them by eliminating those who harbor resentment and murderous intent towards you. The greater their animosity, the more points you shall garner upon their demise. Ding! The master has successfully completed the first transformative task, emerging from the shackles of fate and shedding the identity of a villainous supporting character. Congratulations on the reward, 3,000 points of villainous merit. Additionally, congratulations on acquiring a unique physique, the primordial divine body, the infinite divine eye. You have also received a special item, the Mirror of All Heavens, which contains a fragment of memory depicting the scenes between Su Qingji and Yi Tian. Primordial divine body, the most ancient physique in the primordial universe. Innately attuned to the source, capable of resonating with myriad paths. When cultivated to perfection, all paths become accessible, achieving unparalleled mastery. Infinite divine eye. capable of perceiving the original essence of the world, piercing through illusions, and glimpsing the future. The merit maul has been activated. Suddenly, Su Hanxiao felt an unusual force enveloping him entirely. Within the depths of the infinite divine eye, endless symbols of the Tao surged forth, revealing another essence of the world, which he could now perceive clearly with the aid of this power. He even witnessed a colossal black wave, reminiscent of a tsunami, surging forth from his very being. Within this tide, the faces of countless beings he had slain emerged. This was the formidable power of the heavenly karmic burden, which struck fear into even the mightiest of emperors. It was indeed a curse from the Tao. However, the power that aided him in suppressing the heavenly karmic burden did not trigger the special protective mark bestowed upon him by his family, indicating that this force posed no harm to him. As the primordial divine body began to awaken within him, the previously hostile Tao, which had been repelling him, significantly lessened its animosity, even faintly resonating with him. The once turbulent tide of the heavenly karmic burden also calmed considerably. Not only that, but his shattered meridians and even his foundational Tao were gradually restoring. The mirror of all heavens? Su Hanxiao was captivated by this special item and released a fragment of his consciousness into it, soon finding himself immersed in a vivid scene. So this was the case. Upon opening his eyes again, a hint of derision appeared in Su Hanxiao's gaze. He had suspected that Su Qingji, this little wolf cub, had suddenly taken an interest in his ancient. It turned out she was paving the way for her beloved Yutian. Returning his thoughts, Su Hanxiao resumed his exploration of the villainous merit points. Compared to these little wolf cubs, if he could resolve the entanglement caused by the heavenly karmic burden, he would usher in a complete rebirth. Using 1,000 points of villainous merit. Ding. Usage successful. The heavenly karmic burden is undergoing purification. In the next moment, Su Hanxiao felt a stream of golden-purple light emanating from a distant void, enveloping his entire body. Although the heavenly karmic burden still clung to him like an ocean, it had indeed diminished somewhat. Su Hanxiao's eyes sparkled with brightness. It was truly effective. Ha! Unable to contain his laughter, Su Hanxiao reveled in the moment. For over 80 years, he had been ensnared by the heavenly karmic burden, having completely forsaken his murderous ways and leading a life as tranquil as a bird in the sky. Yet, despite this, the burden had shown no sign of fading. Now, with the villainous merit system at his disposal, he stood at the brink of transformation. The villain's merit points not only enable him to cleanse the burdens of karma from the myriad realms, but also empower him to grow even stronger. In the celestial realm, the trifles of the upper world, Su Hanxiao's gaze seemed to pierce through the endless void, gazing deep into the heavens. Soon, Su shall settle the accounts of the past with you all. Concurrently, an ominous premonition suddenly surged within the hearts of countless beings in the upper realm. In the core of the myriad realms, within the ancient hall bearing the plaque of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, an elder engaged in deciphering the celestial patterns abruptly opened his eyes, filled with dread as he looked toward a certain direction in the heavens. Moments later, the elder's soul trembled in fear. Extremes must reverse, the hidden dragon breaks free, karma spreads, and the heavens are in turmoil. Truly, a great demon is about to emerge. The tranquility that has reigned for decades in the myriad realms is on the brink of chaos once more. Chapter 3. Once the master of the divine peak. Now the public enemy, upon confirming the efficacy of the villain's merit points for himself, Su Hanxiao hesitated no longer and utilized all remaining points. The entangling forces of karma began to dissipate further, and with the aid of several formidable physiques, Su Hanxiao's cultivation had already returned to the realm of divine abilities. And he was even ascending further. The entire hierarchy of the myriad realms is divided into Qi Refining Realm, Blood Transference Realm, Tao Palace Realm, Purple Mansion Realm, Divine Ability Realm, Life and Death Realm, Transformation Realm, Supreme Realm, Tao Body Realm, True King Realm, Sacred Realm, and Imperial Realm. Each realm is categorized into early, middle, late, peak, and perfected stages. He was once at the perfected stage of the transformation realm, but was schemed against by numerous powerful beings, leading to the shattering of his foundation and a period of being rendered powerless. Over the years, he struggled to barely recover to the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Moreover, due to the entanglement of karma, he was unable to restore his realm regardless of the treasures he consumed. However, now he no longer harbors such concerns. Simultaneously, the events transpiring at the Flying Immortal Peak swept through the entire Taichu Holy Land like a tempest, sparking fervent discussions among countless disciples. Have you heard? Master Su just grievously injured the sacred maiden Qingji. Is that true? It's said that Master Su has always been extremely indulgent toward the sacred maiden, cherishing her as if she were fragile. When a holy son bullied her, Master Su even defied the sacred land's rules to confront him. I heard he nearly came to blows with Master Bai Rou. He actually struck down Su Qingji? Are you certain this isn't a rumor? I witnessed it with my own eyes. The sacred maiden, covered in blood, was dragged out of the flying immortal peak by 2 elders and is now being taken to the thunder abyss for punishment. How can this be false? Once this news spread, many cultivators were still in disbelief. Who does not know that Su Hanxiao is renowned in their sect as a doting master? It is said that Su Qingji was initially just a small beggar living a day-to-day existence until she crossed paths with Su Hanxiao during his travels. He took her as his disciple, imparting his knowledge without reservation, even personally entering various secret realms to seek treasures that could enhance her innate talents. Ultimately, he cultivated Su Qingji into a stunning prodigy with the bearing of an empress. In addition to that, Su Hanxiao has 7 other disciples who have also received his utmost guidance and have significantly enhanced their foundational skills through various rare materials, eliciting envy from many. He was even once regarded as the celestial master of the Taichu sacred land. However, recent events have cast a shadow over his reputation, as some sect members openly derided him. Not long ago, it was said that Su Hanxiao is fundamentally a hypocritical libertine, masquerading his intentions as the search for disciples and heirs, while in reality, he is merely indulging his own dark desires. Now, his true nature has been exposed. This statement ignited a flurry of discussion among the onlookers. A rumor had recently circulated within the sect. The seemingly handsome and refined lord of Feishan Peak, Su Hanxiao, is, in fact, exceedingly lecherous. One night, captivated by the growing beauty of his eldest disciple, Shen Mingwei, he harbored lascivious thoughts and sought to possess the enchanting moon goddess. Ultimately, it was Shen Mingyue's unwavering resistance that allowed her to escape his clutches. Since then, Su Hanxiao's reputation has plummeted, transforming from a revered peak master into a lascivious fiend, subjected to the scorn and disdain of countless sect disciples and even elders. Yet, amidst the uproar, a voice murmured, "I still believe that Peak Master Su is not that kind of person. Perhaps there are deeper circumstances at play. After all, it is rumored that Peak Master Su's origins are extraordinary and his strength unfathomable. If he truly intended to harm the moon goddess, he would not leave himself vulnerable to exposure or allow the matter to become so widely known." "Please, enough with the excuses," a disciple retorted angrily. "I witnessed it firsthand that night. The moon goddess fled from Su Hanxiao's abode, clad only in a flimsy garment, her expression one of sheer panic. It was not just me, many others saw it, including elders. Now, the moon goddess has withdrawn from the sacred land, wandering the outside world for years. Is there doubt about this matter? In my opinion, a lecherous peak master like him should have long been expelled from the sacred land. His presence is nothing short of a disgrace to our Taichu sacred land." At that moment, another voice rose from the crowd. "I have a rough understanding of the situation. I heard that the holy maiden Qingji merely offended Su Hanxiao and was met with the punishment of facing the 7 times 7 or 49 heavenly tribulations in the thunder abyss. This is utterly outrageous. The gravest sins of our sacred land pale in comparison. Should the holy maiden Qingji suffer such severe consequences for a single transgression? Can Su Hanxiao, as the peak master of our sacred land, wield his power so recklessly and abuse his authority? If our esteemed elders turn a blind eye to this matter, or even tacitly allow Su Hanxiao to misuse the rules and impose arbitrary punishments on the holy maiden, then from this day forth, I, Yi, shall withdraw from the Taichu sacred land. I shall renounce this position of sacred son." The cacophony abruptly ceased, and all gazes converged upon the speaker. Before them stood a young man clad in a golden robe, his handsome visage radiating an aura of righteousness. At this moment, he clenched his fists tightly, emitting a series of furious roars. This was Yu Tian, one of the holy sons of the Taichu sacred land, endowed with remarkable talent. He was also a close friend of Su Qingji. Upon hearing of her severe punishment at the hands of Su Hanxiao and her subsequent confinement in the thunder abyss, Yu Tian was naturally incensed on behalf of his beloved friend. Yu Tian held considerable prestige within the sacred land, renowned for his loyalty and sense of justice. His words immediately garnered the support of numerous disciples. In the fervor of youth, they were easily swayed, and with a few of Yu Tian's remarks, they were rallied to the side of righteousness. Conversely, Su Hanxiao was painted as a petty and lascivious antagonist. The situation escalated, fueled by the involvement of certain scheming individuals. Countless disciples of the sacred land, driven by a sense of justice, including holy maidens and sons, joined the fray. They boldly proclaimed, "Today, I confront injustice. If I do not stand up, who will rally for me when I face unfairness in the future? And the peak master is unkind. The sacred land is unjust. Where is the justice of the Taichu sacred land?" Ironically, some disciples still aligned with Su Hanxiao did not step forward to defend their master, instead choosing to distance themselves, feeling that Su Hanxiao's actions were excessively cruel. After all, in their eyes, Su Qingji was merely a child. How could Su Hanxiao be so cold-hearted? As events unfolded, the matter reached the ears of the higher echelons of the sacred land and even caught the attention of various other sections. Many, reveling in the chaos, mocked the Taichu sacred land. Within the grand hall of the sacred land, numerous high-ranking officials gathered, their faces etched with anger. What audacity Su Hanxiao possesses! Who granted him the authority to administer punishment to Su Qingji without the approval of the punishment hall? Does he hold no regard for the law or for the dignity of our Taichu sacred land? Master, Su Hanxiao has gone too far. He must be punished to serve as a warning to others. The suggestion to strip him of his cultivation and expel him from the sacred land was met with fervent agreement from the other officials, all filled with righteous indignation. Indeed, violating sect rules requires punishment, but such severe measures for a lack of respect for teachers in the path are excessive. Su Qingji possesses incredible talent, akin to an empress. If she is truly harmed, it would be a tremendous loss for our entire Taichu sacred land. Moreover, Su Hanxiao has a notorious history of attempting to molest our sacred maiden, tarnishing his reputation. Now, with various sects deriding us over this incident, what will others think of our Taichu sacred land? How will we attract exceptional disciples in the future? Su Hanxiao's actions were damaging the reputation of the Taichu sacred land and undermining its foundations. He must be severely punished. Ideally, his cultivation should be stripped, and he should be expelled from the sacred land. As the situation continued to evolve, Su Qingji garnered sympathy from all quarters. Yet, Su Hanxiao has become a petty and spiteful individual, even resorting to punishment against her own disciples. The heavenly thunder abyss, a grand sanctuary, should possess some autonomy. Must it be swayed by a petty and lascivious peak master? Today, I am determined to rescue her. I acknowledge that my actions infringe upon the rules of the sacred land. However, I accept the consequences. Yi Tian's voice rang out, filled with fervor and determination. Once I bring her out, I shall not object to any punishment the sacred land may impose upon me. Release her! Release her! Release her! The throng of followers behind Yi Tian, including the holy son of the Taichu sacred land, chanted in unison. Among them were even the figures of Su Hanxiao's two disciples. They too wished to escort their little junior sister out. The resounding waves of support seemed to imbue Yi Tian with immense courage. His posture grew increasingly upright and regal. In that moment, Yi Tian felt as if he stood amidst a halo of light, bolstered by the unwavering support of countless individuals behind him. This sensation filled him with exhilaration. Even more gratifying was the awareness that Su Qingji's senior sisters appeared to be observing his every move. Although he held a disdain for Su Hanxiao, one could not deny her adeptness in nurturing disciples. Their innate talents were exceedingly strong, each destined for remarkable achievements, and they possessed unparalleled beauty, each remarkable in their own right. As he shared a deep camaraderie with Su Qingji, rescuing her would surely elevate his standing in her eyes. This might even leave a favorable impression among Su Qingji's senior sisters. It was a resounding victory. The elders guarding the heavenly thunder abyss found themselves in a predicament. Had it been an ordinary disciple, they would have dispatched them with a swift blow. However, Yi Tian, with his exceptional talent, not only held the title of Holy Son, but was also the esteemed direct disciple of the head of their sacred land's punishment hall, a position of unparalleled prestige. Just then, a decree resonated in the ears of the elders. They were momentarily taken aback before exhaling in relief. The higher-ups of the sacred land had commanded them to allow Su Qingji's release. Yi Tian, the Holy Son, is valiant. Yi Tian, the Holy Son, is noble-hearted. As the elders guarding the heavenly thunder abyss stepped aside, deciding to free Su Qingji, a chorus of cheers erupted, reverberating with admiration for Yi Tian. The disciples' eyes sparkled with youthful adoration for a hero, as if they were witnessing a crimson star ascending in the sky. Yi Tian suppressed the urge to smile, his face still marked by concern, as he hurried into the depths of the heavenly thunder abyss, calling out, "Qingji, hold on. I am here to save you. Senior sister, what do you think of Yi Tian?" In the crowd, a woman clad in a flowing white dress, her figure graceful and her features striking. Gazed with sparkling eyes at Yution as he entered the heavenly thunder abyss. Thunder still lingered ominously within the abyss, yet Yution appeared unfazed, allowing the crackling thunder to splash against his skin as he resolutely ventured deeper. A flicker of admiration and envy shone in her beautiful eyes. Yet, as thoughts of her own master crossed her mind, a glimmer of disdain and fury emerged within her gaze. Su Hanxiao has increasingly crossed the line. The junior sister is at an age when mischief is natural. A mere reprimand would suffice for her ignorance of the rules. Yet, he heartlessly exiled her directly into the thunder abyss. A woman clad in a blue robe furrowed her brow, but ultimately refrained from voicing her dissent. She believed that her master had indeed gone too far. Had it not been for the master's inappropriate advances towards the eldest sister, they might have continued to live carefree lives. Since then, the eldest sister departed from the Holy Land. The second, third, and even fourth sisters erupted in irreconcilable conflicts with their master, subsequently leaving one after another. Now, only the three sisters remained in the Holy Land, though they rarely visited the flying immortal peak. Hearing that their master had been so harsh towards the junior sister over a trivial matter left her feeling utterly despondent. The Thunder Abyss was not only teeming with people, but many disciples of the Holy Land had also flocked to the flying immortal peak, passionately denouncing Su Hanxiao and surrounding the peak to the point of suffocation. Su Hanxiao, how can you still call yourself the master of our Holy Land? Such pettiness. Disregarding the rules of the Holy Land and administering punishment on a whim, you are nothing short of inhumane. Su Hanxiao, get out of my Taichu Holy Land. Leave Taichu Holy Land. Countless young cultivators were indignant, their voices rising in a crescendo. However, the ethereal immortal peak, seemingly poised at the nexus of heaven and earth, remained utterly silent. Su Hanxiao had already entered a state of profound comprehension. As he restored his shattered meridians through his own physical constitution, he was also delving deeper into the suddenly materializing system within him. In a brief span, he grasped the utility of this system. The villainous merit points could assist him in exchanging for various treasures, techniques, and even summoning items from formidable beings within the heavenly marketplace, as well as partake in special lotteries. With a mere thought, a system panel visible solely to him materialized before his eyes. Master, Su Hanxiao, identity, young master of the eternal Su clan, prince of the supreme divine dynasty. Peak master of the Taichu Holy Land, cultivation level, mid-stage divine passage realm, physique, origin Tao divine body, infinite divine eyes, ancient heavy eyes. Part of the primordial demon ancestor, current status, entangled by heavenly karmic burdens, severe, under the great Tao curse, severe, magic weapon, immortal slaying blade, upgradable, techniques, eternal immortal art. Creation forbidden classic, demon controlling divine art, villainous merit points, 500, after scanning the system mall template once more. Emos yes sword, 500 villainous merit points. Xuanzhong ruler, 700 villainous merit points. Bronze divine coffin, 500, 000 villainous merit points. Pangu opening heaven axe, 6, 000 villainous merit points. Character summoning card, Emperor summoning card, 2, 000 villainous merit points. Semi-emperor summoning card, 1, 000 villainous merit points. Additionally, there were the so-called lotteries. Different amounts of villainous merit points could be consumed for varying qualities of lotteries, potentially yielding certain non-saleable items. After thoroughly studying this, Su Hanxiao finally retracted his consciousness. As his awareness began to return, a sudden voice of reproach echoed from outside the hall. Su Hanxiao, you have violated the sacred rules and unjustly punished the holy maiden of the sanctum. Are you aware of your transgressions? Chapter 5. The Reversal of Extremes and the Consequential Suppression. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the punishment palace, Su Qingji was seen, her body marred with charred scars from the divine lightning, sobbing softly in distress. There, it's all right now, Yi Tian said, his face etched with concern as he gently patted Su Qingji in his embrace to offer comfort. His voice soothing. Your petty-minded master will soon face the consequences of his actions. Before entering the Thunder Abyss, he had meticulously arranged everything, inciting a wave of public opinion throughout the sanctum against Su Hanxiao. He aimed to portray Su Hanxiao as an unjust and petty villain, while Su Qingji was depicted as an innocent maiden, wronged by misfortune. Yet, this was merely the beginning. He was determined to expel Su Hanxiao from the sanctum. Only then would he have the opportunity to acquire Su Hanxiao's ancient dual pupils. Quickly suppressing his emotions, Yutian shifted his tone, his expression filled with fury. Master, Su Hanxiao has gone too far. As the peak leader, such narrow-mindedness warrants severe punishment. This was only natural. The head of the punishment palace also bore a grim countenance, his heart brimming with indignation. To mobilize such forces over a trivial matter, risking the very foundation of our sanctum, is utterly preposterous. Others chimed in, voicing their agreement. Setting aside the facts, even if the holy maiden had indeed offended her master, was Su Hanxiao not at fault as well? As a mentor, how could he be so ruthless towards his disciple? If he were to treat others within the sanctum with such severity for their mistakes, would he not be inclined to eliminate them on the spot? It seemed he had forgotten the mercy the sanctum had shown him. Severe punishment is imperative. Otherwise, the hearts of the people will remain unsettled. Amidst the renewed outrage among the upper echelons of the sanctum, a sudden piece of news struck them like a bolt from the blue. This is dire. A cultivator stumbled in, his expression one of shock and fear. The elders dispatched to apprehend Su Hanxiao have all been suppressed by him. Moreover, many disciples have suffered grievous injuries. Their dantians shattered. They are likely to be forever estranged from the path of cultivation. Upon hearing this, all present in the hall were rendered motionless. It must be noted that they had sent out a total of 7 elders from the punishment palace, in the entirety of the Taichu sanctum. The combined strength of the punishment palace's elders surpassed that of any other peak, or even the other 3 palaces. This was precisely to prevent anyone from defying the law. 7 top-tier Purple Mansion elders should have easily subdued the Grand Assembly of the palace. Yet they had not only failed to capture Su Hanxiao but had been reversed and subdued instead. Let us return to a brief moment prior. Su Hanxiao, I shall not repeat myself. As the peak leader of our Taichu sanctum, you have transgressed the law, unjustly punishing our holy maiden, thus tarnishing our sanctum's prestige and inviting ridicule. This is a grave offense. Now, come with us to the punishment palace. Even in terms of status within the sanctum, Su Hanxiao undeniably held a position superior to that of the elders of the punishment palace. However, the elder of the punishment hall showed not the slightest reverence towards Su Hanxiao, his voice dripping with condescension. After all, this was not the first time they had taken Su Hanxiao away for investigation. They harbored considerable grievances against this peak master, even questioning how he could have the audacity to remain in their Taichu sacred land. What a delight! The elders of the punishment hall have arrived. Aha! This time, 7 elders have mobilized, and that lecherous scoundrel Su Hanxiao is doomed. Esteemed elders, this fellow Su Hanxiao has repeatedly tarnished the reputation of our Taichu sacred land. I implore the sacred land to strip him of his position as peak master, revoke his cultivation, and expel him from the sacred land as a warning to others. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. Countless disciples gathered around Feisha and Peak shouted in unison, their voices echoing powerfully. Please, sacred land, strip Su Hanxiao of his position as peak master, revoke his cultivation, and expel him from the sacred land as a warning to others. The orchestrated voices were, in fact, instigated by Yutian. Besides standing up for his beloved Su Qingxi, his true intention was to have Su Hanxiao expelled from the sacred land. Once Su Hanxiao lost his position as peak master and was rendered powerless, he could easily find someone to eliminate him, ensuring that he would suffer endlessly. Moreover, he could seize the ancient from him. The rising and falling cries were piercing, igniting the collective fury of the sacred land's populace. Senior sister, is this a bit excessive? Among the crowd, Su Hanxiao's 8th disciple, Zhang Ruoming, revealed a look of reluctance. After all, he was still our master. If he were to be stripped of his powers and expelled, it would surely spell his end. Su Hanxiao's 7th disciple, Li Qingyi, ultimately suppressed her own reluctance. Coldly scoffing, it should have been done long ago. This is better for him and for us, though he is our master and has nurtured us. Our current master is far too decayed. A rotting wood cannot be carved. Not only has his character left us profoundly disappointed, but he has also driven away several senior sisters. And do not forget, junior sister. Li Qingyi spoke again. What did Su Hanxiao do to you in the past? At this, Zhang Ruoming's initially reluctant eyes flickered before turning frigid, a flash of hatred crossing her gaze. Indeed, she had been so close to her beloved Xiaogu, even on the brink of marriage. Yet, Su Hanxiao had accused her Xiaogu of having ulterior motives towards her, even going so far as to annihilate his entire family. Xiaogu was her childhood sweetheart. They had grown up together, sharing a bond since childhood. How could he possibly harm her? It was just as the rumors suggested. Su Hanxiao, as a master, had sinister designs on her, wishing to possess her. Thus, He resorted to such despicable means to prevent her from living a happy life with Xiaogu. He deserves to die. Seeing his junior sister finally recognize Su Hanxiao's true nature, Li Qingyi allowed a hint of a gratifying smile to emerge. But soon, her beautiful eyes were filled with coldness and murderous intent towards Su Hanxiao. Su Hanxiao, a person like you does not deserve to live in this world. In your quest to take me as your disciple, you sought to sever my ties to the mundane world by stealthily orchestrating the annihilation of my cherished hometown. Yet, you feign the guise of a savior. You are truly despicable. This revelation came to her through various channels and intelligence not long ago. Born in a small village, she was meant to enjoy a joyful childhood, frolicking in the fields with her youthful companions. However, she caught the attention of Su Hanxiao, who deemed her a promising candidate for cultivation. Ultimately, to free her from worldly attachments, Su Hanxiao commanded the slaughter of her village, Li family village, solely to ensure that her energies would be devoted to her cultivation, transforming her into a blade for his future endeavors on the path of greatness. Naturally, she confronted Su Hanxiao about this atrocity. Yet, he persistently denied any involvement, asserting that her village was merely a breeding ground for a secret assassin organization. All the children, including her, were victims of this sinister group, abducted through heinous and unspeakable means. At that moment, she was left incredulously pondering if she ought to be grateful to Su Hanxiao for rescuing her from the clutches of these so-called traffickers. Lies. It was all a web of deceit. Su Hanxiao is nothing but a consummate hypocrite. He deserves condemnation. Chapter 6. Single-handedly suppressing the 7 elders. Do you call this useless? The crowd erupted in fervor. Countless voices clamoring against Su Hanxiao. The elders of the punishment hall, perhaps emboldened by their own positions, felt they had indulged Su Hanxiao for too long and charged angrily deeper into Feishan Peak. Boom. Yet, in the next moment, a tremendous aura surged forth from the depths of Feishan Peak. The 7 elders of the punishment hall, who had just boldly entered, were met with devastating blows. Spewing blood and tumbling back like kites with severed strings, crashing to the ground in utter disarray. The sudden turn of events rendered the crowd motionless, enveloping the space in an eerie silence. However, an overwhelming wave of fear soon engulfed them. These were 7 formidable elders of the Purple Mansion realm. How could they be so grievously injured upon merely approaching Feishan Peak? Such power could only be wielded by the lord of their holy land, could it not? Su Hanxiao, who often shrouded his strength in secrecy, possessed such astonishing might. Boom. In the next instant, a cataclysmic pressure descended upon the realm, reminiscent of dark clouds crashing down. The Holy Land disciples gathered near Feishan Peak felt their expressions shift dramatically, struggling for breath. At that moment, Su Hanxiao emerged from within the peak, arms crossed. Soaring through the air, his cold gaze fixed upon the throng of disciples below. The very young cultivators who had previously clamored to strip Su Hanxiao of his powers and expel him from the Holy Land now found themselves shrinking back in trepidation, unable to meet his icy stare. The world has descended into an eerie silence, with Zhang Ruoming and Li Qingyi concealed among the crowd. They particularly feel the icy gaze of Su Hanxiao fixed upon them, causing their bodies to shrink slightly. This marks the first occasion they have witnessed their master display such a chilling indifference, as if he is transformed into an entirely different person. Humph. Do you think this will frighten me? Li Qingyi recalls the hatred stemming from the destruction of her homeland. With a defiant lift of her chin, her eyes brim with unyielding spirit, she engages in an unwavering gaze with Su Hanxiao. You hypocritical scoundrel, do not expect my submission. Su Hanxiao, naturally, holds a vivid impression of this ungrateful disciple. Li Qingyi hails from a prominent family of chancellors within the Tianhai dynasty. However, due to her family's accomplishments inciting suspicion, the Li family was utterly annihilated by the dynasty's ruler. Ultimately, the young Li Qingyi was rescued by a family servant who risked his life. Yet, along the way, they encountered human traffickers affiliated with the notorious Shadow Pavilion. Subsequently, Li Qingyi was brought to Li family village for upbringing. In reality, Li family village served as a breeding ground for fresh blood to be cultivated by the Shadow Pavilion. At that time, Su Hanxiao happened to pass by, engaging in virtuous deeds to alleviate the burdens of karma, which led to the obliteration of this den of traffickers by a servant. Later, he encountered the surviving Li Qingyi and, recognizing her commendable potential for cultivation, took her under his wing as a disciple. However, at some point, Li Qingyi discovered past events, perceiving him as the architect behind the destruction of her village and the slaughter of her kin. Despite his patient explanations and the evidence he presented, Li Qingyi remained steadfast in her belief that he was merely weaving a deceitful tale. Yet, perhaps liberated from the influence of unknown narrative forces. He now finds little inclination to explain. He has no intention of simply ending Li Qingyi's life either. For the assassins nurtured in Li family village by the Shadow Pavilion possess a fragment of their soul held captive by the pavilion's headquarters. Calculating the time, it should not be long before the Shadow Pavilion locates and exerts control over Li Qingyi. A subtle smirk graces Su Hanxiao's lips. Does she truly consider him the architect of her lost childhood happiness? He finds himself somewhat intrigued, anticipating the moment when Li Qingyi falls under the control of the Shadow Pavilion, ultimately becoming a mere pawn of her family's annihilator. How amusing would it be to see her toil for her own family's destroyer? His gaze shifts once more to Zhang Ruoming, who bows her head, too timid to meet his eyes. The curve of Su Hanxiao's smile grows increasingly sardonic. Indeed, Zhang Ruoming has recently been secretly rendezvousing with Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling has not disappointed him. He has silently implanted a life-exchanging curse within Zhang Ruoming. Born into a lineage adept in the art of crafting curses, the Xiao family possesses the secret of the life-exchanging curse. Once successfully embedded in the target, the curse will mature, ready to be extracted. The practitioners of the Gu arts can acquire everything from their targets, including fortune, fate, and even the unique physical constitution of their subjects. Zhang Ruoming's family, once a distinguished lineage akin to the Xiao clan, is notable for her exceedingly rare Wanling divine body. With such a remarkable physique, Zhang Ruoming is inherently a gifted Gu master. Xiao Ling, on the other hand, aims to seize everything from Zhang Ruoming, using his final trump card, seeking a resurgence and a path to greatness, even aspiring to ascend to the upper realms. At that moment, he discerned Xiao Ling's true intentions and dispatched his servants to obliterate the Xiao family, ensuring that Xiao Ling would no longer covet his disciple. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this ungrateful disciple harbored an infatuated and foolish heart, cultivating a deep-seated resentment towards him. She insisted that Xiao Ling, her childhood companion, would never harm her. Ultimately, she came to view Su Hanxiao as a quintessential villain. Now, Xiao Ling has once again planted the life-exchanging Gu within Zhang Ruoming, and he is no longer the benevolent figure inclined to meddle in affairs. The anticipation is palpable. Su Hanxiao chuckled softly, his eyes gleaming with amusement as he awaited the moment when both would plunge into despair. Death is merely a fleeting encounter, and for them, it would be a form of liberation. Perhaps it is better to temporarily retain these two ungrateful souls and observe just how wretched their future will be without their master. Due to the considerable distance, Li Qingyi could not clearly hear Su Hanxiao's words. However, she surmised that he was likely referring to them as ungrateful wolves, destined for a miserable end. At this thought, her gaze became even colder and filled with disdain. What right does Su Hanxiao, the embodiment of depravity, have to criticize them? He, who has committed grievous acts, still pretends to be a virtuous and benevolent figure. How revolting. He is the one who truly deserves demise. At that moment, several elders from the punishment hall emerged from the ruins, their faces a picture of disarray, coughing up crimson blood. They gazed at the levitating Su Hanxiao, astonished and enraged. Su Hanxiao, are you rebelling? How dare you lay a hand on me? Do you not regard the law? Do you not acknowledge our Taichu sacred grounds? Enough, was the only response they received as Su Hanxiao extended his hand. Runes coalesced within his palm, causing the clouds to collapse inward, forming a colossal hand of law that reached out towards them. Under this overwhelming pressure, the elders' expressions shifted dramatically. The power Su Hanxiao unleashed surpassed even that of their punishment hall's leader. How is this possible? They had heard the saints speak of Su Hanxiao's grave internal injuries, deeming him a near invalid. Yet, the strength he now exhibited eclipsed that of their punishment hall's chief. Is this what you call a near invalid? Chapter 7. You have distorted the truth and slandered me. Do you not know your crimes? Su Hanxiao has gone mad. Not only has he struck against the elders of the punishment hall, but he has also publicly suppressed them. The multitude of young cultivators had never witnessed such a scene. As they beheld the 7 elders of the punishment hall being instantly subdued by Su Hanxiao, they scattered in a frenzy. Did I grant you permission to leave? Just then, Su Hanxiao's cold voice echoed through the air, causing the disciples' expressions to change drastically, particularly those disciples who had previously stirred up the crowd under Yi Tian's invitation, were struck by the overwhelming aura and, with a loud retch, expelled a copious amount of blood. They were pressed to the ground by an invisible force, utterly unable to rise. Su Hanxiao, what have you done? One of the elders exclaimed. Not only have you laid hands on the elders of the punishment hall, But you dare to strike at the disciples of our sacred land in Taichu? Do you wish to make enemies of the entire Taichu sacred land? At that moment, several terrifying auras ascended from the horizon. The punishment hall master and other high-ranking officials of the sacred land, anger evident on their faces, rushed over. Master. The disciples and elders, upon witnessing this spectacle, expressed joy akin to children seeing their parents after a calamity. We beseech the master and the various peak masters to stand for us. The subdued disciples cried, tears streaming down their faces. Su Hanxiao indiscriminately attacked us, the weak. With no regard for the law, he is utterly unworthy of being our peak master. We implore you, esteemed seniors, to strip him of his cultivation and expel him from the sacred land. Even now, these cultivators were diligently playing the role of scapegoats, eager to tarnish Su Hanxiao's reputation as much as possible. After all, it was evident to all that this was the opportune moment to cast aspersions. They had just been subdued by Su Hanxiao and were in a position of complete disadvantage. Now that the powerful figures of the sacred land had arrived, Su Hanxiao, no matter how furious, would not dare to act against them. Su Hanxiao is doomed, they thought, believing that by simply fanning the flames of discord, they could reap countless benefits from Yutian. However, in the next moment, they were horrified to discover that the pressure emanating from Su Hanxiao had not diminished. Instead, it had grown even more oppressive. It felt as if a great mountain was slowly descending upon them. Under this immense aura, they could distinctly hear their bones cracking in painful dislocation, their flesh being distorted under the relentless pressure. Su Hanxiao, how dare you? Roared the approaching punishment hall master, his face a mask of disbelief. Has Su Hanxiao gone mad? They have arrived, and yet he still intends to kill the disciples of the sacred land before our very eyes? Does he consider us mere air? Boom. A vast storm of laws erupted from the punishment hall master, spreading in all directions, transforming into an invisible hand that seemed intent on saving those disciples from Su Hanxiao's grasp. However, with a mere flick of his sleeve, Su Hanxiao unleashed a sound akin to an explosion, causing the nascent storm of laws to dissipate, vanishing without a trace. How is this possible? The punishment hall master exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face. He is indeed a practitioner at the threshold of life and death. Logically, he should be able to effortlessly dispel the oppressive aura of Su Hanxiao, the peak master, and easily rescue those disciples who have been suppressed. Yet, why was his own aura so casually neutralized by Su Hanxiao? Master, save me. The disciples of the Taichu sacred land, who were crushed to the ground by Su Hanxiao, let out their final anguish cries. With a resounding pop, their heads and bodies shattered like watermelons, flesh and glistening bone fragments scattering across the ground. Crimson fireworks erupted upon the earth, splattering the faces of the surrounding disciples. The entire realm fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, their minds blank, gazing at the horrific scene before them. They could not comprehend how Su Hanxiao had the audacity. Dozens of sacred land disciples, just like that, met their end. And all under the bright sun, in the presence of so many high-ranking members of the sacred land. Did he not fear inciting the wrath of the entire Taichu sacred land? Did he not fear being unable to escape the Taichu sacred land, facing endless torture in a celestial prison? Especially Yutian. His heart was bleeding. Those were his hard-earned followers. The ones who had helped him establish his footing in the Taichu sacred land. They were his right and left arms, now all slain by Su Hanxiao. This was an immense loss for him. Su Hanxiao, you wretched cur, I will surely kill you. Yutian's eyes narrowed with rage, cursing in his heart. Ding. You have acquired the hatred emotion from the male lead, Yutian. Congratulations, Master, you have gained 2,000 points of villainous merit. Ding. Master has killed 63 disciples of the sacred land who harbored great malice towards you, successfully accumulating virtue. Congratulations on receiving 6,300 points of villainous merit. Su Hanxiao. The many high-ranking members of the sacred land, including the punishment hall master, gradually regained their wits, a tidal wave of fury surging within them. The surge of their law-emanating auras caused the heavens and earth to change color, the air becoming oppressively heavy. The gathering storm of laws made several surviving disciples tremble in fear, as if countless curved blades were scraping against their skin and souls, causing sharp pangs of pain. However, amidst this storm of laws, Su Hanxiao remained unperturbed, even placing his hands behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance. This scene further infuriated the punishment hall master and others, their murderous intent becoming palpable. Such arrogance. He blatantly disregarded the law. Su Hanxiao, your wanton slaughter of the sacred land disciples is a severe violation of the sacred land's rules. I, in the name of the Punishment Hall Master, shall suppress you today. Violate the Sacred Land's rules? Su Hanxiao raised an eyebrow and scoffed. How have I violated the Sacred Land's rules? As the peak master of the Sacred Land, my status is far more esteemed than that of disciples. Yet these little whelps disregard their elders, calling me by my name, even threatening to strip me of my cultivation and expel me from the Sacred Land. Such individuals are unworthy of being cultivators, let alone disciples of the Sacred Land. I toil tirelessly to cleanse the portal. This is a noble cause and indeed a meritorious deed. Do you not comprehend your transgressions in distorting truth and maligning my honor? Upon uttering these words, the once furious master of punishments and his cohorts were rendered utterly bewildered. They could scarcely fathom how Su Hanxiao could utter such brazenly shameless remarks. It was sheer nonsense. The master of punishments retorted coldly. Where have they shown disrespect to their elders? How have they insulted you? We have never heard such claims from you. What proof do you possess? Following recent events, Su Hanxiao had become widely unpopular within the sacred land of Taichu. The disciples were eager for his expulsion from the sanctum and had no inclination to defend him in this moment. Their sole concern was whether Su Hanxiao's two disciples, present among the crowd, would come to his aid in asserting his innocence. However, the outcome revealed his overthinking. The two merely observed the unfolding events with a detached demeanor, as if Su Hanxiao were not their master and had never bestowed upon them the favor of mentorship. The multitude of younger disciples remained silent, ensnared in fear and simultaneously filled with astonishment and ire towards Su Hanxiao. In such circumstances, how could they possibly step forward to advocate for him? Su Hanxiao, unperturbed, smiled and elegantly flicked his fingers. A jade talisman for recording images was deftly sent soaring. Chapter 8. To show me disrespect is to betray the sacred land, warranting the extermination of 9 clans. With a resonating hum, runes ascended and swiftly formed a luminous veil of law visible to all. Within this veil played the scene of numerous disciples of the sacred land encircling the flying, immortal peak, frantically orchestrating chaos. The jade talisman captured every moment in vivid detail, reflecting not only the faces of those who led the fray, but also the disgraceful actions of others hidden within the throng. Particularly notable were Zhang Ruoming and Li Qingyi, both disciples of Su Hanxiao, who coldly observed the spectacle without a hint of intent to defend their master, rendering the situation exceedingly ironic. Although Su Hanxiao's reputation had indeed plummeted to unprecedented depths within the sacred land, one must acknowledge the ingratitude of these two. As they felt the weight of complex gazes directed towards them, Li Hani's complexion darkened, her disdain for Su Hanxiao intensifying. Why does this wretched man not depart? Why must he linger in the sacred land, causing them such discomfort? My recordings are etched with utmost clarity. This group, devoid of respect, has repeatedly offended me. I have granted them ample opportunities, yet they remain oblivious, persistently challenging my limits. Should I not exact vengeance upon them? Or is it that the rules of the sacred land apply to me, while merely serving as ornamentation for others? In the future, if a band of lawless ruffians dares to insult the master of punishments to his face, shall you still smile and agree with their slander? Acknowledge that you too are but a wretched creature. Such a rather cryptic and sarcastic remark instantly darkened the countenance of the punishment hall master. Su Hanxiao, there is no need for you to mock me in this manner. Which rule of the sacred land have I violated? Faced with a group of disrespectful fools who insulted their elders, he questioned, is it not a righteous act to eliminate those who defy the heavens? As the peak master of the sacred land, do I not possess the authority to act in such a manner? With his hands clasped behind his back, Su Hanxiao's words left the punishment hall master and others at a loss for words. What you have done is indeed not wrong. The moment these words were uttered, the disciples were once again struck with astonishment. They had never anticipated that their formidable punishment hall master would capitulate so swiftly, while others were confused about the hierarchy. Zhang Wuji, the punishment hall master, could discern the true order of things. As the head of the punishment hall, if you were to break the law, or even distort the truth, the repercussions of such actions would only tarnish the reputation of the sacred land further, and he would bear the brunt of the consequences. Only a fool would choose such a path. More importantly, the aura emanating from Su Hanxiao at this moment made him feel a sense of trepidation. He recalled that Su Hanxiao had initially displayed merely the strength of the Purple Mansion. Yet now, even he, on the verge of the life and death realm, felt apprehensive. This individual is deeply concealed. With a slight smile, Su Hanxiao swiftly shifted his tone, declaring, let us now tally the sins of these disciples. Though he wore a smile, his eyes were devoid of warmth, striking fear into the hearts of the disciples below. A pack of unruly wretches, I am the peak master of the sacred land. What do you think you are? Relying on your so-called youthful exuberance, you dare to insult me in such a manner. Having come here to slander me today, will you not also seek to defame the sacred Lord tomorrow? Are you stagnant waters or restless mountains? As disciples of our sacred land, you ought to show reverence to me, your peak master. Disrespect towards me equates to betrayal of the sacred land. With his left hand behind his back, he raised his right hand, gesturing as if wielding a blade. His stern visage curled into a cold smile, his voice imbued with an overwhelming sense of pressure that felt as though it could sever heads and annihilate clans. This declaration stirred tumultuous waves within the hearts of all disciples. Betraying the sacred land. This charge was truly grave. Should such an accusation fall upon them, not only would they perish, but their entire families would be annihilated. It was only now that they comprehended the insidious intent of Su Hanxiao, their hearts gripped by dread. Especially as the punishment hall master and others remained silent, their expressions fluctuating between dark and light. It heightened the fear among the disciples of the sacred land to an extreme. They understood that Su Hanxiao's assertions were indeed unassailable. As disciples of the sacred land, to indiscriminately slander the peak master, and to do so with such a commotion, could indeed be interpreted as an act of rebellion against the sacred land. Master Hanxiao, we are innocent. A disciple, unable to withstand the psychological strain, hurriedly knelt down, pleading for mercy. The disciple is but one whose resolve is insufficiently steadfast, easily swayed by others, leading to foolish actions. I implore the esteemed Master of Cold Sky Peak to show mercy and spare me. Master of Cold Sky Peak, I truly acknowledge my mistakes. I am willing to make amends for my transgressions. A single stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Those previously unruly, who prided themselves on brandishing the banner of justice, now appear pale and trembling. One by one, they resemble soft persimmons, groveling on the ground, pleading for mercy. Where has the so-called unity of purpose vanished? Ironically, these individuals even cast blame upon one another, attempting to identify the true instigator in a bid to mitigate their own culpability. The expression of the master of punishment darkens. The multitude of disciples gathered here numbers in the thousands. If they were all dragged to the hall of punishment to face retribution, it would result in a tremendous loss of prestige for the primordial Holy Land, potentially shaking the very foundation of this generation. The countenance of numerous high-ranking figures, including the Master of Punishment, grows increasingly grim. They had initially come to confront Su Hanxiao, yet now find themselves ensnared in the rhythm orchestrated by him. Unable to utter a word. Master, yes, even if they deserve punishment, your methods seem excessively severe. At this moment, Su Qingji suddenly steps forth. Speaking with righteous indignation, you possess such formidable strength, yet you coldly and ruthlessly slay disciples of our holy land in public. I assure you, if it were any other elder of our holy land, they would never act in such a manner. They would simply suppress their fury and show leniency to these impetuous youths, granting them an opportunity, not merely silencing them and executing them on the spot. Seemingly in concert with Su Qingji, several senior figures of the Holy Land immediately chime in. Indeed, they are merely young individuals navigating the tumultuous waters of youth. The impetuosity of youth is often marked by arrogance and fervor. It is understandable that they may speak or act impulsively at times. Yes, they have offended you, Master Su. But setting aside the facts, have you made no misstep? Su Hanxiao's expression remains indifferent, his gaze coldly fixed upon Su Qingji, devoid of any emotion. Yet, at this moment, Su Qingji gazes back at him with a resolute countenance. Freshly emerged from the thunder abyss, her face retains a hint of pallor from her recent injuries. Coupled with her current demeanor, she resembles a pure white saintess, one who, despite suffering severe wounds, willingly embodies the light and bravely confronts the encroaching darkness. Master, I have always held you in great esteem. I acknowledge that my previous words were thoughtless and may have offended you. Yet, my sole desire was to grow stronger, to ascend to the pinnacle of the great path, and to become a source of pride for you. However, I never anticipated that for such a trivial matter, you would heartlessly cast me into the thunder abyss. You have changed, Master. This truly disheartens me. Chapter 9. Living in the shadow and under the control of others, Su Qingji's words are like precious pearls, resonating with righteous spirit, echoing throughout the heavens and the earth. Merely listening to her words, it seems all blame falls upon Su Hanxiao, while she, Su Qingji, portrays herself as an innocent victim. Yet Su Hanxiao remains unmoved, his expression as indifferent as ever. It must be said that Su Qingji possesses a certain cunning. Su Qingji chose to remain silent about the matter of having the ancient double pupils extracted for her. Perhaps this individual has come to realize that requesting such a thing from her master is utterly outrageous, thus opting to gloss over the issue. Ironically, the pretense of seeking strength to ascend to the pinnacle of the Tao masks the truth. She merely seeks to please, intending to bestow his precious double pupils upon Yutian, the male protagonist. These two wretches have been entangled privately for quite some time, even forming a Tao partner bond, consistently aligned in their ambitions. Although Yitian possesses commendable comprehension, he lacks a formidable physique. Coupled with her overwhelming indulgence of this little white-eyed wolf, it has led Su Qingji to believe that no matter her demands, even the extraction of the ancient double pupils, he would readily acquiesce. It is no wonder she dared to act so brazenly before him. At this moment, Yutian rose, holding his head high, his voice resolute and resonant. In the past, I held great respect for Peak Master Su. However, the actions taken by Peak Master Su over the past year have been utterly distasteful and disheartening. First, she drove away our holy land as Moonlight Goddess, and then the Dreaming Clear Saintess. Each incident starkly contradicts the responsibilities expected of a Peak Master. The manner in which Peak Master Su conducts her affairs is nothing short of a subversion of the Holy Land's principles. Su Hanxiao felt compelled to applaud these two. It was indeed intriguing. They had successfully cast all the blame upon him. Yet, with a flick of his finger, an invisible force emanated from his tip. In the next moment, amidst the dozens of disciples reduced to mere pulp, a series of bloody jade talismans suddenly soared into the air. As his cultivation level further restored, bolstered by the aid of the original Tao divine body, his spirit transcended its previous limits, allowing him to effortlessly discern that these disciples were all equipped with identical communication talismans, seemingly receiving some directives, as for whose commands they were obeying. Su Hanxiao cast a knowing glance in Yutian's direction. The once boisterous Yutian, who had proclaimed justice with fervor, now appeared visibly shaken, his complexion paling. How could this be? The physical forms of those disciples had been utterly obliterated. Why then did the communication talismans he entrusted to them remain intact? He could even sense his own aura emanating from each talisman. It was crucial to note that he had been cautious, ensuring that after witnessing those disciples being ground to mincemeat, they were irrevocably dead and could not expose him, which emboldened him to step forward and orchestrate. But now, it was all over. To his astonishment, Su Hanxiao had outmaneuvered him, deliberately leaving behind the communication talismans for these followers. A wave of dread began to spread within him. Ding! The protagonist Yutian has developed a sense of fear towards the master. Congratulations to the master for acquiring 600 villainous merit points. Su Hanxiao's lips curled into a faint smile. This was a trap he had long laid for Yitian and even for the punishment hall master. To openly incite and defame a peak master is already a grave sin. Not to mention, orchestrating everything from behind the scenes as the mastermind, guiding this incident to fruition, constitutes a capital offense. The disciples I ruthlessly eradicated on the spot were the primary slanderers against me. However, it now appears that these individuals were organized, purposeful, and even had a hidden instigator. As he spoke, Su Hanxiao directly crushed the communication jade talismans. Immediately, strands of energy converged towards a singular direction under the influence of a certain force. In an instant, everyone's gaze was fixed upon Yutian. Those present were not fools. The occurrence of such a situation indicated that the other end of the communication jade talismans was indeed Yitian. The master of the punishment hall's expression changed drastically. He had sensed something amiss long before. However, his disciples were too foolish, falling victim to their own weaknesses. At that moment, Su Hanxiao's cold gaze once again locked onto several disciples below. These individuals were also followers of Yitian, strategically placed among the crowd to stir the narrative. After eliminating the most obstinate and defiant of them, he retained only these few, who were comparatively timid and likely to serve as his breakthrough. As Su Hanxiao's gaze fell upon them, the kneeling individuals instantly turned pale with despair. Just moments ago, they had witnessed their comrades being obliterated before their eyes. There was no doubt that Su Hanxiao was capable of dispatching them with ease, especially after having just executed dozens of disciples in front of the master of the punishment hall. They had previously agreed to assist Yutian, having been brainwashed into believing that the risk was minimal and that they would reap substantial rewards by merely stirring the crowd. Yet now, their lives were at stake. How could they accept such a dismal fate? It was Yitian who compelled us to act. One of them, unable to withstand the pressure, cried out in desperation. Before heading to the Thunder Abyss, Yitian instructed us to spread rumors in the sacred land to attract numerous disciples to Faxian Peak. to tarnish Peak Master Su's reputation as much as possible. We are innocent. We were merely deceived by him. Upon hearing this, the others quickly chimed in. We all know that Yi Tian has an affair with Su Qingji. He witnessed the injustice she faced at your hands, Peak Master Su. Thus, he harbored resentment and incited us to malign you, seeking to bring judgment upon you from the sacred land. This was his ultimate goal. Hearing these words, Yi Tian was on the verge of exploding with rage. He had been covertly sending messages, relentlessly threatening and enticing this group of wretches not to betray him. Yet, they turned around and sold him out. This is slander. I have never. Yi Tian's face turned pale, instinctively wanting to deny the accusations. But in the next moment, slap. You traitorous disciple. A tremendous force struck his face, sending Yi Tian flying like a rag doll, tumbling through the air multiple times. The master of the punishment hall, consumed by fury, unleashed an overwhelming presence, locking onto Yi Tian with fierce intensity. Who permitted you to defame our sacred Peak Master? You scoundrel. Kneel and apologize to Peak Master Su at once. As the master of punishments, who oversees the laws of the sacred land, he is acutely aware of the gravity of Yi Tian's actions. You, as a disciple, have been manipulating public opinion behind the scenes, slandering the Peak Master of the sacred land. If today you can defame Su Hanxiao, will you not also insult the four great masters and even the sovereign tomorrow? Rather than allowing Su Hanxiao to persist in his unyielding stance, it would be prudent for him to take matters into his own hands and first discipline Yi Tian to divert attention. Master, you strike me? Yi Tian exclaimed. Clutching his stinging cheek, disbelief etched across his face. His usually indulgent master had, shockingly, slapped him before so many witnesses. Unruly disciple, kneel and apologize to Peak Master Su. The master of punishments berated, disappointment seeping into his voice. His own unclean dealings had been exposed, and it was only fitting that he should take action. If not for the fact that he was your master, your fate would matter little to me. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Yet, upon regaining their composure, the young disciples erupted in fury, directing their wrathful gazes towards Yi Tian. How infuriating! They had been manipulated by this despicable wretch. As disciples of the sacred land, it was utterly humiliating to be used as pawns by someone of their own age. After all, in a certain light, they had indeed been exploited as mere tools by Yi Tian. However, in a fleeting moment, the tide of sentiment shifted dramatically, and all began to denounce Yi Tian. How dare he slander the Peak Master in private? Such treachery was utterly unpardonable. Humph! This hypocritical scoundrel deserves to be expelled from the sacred land. Observing this spectacle from above, Su Hanxiao wore an increasingly amused smile, regarding them as nothing more than filthy, laughable insects from the lower realms. Their lives were but shadows of others, manipulated at will. Their cultivation was merely a waste of spiritual energy. Indeed, when he eventually departs from this realm, he might as well turn the sacred land into a latrine. Maggots deserve to remain in the filth. Chapter 10. The Truth Revealed. The Saintess by Yueguang? A wretched betrayer. The master of punishments wore a grim expression. He understood that although the sovereign appeared indifferent to the matter, he was closely observing the situation. Should this escalate, not only would Su Hanxiao face judgment, but his carefully nurtured disciple Yi Tian would undoubtedly be utterly ruined. All his efforts would come to naught. Peak Master Su. Right is right. But you, Peak Master Su, have violated the law. Without due process, you have imposed severe punishment solely based on the saintess's disrespect. This too is an abuse of the sacred land's rules. As the master of punishments uttered these words, the attention of many disciples was once again captured. They gazed at Su Qingji, whose pale visage was marred by countless charred wounds, a surge of anger swelling within them. Indeed, right is right. The sacred land would not wrong an innocent, nor would it let a wicked person go unpunished. Yi Tian is destined to face punishment. The sect leader, Su Fengzhu, has imposed severe consequences on Saintess Qingji for this trivial matter, leaving her gravely injured, which is also a significant transgression. The multitude of disciples is particularly invested in this incident because it directly impacts their own interests. Being young and impetuous talents, they fear that if they inadvertently disrespect their master, they too would suffer such harsh penalties, leading them to live in constant trepidation. It would be better for them to leave the Taichu sacred land for other sects. The master of the punishment hall let out a slight sigh of relief. Although his disciple has been dragged into this mess, he is satisfied that his purpose has been achieved. Was it merely a matter of disrespecting me? Su Hanxiao smirked, waving his hand. Suddenly, a mirror soared out from his storage space. As the crowd stood in astonishment and confusion, the mirror rapidly expanded in the void. its surface shimmering like rippling water. Soon, an image unfolded before them. Qingji, although my innate talent is decent and my comprehension is commendable, my greatest shortcoming lies in not possessing the legendary ancient physique like yours. Tian sighed from within the pavilion, a hint of self-mockery gracing his features. Though we have now become partners on this path, you possess the ancient physique, which guarantees your ascension to this realm and perhaps even entry into the higher realms. As for me, Tian left his words hanging, choosing not to elaborate further. Yet, all present could perceive the loneliness and reluctance in his gaze. Within the image, Su Qingji displayed a pained expression. Finally, with a determined bite of her teeth, she grasped Tian's hand, declaring, Tian, allow me to resolve this matter. Su Hanxiao has always been very indulgent towards me, and since I joined later, he feels indebted to me. Therefore, he tends to accommodate and satisfy my requests. Su Hanxiao himself possesses the ancient heavy pupil, yet he is now devoid of desires, content in his corner, not contending with heaven or earth. Such an invincible physique in his hands is a waste. Rest assured, I will find a way to obtain the ancient heavy pupil from Su Hanxiao, compelling him to extract it from me, and then I shall present it to you. Currently, Su Hanxiao's reputation is already tarnished. He has even driven away several of my senior sisters, leaving only the three of us. The sixth and seventh sisters have almost severed ties with him. Now, he is left with just me. If I perform well in the coming days, he will undoubtedly extract the ancient heavy pupil for me. If he refuses, I will certainly pressure him into compliance. Tian, await my good news. The world fell into a profound silence. Everyone stared wide-eyed, feeling as if their understanding of reality had been utterly upended. Previously, they had heard that Su Qingji was merely punished for disrespecting Su Hanxiao, a trivial matter indeed. But the audacity to scheme for the ancient pupil from her own master, even intending to coerce him into yielding it, was this disrespect? This was undeniably the behavior of a treacherous wolf. Reflecting on their own experiences, they had devoted years nurturing a disciple, providing her with benefits and rare resources, only to find one day she would audaciously overstep her bounds, even seeking to usurp their treasured pupil, not merely the multitude of wandering cultivators, but even Zhang Ruoming and Li Qingyi, who were concealed within the crowd, subtly shifted in countenance. Although Su Hanxiao had committed numerous transgressions against them, he had never acted unjustly towards his little junior sister. The audacity of the little junior sister to covet Su Hanxiao's was unfathomable. No, it could not be. As countless gazes converged upon her, Su Qingji's face turned ashen, instinctively shaking her head in denial. This was slander. It was a deliberate fabrication conjured by Su Hanxiao. The Zhutian mirror, a supreme artifact capable of capturing images, remained unaltered. Everything depicted was a manifestation of reality. At that moment, a resonant and profound voice echoed from the depths of the sacred grounds, startling everyone. It was the voice of the Holy Lord. The many cultivators' expressions shifted once more. The events of the day had escalated to a breaking point, and they had assumed their Holy Lord was indifferent to the matter, unaware that he had been observing it all along. Su Hanxiao raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised but ultimately unfazed. The imagery from the Zhutian mirror continued to unfold. Soon, after assuring Tian, Su Qingji embarked on her scheme. For the following days, she would feign concern for Su Hanxiao's well-being. Until this morning, when she abruptly stood in the grand hall, imperiously demanding that Su Hanxiao extract her ancient. With a tone that was both hypocritical and self-serving, she proclaimed that her master, content in his corner, with no aspirations for worldly conflict, was unworthy of wielding the invincible path of the. She implored her master to bestow thee upon her, so she might tread this formidable path and ultimately allow her master to enjoy the fruits of her endeavors. In that moment, the gazes directed at Su Qingji grew increasingly complex, tinged with profound disdain. It was evident that her intentions were to secure the ancient for her paramour, Yi Tian, all while cloaking her desires in grandiloquent rhetoric, professing it was for Su Hanxiao's benefit. Such hypocrisy was utterly repugnant. What astonished everyone further was that the seemingly petty and vindictive Su Hanxiao, upon hearing such audacious remarks, did not initially respond with anger or disappointment. Instead, he appeared sorrowful and conflicted, even suggesting that it was ill-suited for Su Qingji and that he would seek a more appropriate vessel for her. If they had uttered such sentiments to their master, they would have undoubtedly faced his wrath. Yet, in stark contrast, the so-called petty Su Hanxiao remained unfazed, even contemplating the prospect of finding a superior constitution for his disciple. Ultimately, it was only when Su Qingji overstepped her bounds that Su Hanxiao was thoroughly provoked. What manner of celestial master was he? Nevertheless, even in his irritation, he refrained from punishing her with lethal force, opting instead to cast her into the thunder abyss for her transgressions. In that instant, all present perceived Su Hanxiao as the celestial master he was, a paragon of gentleness and benevolence. Meanwhile, Su Qingji, not only do they fail to express gratitude for the nurturing grace of their esteemed master, but they even feign pity, casting aspersions upon such a gentle mentor. Their hearts are deserving of condemnation. They do not perceive that Su Hanxiao's punishment is too severe. Rather, they believe it to be far too lenient. Such ungrateful wretches should be stripped of their position as saintess and have their cultivation rendered void. They ought to be expelled from the sacred grounds, left to fend for themselves. Chapter 11. A cold betrayal, from henceforth severing ties. I never imagined, Su Qingji, that you would turn out to be such a vile person. Master Su Feng has treated you with kindness, and yet you remain oblivious to your fortune, shamelessly demanding more. In the crowd, someone unleashed a fierce curse, igniting a wave of outrage as if boiling water had erupted. What could be more beastly than this? Even in utter shamelessness, one should never speak such words against their master. To be a worthless being and yet seek to carve flesh from one's own mentor, one is indeed lower than a beast. Humph. I have always said that Su Qingji is merely a pretentious white lotus, and now the truth is finally revealed. Surrounding voices, sharp and piercing, crashed upon her like a tsunami, threatening to engulf her entirely. No, that is not what I meant. Su Qingji's complexion turned pale. Her eyes reddened as fear rendered her weak, collapsing to the ground. I did not know what came over me. I thought my master had decided to retreat and cease using the ancient heavy eyes. Such a naturally gifted physique for cultivation should not be wasted. Which is why I silence. The master of Tianyu Peak could no longer tolerate it, rebuking her fiercely. At this point, you dare to utter such shameless excuses. We see clearly that your intentions are solely for Yi Tian, seeking to take away the heavy eyes from Master Su. Though Su Hanxiao's reputation may be tarnished of late, he is still your master. As his disciple, to act in such a treacherous manner, and after being punished, not only fail to repent, but also conspire with Yi Tian to besmirch your mentor, how can you dare to shed tears here? I have come to understand the schemes of you two little wretches. Your elaborate efforts to defame Master Su are aimed at having him stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the sect, so that you may seize his ancient heavy eyes once he is cast out. Were I to have such a treacherous pup under my wing, I would certainly put an end to you with a single strike. Having said this, the master of Tianyu Peak bowed deeply before Su Hanxiao, his voice sincere. Master Su, I have not given this matter sufficient thought, and I shall certainly come to apologize in person. The young disciples around them grew increasingly incensed, igniting a new wave of righteous indignation. Su Qingji must be punished, and Yi Tian is equally a beast. This fellow is manipulating us to tarnish Master Su's name. I have previously stated that Master Su is kind-hearted and gentle, and he could never be the petty-minded person you claim. What right do you have to speak such words here? Previously, when Master Su faced adversity, you shamelessly relished the situation, even proclaiming far and wide that Master Su was a hypocritical charlatan. Now, how dare you speak in hindsight? What is there to contest? It is the fault of the despicable duo, Su Qingji and Yi Tian. They, the most contemptible of individuals, have masqueraded as victims. I implore the esteemed elders to depose Su Qingji from her position as saintess and Yi Tian from his position as saint's son. From the crowd, similar voices began to emerge, coalescing into a cacophony that reverberated through the heavens. I implore the esteemed elders to depose Su Qingji from her position as saintess and Yi Tian from his position as saint's son. How ironic this scene is. For not long ago, these same individuals gathered near Feishan Peak, uttering similar slogans. Now, everything is flipped to its opposite. They are not filled with remorse, nor have they experienced a sudden awakening. They simply feel humiliated, manipulated like fools by public opinion. In their fury, they once again wave the banner of justice, launching a fresh assault on Su Qingji and Yi Tian, the true culprits, under the guise of atonement, not wronging a good person and not letting a bad person escape. They claim they have always stood in the light. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Hanxiao remained indifferent and unperturbed. He did not accept the apologies of Tianyu Peak's master, nor did he pay heed to the disciples. They are merely a group of simpletons easily swayed by others, a source of mockery. He scorned the idea of mingling with such individuals. Once he accumulates sufficient villainous merit points to cleanse himself of the burdens of the myriad realms, he would return to the upper realm and personally bury everything that is now. This world was never his final destination. The situation escalated, and soon, Li Qingyi and Zhang Ruoming found themselves under scrutiny. These two were equally ungrateful, I witnessed clearly that while Su Hanxiao was wrongfully condemned, they, as disciples, merely observed indifferently. For the first time, I felt it unjust for Master Su. The three disciples still by his side were all ungrateful wretches. Li Qingyi and Zhang Ruoming, who inexplicably faced ridicule and scorn, were grim expressions, unsure of how to respond. They had previously claimed to stand on the side of justice. Yet now, with the truth unveiled, they questioned if their master could truly be deemed evil. Deep within, a flicker of regret and guilt emerged for the first time, though it was fleeting. Ding. The female lead Zhang Ruoming experiences feelings of regret and guilt towards the master, earning 400 villainous merit points. The female lead Li Qingyi feels guilt towards the master, earning 300 villainous merit points. The female lead Su Qingji feels fear and remorse towards the master, earning 1,000 villainous merit points. The volume of criticism against Su Hanxiao orchestrated by Yi Tian was immense, and now the backlash is equally fierce. Countless deceived disciples clamored for the Holy Emperor to strip Yi Tian and Su Qingji of their titles, demanding their imprisonment in the celestial prison. These two scoundrels must pay the price. Such ingratitude and scheming against the master are the hallmarks of despicable individuals. Su Qingji, however, bore the brunt of the ire. Although it was Yi Tian who had cunningly persuaded her to act, he had been sufficiently cautious at that time, refraining from uttering anything that could be used against him. The only misstep he made was when Su Hanxiao seized upon the opportunity to expose the true instigator behind the orchestrated events. While this accusation was considerable, it paled in comparison to the burden carried by Su Qingji throughout the entire affair. The tempest had yet to subside when yet another piece of news emerged, sending shockwaves through the entire Taichi sacred land. Just recently, Master Su announced that from this day forth, aside from senior sister Gu Qingxue, the remaining 7 would henceforth have no ties with him, regardless of whether they lived or perished. The ties of gratitude and obligation were severed. He would no longer serve as their mentor. Chapter 12. Within a millennium, no foreign race shall enter the pass. The entire Taichu sacred land was abuzz, as the unrest caused by the recent events reignited. Yet, one could not help but ponder why Master Su chose to maintain his relationship with senior sister Gu Qingxue. A cultivator promptly elucidated that senior sister Qingxue had always been obedient to Master Su's guidance, spending the years journeying through ancient secret realms in search of rare treasures capable of healing Master Su's injuries. Among Master Su's 8 female disciples, only the 5th, senior sister Qingxue, remained dutifully by his side, reportedly bringing him small tokens of affection each time she returned from her travels and unconditionally trusting him. In contrast, Su Qingji and her companions, some cultivators snorted. Setting this incident aside, we indeed misunderstood Master Su, but what of the earlier occurrences? If Master Su had been without fault, how could the likes of the Moon Goddess, senior sister Beigong Waner, senior sister Zhu Fengyan, and senior sister Lu Rushuang have departed the Taichu sacred land so mysteriously and seldom returned? I maintain my stance. Flies do not alight upon a seamless egg. Su Hanxiao must also bear some blame. Otherwise, why would only Gu Qingxue remain by his side among the 8 disciples? In the Shanhai realm, amidst the verdant expanse of a bamboo forest, a woman clad in a flowing white gown, her figure both proud and graceful, stood with her sword sheathed upon hearing her maid's report. A fleeting expression of indignation crossed her exquisite, frosty visage, but it vanished as swiftly as it appeared, unnoticed by those around her. At least he possesses some self-awareness. I have long wished to sever ties with him. Had I not feared the whispers of others claiming I lacked gratitude, I would have abandoned him long ago. Now, he unwittingly fulfills my desire. From this moment forth, we are both free of any obligations to one another. As the bamboo grove fell silent once more, the only sound was the rustling of leaves in the breeze. Yet, on Shenming Yue's face, one that should have radiated unrivaled beauty, there flickered a hint of ferocity. Master, I once loved you dearly. Why would you not reciprocate my affections? Unattainable. Swish. The long sword cleaved through the air, light and shadow intertwining. Several bamboo leaves, caught in the wind, were instantaneously severed into countless fragments by the sword's brilliance. Through the swirling fragments of bamboo leaves, a glimmer of morbid madness flickered deep within Shenming Yue's beautiful eyes. Then I shall destroy it. No one shall possess it. Let the blame fall upon you for not reciprocating my feelings. At the edge of the mountain sea realm, towering mountains converged beneath a canopy of ominous clouds, resembling a beast poised to devour the unwary. In this stifling atmosphere, an endless expanse of colossal stone walls sprawled, akin to a serpent coiling at the terminus of heaven and earth. This is the Mountain Sea Great Wall, also known as the Alien Defense Line. centered upon this monumental wall. The shadowy expanse beyond is a territory distinct from that of humankind. Countless cultivators have long guarded this place, safeguarding the flickering lights of myriad homes. At this moment, atop the mountain sea Great Wall, a female cultivator clad in golden phoenix armor, her hair tied in a ponytail, possessed a striking beauty tempered by a commendable poise. She clutched a letter in her hand, her countenance darkened to an extreme. Feng Yan, what has transpired? Why do you appear so dismal? A voice, warm as a spring breeze, broke the silence. Soon, a young man dressed in black and gold armor, tall and handsome, approached from behind and gently enveloped Zhu Fengyan in an embrace. The previously icy demeanor of Zhu Fengyan melted away at his touch, revealing a breathtaking smile. It's nothing. My repugnant and arrogant master has severed ties with me, she replied nonchalantly, her tone dismissive. The reason for her complete fallout with Su Hanxiao was straightforward. Her master was excessively arrogant, despicable, and shameless. Decades prior, the alien race had ceased their invasions of the Mountain Sea realm, only occasionally sending powerful individuals to harass. In her view, this was entirely due to her carefree elder brother's strategic prowess and their family's formidable heritage, which had driven the aliens back. However, rumors circulated among the outside world and even within the alien ranks that the cessation of invasions was attributed to Su Hanxiao. Ever since he had dispatched several unknown powerhouses to oversee the Mountain Sea Great Wall, his military acumen had caused the alien offensives to gradually wane, eventually leading to their retreat. Yet, she firmly believed that the merits belonged to the soldiers of the Mountain Sea Great Wall, who had valiantly fought against countless aliens, as well as to her own elder brother and her own adept leadership. When had Su Hanxiao been involved in this? What disgusted her most was that Su Hanxiao had remained entirely unresponsive, shamelessly claiming these accomplishments for himself. How could he monopolize the glory? What did it have to do with him? Suddenly, a rumble echoed from within the depths of the Mountain Sea Great Wall as several formidable presences surged forth, manifesting into unfathomable figures. We have severed ties with you. You are no longer my master's disciple. From this day forth, we shall no longer be entrusted with guarding the Mountain Sea Great Wall. Henceforth, any invasions from the alien forbidden zone shall have no bearing on us. After leaving these cold words, the figures showed no inclination to linger, tearing through the void with the multitude of powerful beings behind them, vanishing into the horizon. The sudden upheaval left countless formidable guardians of the Mountain Sea Great Wall in a state of bewilderment. How could these esteemed warriors simply depart? What shall become of General Feng Yan? These generals are the very backbone of our Mountain Sea Great Wall. Their abrupt withdrawal may incite turmoil and perhaps even provide the opportunity for foreign races to invade once more. The expressions of the other numerous cultivator leaders darkened, casting reproachful glances at Zhu Fengyan. Fear not. I shall remain here to safeguard the Mountain Sea Great Wall. Do those foreign races dare to challenge us? Zhu Fengyan's irritation was palpable. She had always possessed a profound confidence in her innate talent and leadership capabilities. Yet, in the eyes of others, it seemed she perpetually dwelled in the shadow of Su Hanxiao, or perhaps even as a subordinate to him. Was she, Zhu Fengyan, truly so inadequate? No matter. Let these individuals depart. Li Xiao stepped forward, a smile gracing his lips. The lineage of the Chongsheng family is substantial, and there are many capable generals skilled in warfare. I shall merely inform my father, and he can dispatch several commanding generals to assist us. Upon hearing this, Zhu Fengyan's face lit up with gratitude. Indeed, her brother Xiao Dao is the eldest son of the Chongsheng family, renowned for its deep-rooted heritage. Even if Su Hanxiao severed ties with her and withdrew his subordinates, so what? With the support of her brother and the Chongsheng family, she could still defend the Mountain Sea Great Wall. She would prove to the world that she, Zhu Fengyan, surpasses all expectations. A naturally unparalleled female general. Without Su Hanxiao's assistance, she would only shine brighter, carving out a legendary tale in the entire Mountain Sea realm. Su Hanxiao merely delayed her progress, unbeknownst to them. Nearly at the moment Su Hanxiao withdrew his subordinates, numerous powerful beings from the foreign races received the news promptly. Could it be true? Su Hanxiao had indeed removed all his formidable warriors? The leading foreign entity's expression was a mix of surprise and elation. Decades prior, an unknown powerful figure from the human race had brazenly descended into their world, ultimately leaving behind a letter containing but a single phrase, for a millennium. Do not invade the Mountain Sea realm, accompanied by a unique jade talisman imbued with the everlasting aura of the Su family. The mere mention of this jade talisman and its message had nearly terrified them into submission. The foreign races also recognized a hierarchy among themselves. Those capable of traversing the higher realms were hardly inclined to mobilize for the sake of such a trivial piece of land as the Mountain Sea realm. Moreover, the myriad formidable human factions in the higher realms were not to be trifled with. Among these powerful factions, the Eternal Su family undoubtedly stood as one of the mightiest and most domineering. Initially, the leader had been incensed and intended to relay this information to the foreign powers in the higher realms. However, those entities dismissed it with indifference, merely responding with 5 words, "Proceed as he instructed." It was only later that they learned the Eternal Su family had already descended into chaos. Every day, a fierce conflict erupts as forces once scheming against Su Hanxiao seek retribution. In the realm of the upper world, the Eternal Su clan eagerly longs to obliterate the brains of rival human factions. How could they provoke the already frenzied Eternal Su clan at such a critical juncture? Thus, they pay little heed, even their direct superiors harboring profound apprehensions towards the Eternal Su clan. This cohort of minor players, recognizing the gravity of the situation, obediently heeds the commands of their mysterious benefactor, refraining from infringing upon the Mountain Sea realm. However, the situation has now shifted. This formidable figure has withdrawn their subordinates, leaving behind a chilling declaration: the invasion of foreign races is no longer their concern. This revelation ignites a flicker of ambition among the numerous foreign powerhouses. Does this imply that they may once again invade the Mountain Sea realm, unimpeded by the enigmatic protector of the Eternal Su clan? Contemplating this notion, the foreign forces, hindered at the Mountain Sea Great Wall, find their thoughts stirring once more. In the Mountain Sea realm, within the wind and cloud pavilion, a haze envelopes the air, tainted with a foul aura. Upon a lavish couch, remnants of recent debauchery linger. A delicate white hand suddenly grasps a jade talisman, only to cast it aside moments later, nestling instead into the robust embrace before her. "My dear, has someone sent you a message?" A voice rich with magnetism resonates. As the figure continues their indulgent activities, they simultaneously channel a unique secret technique, drawing forth a certain power from the woman, who remains blissfully unaware and revels in the moment. "Never mind," she breathes out in a soft, tingling voice. "My master has severed ties with me. It is for the best. I have longed to part ways with him. Were it not for him, I would have been with you, Xia Lang. A person who pursues their own happiness like him is unworthy of being my master." The strikingly handsome man, with alabaster skin, momentarily halts, a smile gracing his lips that is equal parts admiration and mockery. "I always knew my darling loved me the most." Yet, beneath his charming facade, he harbors derision. He only needs to continue his absorption for another fortnight to completely drain Beigong Wanner of her essence. At that point, she will hold no value, and he can easily discard her. His cultivation method is a peculiar dual cultivation technique, marking him as a rogue in the realm of immortals. Each day, he siphons the essence of various women, enhancing his own strength through this dual practice. By an unexpected twist of fate, he had encountered Beigong Wanner, and the heavens seemed to collapse around him, for he knew well that she was the direct disciple of Su Hanxiao, the master of the sacred peak. Soon, he found himself in Su Hanxiao's clutches, narrowly escaping a gruesome death. To his amusement, this foolish woman, infatuated and deluded, had mistaken him for her destined partner, clandestinely rescuing him from the dungeons and eloping with him. Even now, he cannot help but chuckle, filled with scorn for this woman who naively believes she has captured his heart. She is merely a vessel of her own making, an imbecile devoid of intellect. He has no desire to bind himself in matrimony with such a fool. Who knows, she might ultimately lead him to his own demise. Yet, he harbors a flicker of anticipation. When he eventually casts her aside with a single kick, will she lament her decision to disregard his master's counsel and follow a scoundrel like him? Alas, it is too late now. I shall transform into a beacon of righteousness and impart a lesson she shall not forget. In the realm of mountains and seas, amidst the myriad demon mountains, an ancient palace stands. "Your Highness, that demon has declared a complete severance of ties with you." A demon man, with a serpentine head and a human body, knelt before her, inquiring if she wished to respond. Perched upon the throne was a breathtaking figure, draped in a flowing black gown, her silhouette both alluring and elegant. Lu Ruoshuang, the fourth disciple of Su Hanxiao, possessed the bloodline of the demon race, specifically a lineage of ancient demon emperors, rendering her a half-demon. Years ago, Su Hanxiao had dispatched his subordinates to capture countless demons for alchemical purposes, which deeply offended Lu Ruoshuang. After all, there are virtuous beings among the demon race. Why must they be exterminated entirely? Just because, in ancient times, the demon race viewed the human race as mere sustenance? Did Su Hanxiao not realize that the blood of demons coursed through her veins as well? Witnessing him slay and refine her kin before her very eyes caused her heart to bleed. Very well, let him sever ties as he wishes. Understood, Your Highness. The serpentine demon man bowed his head, a glimmer of disdain and cruelty flickering in his vertical pupils. This wretched creature is but a half-demon, a complete hybrid. How dare she consider herself their sovereign, issuing orders as if she were their queen? And to speak of reviving the glory of the demon race? Such a hybrid hardly deserves that title. Once the demon kings have fully encircled her, he shall ensure that she regrets ever daring to stand above him in arrogance. The other disciples hardly cared for this matter, even finding it somewhat agreeable. Even if Su Hanxiao severed ties with them, they remained indifferent, save for one figure. Beneath the moonlight, a woman clad in a chest-binding gown, adorned with ethereal sleeves, soared gracefully through the air. With each step, an icy lotus blossomed beneath her feet. Unlike the others, Gu Qingshui wore an expression of urgency, mingled with a certain fury. These individuals have disappointed me greatly, regardless of his flaws. Our master has shown us kindness. This group not only fails to express gratitude, but also stands by, coldly observing as our master is slandered. What difference is there from kicking him while he is down? Especially that wretched Su Qingji. How dare she utter such words about our master's precious pupil? Infuriating. As the flames of rage surged within her, Gu Qingshue's face was once again marked by worry and anxiety. Her master had sustained severe injuries to his Tao, with his meridians already fractured and his foundation unstable. The recent events would undoubtedly have angered those treacherous individuals, and if his injuries worsened, the consequences would be dire. I must return swiftly, she thought, hoping that the heavenly treasures in her possession could aid her master's condition. As these thoughts fluttered through her mind, Gu Qingxue unleashed a more potent aura, her speed through the air increasing exponentially. An orphan since childhood, she had fled a war-torn land. Escaping from a ramshackle shelter she had finally found. While traversing the wilderness, she had encountered a fierce snowstorm, nearly succumbing to the biting cold one fateful night. It was by chance that Su Hanxiao passed by and rescued her from the brink of death in the snow. That day remained etched in her memory. Amidst the howling northern winds and swirling snowflakes, clad in nothing but tattered garments, she could only feel her life ebbing away in the frigid air until that tall, striking figure emerged through the tempest. He approached, braving the swirling snow and moonlight, digging her out from the snowdrift, lifting her effortlessly, murmuring, "It doesn't matter. I already have several disciples. One more 1T hurt. If you possess the aptitude for cultivation, you shall follow me as your master from now on." From that moment forth, she was bestowed with a new name, Gu Qingxue, symbolizing her encounter with him on that snowy night. She understood that her life had been salvaged by her master. Everything she possessed belonged to him. Even if the entire world stood against her master, she would steadfastly remain by his side. Everything he articulated and executed was undoubtedly correct, accompanied by his rationale, and she would never question it. "Master, wait for my return." Gu Qingxue urged herself, accelerating her pace, slicing through the falling snow with fervor. The mere thought of not being by her master's side, allowing those treacherous souls to chill his heart, filled her with an inexplicable pang of anguish. The image of her master, isolated and facing the world alone, struck her heart with a sharp pain. Those treacherous wolves deserved their fate. Chapter 14. Have I truly misunderstood my master? Meanwhile, within a vast peach orchard, the air was thick with the intoxicating fragrance of blossoms. As she delved deeper into the orchard, Zhang Ruoming's gaze fell upon a figure seated under a peach tree. Immersed in meditation, ethereal energy floated in the air, shimmering like countless stars, continuously flowing into the body of the meditating youth, bathed in the glow of the blossoms. The young man appeared exceptionally handsome, causing ripples of enchantment to stir within Zhang Ruoming's beautiful eyes. "Xiaogu," she exclaimed joyfully, instantly leaping into Xiaoling's embrace. "Ruoming, you have come," Xiaoling replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips. As he wrapped his arms around her slender waist, an eerie black mist coiled around his fingertips, seeping into her being like smoke. Unbeknownst to Zhang Ruoming, she was blissfully unaware of this intrusion, behaving like a lovesick maiden as she nestled against Xiaoling's broad chest, playfully indulging in her affection. While relishing this sensation, she remained oblivious to the underlying currents at play. Originally, Zhang Ruoming had felt a profound sense of guilt and melancholy due to the severed ties with Su Hanxiao, but now those feelings had vanished entirely. What did it matter that their relationship was ended? Su Hanxiao was her sworn enemy. He was the one who had annihilated Xiao Ji's entire family, robbing her of the happiness she was meant to share with him. Such a wretched being would never be her mentor. As Xiao Ling gently combed Zhang Ruoming's silky black hair, he inquired with a hint of curiosity, I have heard that Su Hanxiao has severed ties with you. Are you no longer his disciple? Is this true? Indeed, Zhang Ruoming replied dismissively. I couldn't be more pleased to be rid of him. Now that our relationship is severed, I can finally avenge Xiao Gu. It is this accursed fiend who caused the deaths of my uncle and aunt. Now that we share no bond of teacher and disciple, even if I were to take his life myself, the world would not blame me. As she spoke, a glimmer of determination sparkled in her beautiful eyes. Xiao Gu, wait for me a little longer. I shall avenge my uncle and aunt, and unveil the true, hideous nature of Su Hanxiao to the world. Thank you, Ruoming. Meeting you has been truly delightful, Xiao Ling said, his expression filled with emotion. Yet, within his heart, he sighed with relief. He could sense that the fortune-changing curse he had planted within Zhang Ruoming had not been extracted by anyone. This indicated that Su Hanxiao had genuinely ceased to care for her well-being. His plan could finally come to fruition. As a family skilled in the art of gu cultivation, the Xiao family chose their betrothed with utmost care. The purpose of such unions was not for marriage, but for the cultivation of gu. From the moment of her birth, Zhang Ruoming had been targeted by the Xiao family. With her unparalleled wanling divine body, she was an exquisite vessel for gu cultivation. Ancient texts spoke of a legendary gu king that could be forged using a wanling divine body as a container, embedding 49 varieties of gu worms, thus gaining the ability to control all gu in existence. Moreover, the bearer of the wanling divine body was inherently a natural gu master. Xiao Ling intended to thoroughly extract Zhang Ruoming's worth, utilizing her as a vessel for gu cultivation while simultaneously employing the fortune-changing curse to transfer all her innate talents and attributes to himself. In doing so, he would have the opportunity to ascend to a higher realm through the mastery of gu. Though he felt a twinge of guilt towards his childhood betrothed, Zhang Ruoming had been chosen by the Xiao family to fulfill their ultimate ambition. Given her deep affection for him, she would surely be willing to offer everything she had. Wouldn't she? His initial plans had nearly reached fruition, only a few steps away from success, when Su Hanxiao intervened, causing everything to unravel. Even his Xiao family had been obliterated by Su Hanxiao's machinations. He vividly recalled the devastation of that genocide. Su Hanxiao was nothing short of monstrous. Centered around his Xiao family, everything had crumbled, leaving no survivors among those connected to them. He had thought that the Xiao family's aspirations were utterly extinguished. Yet, unexpectedly, Zhang Ruoming, this kind-hearted individual, had once again presented an opportunity to him. This time, with Su Hanxiao out of the picture, his plans were destined for success. Su Hanxiao, once I successfully seize everything from Zhang Ruoming and cultivate the Wanjing Gu King, I shall ensure that you meet an untimely demise. Xiao Ling's eyes glimmered with a cold light. The enmity of a destroyed clan is irreconcilable. After departing from the peach blossom forest, Zhang Ruoming hummed a tune, her spirits remarkably high. However, at that moment, a figure unexpectedly emerged ahead. The individual wore a conical hat and a raincoat, carrying a square bamboo cage made of unknown materials on their back, exuding an aura of an inscrutable hermit. With a slight frown, Zhang Ruoming felt a surge of vigilance, her internal energy swirling. The person under the conical hat was gazing at her with captivating eyes, and under that piercing gaze, Zhang Ruoming felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Almost instinctively, she reached for the communication jade talisman at her waist, wishing to contact her master for reassurance. Yet, upon touching the talisman and not sensing the familiar aura, she suddenly realized that her master had severed ties with her. A profound sense of emptiness and insecurity welled up within her as she drew her sword, her voice laced with caution. Who are you? I am a disciple of the Taichu sacred land. The mysterious figure, cloaked in the shadows of the forest, seemed indifferent to Zhang Ruoming's identity. After confirming something, they shook their head with a hint of regret. What a pity, you have already been afflicted by the fate-transforming gu, and your time is short. Such a remarkable Wanjing divine body is truly a loss. I had hoped to encounter a promising talent on this journey, but alas. The figure sighed, leaning on their staff, and turned to stroll in another direction within the forest. Zhang Ruoming was momentarily taken aback, filled with confusion. Fate-transforming gu? What is that? Despite her bewilderment, Zhang Ruoming was not a fool. Even from a distance, she had felt the mysterious figures gaze upon her, as if they were observing a pitiable corpse. Senior, please wait. Zhang Ruoming gritted her teeth and, steeling herself, pursued, I implore you to guide me. It was not merely the figure's gaze that instilled dread within her. It was primarily the echoes of similar words she had once heard. Words spoken by her own master, Su Hanxiao. At that time, She had questioned her master about why they had torn her from her beloved Xiao brother, and even annihilated the entire Xiao clan. Su Hanxiao had simply stated that Xiao Ling had placed a goo on her, a particularly cruel one at that. Back then, she had refused to believe it and found no abnormalities within herself. Thus, she dismissed it as her master's absurd excuse to alleviate her hatred towards the other. Yet now, seeing an enigmatic elder, seemingly a goo master, utter such words, the seed of doubt that had long turned to ashes began to take root and sprout anew within her heart. For the first time, a thought emerged from the depths of her being, one she was reluctant to accept. Could it be that I truly misjudged my master? Chapter 15. The Shadow Pavilion Strikes, the Truth of the Year. Yet, this feeling comes swiftly and departs just as quickly. Zhang Ruoming vigorously shook her head. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence. Xiaoling and I are childhood companions. We have grown up together. How could he possibly wish me harm? Perhaps this sudden appearance of the sorcerer was orchestrated by Su Hanxiao to stage a play for me. It seemed that this rationale convinced her. The more she contemplated, the more she affirmed her belief. Indeed, it must be so. I must unveil his sinister machinations. Su Hanxiao, do you think this will instill guilt within me? That I will seek atonement? Dream on. As night quietly descended, outside the Taichu's sacred land, numerous cities flourished, illuminated and bustling with energy. In a shadowy corner of Maple Leaf City, several figures clad in dark attire lurked like phantoms, gathering in this place. The target has been confirmed. Blood Rakshasa is indeed Su Hanxiao's sixth disciple, Li Qingyi. The destruction of the Li family village cultivation base was also orchestrated by Su Hanxiao. As this declaration echoed, another voice quickly responded, that damned Su Hanxiao. The Shadow Pavilion has never provoked him. The Li family village cultivation base was one of the most crucial assets of our Shadow Pavilion. It was precisely because of its destruction that we lost numerous exceptional new talents. No matter, we shall reclaim this debt in due time. Moreover, Su Hanxiao is quite enigmatic. With a mysterious background, dealing with him requires careful planning. Our immediate priority is to retrieve Blood Rakshasa, Li Qingyi, and report back. According to reliable intelligence, Su Hanxiao has completely severed ties with Li Qingyi. Thus, we anticipate that our operation tonight will proceed smoothly. Now, we merely await the bait to lure this fish to the designated location. As the final voice faded away, the shadowy figures melded seamlessly into the darkness, vanishing like ink. On the other side, in Maple Leaf City, at the Drunken Wind Tower, I never imagined you were still alive. I am truly overjoyed to see you, Li Qingyi exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she grasped the hands of the woman before her. However, despite their similar ages, their appearances were starkly different. One resembled a weathered matron, with youthful beauty long ravaged by the elements, leaving behind the ugly traces of time. The other remained youthful and enchanting, with skin like creamy jade, reminiscent of a celestial maiden. Particularly striking were her delicate, fair fingers, which contrasted sharply with the cracked, gnarled hands of the other woman. Ah, indeed. I never expected we would meet again. Li Yuanyuan's voice was somewhat stiff. Had you not responded to my letter, I might have mistaken you for someone else. You are completely transformed from the person I once knew. You are truly beautiful now. Li Qingyi, in her excitement, failed to notice the flicker of jealousy and hatred in Li Yuanyuan's eyes as she held her hands, akin to a lump of filth in the mire, enviously gazing at a radiant pearl basking in the moonlight. For years, I have been searching for you, yet no matter the means I employed, I was met with silence. Tears shimmered in the corners of Li Qingyi's eyes, but today, I have finally found you. As she spoke, a glimmer of cold light flickered in the depths of her beautiful gaze, and rest assured, I have uncovered the identity of the culprit responsible for the destruction of the Li family village. Fear not. I shall ensure that that wretch pays dearly for the suffering we endured. Upon hearing these words, especially the mention of suffering, the hatred within Li Yuanyuan's pupils surged even more fiercely. However, this fleeting emotion quickly dissipated. A slightly stiff expression of emotion graced Li Yuanyuan's face, and she added, Indeed. Qingyi, it is not just me. Others survived the tragedy of Li family village back then. Yet their current status is that of refugees, unable to enter Maple Leaf City. They are waiting outside. Shall I take you to meet them? Really? That would be wonderful. A look of joy illuminated Li Qingyi's face, devoid of any doubt as she followed Li Yuanyuan towards the outskirts of the city. However, the striking contrast between a stunning celestial being from the realm of cultivation and a weary, haggard woman resembling a refugee drew the attention of many cultivators. Li Qingyi, possessing a strong spirit, remained unfazed. Conversely, Li Yuanyuan, who had suffered countless hardships and endured disdain over the years, felt a sharp pang in her heart under their scrutinizing gazes, as if her dignity was gradually crumbling. She felt as though she had been reduced to mere manure, serving only to complement the blossoming flower that was Li Qingyi. Her dwindling sense of self-worth was relentlessly torn apart by those piercing gazes, akin to blades. Li Qingyi deserved to perish. She truly did. Burdened by jealousy and resentment, Li Yuan finally led Li Qingyi away from Maple Leaf City and into a grove nearby. Yuan. Where do you say they are? Why can I sense nothing at all? Li Qingyi inquired, perplexed. She had not only failed to see anyone around, but even her divine sense yielded no awareness. The night was particularly thick, enveloping the surroundings in tranquility, save for the rustling of leaves. From the moment they entered the grove, Li Yuan ceased to engage with her. The series of strange occurrences ignited a strong sense of foreboding within Li Qingyi. Yuan. You buzz. Before she could finish her sentence, a peculiar formation seemed to activate. Countless runes ascended from the shadowy depths of the forest like fireflies, intertwining and illuminating the air, swiftly sealing off the space surrounding them for miles. The spirit-sealing Grand Array. This was a specialized barrier formation, capable of temporarily sealing off a realm, typically employed during ambushes. Li Yuan, why are you doing this? Even Li Qingyi, despite her naivety, grasped the situation. She had fallen into a trap, led astray by Li Yuan. Why? Standing in the night, Li Yuan faced away from Li Qingyi. As she spoke, laughter gradually escaped her lips, her body beginning to tremble. In the tranquility of the night, Li Yuan's laughter pierced the silence, eerie and unsettling. Why, you ask? Li Yuan suddenly turned her head. The innocent facade she had worn for so long vanished entirely, replaced by a frenzied and grotesque expression. What right do you have to claim that you have suffered as I have, as we all have? You are undoubtedly the most fortunate among us. Taken as a disciple by a prominent figure in the realm of cultivation, you have enjoyed years of splendor and wealth, becoming a revered and adored celestial being. And what of me? I barely survived, only to be sold into slavery, enduring untold hardships. Now, upon our reunion, you appear as a celestial goddess from the heavens, while I resemble a peasant girl struggling in the mud. How dare you speak of suffering before me? We hail from the same village, once. I outshone you in every aspect. Why is it that after that calamity, you thrive while I languish? What do you think you are? To stand before me and speak of hardship? Today, I shall drag you down to hell with me. Chapter 16. What has she done? Boom. Almost the instantly Yuan's words fell. A cacophony of explosive sounds erupted from all directions of the forest. Shadows clad in black leapt into the air, attacking Li Qingyi from impossible angles. Are you members of the Shadow Pavilion? Though she had initially doubted Su Hanxiao's words, Li Qingyi had investigated the Shadow Pavilion and was well aware of the characteristics of its practitioners. They often donned dark attire suitable for stealth and were exceptionally skilled at remaining undetected. The sudden appearance of these black-clad figures instinctively reminded Li Qingyi of the Shadow Pavilion. A long knife was swiftly drawn from the void by Li Qingyi. Accompanied by the sharp sound of the blade, she infused her spiritual energy into the weapon, her body moving with the grace of a swallow as she soared into the air, effortlessly evading the oncoming sword lights. With a flick of her wrist, the long knife cleaved through the air. Shin you break. Boom, boom, boom. A dazzling arc of blade light erupted forth, cascading like a silver waterfall. Wherever the torrent of blade energy passed, the earth shattered, and debris flew in all directions. Several practitioners from the Shadow Pavilion, attacking from all sides, were instantly engulfed by the blade light, spewing blood and hurtling backward like kites severed from their strings. Yet, in the next moment, a sharp whistle pierced the air. A blood arrow shot forth from deep within the forest, piercing through the void and transforming into a massive crimson wolf, its gaping maw aimed directly at Li Qingyi's face. With no means to evade in midair, Li Qingyi could only roar in defiance, bracing herself to meet the arrow head-on. Boom. The pure white light of the blade collided with the crimson wave in the air, sending ripples throughout the void. Li Qingyi coughed up blood, instantly propelled backward from the epicenter of the explosion, her grip on the knife faltering as the blade struck the ground, sliding several meters before she finally managed to halt her retreat. However, she too bore serious injuries. Bloodstains marred the garments, with crimson liquid ceaselessly flowing forth, hair disheveled, presenting a truly disheveled appearance. Indeed, a mere peak practitioner of the Dao Palace could withstand a strike from me and sustain but slight injuries. You have every reason to be proud. Amidst a light laugh, a figure clad in black, bearing a longbow and a robust aura, emerged from the depths of the dense forest, donning a white mask. Greetings, Elder Su Hanxiao. The few shadowy figures of the Shadow Pavilion, who had been sent flying, disregarded their pain and hastily knelt on one knee to show respect. An elder of the Shadow Pavilion at the Xian level. Li Qingyi's expression darkened. The hierarchy of the Shadow Pavilion was distinctly defined, encompassing 4 levels: Tiandi, Xian, Huang, and the Elder levels. The Xian level elder corresponded to practitioners at the Purple Mansion realm. Yet, she never anticipated that the Shadow Pavilion would dispatch a Xian level elder to hunt her down. Li Yuan, why have you done this? What have I done to deserve your hatred? Li Qingyi reiterated her question. If you kill me, who will avenge the suffering we have endured? To avenge our suffering? Li Yuan hesitated for a moment before bursting into laughter, as though hearing a grand jest. Li Qingyi, after all these years, you remain so self-righteous. Wiping the tears from her eyes, her voice dripped with scorn. We are the inheritors of the Shadow Pavilion. Our lives are destined to be devoted to the great Shadow Pavilion. The carefree childhood we experienced in the family village was thanks to the pavilion. Yet, before the organization could cultivate us, your detestable master, Su Hanxiao, ruined everything. At this point, her demeanor shifted to one of madness, fury flashing in her eyes. You are to blame, and your master deserves the same fate. If it weren't for his meddling, we could have received the pavilion's training at the cultivation base, and I would have had the opportunity to become part of the Shadow Pavilion, perhaps even an elder. He destroyed everything for me and allowed you, that wretched woman, to live better than I. Why? I refuse to accept this. Before Li Yuan could finish her words, a glimmer of a blade appeared. At the behest of the Xuanjia elder, a powerful figure from the Shadow Pavilion swiftly beheaded Li Yuan, her severed head and lifeless body falling to the ground simultaneously. Yet, her face remained contorted in a grotesque expression of madness. Someone like you thinks you can join the Shadow Pavilion? Do you truly believe we accept refuse? You tarnish our reputation. Li Qingyi stood frozen in place, gazing at that familiar, twisted visage, momentarily lost in thought. In that instant, she seemed to grasp many truths, yet also wished to remain oblivious. In just a few sentences, Li Yuan had inadvertently divulged a wealth of information, the cultivation base, being a part of the Shadow Pavilion. She suddenly recalled her earlier conversation with her master. I told you, Li Family Village is merely a cultivation base for the Shadow Pavilion. Your true lineage is something entirely different. You are not from Li Family Village. You were abducted. Do you understand? I do not understand, nor do I believe it. She had vehemently retorted in the great hall, her voice laced with resentment. Today is the last time I shall ever call you master. Master? Do you think I am unaware? You are attempting to sever my ties to worldly desires through such extreme measures. However, do I not wish to disentangle myself from the past? Is it not your intention to guide me along the so-called path of ruthlessness? Very well, I shall pursue it. The path of ruthlessness requires the eradication of 7 emotions. Master, assist me in severing my longing for home and my familial bonds. As for the 3rd, I shall personally sever the bond between us, master and disciple. In light of the years of nurturing you have bestowed upon me, I shall spare your life for now. Yet from this moment forth, our relationship shall no longer hold the ties of master and disciple. At that moment, she was utterly blinded by hatred, unable to absorb any words of wisdom, obstinately convinced that her pursuit of truth was the only verity. From that day onward, she completely turned against her master, viewing him as her nemesis, vowing to one day avenge the tragic deaths of the villagers from Li Family Village by slaying Su Hanxiao. Yet, until today, she has come to a profoundly ironic realization, belatedly comprehending the truth. Everything her master declared was indeed accurate. She was the one who was entirely in the wrong. Moreover, if it were true that her master annihilated Li Family Village to rescue her from its grasp, then he not only saved her life but also granted her a rebirth. Yet, what had she done? She had regarded her master as her greatest enemy, unilaterally severing their bond, even hurling disparaging words at him. Until recently, when her master found himself ensnared in a web of rumors, subjected to scorn and slander from countless disciples of the sacred grounds. Yet she did not merely stand by idly. She relished in his misfortune, feeling a perverse sense of satisfaction. What had she truly done? Chapter 17. Even with unparalleled talent. Why do you still struggle so? Li Qingyi's body trembled. She suddenly recalled numerous past events, her master's meticulous guidance, the treasures he brought back from his travels to enhance her cultivation potential. Whenever she felt despondent, doubting her innate talent for cultivation, her master would always offer gentle comfort. Yet, due to a singular incident, she had branded him her foe, casting aside the nurturing he had provided. Memories of the past transformed into blades of recollection, slicing through the depths of her being, unleashing a deluge of regret. Li Qingyi trembled, finding it difficult to even grasp the long sword in her hand. Boom! At that moment, Elder Su Hanxiao suddenly materialized, delivering a fierce kick to her abdomen, sending her hurtling through the air. Do you think I am here to indulge you in a charade, to witness your sudden enlightenment? Elder Su Hanxiao, somewhat displeased, presented her with two choices. First, to willingly cease her struggle and return with us to the Shadow Pavilion. Second, to be grievously injured and forcibly taken back. Ding. Detecting the female lead Li Qingyi's profound remorse towards her master, villain merit points, 1500. Meanwhile, at the Flying Immortal Peak, Su Hanxiao sat cross-legged, diligently utilizing villain merit points to cleanse himself of the burdens of myriad karma, when he suddenly heard the system's announcement. Before he could even open his eyes, the system's voice continued to resonate. Master, it seems your disciple has learned the truth tonight and is now filled with regret. Would you like to witness the pathetic state of Li Qingyi, that ingrate, who is now weeping uncontrollably? I can project a close-up for you. Su Hanxiao scoffed, shaking his head. He had anticipated this day, though he had not expected its arrival to be so swift. And what was there to behold in such a treacherous wretch? It merely hindered his cultivation. Master, one must not speak thus. You currently possess four extraordinary physiques. Once you extract the innate supreme bone from that ingrate, Su Qingyi, you will wield 5 physiques, granting you unparalleled talent, making cultivation as effortless as eating and drinking. Moreover, one can cultivate at any time. But entertainment is not always readily available. I shall not concern myself. I will project it for you. Whether you choose to watch is entirely up to you. Buzz. In the next instant, a luminous screen, visible only to Su Hanxiao, unfolded before him, instantly filling his entire field of vision. He felt as though he were ensconced in a 3D theater, witnessing everything that Li Qingyi was enduring at that moment. To further enhance his experience, the system provided a brief narrative to summarize the unfolding events. With a profound understanding of the situation, Su Hanxiao felt no tumult within. Rather, his smile grew increasingly sardonic. How absurd! He could hardly fathom the audacity of Li Qingyi, lamenting her plight in front of Li Yuanyuan. Since he had taken in this ungrateful wretch and nurtured her, Li Qingyi had sailed smoothly through life, never needing to endure the harsh trials that countless disciples yearned to face in order to acquire coveted treasures. With but a few words, her cultivation aptitude had risen significantly. In stark contrast was Li Yuanyuan, whose weary appearance spoke of endless suffering, creating a striking disparity against Li Qingyi's radiant and ethereal facade. Yet, Li Qingyi still perceived herself as a fellow sufferer alongside Li Yuanyuan, adopting a posture of shared grievance and sympathy. Only a fool would not recognize that she was deliberately mocking him with her pretentious display. Blissfully ignorant of her fortune, she mistook her blessings for misfortunes. Such foolishness and ingratitude were truly repugnant. What further amused and disgusted him was the sight of Li Hani, pressed to the ground, instinctively reaching for a communication jade talisman, a talisman capable of sending him messages, yet completely forgetting this matter. Su Hanxiao tapped his forehead, retrieving several special jade talismans from his storage space. After erasing their auras, he shattered them all, leaving only Gu Qingshue's communication talisman. Did she wish to implore him for assistance? Not a chance. Cough, cough, cough. Struck down and gravely wounded, Li Qingyi coughed up a mouthful of blood. Her spirit diminished to its lowest ebb. However, she ultimately refrained from using that communication talisman, instead carefully tucking it back into her bosom. She understood that she was not in a position to seek her master's aid. This was her own transgression. It was a debt she must repay herself. Heavenly thunder slash. Li Qingyi let out a resounding roar, even willing to ignite her own source blood, engaging in a reckless act of self-damage to inflict harm upon her foes. She had no choice. The disparity in strength was insurmountable. Not only had the Elder of the Shadow Pavilion clad in dark armor arrived, but also a concealed Elder of the Profound E, 2 practitioners from the Purple Mansion realm, along with several Shadow Pavilion cultivators surrounding her, poised for ambush. Even as Li Qingyi burned her source blood for a surge of strength, she found herself ensnared in a desperate plight. The blade imbued with the might of thunder was met head-on by the armored Elder, piercing through without evasion. Before the tumultuous thunderlight had dissipated, the Elder of the Profound E had appeared like a specter not far from her, wielding a long spear. He unleashed a tempest of laws that ravaged half of Li Qingyi's body, leaving it a bloody mess. Bloodblade. Perhaps due to the dire circumstances or perhaps fueled by intense regret and unwillingness, Li Qingyi became extraordinarily frenzied. The source blood within her merged with her long blade, transforming it into a colossal crimson shadow. With a decisive swing, she unleashed a thunderous strike. Boom! The descending blade light surged like a crimson tide, causing the surrounding area to tremble violently. A thick mist of blood rapidly spread, greatly hindering the subsequent actions of the Shadow Pavilion's formidable warriors. In terms of combat spirit, she indeed held her own. Li Qingyi possessed an ancient bloodline, allowing her to burn her source blood without the inability to recover, unlike others. Moreover, this explosive style of combat consumed relatively less energy. The extreme technique of Bloodblade resonated profoundly with her current state, often enabling her to unleash power far exceeding her present capabilities. Listening to her master fail to enjoy the spectacle and instead commenting like a mere observer, the system could only feel exasperated. I intended for you to revel in the excitement, to feel elated, to cheer for the carnage wrought by Li Qingyi, the ungrateful wretch. Yet, here you are, critiquing while cultivating. With your unparalleled physique and talents, must you still engage in such relentless competition? You do not indulge in the pleasures of vengeance. Instead, you continue to cultivate, perpetuating this cycle of internal strife. How are the other cultivators across the realms meant to survive? Chapter 18. A perverse enjoyment of others' pain and sorrow? Boom. Thanks to the shielding of the Grand Formation, even amidst the ceaseless roars within the forest, no one paid heed to the explosive battle unfolding. In mere moments, Li Qingyi's garments had been thoroughly soaked in blood, transforming into a vivid crimson, despite her unique constitution, allowing her to continuously burn her source blood for a frenzied outburst. The gap in combat prowess remained overwhelmingly vast. Just as she had expended her utmost effort to finally slay a Shadow Pavilion cultivator, she was ambushed from behind by another, a sword cleaving into her back, leaving her grievously wounded. The excruciating pain nearly caused Li Qingyi to lose consciousness, yet driven by the depths of her regret and unwillingness, she pressed on. Li Qingyi, with her body battered and bruised, turned once more to unleash a devastating blood blade. With a resounding crash, the crimson blade energy surged forth like a tempest, slicing the ambushing Shadow Pavilion cultivator into countless fragments. Damn it! Why are this fellow's bones so resilient? Witnessing yet another Shadow Pavilion cultivator meet a gruesome demise, the two elder members of the Shadow Pavilion felt a wave of dread and anguish. Including themselves, they had dispatched a total of 14 individuals for this endeavor. Aside from the two of them at the Purple Mansion realm, the remaining 12 were all distinguished cultivators of the Dao Palace realm. Such a lavish assembly aimed at subduing Li Qingyi, a mere Dao Palace cultivator, was not only excessive but akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Yet, as the battle unfolded, they had failed to overpower her, and half of their subordinates had already perished. That wretched Li Qingyi had been subtly reaching for something at her waist, which seemed to be a communication jade talisman. I could sense Su Hanxiao's aura upon it. We cannot afford to delay any longer. We must resolve this swiftly. If that fellow Su Hanxiao learns of the events unfolding here and arrives, it would spell disaster. Although Su Hanxiao rarely intervened, the aura he exuded was profoundly ominous and unfathomable. Each of his interventions was bound to be earth-shattering, ensuring the enemy's inevitable demise. Thus, despite recognizing Li Qingyi as the blood fiend they had sought for so long, they still dared not act. Exhausted to the brink of collapse, feeling as if every bone and cell in her body yearned to surrender, Li Qingyi was suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of bitter self-mockery and regret upon hearing those words. She had already come to a grim realization. The communication jade talisman bestowed upon her by her master, though still faintly imbued with his essence, could no longer establish contact. The day her master severed ties with her was the day all communication was irrevocably cut. Indeed, as he had proclaimed, from that moment forth, through storms and sunlight, in life and death, they would no longer be connected. Their fates had reached an irrevocable conclusion today. There was no hatred to speak of, only regret filled her heart. Uncertain whether it was blood or tears that streamed from her eyes, she recalled the rumors of her master suffering grievous injuries in his path of cultivation, rendering him unable to act without exacerbating his condition. Yet once, believing herself to have mastered his true teachings, she foolishly ventured into a perilous secret realm. The scene remained etched in her memory. She had violated the realm's rules and was relentlessly pursued by a tide of monstrous beasts, ultimately finding herself in a nearly fatal predicament. Many elders from the sacred grounds deemed her beyond salvation and abandoned her, ceasing any futile attempts at rescue. In that moment of despair, her master, rumored to be gravely injured, transcended the void from the sacred grounds, descending to her aid. Below, a tumultuous sea of ferocious beasts awaited, yet the heavens were rent asunder by an overwhelming force as her master descended, defying the light. Even in the face of severe injuries, he came to her side. The master continued to eradicate the ferocious beasts like a relentless tide. However, at that time, the master was drenched in blood, and it seemed that the backlash from his injuries had rendered his complexion particularly pale, even though he was deliberately enduring the pain. She could perceive his body trembling from agony. Reflecting on that moment now, it must have been an excruciating experience for him, perhaps even more so than what she endures today, despite being acutely aware of his severe injuries and the danger of acting recklessly. He rushed to her aid without hesitation upon learning of her peril. It was as though her heart had been pierced by countless steel needles. The pain in her heart eclipsed the physical torment she felt. Tears mingled with blood cascaded down her face. This time, the master would not come again. She had to rely on herself to reverse her dire situation. I cannot perish, nor can I be taken back to the Shadow Pavilion. I must return to the sacred land. I must atone to my master. In a whirlwind of intense regret and unwillingness, even when struck violently by Elder Su Hanxiao, her ribs shattered, and bone fragments pierced her organs, causing waves of excruciating pain throughout her body. Li Qingyi still staggered to her feet, spitting blood. Her eyes aflame with determination, unleashing the blood blade once more. A torrent of crimson surged forth, sweeping away the approaching Shadow Pavilion cultivators once again. Li Qingyi's expression was ferocious, her robes completely stained with blood. Ignoring the pain, unafraid of death, she resolved to burn everything she had to carve a bloody path. She had to return and seek forgiveness from her master, to tell him earnestly that she had truly realized her mistakes. Ding! Detected a strong sense of remorse from Li Qingyi towards her master. Villain merit value 3,000. Listening to the incessant notifications echoing in his ears, Su Hanxiao felt no stirrings in his heart, even revealing a genuine expression of delight. Well, what a bountiful harvest! Previously, he had been overly indulgent towards these disciples, unable to bear seeing them suffer even the slightest hardship, even at the risk of incurring the backlash of injuries, entangled with the burdens of the heavens. He had disregarded his principles. Yet now, perhaps free from the burdensome influence of the plot, or perhaps severing ties had dissolved that karma. He felt a growing sense of satisfaction as Li Qingyi became increasingly desperate and regretful. It felt as though he was gradually reclaiming the dominance he once wielded in the upper realms. Was he a sadist who reveled in the suffering and sorrow of others? He chuckled softly, shaking his head. Unless fortune favored her against all odds, it was highly probable that Li Qingyi would perish today. However, witnessing the once ungrateful wolf now in such pain and disarray, he found himself hoping she would endure a little longer. After all, he had yet to fully relish this experience. Just then, Su Hanxiao suddenly paused, for within the magnified image, he saw a shadow rapidly approaching in the dark forest. Upon closer inspection, the figure was none other than Zhang Ruoming. Chapter 19. No dogs allowed. Do not advise others to be kind. This fellow is truly insane. The expressions of Elder Su Hanxiao and the others were exceedingly grim. Li Qingyi was on the brink of death, yet he still found the strength to weep, his cries echoing with heart-wrenching despair. Could it be that he had been rendered senseless by their relentless assault? Despite the internal grievances, several practitioners from the Shadow Pavilion, swift and resolute, once more forged a united formation, intent on delivering a decisive blow to subdue Li Qingyi and bring the battle to a conclusive end. At that moment, Zhang Ruoming, having traced her way to this region through certain clues, produced several jade stones imbued with formations from her bosom and cast them into the void. Instantly, a myriad of runes coalesced into a tempest of thunder, crashing down from the heavens above. With a sharp crack, vast expanses of space shattered like glass. Do not harm my senior sister, she bellowed in rage, unleashing countless talismans with a wave of her hand. Each talisman radiated formidable divine might, descending with overwhelming force. The sudden turn of events left the Shadow Pavilion's practitioners aghast, hastily attempting to defend themselves. However, these talismans had been inscribed by the Zhang family's ancestors, harboring terrifying power. With a resounding explosion, the nearest practitioners were engulfed by the tidal wave of energy, instantaneously reduced to mere dust scattered across the air. As a flame talisman descended once more, flames surged into the sky, transforming into a continuous wall of fire that swiftly divided the battlefield, momentarily ensnaring two elders from the Shadow Pavilion. Let us go. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Ruoming unhesitatingly hoisted the gravely injured and weakened Li Qingyi onto her back and fled at full speed. observing this scene unfold from within the hall. Su Hanxiao's lips twitched in disbelief. According to the expected course of events, Li Qingyi, the ungrateful wretch, was surely doomed. Yet, unexpectedly, Zhang Ruoming had arrived out of nowhere, miraculously rescuing the mortally wounded Li Qingyi. One could only commend her as the protagonist of this tale. Truly, fate had not yet decreed his end. Perhaps it was yet another instance of the so-called unknown narrative intervening? At that moment, sensing something, Su Hanxiao gazed toward the hall's exit. Deep within the sanctum, several powerful oars ascended, swiftly tearing through the sky as they hastened away. These were a few elders from the sanctum, currently heading towards Maple Leaf City. It required no further thought. Zhang Ruoming, in her flight, must have employed some extraordinary means to relay the message to the sanctum, seeking the elders' assistance. Su Hanxiao, your disciple has fallen prey to an ambush by the Shadow Pavilion. Gravely injured and on the brink of death. As his master, can you truly stand idly by? An elder's voice resonated, urging Su Hanxiao to join their efforts. Why should I concern myself with this? Su Hanxiao replied coldly, shattering the voice in his mind with a surge of spiritual energy. After some contemplation, to prevent those individuals from disturbing his tranquility and hindering his cultivation, he erected a sign outside the palace, boldly inscribed with the words, Shenmingwei, Beigong Waner, Zhufengyan. Li Qingyi, Zhang Ruoming, and their ilk are forbidden entry. What audacity! Su Hanxiao seemed utterly indifferent to Li Qingyi's fate. The elder responsible for the message, seeing his communication obliterated, felt a surge of anger. After all, Li Qingyi was his disciple too. It suffices, does it not? Would he truly allow himself to witness his disciple's demise? The bond between a master and apprentice does not harbor enmity from one night to the next. Once the matter is laid bare, why delve so deeply into it? One cannot counsel others toward goodness without enduring their own suffering. Another elder of the sacred land cast a fleeting glance at his companion, sighing softly. In truth, Su Hanxiao has fulfilled all his responsibilities as a master. It is merely unfortunate that he has taken in a host of ungrateful wretches. Upon hearing this, the elder, who had initially felt a sense of injustice, fell silent, his words evaporating into the air. The events of the previous day had indeed stirred considerable upheaval, particularly as the higher-ups of the sacred land began to once again question the incident involving the defilement of the divine maiden. Perhaps there lay deeper secrets beneath the surface? Senior sister, it is all right now. I have relayed the happenings here back to the sacred land. Forcing a pill into Li Qingyi's mouth, Zhang Ruoming finally exhaled in relief, knowing that the elders would soon arrive to provide assistance, ensuring safety henceforth. However, Li Qingyi's countenance bore no trace of joy from having survived a calamity. Instead, a self-mocking and profoundly sorrowful expression emerged. Senior sister, you have misunderstood our master. The truth is indeed as he has said, the so-called Li family village is merely a secret breeding ground of the Shadow Pavilion. I am but a child abducted by those beasts. My true parents are elsewhere. My master is not my family's nemesis, rather. He has led me out of the abyss and granted me a new life. Yet, previously, I stubbornly and foolishly regarded him as my enemy. With a faint smile that belied her despair, Li Qingyi lamented, Master has treated me with such kindness, yet I have repeatedly betrayed him, even committing acts of treachery before uncovering the truth. I feel so wretched, so deserving of my fate. Zhang Ruoming remained silent, her senior sister's words piercing her heart like blades. For it was not only the senior sister who felt remorse, she, too, shared in that burden. Her urgency in seeking out her senior sister was motivated by a need for someone to confide in. For earlier that day, through tireless effort, she had finally gleaned a truth from an esteemed elder she encountered in the forest, garbed as a sorcerer. Indeed, she had been cursed, and the one who had ensnared her with this curse was likely none other than her most trusted childhood friend, Xiaoling. The elder's words echoed in her mind like a flickering slideshow. Young lady, our meeting is fate. In light of your courtesy and understanding, I shall offer you guidance. Your time is running short. You have been cursed with the change of fate goo, also known as the Peach Blossom Spring-Autumn goo. You must enter the Peach Blossom Grove at a specific time for the goo to continue its growth. I sense the fragrance of peach blossoms upon you. You must have just emerged from that grove, and you have frequented it quite a bit, have you not? The change of fate goo is a special inheritance of an ancient clan, and once the target is cursed, upon maturation, everything will be inherited by the one who cast the goo, taking all that you possess. Moreover, this malevolent individual, adept in the art of curses, seeks not only to inherit and seize all that belongs to you, but also intends to transform you into a vessel for cultivating the 10,000 spirits goo king. Within you lies not merely the transmutation of fate goo, but also numerous other goo larvae. Once these larvae hatch within your body, you will become a breeding ground for them, feasting upon your flesh and blood, devouring your innards, until ultimately, through a cycle of mutual consumption, only one goo remains, the 10,000 spirits goo king. And you, of course, will be the ultimate sacrifice, devoid of any hope for salvation. Chapter 20. The Tears of a Crocodile. Gu Qingxue returns to the sect. Hearing these words, Zhang Ruoming was struck as if by lightning, her complexion paling, as if plunged into an icy abyss. She had been cursed, and furthermore, she had been implanted with numerous goo larvae. How could this be possible? Why did she feel nothing at all? Yet, if what this venerable elder said were true, it would all make sense. She had indeed been somewhat allergic to pollen. Repeatedly discussing with Xiaoling the possibility of changing their meeting place. However, Xiaoling had always found various excuses to decline her requests. At the time, she thought little of it, merely attributing her brother Xiaoling's choice of the Peach Blossom Grove as a romantic inclination. But if this were the truth in the midst of Zhang Ruoming's bewilderment, the elder continued, however, you are not without a path to survival. It seems you are accompanied by an extraordinary individual. Initially, you were implanted with what appeared to be the transmutation of fake goo. But he managed to sever that connection through some means. Moreover, he employed a secret technique, causing the larvae that were reintroduced into your body to fall into a deep slumber. Given time, through natural metabolic processes, these larvae will eventually be expelled from your body. Alas, it seems you have fallen victim once more. Nonetheless, should you continue to seek assistance from that esteemed individual, there remains a chance for your salvation. There was one statement the elder refrained from uttering. He was wary of the unknown formidable figure behind Zhang Ruoming, which prevented him from coveting the extraordinary 10,000 spirits body, for only he understood the extent of Su Hanxiao's capabilities. To offend such a significant figure out of a moment's greed would be a grave miscalculation. Yet, upon hearing these words, Zhang Ruoming felt as if struck by lightning once again. The myriad clues in her mind began to coalesce. She suddenly recalled many things. Her master had previously warned her that Xiaoling was not a virtuous person and had secretly cursed her. At the time, she had examined her own body and found no abnormalities. It turned out that her master, concerned for her well-being, had long ago utilized transcendent means to sever all the goo that Xiaoling possessed. Yet she had foolishly misinterpreted her master's good intentions as malicious intent. Not only did she disregard her master's warnings, but she also confided in her most trusted brother Xiaoling regarding her plight. Now, Zhang Ruoming could only feel a profound sense of irony. Her master, who had silently supported her and carried the burden of her well-being, had been mistaken for a scheming adversary, even perceived as a malevolent spirit seeking to possess her. Instead, the one she cherished and trusted the most, brother Xiaoling, sought to drink her blood and consume her flesh, treating everything she was as mere stepping stones for his own advancement. Her mind was already blank, and the sudden revelation of the truth struck Zhang Ruoming like a thunderbolt, leaving her physically weakened. Ultimately, she swayed and collapsed to the ground, her eyes losing focus. Why had this happened? If this was indeed the reality of the situation, what had she done previously? She had regarded her master as an enemy, as a villain intent on tearing her away from Xiaoling. Not only did she harbor hatred in her heart, but when her master was in dire need of assistance, she transformed into a heartless ingrate, coldly observing and even reveling in her master's plight as he faced condemnation. What had she done? A surge of guilt and remorse washed over her like a tidal wave. Her master had severed ties with her. She was no longer his disciple. She had not only cut off her own path to survival, but had also lost the one person who truly cared for her. Now, awakening to her folly, it was all too late. Junior sister, do you not see? Zhang Ruoming stood frozen, her face ashen, her beautiful eyes reflecting a profound sorrow hidden beneath layers of regret. Li Qingyi began to grasp the gravity of the situation without uttering another word, allowing the darkness of the cave to envelop both herself and her junior sister. Yet, amidst the stillness, the sound of droplets hitting the ground echoed, a quiet reminder that these were not tears of gratitude from the mountain springs, but rather the tears of a creature known as the crocodile. As for the world outside, Su Hanxiao remained indifferent, turning his focus inward once more. All the villainous merit points he had acquired had been utilized to purify the burdens of worldly karma. The entanglement of the celestial karma that had plagued him had significantly diminished. Moreover, his cultivation had further progressed, reaching the pinnacle of the divine ability realm. In a single day, he had ascended from the early stage of the Purple Mansion to the peak of the Divine Ability Realm, an astonishingly rapid advancement. Previously, during his time in the Upper Realm, he had been ensnared by the celestial karma, requiring immense quantities of heavenly materials just to make minimal progress. Now, he once again experienced the exhilarating sensation of cultivation akin to the joys of eating and drinking. Ding! The protagonists Zhang Ruoming and Li Qingyi have developed intense feelings of regret towards the Master. Congratulations to the Master for earning 5,000 villain merit points. Su Hanxiao was momentarily taken aback. How could Zhang Ruoming also be experiencing such a mental upheaval? This little wolf cub was capable of feeling strong remorse for him? A hint of irony washed over him. In times of mischief, they had been companions, and now, in remorse, they were united. What a profound irony. At that moment, Su Hanxiao sensed a vibrating sound from a communication jade talisman in his storage space. Instinctively, he activated it, and soon, Gu Qingshue's anxious voice came through. Master, how are you? I am nearing the edge of the Taichu sacred land. A smile, the first to grace his usually indifferent face, appeared on Su Hanxiao's lips. Although he sometimes considered himself rather unfortunate, he found a flicker of joy in this moment. Upon reflection, one might consider the adage a blessing in disguise. Severing ties with those little wolf cubs and discovering a truly suitable disciple could indeed be deemed a fortuitous occurrence. Soon, the entire Taichu sacred land was once again enveloped in a wave of excitement, sparking fervent discussions among countless disciples. Have you heard? The Holy Maiden of Qing Snow has just returned to the sacred grounds. Many observed her countenance, which appeared exceedingly grim, as if she were suppressing a tempest of anger. The very air around her seemed poised to freeze in her wake. This marks the first time I have witnessed the Holy Maiden of Qing Snow in such a state of fury. Among the 8 disciples of Su Hanxiao, it is only the Holy Maiden of Qing Snow who is most attuned to his words and most concerned for him. You cannot imagine that upon her return to the sacred land, she stormed directly to the celestial prison in a fit of rage. It appears she intends to confront the Holy Maiden of Qingji directly. Surely, this promises to be quite the spectacle. Let us go and witness how the Holy Maiden of Qing Snow will discipline that wretched Qingji. In the dark confines of the celestial prison, a sharp sound echoed, an unmistakable slap, accompanied by Gu Kingsnow's voice, brimming with repressed fury and even murderous intent. Su Qingji, you miserable creature, unworthy even of a pig or a dog. For years, my master has nurtured you, transforming you from a homeless beggar into a holy maiden of the sacred land. Countless efforts have been invested. Instead of showing gratitude, you dare to defy my master so brazenly. You deserve to perish. Chapter 21. You are utterly unworthy of the supreme bone. Gu Kingsnow's face twisted in rage as she delivered a fierce slap to Su Qingji's face, causing her cheek to swell alarmingly and blood to trickle from the corner of her mouth. With her hair disheveled, Su Qingji, fueled by indignation, retaliated with a series of slaps that ignited her true fury, her beautiful eyes ablaze with wrath. Gu Qingno, by what right do you chastise me? Yes, I acknowledge my prior lack of respect towards my master. I have erred. Yet what I spoke was merely the truth. The ancient embodies an unparalleled path. My master, indifferent to worldly desires, possesses such a physique yet squanders his potential. If he truly regarded us as his disciples, he ought to invest in our growth, bestowing thee upon us, allowing us to tread the path of invincibility and return the favor to our master. What fault lies in that? Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Qingsnow struck her again, landing another powerful slap that caused the other side of Su Qingji's face to swell dramatically. Gu Qingsnow, now almost mocking in her fury, felt a grim amusement wash over her. The murderous intent in her beautiful eyes intensified, her gaze growing ever colder. Su Qingji, truth be told, I should have gouged out my own eyes, for I have repeatedly mistaken a treacherous wolf for a human. Do you believe yourself worthy? Worthy of my master as ancient? You, who possess a piece of the supreme bone, after years of cultivation, barely managing to ascend to the initial stage of Dao Palace with the countless resources provided by my master. What right does a worthless, treacherous wolf like you have to claim the supreme bone? You are utterly unworthy of it. In my perspective, the only purpose of you, this ungrateful wretch, is to offer your supreme bone to our master. Perhaps after absorbing your supreme bone, our master might completely heal from his Dao injuries. Su Qingji's expression turned to one of shock, for she could sense the cruelty and madness in Gu Qingshue's beautiful eyes. This was the first time she had witnessed such a chilling emotion on the face of her usually gentle senior sister. Senior sister. You. But before Su Qingji could finish her words, Gu Qingshue's flawless hand seized her, gripping her throat with the force of an iron clamp. In an instant, Su Qingji's complexion flushed red, and she felt a wave of suffocation wash over her. Silence. You dare to call me senior sister? I do not have a wretched sister like you. From this day forth, I sever all ties with you. You are not my junior sister. And I am not your senior sister. Su Qingji trembled, a flicker of fear flashing in her beautiful eyes. Although Gu Qingxue was merely their fifth senior sister, her cultivation level was undoubtedly among the highest. She had long since broken through to the later stage of the Purple Mansion realm. Coupled with years of rigorous training in the outside world, her strength far surpassed that of a sheltered flower like Su Qingji, who merely roamed the vicinity of the sacred grounds. Su Qingji was utterly powerless to resist. The malevolence in Gu Qingxue's beautiful eyes intensified. She was indeed contemplating directly extracting Su Qingji's supreme bone to bring back to her master, Su Hanxiao, to heal his Dao injuries. In her view, since many rare treasures could not remedy her master's afflictions, she would simply source her materials locally, repurposing the useless. She intended to extract the essence from her fellow ungrateful sisters to benefit her master. Her master had painstakingly nurtured them for so many years. Yet none of them understood gratitude. They all deserved to perish. They were unworthy of their master's sacrifices. If her master wished to avoid being the villain, then she would assume that role. She was willing to give everything for the rebirth of her master. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated in her mind. Gu Qingxue's beautiful eyes, now suffused with rage, momentarily froze, her overwhelming fury and murderous intent gradually being suppressed. Ungrateful wretch, guard your supreme bone well. You do not deserve such a physique. One day, I will personally extract it from you. With a violent motion, Gu Qingxue hurled Su Qingji against the stone wall of the prison, the tremendous impact causing spiderweb-like cracks to splinter across the surface. Su Qingji slowly slid to the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of her internal organs. Despite her bloodied visage, she could not care much for appearances, greedily gasping for fresh air. Swallowing back the blood that surged towards her throat, its foulness making her feel nauseous. Su Qingji, an ungrateful wretch, is indeed an ungrateful wretch. Spare me your grandiose excuses, claiming it is for your own pursuit of the invincible path of the... Are you not merely attempting to deceive our master into revealing his for your little lover? Yu Tian, do you truly believe yourself to be deeply affectionate? I must inform you that Yu Tian has long had a fiancée, whom I fortuitously encountered during my travels. They have always been deeply in love, exchanging letters frequently. You are nothing more than a shameless interloper, a mere trifler who has intruded upon their lives. Do you truly believe that by sacrificing everything for this scoundrel Yu Tian, he will cast even a glance your way? How foolish and utterly deluded you are. Gu Qingxue did not turn back. A pure white spiritual flame enveloped her palm, incinerating the blood left by Su Qingji upon her fair hand. After all, allowing the blood of such an ungrateful wretch to remain on her hand was quite repugnant. Yu Tian, and you, vile creature, to conspire with Su Qingji, this ungrateful harlot, to ruin my master, half of her breathtaking visage hidden in shadow. Gu Qingxue's beautiful eyes sparkled with the cold light, declaring, then I shall obliterate all that you hold dear. The guards of the celestial prison, upon seeing Gu Qingxue, dared not utter a word, instinctively parting to give her space, heads bowed in deference. Though Gu Qingxue was merely a saintess, the fifth disciple of Su Hanxiao, her innate talent was extraordinarily formidable, second only to the once revered Mingwei goddess. Thus, her status within the entire Taichu Holy Land was exceedingly high, rendering her a strong candidate for the next generation of holy maidens. Moreover, knowing this was essentially a family matter, the guards of the prison were naturally reluctant to meddle, even in light of Gu Qingxue nearly delivering a fatal blow to Su Qingji. The sight of those guards remaining silent while she was beaten had already incensed Su Qingji immensely. As a saintess herself, to endure such inhumane treatment in the celestial prison while these onlookers stood idly by, had they all gone blind? Not a single soul intervened. Yet upon hearing Gu Qingxue's departing words, Su Qingji felt as though struck by lightning, her mind blank. How could this be? Yu Tian has a fiancée. How was she unaware of this? On the night he formed a bond with her, vowing their mutual cultivation, he had claimed to be entirely untainted, with no engagement whatsoever. Impossible. Su Qingji howled sharply in the direction Gu Qingxue had taken. You must be lying. Using such a flimsy excuse to drive a wedge between me and brother Yu Tian. You wicked woman. I will never believe you. Chapter 22. The master is more ruthless than expected. Gu Qingxue paid no heed to the furious shouts behind her. Upon exiting the dim, foul-smelling prison, fresh air filled her nostrils. The sunlight was warm, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. She reined in all her emotions, regaining her former serene composure. Gu Qingshue's soared once more towards the flying immortal peak. Along the way, she encountered numerous disciples who greeted her warmly. Out of courtesy and the bonds of camaraderie, Gu Qingxue would typically respond with a polite smile and nod. Today, however, she chose to ignore them all. Despite the sun's warmth and the clear skies, she remained unmoved. Everyone perceives Gu Qingxue as cold as ice, with even the air around her seemingly dropping in temperature, inducing an inexplicable sense of trepidation in many. In Gu Qingxue's eyes, those disciples of the sacred land, who feign smiles while their gazes are filled with admiration, reverence, and even a hint of desire, are utterly repugnant. They evoke a profound sense of disgust within her. No snowflake is innocent amidst an avalanche. The brilliance of their smiles is likely matched only by the cruelty and treachery with which they stab her master in the back. Those who conspire to ruin her mentor deserve to perish. In this sacred land, which dares to wrongfully accuse her master, must be eradicated. It remains true, she could become the blade in her mentor's hand, committing unspeakable acts. When she eventually attains the strength of a life and death realm expert, she will surely flatten the sacred land, transforming it into a mere latrine, burying these filthy scoundrels within its depths. The sordid maggots and latrines are indeed a perfect match. Fueled by a tempest of anger, the ethereal mountain shrouded in mist before her became increasingly vivid. Her fury gradually subsided. She did not wish for her emotions to affect her master. With a gentle tap of her toes against the void, she descended gracefully before the grand hall. Before her, Gu Qingxue noticed a plaque inscribed with words, "No entry for a pack of ingrates and curs." Rather than feeling disheartened, she found herself wishing to add a few strokes of her own. Taking a deep breath, Gu Qingxue entered the hall. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a golden glow upon the resplendent hall. Rays of light danced with motes of dust, imbuing the space with an air of ancient mystery. Her master sat majestically upon the throne, eyes closed in meditation. Although he possessed an extraordinary demeanor, resembling a celestial being, Gu Qingxue could discern a sickly pallor and weariness etched upon his otherwise flawless features. Recalling her master's solitude and struggles not long ago, she felt an inexplicable sting at the tip of her nose. As if sensing her presence, Su Hanxiao slowly opened his eyes, revealing a smile as refreshing as a spring breeze. "Qingxue, you have returned. Was your journey for training smooth? Did you encounter any dangers or insurmountable challenges?" At the sound of his words, Gu Qingxue, already on the verge of tears, could no longer contain her emotions. "Master, it is your disciple who has returned late." Her voice trembled with emotion. Her master always exhibited such concern for her well-being, even after enduring his own profound suffering. Gu Qingxue felt a deep sense of injustice on behalf of such a gentle soul. She threw herself at Su Hanxiao, kneeling and resting her head in his lap. The hall fell silent as Gu Qingxue maintained this position, allowing him to tenderly stroke her hair. This sensation was both cherished and familiar. Throughout her life, she had only ever desired to exhibit such childlike affection in the presence of her master. This instilled a profound sense of security within her. "Master, your disciple has returned with an abundance of extraordinary treasures from heaven and earth, hoping they may prove beneficial in healing your injuries." Gu Qingxue, her voice tinged with a nasal tone, suddenly spoke, producing several storage rings from her bosom, filled to the brim with various treasures sourced from secret realms or unique locations. "There's no need for that. What kind of disciple seeks treasures for their master? Moreover, I have no need for these. They are of no use to me. From now on, refrain from searching for such items. Keep them for your own cultivation. If you did not waste time pursuing these treasures, your cultivation might have already reached the realm of divine powers." Su Hanxiao gently declined, though his eyes shimmered with appreciation. Gu Qingxue possessed remarkable talent and aptitude. In truth, whether it was Su Qingji or Li Qingyi, they paled in comparison to Gu Qingxue. She possessed the legendary physique, the enlightened heart of Tao, and the innate sacred body of Tao. With such two supreme physical constitutions, she was a natural-born cultivator. If she were to avoid misfortune, she would undoubtedly become a truly unparalleled empress in the future. However, as Gu Qingxue wished to speak again, Su Hanxiao's resolute demeanor left her with no recourse. "Master, is it truly impossible to heal your injuries? Is it ineffective to use these treasures?" She spoke while cradling Su Hanxiao's right hand, placing it against her chest. "Master, did you not say that your disciple possesses a special constitution? Why not take away my gifts? Everything I have is bestowed by you. And if you continue to suffer from your injuries, it pains me deeply. I wish to do something for you. If healing your injuries requires sacrificing my life, I would gladly do so. Gu Qingshue's face radiated determination, entirely devoid of insincerity. Su Hanxiao was momentarily taken aback. His foolish disciple seemed to be a bit too naive. With a light chuckle, he playfully tapped Gu Qingxue on the forehead. Enough. Do you truly consider me so pitiful? As for my injuries, I have already formulated a plan. I believe it will not be long before they are completely healed. Really? Upon hearing this, Gu Qingshue's beautiful eyes sparkled, though they quickly clouded with doubt and concern. Master, you wouldn't be deceiving your disciple with such excuses, would you? If not, let me first retrieve Su Qingji's supreme bone from that ingrate for you to test its efficacy. Also, Master, why did you transmit your voice to me in the celestial prison, forbidding me from retrieving that ingrate's supreme bone? I know you are gentle, but those ingrates deserve to perish. Why must you cling to old sentiments? Given the circumstances, you have already shown more than enough mercy. If you do not wish to kill them, allow me to do it for you. No. Su Hanxiao shook his head once more. That individual, Su Qingji, possesses a unique constitution, and her supreme bone has not yet fully matured. To excavate it now would be a waste. So I intend to let it mature for a while longer. As for eliminating them, that is quite simple. Your master harbors grudges as well. This group of ungrateful wretches has drained so much from me. Would it not be too lenient to merely slay them? Indeed, this is but one of the reasons. The peculiar narrative that has awakened within his mind feels rather strange. The so-called heroine is protected by the power of special circumstances, akin to a child of destiny, making her exceedingly difficult to kill directly. It would be wise to observe further before acting. Is that truly the case? Upon hearing these words, Gu Qingshue's beautiful eyes sparkled with light. If so, she would no longer feel disheartened. She feared that her master might be overly gentle, still reminiscing about the past ties with these ingrates. But since her master has resolved to be more ruthless than she felt reassured. Chapter 23. Have you finished weeping? Then be gone. However, her master is just, and this group of ungrateful wretches deserve death. Gu Qingxue exclaimed angrily, Master, you are undoubtedly the best in the world. Yet these miscreants treat you so poorly. Both this band of ungrateful wolves and the Holy Land deserve to perish. Were it not for the numerous rules of the secret realms explored by you, the Holy Land would not have achieved its current status, and countless disciples would have perished each year in their trials. Yet these individuals, who have benefited from your light, show no gratitude, instigating discord and adding insult to injury. None of them are innocent. Rest assured, one day, Qingxue will achieve her studies and will surely bring down the Taichu Holy Land for you, avenging today's grievances. Su Hanxiao raised an eyebrow, gently patting Gu Qingxue's head. This girl resonates with him. They share a similar mindset. As for the Taichu Holy Land, he has been more than benevolent. Years ago, upon his arrival in this realm, he fortuitously encountered the previous master of the Taichu Holy Land. Their conversations were most pleasant, and the old master had offered him indirect guidance, which is why he joined the Holy Land. Now, with the previous master having passed on, he feels no indebtedness to the current iteration of the Holy Land. His concern lies with the Taichu Holy Land of over a century ago, not the present one. At that moment, Su Hanxiao felt a sudden awareness and gazed toward the outer hall. He sensed two familiar auras approaching from the horizon, landing just outside the hall. In the night, Li Qingyi appeared disheveled, her robes tattered and drenched in blood. Zhang Ruoming had also sustained considerable injuries during her escape. Although not as severe as Li Qingyi's, she too was covered in blood, looking quite wretched. Nevertheless, they had no thoughts of healing and, almost immediately upon returning to the Holy Land, hurried toward the flying, immortal peak. Having grasped the general truth, they knew they owed their master an apology and wished to convey it at the earliest opportunity. Isn't that senior sister Qingyi and senior sister Ruoming? How have they been so gravely injured? It was rumored that these two sisters had been ambushed by the Shadow Pavilion-esque cultivators. Had it not been for the timely rescue of the elders, they might have perished. Why, if their injuries are so severe, do they not seek healing? Instead, they rushed toward the flying, immortal peak. Many cultivators were drawn to this spectacle, directing their spiritual senses toward the scene, in response to the various gazes directed at them. Li Qingyi and her companion were entirely oblivious to their surroundings. However, as they approached Feixian Peak, an inexplicable weight pressed heavily upon their hearts. This was, after all, the place where they had initially embarked on their spiritual journey, a site imbued with countless memories. Yet, for reasons unknown, upon reaching the outskirts of Feixian Peak, they felt as though all their courage had evaporated. Their steps grew burdensome, and they could scarcely move forward. At that moment, a cold snort echoed from deep within Feixian Peak. Yu Qingxue, gliding through the falling snow, landed not far from Li Qingyi and her companion. Her expression was frigid, devoid of the camaraderie one would expect from long-lost fellow disciples. The icy blue depths of her eyes sparkled with disdain and hatred. "What do you two ungrateful wretches seek here?" she demanded. "The master has made it abundantly clear that from this morning onward, he has severed all ties with you ingrates. You are not permitted to enter Faxian Peak." A terrifying aura radiated from Gu Qingxue, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to plummet dramatically. And a flurry of snow began to swirl around them. As the snowflakes settled upon the wounds of Li Qingyi and Zhang Ruoming, they felt a piercing chill that cut to their very bones. Faced with the scornful reprimand of their former senior sister, the two could only bow their heads in silence. It seemed that Li Qingyi had summoned a great deal of courage, for she finally managed to force a voice from her frozen throat. "I have come to apologize. When I was attacked by the Shadow Pavilion's cultivators, I finally grasped the truth of the past. The true culprit was someone else, and I had misunderstood the master." As she spoke, tears streamed down the swollen corners of her eyes, mingling with blood, transforming into droplets that embodied her regret and anguish. "I was blinded and wronged the master. I truly acknowledge my faults. Senior sister, I implore you, allow me to enter. I wish to sincerely apologize to the master." The night sky was silent and still. Countless cultivators, drawn by the commotion, could hear Li Qingyi's voice filled with remorse and sorrow, even from a great distance. Yet many who were privy to the underlying circumstances exchanged incredulous glances. They likely recognized the reason behind the rift between Li Qingyi and Su Hanxiao. Rumors had circulated that Su Hanxiao, in an attempt to take Li Qingyi as his disciple and shield her from worldly entanglements, had ordered the annihilation of her hometown, forcing her to sever her ties to family and homeland. Though to these cultivators, mortals were akin to ants, scarcely worth a thought. The revelation ignited outrage among many who considered themselves just. They vehemently condemned Su Hanxiao, branding him a remorseless demon, an affront to the righteous path. At that time, numerous disciples from the sacred grounds had banded together to report him, hoping to expel him for his misdeeds. However, due to a lack of evidence, their efforts ultimately failed. Now, with the truth unveiled, it was revealed that the destruction of Li Qingyi's hometown was orchestrated by another. Furthermore, the very person they had vilified as a murderer. Su Hanxiao was vindicated. Instead, he is a noble person who dismantles human trafficking rings, acts with righteousness, and accumulates virtue and kindness. He's also a remarkable mentor who has rescued Li Qingyi from the abyss, granting her a new lease on life. What then can be said about their previous criticisms of Su Hanxiao? In their ignorance, they have become mere tools for Li Qingyi, manipulated like foolish puppets. A furious fire blazes in the hearts of these disciples. Their anger stems not only from feeling deceived by Li Qingyi, but also from a deeper, more profound fear. For if this matter proves true, those who have used it to slander and defame Su Hanxiao will find themselves unable to escape the consequences. Just recently, the incident involving Su Qingxi has already caused many disciples of the sacred grounds to pay a hefty price. Now, with a similar occurrence, it is utterly revolting to them. Look, I had already stated that Master Su, with his benevolent heart, would never idly destroy a village of mortals. The human traffickers deserve to perish. Master Su's annihilation of a human trafficker's lair is an act of righteousness, a commendable deed. When Master Su declared for a villain to emerge, threatening to obliterate him, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The public opinion regarding Su Hanxiao has once again polarized dramatically. Everyone began to lavish praise upon him, only to turn around and unleash a torrent of venomous words against Li Qingyi. Though it was a different time and scene, this repugnant spectacle felt eerily familiar, as if it had transpired many times before. Outside Faxian Peak, the snow continued to swirl, now thicker and colder than ever. Gu Qingxue merely gazed indifferently at Li Qingyi and Zhang Ruoming, choosing not to interrupt their confessions. Yet, as her beautiful eyes grew ever colder, a hint of derision emerged. Indeed, she felt a deep sense of injustice for her mentor. The corners of her mouth curled into a humorless smirk. "Have you finished crying? Have you completed your confessions? Then begone." Chapter 24. The debts you owe to the master are far too great to ever repay in a lifetime. Boom. In the next moment, a violent and vast aura surged forth from Gu Qingxue, spreading like a tidal wave. Countless snowflakes transformed into crystalline blades, howling as they sliced across the surfaces of Li Qingyi and Zhang Ruoming's bodies, leaving behind a series of ghastly wounds. The terrifying cold instantly froze these injuries, enveloping the two in a bone-chilling frost, intensifying their pain. Observing the two, their breaths shallow and complexions pale in the biting wind. Gu Qingxue's beautiful eyes revealed no flicker of emotion, only indifference and fury. You two ingrates, what right do you have to see the master? To apologize for this matter? Gu Qingxue scoffed coldly. The reasons for your apologies extend far beyond this single incident. With that, she pointed a finger at Li Qingyi, saying, Did you think your innate talent was exceptional simply because you trained from a young age? In those days, you bore a bloodline curse, making it exceedingly easy for you to lose yourself. Yet the master, despite enduring injuries, ventured into the Sea of Realms to seek the pure blood flower for you, solely to purify your bloodline and render it more pristine. You have always claimed that your master was merely concocting excuses to deceive you, that he is the true architect of your family's demise. If you remain silent, allow me to enlighten you. You hail from the illustrious lineage of the Prime Minister of the Shanhai Empire, a daughter of the Li family. Ultimately, due to an affront to the Emperor of the Shanhai Empire, your entire clan was eradicated. Your master chose to withhold this truth, not out of malice, but to shield you from the blinding grip of hatred and to prevent you from courting death. Upon hearing this revelation, Li Qingyi was momentarily taken aback. In the entire Shanhai realm, who does not know of the Shanhai Empire? It stands as the most formidable imperial power, presided over by an ancestor on the precipice of transcending divinity, as she currently exists merely within the Dao Palace realm. Should she allow vengeance to cloud her judgment and seek retribution, she would surely meet a grave end. Moreover, your master has been meticulously orchestrating your path to ensure your success in revenge. Yet what have you done? You have mistaken the one who wishes you well for an enemy, wielding that so-called truth as a weapon to disseminate slander. As she spoke, Gu Qingxue's icy gaze swept across the darkness, encompassing all directions. Countless disciples of the sacred land, observing this scene, felt a chilling dread envelop them, akin to being ensnared in a blizzard. And when these despicable wretches criticized your master, what were you doing? Standing by, indifferent and unseeing? Perhaps, deep within, you were secretly reveling in the company of fools who rallied against the one you deemed a villain. In that moment, you must have felt triumphant, believing yourself astute, having uncovered the entire truth. No, that is not true. Li Qingyi vehemently shook her head, tears streaming uncontrollably. Gu Qingxue paid her no heed, her cold gaze shifting once more towards Zhang Ruoming. And you? Do you even comprehend how you came to be accepted as a disciple by our master? The divine body of 10,000 spirits may resonate with the myriad of beings, yet lacking the understanding to cultivate, it is but a lifeless shell. Had it not been for your master's discovery of your potential, do you truly believe you could have entered the Taichu sacred land? In comparison to your so-called brother Xiao, your aptitude for cultivation is utterly negligible. Your ultimate fate would merely have been to become a vessel for Shaoling's sinister machinations, leading to the tragic demise of you and your entire family. Are you now aware that you have been cursed? When you were first afflicted, your master employed various means, even exacerbating his own injuries, to help you rid yourself of that curse. Furthermore, in a bid to completely resolve this crisis, he audaciously transgressed principles, leading an assault that annihilated the entire Xiao family, shouldering a burden that should never have been his to bear. Yet what did you do? Like a fool, you embraced those who sought to strip you of everything, consuming your flesh and drinking your blood, as if they were your true love, while branding your master as the villain attempting to tear you apart. You even grotesquely and shamelessly believed that your master was using such methods to possess you, to keep you by his side. What do you think you are? Repulsive and utterly oblivious. I shall speak the words your master refrains from uttering. I shall voice the reprimands he wishes to avoid. The debts you owe to your master can never be repaid, even if you spent your entire life in servitude. Do you truly believe that a mere apology can absolve everything? Depart. Should you dare to approach Flying Immortal Peak again, I shall ensure your demise. A deafening roar erupted, centered around Gu Qingxue, unleashing an even more ferocious aura. The entire void seemed to be swept by a tempest of icy winds. The terrifying force hurled the two individuals away, leaving them to crash helplessly in the distance, struggling yet unable to rise. My words are not solely directed at the two of you ungrateful wretches. They extend to everyone. Whoever dares to slander my master in the future shall meet the same fate. After uttering this cold, murderous proclamation, Gu Qingxue returned to Flying Immortal Peak, slamming the grand doors shut with a resounding thud. The entire Taichu Holy Land was engulfed in silence. In a moment, an inexplicable, profound sigh resonated. Yet no one delved into the meaning behind it. Suddenly, the Taichu Holy Land erupted in commotion. Is this truly the case? It seems that Master Su has done much for these two ungrateful individuals. This is not merely a matter of master and disciple. It is a debt of rebirth. How lamentable, indeed. Just yesterday, Master Su faced countless insults, and I even witnessed those two laughing amidst the crowd. How utterly disgraceful. Do such creatures deserve to be candidates for our holy maiden? It appears that the Taichu Holy Land is beyond salvation. Li Qingyi and Zhang Ruoming tumbled to the ground, their eyes devoid of focus, embodying a state of utter despondency. At this moment, they could only be described as wretched. Their injuries had yet to heal, and the recent onslaught of Gu Qingshue's icy storm had left them even more battered, with numerous frostbite marks adorning their bodies. Yet, they uttered not a word. Merely kneeling on the ground, lost in thought as they gazed toward flying immortal peak, tears cascading uncontrollably down their cheeks. Several elders descended from the sky, their brows furrowed as they observed the scene before them. This time, they did not reproach Su Hanxiao for his ruthless actions. Instead, they sighed deeply, lamenting. Had we known it would come to this, we would have acted differently. Now, regret is futile. Ding. Detecting that the protagonist Zhang Ruoming and Li Qingyi harbor intense remorse towards their master, villain merit points awarded. 5,000. Master, did my recent actions not provide you with satisfaction? Gu Qingxue, having closed the palace doors, allowed her icy demeanor to melt away like the first snow, breaking into a radiant smile as she ran back to Su Hanxiao, her previous coldness now replaced with warmth. Indeed, my dear disciple has shown great initiative. After receiving praise, Gu Qingxue seemed to emerge from the shadows of her prior gloom, her spirits lifted considerably. Master, although we have reclaimed a bit of interest from those ungrateful wretches. Gu Qingxue's tone shifted, darkening as she continued. The one named Yu Tian is also plotting against you. Shall I take action and annihilate his entire clan? Chapter 25. Reclaiming Interest, the Annihilation of the Yi clan. Su Hanxiao smiled faintly. Fear not. I have already made arrangements regarding this matter. Yu Tian harbors grand ambitions. After becoming the holy son of the Taichu Holy Land, he leveraged his influence and reputation to establish a faction known as the Yi clan. Through various personal connections, he tirelessly sought an array of cultivation resources for the Yi clan, enhancing the foundation of this faction, all with the aim of cultivating a future ally. Meanwhile, the foolish Su Qingji, having received numerous cultivation resources and rare treasures from him, discreetly bestowed them upon Yi Tian. In turn, Yi Tian surreptitiously returned a significant portion of these resources to the Yi clan, nurturing more formidable warriors to serve as his right-hand men. Now, having severed ties with the ungrateful Su Qingji, it seems entirely reasonable for him to reclaim his cultivation resources from the Yi clan and obliterate the entire faction, thereby delivering a devastating blow to Yi Tian. A smile crept upon Su Hanxiao's lips. This was merely the beginning. I shall ensure that those who have taken resources from me will be made to regurgitate them. Concurrently, after a series of maneuvers, the Lord of Punishment finally managed to extricate his disciple Yi Tian from the dungeons. However, this came at a considerable cost. In the future, exercise more caution. Do not allow yourself to be ensnared again, he admonished. You need only spend a month at the Cliff of Reflection, and this matter shall be forgotten. Thank you, Master. Yi Tian hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Yet beneath his outward show of appreciation, a tempest of rage brewed within him, cursing Su Qingji's ancestors for her foolishness. He felt utterly betrayed by her. While he had indeed hinted at Su Qingji to devise a means to extract the ancient eye from Su Hanxiao, he never anticipated that she would be so irredeemably foolish as to directly demand it from him. Only someone with a severely impaired intellect would act thus. That wretched woman. Compared to my beloved Meng Shui, she pales in comparison. Were it not for the fact that this insipid girl could frequently procure substantial cultivation resources from Su Hanxiao, I would find her presence utterly repugnant. Yu Tian raged internally, contemplating whether to seize this opportunity to cast Su Qingji aside. Not to mention, Su Qingji had already garnered significant disdain due to her treacherous actions, leading to her demotion from the position of saintess and a considerable decline in her standing within the sacred grounds. Furthermore, with Su Hanxiao having severed ties with her, she could no longer provide the abundant cultivation resources and rare treasures that she once did. Consequently, the benefits she could offer him had dwindled to insignificance. However, given that Su Qingji possessed the supreme bone, it would suffice to take a step back if the ancient eye from Su Hanxiao eluded him. Extracting Su Qingji's supreme bone would still achieve my ultimate goal. Just as Yi Tian pondered his next course of action, he suddenly halted, sensing something amiss. He retrieved a unique sound-transmitting jade from his pocket. However, as he activated the spiritual energy to connect with the jade, a shocking revelation left him utterly dumbfounded. Brother, this is terrible. The Yi clan has been destroyed. In the realm of Shanghai, in the city of Tianqing, the bustling crowd surged incessantly. At that moment, a flying vessel adorned with a distinctive emblem soared through the heavens, descending deep into the heart of Tianqing City, instantly capturing the attention of numerous cultivators. Was it not the case that flying vessels were prohibited from entering Tianqing City? Why was that vessel allowed? A cultivator, feeling a pang of injustice, remarked, "You must be an outsider, unfamiliar with the ways here. That is one of the dominant powers in Tianqing City, the Yi clan." Another cultivator elucidated. "The city lord holds the Yi clan in great esteem. It is said that the enigmatic figure behind the Yi clan has a remarkable background. Rumor has it that they are connected to an extraordinary force. And the city lord's mansion would rather revere them as a revered deity than offend the Yi clan over trivial matters." Upon hearing this, the cultivators who were hearing such discourse for the first time displayed expressions of envy. After all, the cultivation world is vast and boundless, with the majority being inconspicuous ordinary cultivators. To reach the blood transformation realm in a lifetime is already a feat surpassing countless individuals across the realms. Thus, the Yi clan, rumored to be anchored by a powerful figure from the Purple Mansion, appeared as a colossal entity in their eyes. At this moment, within the city lord's mansion of Tianqing City, a lively banquet was in full swing. The city lord was hosting numerous high-ranking members of the Yi clan, with laughter and merriment echoing through the hall. "City lord, you have indeed made a commendable choice," a jovial cultivator, his face glistening with oil from indulgence, declared. "The master of the Yi clan is a scion of the sacred land and possesses a mentor who is half a step into the realm of life and death. The future is boundless. Rest assured, all your past investments will yield returns in due time." Upon hearing these words, the city lord of Tianqing City was momentarily taken aback, only to be swiftly enveloped in joy. Though he held the title of city lord, the sacred land was, in his eyes, an overwhelmingly formidable entity, let alone the fact that they were nurturing a scion as their core successor. "Indeed, your excellency speaks true. I must express my gratitude for this opportunity." Despite the fact that the other party was a younger generation, the city lord wore a mask of deference, his heart brimming with elation. Wonderful. He had now firmly established a connection with the Yi clan. Once the Yi clan flourished, not only would he reap numerous benefits, but he could also secure his position as the city lord of Tianqing City. Just as the city lord was preparing to raise another toast, a sudden commotion erupted outside the grand hall. A flustered servant hurriedly stumbled in, exclaiming, "My lords, calamity has struck." Just moments ago, many cultivators of the Yi clan were ambushed, suffering heavy losses. Even the Yi clan's treasury has been breached and looted by an unknown assailant, leaving them gravely weakened. Upon hearing this, the banquet hall was plunged into an oppressive silence. The city lord, along with the numerous powerful figures from the city lord's mansion and the high-ranking members of the Yi clan, stood frozen like statues, bewildered. What on earth? Just moments ago, they had been discussing the boundless future of the Yi clan, and now they had suddenly suffered a catastrophic blow? The city lord's expression turned rigid as he cast a doubtful glance towards the high-ranking member of the Yi clan. Was it not said that a scion stood behind the Yi clan? Now even the family's treasure trove has been plundered. The high-ranking official of the Yi clan, taken aback and filled with indignation, exclaimed in frustration, "Nonsense. My lord is the holy son of the sacred land. Who dares to touch the Yi clan? Who dares to annihilate the Yi clan?" He seized the collar of a guard, reprimanding him fiercely, "You must be intentionally," before he could finish his sentence. A thunderous rumble erupted. In the next moment, a sudden turn of events unfolded. The sky became shrouded in dark clouds, flashes of lightning and peals of thunder resonating ominously. The very void above the Yi clan began to slowly tear apart. Chapter 26. The heartfelt efforts rendered futile. Yi Tian spews blood in anguish. Countless cultivators were left astounded by this spectacle, their scalps tingling with shock. In that instant, they felt like ants gazing up at the heavens for the first time, overwhelmed by an acute sense of insignificance. As everyone was plunged into despair, an enormous hand, entwined with the cataclysmic forces of nature, emerged from the rift in the void, descending with an oppressive force. The air crackled and distorted wherever the hand passed, transforming into a vivid crimson hue amidst a sonic boom. This colossal hand descended like a divine mountain, crashing down with a resounding impact. The entire Tianqing city was instantly engulfed in chaos. the ground trembling and the heavens collapsing. The swirling dust rose like an endless curtain. The shockwaves shattered countless nearby structures into mere dust in an instant. Simultaneously, all cultivators associated with the Yi clan were besieged by a mysterious powerhouse, meeting a gruesome fate. By the time everyone regained their wits, the once mighty Yi clan had been utterly obliterated. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the Yi clan's members had been completely annihilated, and the headquarters along with numerous powerful figures were reduced to mere fragments by that colossal hand. The once lively main hall of the city lord's mansion fell into a profound silence, the expressions of all present frozen in disbelief. The Yi clan, once hailed as a potential top-tier force in the Shanghai realm, had been utterly destroyed. Moreover, the master of that hand was undoubtedly far more formidable than they could ever fathom, a being beyond their capacity to provoke. The Yi clan was not a promising, investable powerhouse. Instead, it was a bottomless pit. Who would dare to join the Yi clan, knowing they would face certain doom at the hands of such a terrifying entity? That single strike, which had sent tremors throughout Tianqing City and beyond, was something none of them could hope to withstand. With a soft thud, a drop of cold sweat fell to the ground, and the paused world was once again set in motion. A cultivator who had regained his composure gulped nervously, forcing a stiff smile. Oh, I suddenly remember that my esteemed brother is about to give birth. I must go check if mother and child are safe. I won't disturb any further. I shall take my leave. With that, the leader of the faction seemed to have made a firm decision and turned to depart. In truth, today's banquet was not merely a gathering to honor the Yi clan as high-ranking officials by the city lord of Tianqing. It was also an opportunity for other powerful figures within Tianqing City to seek alliances. However, having witnessed the annihilation of the Yi clan with their own eyes, who would dare to ally with such a disastrous entity? They sought only to distance themselves from the treacherous pit that was the Yi clan. As these words fell, the remaining powerful figures seemed to awaken from a dream, with some slapping their foreheads in sudden realization. How could I forget? My parents are getting married today. I must return. Ah, indeed, I am his next-door neighbor, Wang. I can attest to this. Wait for me. Another sovereign hurriedly chased after him. At this moment, all cultivators hastily departed under various excuses, wishing they could sprout additional legs to hasten their escape. Some sovereigns, upon returning to their own abodes, dashed off with their residences in tow, fearing their speed would not suffice. They could not remain in Tianqing City. If they were to be implicated in this affair, there would be no place left to weep. The once bustling hall of the city lord's residence now lay in desolation. The one most heartbroken was undoubtedly the city lord of Tianqing City. In recent days, he had set aside his dignity as a lord, tirelessly serving as a sycophant to the Yi sect, diligently attending to various matters, all in hopes of gaining entry into the sect for a future of soaring success and a life of luxury. Yet, all was abruptly shattered by that sudden hand descending. With a resounding slap, his joyous aspirations vanished. Elder, what shall we do now? Benefiting from the chaos within the city lord's residence, a few surviving disciples of the Yi sect managed to escape, prompting one ordinary disciple to timidly inquire. It was only then that the elder snapped back to reality. He cast a meaningful glance at the bewildered disciple beside him, and then, much to the disciple's astonishment, he removed and tossed his elder token and even his elder robes to the disciple. What elder? Be careful, or I shall accuse you of slander. From this day forth, you are the elder of the Yi sect. Young man, do your best. The future is bright for you. With that, the elder, clad only in his undergarments, wasted no time and turned to flee. The Yi sect had been annihilated. Revenge was no longer an option. Such a prospect was utterly unattainable. Who would be foolish enough to risk their life for a meager salary of several thousand spirit stones? Within the Taichi sacred land, Yutian, having confirmed the complete destruction of the Yi sect, felt his body stiffen, utterly disheveled by the tempest of his emotions. The Yi sect, which he had painstakingly developed over decades, had not even afforded him the chance to benefit from its strength. Just like that, with a resounding slap, it was gone. Decades of foundation, obliterated in an instant. Gasping, Yutian felt darkness engulf his vision, a sudden metallic taste in his throat, and he expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes rolling back as he fainted completely. Yutian, the surrounding disciples gasped in shock, rushing to support him. What happened to Yutian? Why did he faint so suddenly? A particularly astute cultivator conjectured. Perhaps he was overwhelmed with joy upon being released from the prison, causing him to faint. Just as Yutian was on the verge of regaining consciousness, upon hearing these words, he rolled his eyes once more and fainted again. All of his trustworthy followers, painstakingly nurtured over decades within the sacred land, had been slain by Su Hanxiao. Now, only a few remain. And now, the Yi family is no more. He felt that his future was shrouded in darkness. However, Su Hanxiao's schemes had not yet reached their conclusion. In the original narrative, Yi Tian's fiancée, Li Mingxue, was also a prominent female character. Eventually, under the influence of Yi Tian's so-called protagonist aura, she betrayed her own principles and, alongside Su Qingji, became one of two women serving the same man, even providing substantial support to Yi Tian thereafter. Naturally, he would not allow Yi Tian the opportunity to reconcile with Li Mingxue. He had already dispatched someone to her family, revealing all details regarding Yi Tian's infidelity with Su Qingji. At the Li family estate, where water flowed gently and green bamboos cast dappled shadows, a woman dressed in a white gown, exuding the grace of a refined lady, sat poised within a pavilion. Yet at this moment, her red lips were tightly pressed, her hand gripping a piece of jade, her body trembling slightly. Upon closer inspection, a tear lingered at the corner of her eye. Miss. The devoted maid by her side felt her heart shatter at the sight. It was the first time she had witnessed her mistress in such profound sorrow. The maid's beautiful eyes mirrored the anguish and hatred within. That scoundrel Yi Tian truly deserved his fate. Over the years, he had received countless favors from her mistress. His entry into the sacred land of Taichu was also thanks to her investment and support. Yet, this wretch not only failed to appreciate her kindness but also cavorted with other women within the sacred land. This rogue truly deserved his punishment. Li Mingxue raised her hand to gently wipe away the tears from her eyes, her beautiful gaze flickering with anger born of love. Prepare the carriage. I must go to the sacred land of Taichu. How dare that scoundrel Yi Tian treat me this way? If he has betrayed me, then he should not blame me for being ruthless. I once spared no expense to see him enter the sacred land, but I can just as easily ruin him. Chapter 27. Kneeling for a day and a night, yet failing to await redemption. Meanwhile, within the dungeons of the sacred land of Taichu, Qingji, I have caused you suffering. Yi Tian held Su Qingji's hand with a face full of affection, his voice resolute. It is my inadequacy that has prevented me from rescuing you. Qingji, please wait a little longer. Even if it means offending my master, I will certainly bring you out of this prison. Hearing these words, Su Qingji was deeply moved. Indeed, Yi Tian loved her. Everything that Gu Qingxue had previously said was merely a ploy to deceive her, attempting to sow discord between her and Yi Tian. With such profound love, how could Yi Tian still have a fiancée? After sweetly reassuring Su Qingji, Yi Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now, the Yi family had been annihilated, and all the followers he had painstakingly gathered over the years in the sacred land were either dead or scattered. The possibility of obtaining the ancient double pupil from Su Hanxiao was no longer attainable. I must acquire Su Qingji's supreme bone. He had resolved that at the appropriate moment, he would directly extract Su Qingji's supreme bone. When that time comes, the sky would be high and the birds would soar freely. Endowed with the extraordinary constitution known as the supreme bone, he is a natural-born cultivator, capable of traversing any corner of the world. Yet, having just stepped out of the celestial prison, he is met with disdainful and contemptuous glances from several disciples assigned to guard the prison. Yi Tian furrows his brow slightly, but chooses to disregard their scorn. However, as he strides along the azure stone path of the sacred land, he notices an increasing number of individuals casting similar looks his way, whispering and pointing furtively. In a swift moment, accompanied by the sound of something slicing through the air, a rotten egg strikes him squarely in the face. A sudden outburst from a female cultivator of the sacred land erupts. Scoundrel! Beast! Leave my Taichu sacred land! The words ignite a tumult, like a spark setting off a powder keg, as a chorus of accusations and curses resounds from all directions. Indeed, this man is nothing but a complete hypocrite. First, he openly purchases a following to slander Master Su Feng, and now, despite having an engaged fiancée, he entwines himself with that wretched Su Qingji in the sacred land. Though we cultivators do not adhere strictly to monogamy, relying instead on moral constraints, Yi Tian's actions are utterly repugnant and hypocritical. It is said that Yi Tian's entry into our Taichu sacred land was solely due to Miss Li's resources. Otherwise, he would still be a mere country bumpkin, with no chance of even becoming a cultivator. Now I understand why Yi Tian and Su Qingji seem to be a match made in heaven. One is a beggar rescued by Master Su and groomed into an empress, while the other is a wild boy living off his fiancée's fortunes. Both, however, are ungrateful wretches. Truly, a harlot is well suited to a dog. May their union last eternally. We must ensure these two ingrates are brought to justice. What's most infuriating is that these two disgusting individuals have led us to misunderstand Master Su Feng. They truly deserve their fate. The crowd of cultivators is in a fervor, their anger intensifying. After all, they had already been incensed by how easily Yu Tian had manipulated them, turning them into mere tools for his own ends. Each of them has suffered consequences, some even losing their lives. Now, presented with such a splendid opportunity to strike back at Yu Tian, they could hardly let it slip away. It is only right. They must unmask this hypocrite. Within the Grand Hall of Facian Peak, Gu Qingxue observes the unfolding events through a special divine mirror, feeling a surge of satisfaction in her heart. However, despite her master's clever retaliation, she still finds it insufficient. After all, the heart of this hypocrite Yu Tian deserves punishment. This is merely the beginning. The true spectacle lies ahead. Meanwhile, Su Hanxiao wears a slight smile, gently ruffling Gu Qingxue's hair. Outside Facian Peak, Zhang Ruoming and Li Qingyi have not attended to their own wounds, choosing instead to wait outside for a full day and night. Yet their master has not graced them with a single glance. During this time, they had initially mustered the courage to enter Facian Peak, only to be met with a beating from Gu Qingxue, tossed out like discarded dogs, their injuries now even more severe. At this moment, upon hearing about Yi Tian's deeds, they could not help but lower their heads in profound shame. It is worth noting that not long ago, they had compared Yu Tian to their own master, believing that Su Hanxiao paled in comparison to him, and had even secretly admired Yu Tian. Yet now, they reflected upon their past folly and how blind they had been to regard Yi Tian as a paragon of virtue. Unbeknownst to them, they had already committed numerous transgressions against their master. Just then, a wave of energy emanated from the direction of Facian Peak, and the great hall's doors slowly creaked open. Two familiar presences emerged from within. The two women, who had been kneeling at the foot of Facian Peak for a day and a night, felt their hearts leap at the recognition of this aura, momentarily believing that their master had finally softened and decided to accept their apologies. However, Su Hanxiao did not even spare them a glance. Without a word, he passed directly over their heads, accompanied by Gu Qingxue, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. Never pausing for even a moment, Li Qingyi mustered her courage, attempting to call out softly, but as soon as she opened her mouth, not a single word could escape her throat. No matter how she strained, she found herself rendered mute. Under the setting sun, the figures of Su Hanxiao and Gu Qingxue stretched long, yet they did not intersect with the shadows of the kneeling women. It seemed that from a certain day onward, their fates were irrevocably severed. Gazing at the two figures gradually fading from view, Li Qingyi and Zhang Ruoming, kneeling on the ground, felt as though their hearts were being mercilessly carved out, leaving a painful yet inexplicable void. Outside the gates of the Taichu Holy Land, not only had numerous disciples gathered, but many from other sects had also journeyed great distances to witness the spectacle. "Let Yu Tian come out," shouted Li Mingxue's personal maid, her voice filled with fury. "Yi Tian, you vile wretch, how dare you tarnish my lady's honor without admitting it?" The Taichu Holy Land is renowned throughout the Shanghai realm, respected by countless individuals. Yet now, they have chosen such a repugnant hypocrite as their holy son, even fostering his growth. This is the core disciple selected by the Taichu Holy Land? Previously, the Taichu Holy Land had taken pride in boasting about the virtuous character and immense talents of its disciples. Yet they have chosen such a duplicitous individual as their holy son. Truly, the Taichu Holy Land has fallen from grace. Other powerful figures from different sects, eager to witness the chaos, scoffed, "Dear friends, you are welcome to join my Chongqing Holy Land. The disciples we select are all paragons of virtue, upright and dignified. Truly the dragons and phoenixes among men. My sect is equally discerning and would never choose such a hypocrite as a disciple." Similar sentiments echoed throughout, stoking the ire of the upper echelons of the Taichu Holy Land. Within the core hall, Zhang Wuji exclaimed, "Look at the disciple you have raised. All the legacy and prestige accumulated over countless years by our holy land have been utterly shattered by him. As the master of the punishment hall, he has repeatedly allowed his disciples to commit such egregious acts. From this day forth, you need not occupy the position of the punishment hall master any longer." Chapter 28. Seize everything first, then dig deep. Settle all scores. Upon hearing these words, the punishment hall master's countenance darkened to an extreme. For the first time, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. After expending immense effort to cultivate Yi Tian into a saintly offspring, to groom him as a successor, all his endeavors had crumbled within a mere 2 days. He had even jeopardized himself in the process. How utterly absurd. Zhang Wuji, his face etched with unwillingness, believed he still had a chance to salvage the situation. Esteemed colleagues, after so many years of camaraderie, do you not know what manner of person I am? He spoke, displaying a visage of profound sorrow. Previously, I was deceived by my own lack of discernment, mistaking Yi Tian's character as exemplary, believing him worthy to be our sacred land's son and my personal disciple. Yet, I did not anticipate. Holy Master, I implore you for another opportunity. I shall provide you with a satisfactory response. The position of Punishment Hall Master was one he had fought tirelessly for, pouring countless efforts into its acquisition. To lose it due to the folly of Yi Tian was simply intolerable. The entire hall fell into a hushed silence, all the high-ranking members of the sacred land awaiting their Holy Master's reply. This matter had escalated beyond measure. One wave had barely settled when another arose. Multiple tumultuous events had converged, threatening to undermine the very foundation of their primordial sacred land. Should they continue to sidestep the issue, failing to provide the elders and disciples with an explanation, it would undoubtedly sow the seeds of grave peril for the sacred land's future. Wuji. Opportunities do not last forever. The Holy Master's voice resonated with depth and weariness. In consideration of your years of service to our sacred land, I granted you a chance once before. Yet, you squandered it on your disciple, and thus you must accept the consequences. The position of Punishment Hall Master is not suited for you. It is best you retreat to the Elder's position to contemplate. Zhang Wuji felt a jolt in his heart, his complexion paling. He realized he was beyond redemption. The Elder of the Punishment Hall, however, was overjoyed. With Zhang Wuji's abdication, he would ascend to the position of Punishment Hall Master, which he had coveted for so long. In truth, he owed a debt of gratitude to Su Hanxiao. Were it not for Su Hanxiao's indirect involvement through Yi Tian, Zhang Wuji might have waited several centuries for such an opportunity, as commanded by the Holy Master. Though Zhang Wuji felt a deep-seated resentment, he could only lower his head and forcefully swallow the bitter fruit of his own making. However, in that moment of submission, a fierce fury and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. How could he have raised Yi Tian, this fool, to be his personal disciple? He had already expended a tremendous favor with the Holy Master, despite his countless admonitions, urging Yi Tian to avoid revealing any vulnerabilities. The fool had treated his words as mere whispers in the wind. In less than a day, he had caused a monumental disaster, ensnaring him into chaos. Yi Tian, you wretch, you have rendered my years of toil futile, and I shall not hesitate to cast aside any sentiment of master-disciple loyalty and return you to your true form. Calming the tumultuous emotions within, Zhang Wuji took a deep breath before speaking. Your Holiness, I am willing to accept the punishment. Such a brazen fool as Yi Tian is utterly unfit to be the Holy Son, let alone to pursue the path of cultivation. I implore your Holiness to grant me permission to personally eradicate his foundation and expel him from the sacred land. Zhang Wuji, driven to desperation, realized he had lost not only his position as the head of the punishment hall, but also his reputation and dignity, all thanks to Yi Tian. He was utterly defeated. He could either facilitate Yi Tian's rise or orchestrate his downfall. The senior officials of the sacred land exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback by Zhang Wuji's fervor. Yet none contradicted him. The strength displayed by Su Hanxiao earlier even surpassed that of Zhang Wuji. Such a cultivator would thrive no matter where he went. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Naturally, they were reluctant to further offend Su Hanxiao and risk driving away such a formidable presence, which could lead to greater losses. After much contemplation, casting Yi Tian aside to quell the rising anger seemed to be the wisest course of action. Just as the senior officials of the sacred land had begun to acquiesce to this decision, the Grand Elder of the Punishment Hall suddenly stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Your Holiness, I propose we also expel Su Qingji from the sacred land. This matter is intricately linked to her as well. For years, the master of Hanxiao Peak has nurtured her, a fact acknowledged by all, yet she dares to utter such treasonous words. She even schemed with that scoundrel Yi Tian to ensnare the master of Hanxiao Peak. Her character is equally vile. Even if we were to retain her in the sacred land, she would inevitably become a source of calamity in the future. It would be prudent to take this opportunity to expel her as well, thus achieving a double victory and further assuaging our ire. The senior officials of the sacred land engaged in brief discussion before unanimously agreeing to this proposal. Although Su Qingji possessed considerable talent, the situation had escalated beyond control. Who could predict whether casting out Yi Tian, such a fool, would indeed quell the turmoil? To be on the safe side, it was better to expel both of these fools together. As the meeting concluded, Zhang Wuji showed no hesitation, unleashing a terrifying aura as he surged toward the outer realms of the sacred land, intent on directly incapacitating Yi Tian. Meanwhile, the newly appointed head of the punishment hall, the former Grand Elder Li Qingtian, basked in the congratulations from countless fellow sect leaders, his visage aglow with satisfaction. Suppressing his aura and taking advantage of the lack of attention, Li Qingtian suddenly approached a figure with a beaming smile, bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, Master Su, for your assistance. In return, I have taken care of all the matters you entrusted to me. Su Qingji is now entirely at your disposal, whether she lives or dies. None in our sacred land shall interfere." In the void above, Su Hanxiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze as tranquil as a still pond. He did not even cast a glance at Li Qingtian as he passed by with Gu Qingxue. He had long perceived Li Qingtian's ambition for elevation. With a mind to instigate a conflict between Zhang Wuji and Yi Tian, he deftly facilitated Li Qingtian's ascent. Most importantly, before usurping Su Qingji's supreme bone, he intended to strip her of everything she held dear, including the position of the saintess he once bestowed. However, Li Qingtian naively believes he can occupy the position of the Master of Punishment Hall like the former Zhang Wuji, indulging in endless wealth and glory. This notion is profoundly misguided, for upon his departure he will undoubtedly obliterate the entire Taichu sacred land, transforming it into a mere cesspool. He shall then assume the role of the master of the cesspool. In an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. He harbors a grudge and will account for every flake of snow. Chapter 29, Seeking Forgiveness? Do you deserve it? Within the dark confines of the Taichu sacred land's dungeon, Su Qingji hung from the gallows. Although the dungeon was chillingly cold, her heart was warmed by the recent assurance from her beloved Yi Tian. Su Qingji felt blissful, believing she would soon escape the dungeon. Gu Qingxue had indeed deceived her. How could her brother Yi Tian, who loved her so dearly, ever mislead her? As she reveled in her delight, Su Qingji repeatedly comforted herself with these words, clinging to the facade of sweetness. "Master, you must refrain from haphazardly accepting disciples in the future. If you truly wish to take on a disciple, ensure they undergo thorough testing to ascertain their worthiness. Look at this individual. Not only is she wicked, but she is also painfully foolish. Had you not taken her in out of kindness, this once homeless beggar might have met her demise for offending a powerful figure." At that moment, a voice echoed from the dark corridor, abruptly interrupting Su Qingji's thoughts. Her expression stiffened as she gazed at the two approaching figures, her demeanor turning icy as she sharply declared, "Gu Qingxue, do not presume that your former status as my senior sister grants you the right to insult me. Do you truly believe?" Before she could finish her sentence, a piece of jade suddenly soared from the shadows, striking Su Qingji's face with tremendous force. The impact was so severe that it left her visage bloodied and bruised, shattering several of her teeth. "Gu Qingxue!" Su Qingji erupted in fury. Yet before she could unleash her wrath, the jade stone emitted a dazzling brilliance. Instantly, myriad runes formed a luminous screen, revealing a live playback of events unfolding outside the sacred land's gates. Under Su Qingji's incredulous gaze, she beheld her beloved Yi Tian standing before a beautiful stranger, his expression radiating the familiar affection she once cherished, even proclaiming heartfelt words. "Meng Shui, you are gravely mistaken. Those are merely rumors. I share no relationship with Su Qingji. It was she who shamelessly seduced me. But please believe, I am innocent in this matter. I find Su Qingji, a repugnant woman, utterly unworthy of my regard, and I have no desire to engage with her. My only intention was to procure essential resources for cultivation from her, to grow stronger and secure a better future for us. My intentions were pure. Meng Shui, please trust me. Will you? The one I have always cherished in my heart is you." Familiar words flowed from that well-known face, coalescing into phrases that rendered Su Qingji utterly incredulous. The air seemed to freeze, and Su Qingji's expression grew rigid and monstrous. Only after a moment's realization did she begin to comprehend, her demeanor shifting from disbelief to a pallor that signified her mental unraveling. How could she, Su Qingji, be accused of seducing Yi Tian? Absurd. It was Yi Tian who had employed every stratagem to draw near to her, showering her with delightful surprises and sweet words to win her heart. Ultimately, beneath the moonlight, he had professed his undying love, vowing to cherish her alone for eternity, promising to ascend to the pinnacle of existence with her. Witnessing the ebb and flow of the heavens, she believed in all of it and yearned for the future he painted. Thus, she loved him wholeheartedly, trusting him without reservation. Yet now, Yi Tian shamelessly accused her of seduction, degrading her in the most despicable and frivolous manner. How could he slander her so, and not feel the weight of his conscience? Is he even human? You Tian, you beast! Su Qingji trembled, her spirit fracturing, unleashing a desperate roar. At this moment, she no longer sought excuses for her so-called beloved Yu Tian. She was not a fool. She could sense that the jade stone containing the recorded image played in real time, utterly devoid of any forgery. Thus, everything was undeniably true. Within the live playback, all that Yi Tian uttered was equally authentic. She had believed Yi Tian loved her deeply, that he would sacrifice everything for her, and that their once sacred vows would weave a beautiful narrative for the future. Yet, in an instant, she was plunged into an abyss of despair. Falsehoods, everything was a fabrication. Yi Tian had deceived her with his lies, drawing near solely to exploit her for cultivation resources, stealing what her master had painstakingly acquired for her growth. The realization shattered her further, pain and regret streaming from her eyes. How ironic. How utterly ironic. She had fallen for a loathsome and misguided individual, severing ties with her master, who had nurtured her, even colluding to undermine him and coveting the ancient treasures he possessed. What had she done? Master! Tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes, a mixture of regret and unwillingness. Through the haze, Su Qingji, bloodied and broken, wept bitterly, pleading, "Disciple has truly erred. Can you ever forgive me?" At that moment, I too was blinded by folly and deceived. Master, I know you are the best, as your disciple. I am willing to atone for my past misdeeds. Please." Before I could finish my plea, Gu Qingxue struck Su Qingji's face with a resounding slap, abruptly interrupting her spell. Crying? What a farce. You're weeping so disgracefully that you've sullied the master's eyes. Do you believe you can bear that burden? And how dare you call me master? How dare you seek my master's forgiveness? Speak again, and I shall tear your mouth apart. Gu Qingxue, known as the White Moonlight within the sacred grounds, displayed an extraordinary fierceness at this moment, akin to a cat fiercely guarding its territory. Her eyes sparkled with a menacing light. The force of her slap was unrelenting, leaving Su Qingji with a swollen cheek and several teeth missing. Gu Qingxue's gaze held no trace of sympathy for her fellow disciple. Instead, it was filled with an extreme disdain. This ingrate did not truly comprehend her errors. She resembled a desperate gambler, hopelessly clinging to a final act of pity. She was utterly unworthy of the master's forgiveness. Chapter 30. The Extraction of the Supreme Bone. Please, Master, accept the bone. I'm truly sorry. I recognize my mistakes. Blood and tears mingled as they streamed down Su Qingji's disheveled face. I beg you, senior sister, Master, grant me a chance. I was merely deceived by Yu Tian. Resentment intertwined with regret surged through her like a torrential flood. She loathed her own foolishness, her gullibility in believing the deceitful words of Yu Tian, a heartless scoundrel. She lamented having devoted her genuine affections to such a person, thereby betraying the master who had nurtured her for many years. She had thought she had encountered her one true love, yet found herself ensnared by a thorough fraud, losing everything while severing ties with her beloved master. In the wake of this intense emotional turmoil, the supreme bone within Su Qingji's chest began to hum and vibrate, resonating like the ethereal sound of heavenly music. An indescribable aura descended from afar, enveloping her entirely. Witnessing this, Su Hanxiao raised an eyebrow in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that the ancient texts were indeed accurate. In his idle moments, he had perused numerous ancient tomes and had come across accounts of certain cultivators who, after experiencing extreme sorrow and remorse, transformed their grief into power, breaking their own limits. It was akin to protagonists blessed with extraordinary fortune suddenly awakening, converting their regrets into a wellspring of strength, shattering their shackles to achieve greater heights. At this moment, Su Qingji was undergoing a similar transformation. Perhaps she had truly reached the pinnacle of remorse, or perhaps her hatred for Yu Tian had reached its zenith. Under the influence of such extreme emotions, her supreme bone began to undergo a metamorphosis, awakening innate power and on the verge of evolving into an innate supreme bone. The fortune came effortlessly. He had previously thought he would have to wait before witnessing Su Qingji successfully awaken her innate supreme bone, yet joy arrived unexpectedly. Much earlier than anticipated, Gu Qingxue quickly grasped the unfolding situation. Her master had previously forbidden her from extracting the supreme bone of this treacherous wolf, undoubtedly biding time for this very moment. Master, the blood of such a treacherous wolf would only taint your hands. Allow me to take your place. In an instant, a layer of frost coalesced upon Gu Qingxue's palm, enveloping her delicate, jade-like hand entirely, transforming it into a claw of ice. which she then raised and brought down forcefully. A sharp sound pierced the air as Su Qingji's chest was directly penetrated. Amidst the splattering of blood, ethereal runes interwoven with divine essence erupted from Su Qingji's wound, illuminating the vast cosmos. The dim confines of the celestial prison were suddenly aglow as blossoms of law emerged, enveloping the entire dungeon in a symphony of profound truths. Sister. You. Su Qingji's face was a mask of disbelief. Her sister and the master intended to extract her supreme bone? A stupor enveloped her mind, rendering her momentarily blank. Yet before her fury could surge forth like a raging torrent, Gu Qingshue's chilling voice resumed. Su Qingji, the Holy Land has decreed that effective immediately. You are no longer the saintess of the Taichu Holy Land. Before you are wholly expelled from the Holy Land, all that you owe to the Master must be repaid today. A waste like you, a treacherous wolf, is utterly unworthy of the Supreme Bone. The Supreme Bone is also a path to invincibility, yet you are not deserving. You once dared to covet the Master's dual pupils. Today, I shall claim your Supreme Bone. Gu Qingshue's gaze grew ever colder, transforming into an unfathomable abyss. Without hesitation, she exerted force, tearing the bone directly from Su Qingji's chest. A radiant, translucent bone, still glistening with remnants of flesh and blood, appeared in her grasp, emanating waves of ethereal resonance. Threads of innate power danced around it, ascending and swirling, causing the very laws of this realm to resonate in harmony. Undoubtedly, anyone who integrated this crystalline bone into their being would become a natural cultivator, destined for an immeasurable future. The excruciating pain from her shattered chest compelled Su Qingji to emit a heart-wrenching wail. However, Gu Qingxue paid her no heed, her focus unwavering. Cradling the bloodied supreme bone in her hands, she reverently raised it above her head and knelt on one knee before Su Hanxiao. Master, Su Qingji has committed an act of treachery, conspiring with outsiders against you. As your senior, I shall cleanse our ranks by extracting her supreme bone, and I shall bear the weight of all future consequences. I implore you to accept this bone. This declaration was far from superfluous in her eyes. Such a ruthless task was best suited for her. Her master was, after all, the epitome of her ideals, and it was unnecessary for him to soil his hands or disrupt his tranquility over such matters. Moreover, perhaps by absorbing this innate supreme bone, her master's injuries could be healed. Her master's injuries were paramount above all else. Su Hanxiao was momentarily taken aback, chuckling softly as he shook his head. His foolish disciple, who was indeed the apprentice, displayed a comprehensive understanding of such matters. Su Hanxiao gently caressed Gu Qingshue's head, expressing his satisfaction with her dedication. Your heart is commendable, and as your master, I take great solace in that. Your constitution is remarkably powerful, with the addition of this innate supreme bone. You shall stand among the elite when you ascend to the upper realms. Although this supreme bone is indeed valuable, I have already attained a superior physique. It is best that you retain it for your own absorption. When the time comes for you to accompany me to the upper realm, this strength will provide me with greater assurance. However, Gu Qingxue wished to speak further, but was interrupted by Su Hanxiao. Enough. You have always been a source of pride for me, now and in the future. Let this ungrateful wretch witness how the supreme bone is truly utilized, and how wasteful it is for her to possess it. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxue ceased her words. To eliminate Su Qingji so directly would indeed be too lenient. She would wield the supreme bone to ultimately reach the pinnacle of her path and become a true empress. Let Su Qingji, the ungrateful wretch, remain forever in the mire, gazing up at her in regret. To say that my master is unworthy of the ancient heavy pupil, I shall make it known to this ungrateful wretch just how unworthy Su Qingji is of the supreme bone. At that moment, Su Qingji, gasping for breath, found her garments completely drenched in blood. Even though the bronze chains that bound her had been severed, she could not rise to her feet. She could only extend her hand, yearning to grasp the two fading figures. No matter how desperately she called out, those figures did not turn back, vanishing entirely into the darkness of the corridor. She felt an overwhelming chill, like a desperate beast trapped in despair, helplessly witnessing her abandonment as the surrounding darkness swallowed her into the abyss. Chapter 31. The Wheel of Fortune turns, Su Qingji's cultivation. Amidst the pain coursing through her body, Su Qingji, being dragged from the celestial prison, suddenly awakened. She happened to overhear the conversation between the two guards who were hauling her away. How pitiful! It seems even the supreme bone has been extracted. How cruel of Su Hanxiao! The Wheel of Fortune turns. Does heaven spare anyone? Su Qingji once sought to extract Su Hanxiao's heavy pupil, and now, with the supreme bone gone, is it not a case of reaping what one sows? At that moment, a cultivator chuckled, wearing a knowing expression. That said, Su Qingji is still our Holy Land Saintess, now cast out. Before this, we were on friendly terms. But are you truly hungry? With this idle time, we might as well hurry and expel this one from our Holy Land and go witness the spectacle. I've heard that Yutian's fiancé has already come to seek him out, demanding an explanation outside our Taichu Holy Land. Many powerful sect members have gathered to observe. Yutian's fiancé, Su Qingji, just awakening from her slumber, felt her expression twist into one of rage. Yutian. It's all because of Yutian. He once vowed that he would love only me, that he would surely rescue me from this prison. Yet he has deceived me. She struggled in the depths of despair, while Yutian was lost in sweet nothings with his betrothed. Cursed be him. Cursed. Let me go? Su Qingji screamed in a frenzied struggle, momentarily forgetting the pain coursing through her body, her voice echoing like a wailing specter. Yutian, that beast, deserves to die. Release me. I shall slay him. It is all his fault. He has ruined everything. Within the pitch-black corridor, 2 guards were nearly paralyzed with fear. Startled, they unleashed kicks and blows upon the severely injured Su Qingji. Why are you screaming so loudly? One guard barked, previously harboring some interest in Su Qingji. He now struck her with even greater force, shaken by her ghastly appearance, drenched in blood. It nearly knocked the breath out of him. No matter how twisted his tastes, they could not extend to such grotesqueness. He resolved to quickly dispose of this wretched creature from the sacred grounds and seek amusement elsewhere. Su Qingji endured in silence. Fueled by intense hatred, she did not even succumb to unconsciousness. She was increasingly convinced that Yutian had obliterated her existence. She was determined to exact vengeance upon him. Meanwhile, outside the Taichu sacred land, Yutian, standing before Li Mingxue, was beginning to lose patience. Mingxue, must I repeat myself? There is nothing amiss between Su Qingji and me. Why must you be so sensitive? As he continued to explain, a sharp sound cut through the air. Li Mingxue had delivered a stinging slap across his face. The sudden strike caused Yutian's head to turn sharply, and he touched his cheek in disbelief. Mingxue, how dare you strike? Another crisp slap echoed in the air, interrupting his protest. This slap is for your audacity to lie, despite the evidence. You have been spouting nonsense. With a swift motion, Li Mingxue delivered yet another blow to his other cheek. This slap is for betraying my heartfelt sincerity. And another. This slap is for making me feel repulsed. Well struck. This scoundrel deserves to be punished. Cheered some onlookers. Yet, with each strike, Yutian's anger surged. After all, he was the scion of the sacred land, a cultivator of the Dao Palace. How dare this wretched woman humiliate him so brazenly in broad daylight? No longer could he endure such indignities. Yutian's gaze hardened. Just as he prepared to retaliate, a tremendous aura surged from afar, rapidly approaching the mountain gate where he stood. Recognizing the familiar presence, Yutian's heart soared with joy. Splendid! It is the aura of my master. Is he coming to defend me? Fool, you must flee at once. Your so-called master approaches with murderous intent, eager to strike you down. A frantic voice suddenly resonated within Yitian's mind. The source of the voice emanated from the ancient black gold sword strapped to Yitian's back. This sword, known as the Black Abyss Divine Sword, was an unexpected treasure he stumbled upon during his travels in an ancient ruin. Within it resided the soul of an ancient sword master. Over the years, he had cultivated a bond that was both teacher and friend with this venerable spirit, which greatly contributed to his rise as the holy son of the primordial sacred land, ultimately catching the eye of the punishment hall master, Zhang Wuji. How could this be? Upon hearing the voice of the ancient sword master, Yi Tian's immediate reaction was disbelief. After all, this master was his mentor. How could he possibly wish to harm him? Zhang Wuji was not selflessly nurturing him. He had ambitions for Yi Tian to ascend to higher echelons within the primordial sacred land to further his own interests. To kill him now would be a monumental waste of effort. At this juncture, do you not comprehend? Earlier, you attempted to tarnish Su Hanxiao's reputation. A scheme that not only failed but ensnared you in its web, causing chaos throughout the primordial sacred land. The ancient sword master berated him. Now, due to your actions, the reputation of the primordial sacred land is in jeopardy, and this matter escalates with each passing moment. Do you believe they will not seek a scapegoat to quell this uproar? Su Hanxiao's current display of power is formidable. The primordial sacred land cannot afford to turn against him. And as one of the instigators of this incident, do you think you will escape unscathed? You had better flee swiftly. Upon hearing these words, Yi Tian's expression shifted dramatically. The more he pondered, the more sense the ancient sword master's words made. Subsequently, Amidst the bewildered and perplexed gazes of onlookers, Yi Tian forcefully pushed aside the obstructing Li Mingxue. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light. Soaring toward the horizon, rebellious disciple, do not resist capture. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Wuji was momentarily taken aback, but then he erupted in fury. A colossal aura surged forth, tearing through the sky for miles as he pursued Yi Tian, who was vanishing into the distance. Everyone was utterly stunned. What transpired? How did Yi Tian manage to flee the sacred land? My esteemed primordial sacred land, as a prestigious sect, must serve as a model in certain matters. Just then, a voice echoed from deep within the sacred land. Yi Tian has committed the heinous act of colluding with Su Qingji to slander the peak master of our sacred land. Now, he has engaged in such treacherous and deceitful acts. Such a despicable individual is unworthy of being a disciple of our primordial sacred land. The Punishment Hall Master, Zhang Wuji, has displayed poor judgment in nurturing such a renegade disciple, and he has been demoted to a mere elder of the Punishment Hall. Please, everyone, bear with us for a moment. We shall apprehend Yi Tian and personally strip him of his cultivation, expelling him from the sacred land. We will provide all of you with a satisfactory resolution. Chapter 32. Regret like tides, having lost everything. It was not until this moment that the many cultivators, previously in a state of shock, finally regained their senses. No wonder Zhang Wuji had been so enraged earlier, even openly exuding murderous intent toward Yi Tian. It appears that the protagonist finds himself in a most unfortunate predicament, stripped of all dignity and even the esteemed title of Punishment Hall Master, a position of great significance within the entire realm of Shanghai. Zhang Wuji's loss of such an identity undoubtedly ignites a fierce wrath within him. In a similar vein, a voice, cold and devoid of compassion, resounds. Su Qingji, devoid of honor or humility, has conspired with Yi Tian to attempt the assassination of our sacred peak's master. Her crimes warrant execution. Henceforth, she is no longer our holy maiden. As this pronouncement echoes, two cultivators, bearing the bloodied Su Qingji as if she were a discarded dog, unceremoniously cast her aside without a backward glance, returning to the sanctum. Their irritation is palpable as they blame Su Qingji for her frenzied outbursts along the journey, which robbed them of the opportunity to witness a splendid spectacle. Upon witnessing Su Qingji's dire state, the onlookers collectively gasp in horror. A ghastly wound mars her chest, and her aura is utterly depleted. The other powerful figures of the sacred domain, who had hoped to ally with her, now furrow their brows. Where has her supreme bone gone? The Taichu sacred land's actions seem excessively ruthless, having not only expelled Su Qingji but also removed her supreme bone. Su Qingji's fame across the Shanghai realm stems from her possession of the supreme bone. Even if she were a rebellious cub with a tarnished reputation, they could have still embraced her within their sect for further cultivation. Yet now, with her supreme bone lost and her disposition akin to a treacherous wolf, who would dare to invite such a calamity into their ranks? Master, Su Hanxiao has gone too far. One high-ranking member of the sacred land declares with righteous indignation. While Su Qingji certainly erred and even wronged Su Hanxiao, to have so mercilessly extracted her supreme bone is indeed a display of unparalleled cruelty. Moreover, even if he did take it, the supreme bone should rightfully belong to the sacred land to manage. This sentiment resonates deeply among the high-ranking officials. The supreme bone is of utmost importance. Should they successfully integrate it, their futures would be boundless, potentially paving the way for the next holy master. How could they not feel envy and resentment at its abrupt removal by Su Hanxiao? I have painstakingly nurtured this rebellious disciple for decades, elevating her from beggary to the stature of an empress. Seemingly attuned to the thoughts swirling in the minds of all present, Su Hanxiao's voice thundered across the heavens. I, Su Hanxiao, am no saint. Having bestowed my favor upon her, she repays me with ingratitude and treachery. Today, I shall extract the supreme bone from this ungrateful wolf and bestow it upon my sole remaining disciple, Gu Qingxue. Should anyone have objections, feel free to confront me, Su. Let us see how many lives you possess that could withstand my wrath. With the finality of his declaration, dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, lightning flashing and a terrifying aura surging forth into the sky, severing all ties with his wayward disciples. Su Hanxiao utilized the points of villainous merit to enhance his newly awakened dual physiques. His cultivation level has now undeniably returned to the realm of life and death. At this moment, his aura spreads unreservedly, stirring the very fabric of the void, creating a tempest of laws that sweeps across thousands of miles. Even many elder experts of the life and death realm, upon sensing the explosive aura emanating from Su Hanxiao, cannot help but feel a shiver of trepidation. Su Hanxiao has actually broken through to the life and death realm. Such a breakthrough is typically achieved only by those who have lived for over a millennium. Yet, Su Hanxiao appears merely as a youth, having ascended to this formidable level. Furthermore, the aura he now displays is even more terrifying than that of certain elder experts of the life and death realm. Especially those practitioners who previously entertained thoughts of seizing the supreme bone, now feel as if they have plunged into an icy abyss, their bodies trembling with cold. The aura Su Hanxiao exudes could effortlessly annihilate them. Not to mention, there are rumors that Su Hanxiao possesses several immensely powerful and mysterious subordinates, currently lying in ambush within the mountain and sea realm. At his command, they would willingly risk their lives, traversing mountains and seas of fire. Ah! A sigh filled with myriad complex emotions resounded from deep within the Holy Land once more. From this day forward, Su Hanxiao's status in the Taichu Holy Land ranks just below mine. Those who see him must regard him with utmost respect. The current Holy Lord of the Taichu Holy Land reached this decision almost instantaneously, albeit with a hint of regret. He lamented his previous indifference when Su Hanxiao was ensnared in a storm of public opinion, feigning ignorance and disregarding the matter entirely. The previous Holy Lord had specifically warned him before his complete transcendence, emphasizing that he must never offend Su Hanxiao, for his origins are deeply unfathomable. Perhaps he is an opportunity for the Taichu Holy Land. However, after years of observation, he only confirmed that Su Hanxiao had suffered severe injuries to his Tao and had not made any progress in his cultivation, appearing merely as an ordinary Purple Mansion practitioner. Gradually, he forgot the repeated cautions of the previous Holy Lord. Subsequently, when Su Hanxiao was vilified due to the affairs concerning Shin Mingyue and others, he chose to remain indifferent, allowing the situation to unfold. Little did he know that just days ago, the seemingly ordinary Purple Mansion practitioner, Su Hanxiao, had swiftly shattered two major realms, becoming a top-tier expert of the life and death realm. Even when facing Su Hanxiao now, he cannot escape a feeling of alarm. To achieve such accomplishments in such a brief span of time, Su Hanxiao must either possess an extraordinary background or be a reincarnated powerhouse. He regrets his arrogance and short-sightedness, failing to heed the previous Holy Lord's admonitions. This has caused the Taichu Holy Land to miss a genuine opportunity for ascendance. Yet he hopes it is not too late to mend his ways. Many other high-ranking officials of the Holy Land, upon hearing these words, displayed expressions of disbelief. Despite their reluctance, they dared not utter another word. Su Hanxiao has now become an entity they cannot provoke, and one they must even seek to curry favor with. However, Su Hanxiao remains entirely indifferent to the envious and awestruck gazes cast upon him by countless individuals. He was never a creature of this realm. So why should he concern himself with the opinions and attitudes of myriads? Now those individuals realize the need to curry favor with him? It is too late. The master gazed upon the imposing figure standing majestically in the void, exuding an aura of unparalleled strength, fiercely supporting Gu Qingxue. Pain. She felt her heart, at this moment, ache more than a torn wound. Su Qingxi experienced a sharp, agonizing throb in her heart, more excruciating than a lacerated chest. If only she had not committed such a foolish act and had not let down her master's expectations, she could have relished in the same glory. After all, he was a practitioner of the life and death realm, a true existence at the pinnacle of the pyramid in the Shanhai world. If she were a disciple of such a being, the future would be unimaginably splendid. Yet now, everything had dissipated into mere illusions due to a grave misjudgment. What struck Su Qingxi as most ironic and laughable was that she had previously believed her master, due to severe injuries to his Tao, would be confined to the Purple Mansion realm for eternity, regardless of his efforts, never to achieve anything more. But what was the outcome? In less than 4 days, her master had ascended to become a top-tier practitioner of the life and death realm. In contrast, she had not only lost her supreme bone and her status as a saintess, but had also been expelled from the Taichu Holy Land. She had even completely lost her master. Regret. A torrent of regret engulfed her entirely. Chapter 33. It felt akin to a dog that had lost everything and been cast aside by its master. Ding. Detection of the female protagonist Su Qingxi suffering a severe blow, her Tao heart unstable, experiencing intense feelings of regret toward her master. Villain virtue. 6000. Among the crowd, Li Qingyi and Zhang Ruoming also displayed expressions of sorrow. Yet, deep within their beautiful eyes lay an indescribable envy. If nothing had occurred in the past, would they not also be envied by countless others like the current Gu Qingxue? Although they were not as disheveled as Su Qingxi, in a certain sense, had they not also lost everything, becoming utterly destitute? They had missed an entire world. Ding. Female protagonists Zhang Rameng and Li Qingyi harbor intense regret toward their master, cracks appearing in their Dao hearts. Villain virtue points 7,000. Listening to the continuous reports from the system, Su Hanxiao's lips curled slightly upward. This pack of ingrates would also feel regret. Master, please rest assured. Qingxue will never disappoint you. At that moment, a delicate, fair hand suddenly grasped his. Gu Qingxue, with a serious expression, said, Qingxue will always stand by your side, Master. I am fully aware that everything I possess now is bestowed by you. Each word Gu Qingxue spoke came from the depths of her heart. Even if her master were to stand against the world, she would unwaveringly stand beside him, choosing him 1,000 times, serving him 1,000 times, until eternity. Su Hanxiao smiled slightly, revealing a warm and genuine smile, gently stroking Gu Qingxue's head. Let us go. The matters here are concluded. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since I took you out to explore. In the future, my esteemed master will take you to countless places. Su Hanxiao led Gu Qingxue away, not once glancing back. Master, I truly understand my mistake, Master. Behind them, Su Qingji, disregarding her physical pain and disheveled appearance, stumbled and dashed toward the distant figures. Having already been stripped of her supreme bone, her energy was at its nadir. Coupled with the tears that incessantly streamed down her face, her vision became utterly blurred, causing her to fall multiple times during her frantic pursuit. Bloodied and bruised, she drew concerned glances from numerous cultivators. Miss Su, Li Mingxue, possessed a kind heart. Although Yu Tian and Su Qingji had betrayed her, she still believed that the root of all this turmoil lay with Yu Tian, and that Su Qingji might be innocent. Witnessing Su Qingji's current plight, she felt a pang of sympathy and wished to offer some words of comfort. However, as she reached out, Su Qingji forcefully brushed her aside. Get away. Ignoring Li Mingxue, Su Qingji's eyes were fixated solely on the receding silhouette of her master, desperately chasing after Su Hanxiao. Yet, she did not run far before stumbling again. Crashing to the ground, her body smeared with blood and mud. Master, I truly know my mistake. Please, grant me another chance. She pleaded, collapsing into the mire, tears mingling with blood as she cried out in sorrow. At that moment, the dark clouds hanging heavily in the sky seemed to finally succumb to the weight of regret. A torrential downpour fell, washing over Su Qingji's lacerated wounds with a piercing pain, yet it also seemed to break through the false dam deep within her heart. The rain, infused with emotions of remorse, transformed into a deluge that engulfed Su Qingji entirely. Amidst the relentless sound of the rain, Su Qingji wept heart-wrenchingly in the mud. It appeared as if she was venting her inner anguish and bitterness in this manner, continuously pleading, her voice a mournful lament. The brows of the surrounding cultivators furrowed deeper. In their eyes, Su Qingji resembled a forsaken dog, howling in the downpour, yet her cries were in vain, unable to summon Su Hanxiao back. Nevertheless, a trace of sisterly affection still lingered among the disciples. Li Qingyi and Zhang Rameng waded through the filthy mire, allowing the rain to drench their gauzy skirts, and approached Su Qingji's side. Su Qingji lay on the ground, her body convulsing as if she had cried herself to the brink of exhaustion. Sister, what should we do? Zhang Rameng, equally stricken with grief, felt as if her heart was being torn apart. Her eyes reddened. Master has left. He no longer wants us. Li Qingyi pressed her lips together tightly, a sense of inexplicable suffocation gripping her heart. The rain-soaked strands of her dark hair clung to her face, obscuring her expression. Regret surged within her, while anger churned. First, we shall seek vengeance. Then we will find our master to atone for our sins. Perhaps there may still be a chance for redemption, though it might merely be a fleeting thought. Yet, when the entire truth was laid bare, they were resolute in their unwillingness to lose everything completely. The Shadow Pavilion must be destroyed. Xiao Ling and Yi Tian, those wretches, will also meet their demise. Ironically, until now, Li Qingyi seems to believe that the primary fault lies not within herself, but rather in these so-called external factors. She does not truly comprehend her errors. She merely perceives these external elements as the root cause of all her suffering. Meanwhile, with a thunderous roar, amidst flying debris, Yi Tian was violently hurled by the energy shockwave, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. After rolling over numerous times, he finally managed to halt his chaotic motion, yet without hesitation, he scrambled to his feet and continued to flee. Big brother, Swordmaster, save me, Yi Tian bellowed, hoping that the ancient sword spirit residing within the black gold ancient sword would come to his aid. After all, this was his only chance for survival. Today, even if you scream until your voice breaks, no one will come to your rescue. Die. Zhang Wuji's outstretched hand shattered layers of void as it reached for Yi Tian. He was determined to eliminate this scoundrel. But at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Boom! A torrent of sword energy surged into the sky like a rainbow piercing the sun. Amidst the rolling waves of sword energy, the ethereal figure of a middle-aged man materialized. Brandishing a black-gold ancient sword, standing resolutely between Yi Tian and Zhang Wuji. In the next instant, the middle-aged man swung his sword. Waves of sword energy cascaded forth like a tsunami, colliding with Zhang Wuji's outstretched hand and erupting into a brilliance akin to the sun. The surging sword energy effortlessly obliterated the overwhelming loss. How is this possible? Zhang Wuji exclaimed in shock. He was a formidable half-step into the realm of life and death, yet this sudden apparition, clearly a mere illusion, had effortlessly blocked his divine abilities. Truly, it was a case of hunting wild geese only to have the geese peck back. This young man, Yi Tian, harbored a colossal secret. An earth-shattering battle erupted, with sword energy slicing through the air and the void fracturing. Although this middle-aged man had lost his physical form as an ancient sword master, his power was immensely formidable. Repelling Zhang Wuji required little effort. Thank you, Senior, for your assistance. Once assured that there were no pursuers behind him, Yi Tian finally sighed in relief. So, you only call me Grandpa when you're in trouble and Senior when you're not, huh? The middle-aged man's ethereal form was about to jest, but suddenly his expression changed drastically. Not good. I need to borrow your body for a moment. Let's go. Yi Tian's countenance shifted in alarm, for he saw genuine fear etched upon the face of his esteemed predecessor. A fear that had never surfaced even when confronting Zhang Wuji. Shortly after, the ancient sword master possessed Yi Tian. Even at the cost of depleting his source power to make a swift escape thousands of miles away, the void shattered like a mirror. Two figures slowly emerged from within. It was Su Hanxiao, accompanied by Yu Qingxue. Chapter 34. Self-inflicted wounds, invasion of foreign races. Sensing the residual overwhelming sword energy in the air, Su Hanxiao raised an eyebrow. He had previously discerned that Yi Tian, as the protagonist of the narrative, was certainly not a simple character. To his astonishment, he discovered a figure akin to a venerable elder standing behind him. Master, that fellow Yi Tian has fled. Should we pursue him? For the time being, let it be. Su Hanxiao replied with a light chuckle, shaking his head. This fellow is remarkably swift. Even if we were to chase after him, it would require considerable effort. And success is not guaranteed. It would be wiser to nurture this situation, allowing it to mature before we reap the benefits. Although the mountain and sea realm is a lower realm, it occupies a unique position within the original narrative as an extraordinarily special world. Eons ago, it appeared to be the core of a vast upper realm, shattered by a cataclysmic battle among formidable beings, resulting in fragments that scattered across the universe, ultimately forming this mountain and sea realm. Many surviving elite beings from the upper realms left their legacies within this realm. Yi Tian is exceptionally fortunate, perhaps having acquired the inheritance of an ancient power seemingly from the upper realms. Regardless, he would remain in the mountain and sea realm for a while longer. It would be more prudent to allow him to cultivate sufficiently before claiming the fruits of his labor. Moreover, compared to these trivial matters, accompanying his only disciple on journeys beyond was of far greater importance. Master! Master! Su Qingxi abruptly opened her eyes from a deep slumber, exclaiming in alarm. However, a sharp pain surged from her chest, nearly causing her to lose consciousness. Junior sister, you are gravely injured. You must rest. Li Qingyi hastily approached to support Su Qingxi. Where's the master? Yet, Su Qingxi seemed indifferent to her physical condition, her emotions running high, tears streaming down like a spring. Her voice heavy with sorrow. Where has the master gone? I must find him. I truly realize my mistakes. And that wretched Yi Tian. Has he been captured and taken back to the Holy Land for punishment? I will personally see to his demise. Li Qingyi furrowed her brow. Typically, her junior sister exuded an air of grace and elegance, but now, she resembled a vengeful spirit, her eyes filled with hatred for Yi Tian. After a brief pause, Li Qingyi finally spoke. It seems that Yi Tian has the assistance of a mysterious, powerful ally. Even Zhang Wuji could not successfully capture him and bring him back. That fellow managed to escape. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxi momentarily froze, her expression contorting into one of even greater fury. How could he have escaped? Yi Tian must pay. He has ruined everything for me. I will kill him. Her emotions spiraled further, desperately attempting to rise, consumed by the urge to find Yi Tian and exact vengeance. Despite Li Qingyi's repeated attempts to dissuade her, she could not be restrained. Li Qingyi, already emotionally drained from caring for Su Qingxi, felt her nerves fraying under the piercing sounds of distress. In a sudden surge of anger, she delivered a sharp slap to Su Qingji's face. As the crisp sound echoed, the world fell into a profound silence. Enough. Your supreme essence has been extracted, leaving your foundation unstable, poised to plummet in rank at any moment. Behind Yi Tian stands an enigmatic and ancient powerhouse. With your current strength, how could you possibly hope to defeat him? In times past, you basked in the favor and assistance of your master, yet in terms of cultivation, you were never a match for Yi Tian. What makes you believe you now possess the means to eliminate him? Furthermore, you incessantly claim that Yi Tian has destroyed everything you held dear. Have you ever considered your own faults? Had you not acted so foolishly, allowing Yi Tian to exploit you, and uttered such blasphemous words to your master without a hint of remorse, even continuing to conspire with that vile creature against your master? Would you be in such a dire predicament? You truly deserve this. Your misfortunes are self-inflicted. Li Qingyi berated her. In chastising Su Qingji, she was simultaneously admonishing herself. In a certain sense, how could she not be as contemptible as Su Qingji? Su Qingji maintained her averted posture, her expression frozen, covering her burning cheeks, filled with disbelief. Yet, upon regaining her composure, Su Qingji let out a piercing roar. On what grounds do you strike me? On what basis do you accuse me? Have you not acted similarly? When our master faced adversity, did you not stand by with Sister Zhang Ruoming, merely observing, even reveling in her misfortune? In this moment of emotional collapse, Su Qingji lunged to claw at Li Qingyi. The painful truths had already pierced Li Qingyi, and her emotions began to unravel. Seeing Su Qingji dare to retaliate further ignited her fury. I told to tend to your wounds, carrying your injured form back from the torrential rain. And you dare to raise a hand against me? You are indeed a heartless wretch. With that, the two women engaged in a fierce struggle. Sisters, please, cease this fighting. Do not continue. Zhang Ruoming, who had just returned, heard the commotion and rushed forward in a state of utter desperation to intervene. Were this scene to spread, it would undoubtedly cause a stir. Both Li Qingyi and Su Qingji had previously left an impression of grace and elegance at the Taichu sacred ground. Yet now, they clawed at each other like wild beasts, a truly ironic sight. Meanwhile, not long ago, the tranquil Shanghai Great Wall was now embroiled in turmoil. With smoke and flames rising everywhere, the Flying Tiger Army, stationed at the Heavenly Gate, must be swiftly dispatched to the Guardian of Heaven. In the Great Hall, a commander was issuing a series of directives based on intelligence from the front lines. However, before his words had fully settled, a deputy commander interjected, General Li. The Flying Tiger Army is one of the elite forces of our Shanghai Great Wall, and the Heavenly Gate is of utmost importance. Should this location fall, the western region of the Shanghai Great Wall will be rendered entirely vulnerable. Lord Hanxiao specifically instructed that even if the foremost vanguard cities were to be lost, the Flying Tiger Army must remain steadfast at the Heavenly Gate and must not be casually redeployed. Should we not deliberate on this matter? Bang! As soon as the vice-general's words fell, the general seized a golden goblet nearby and struck the vice-general fiercely upon the head, instantly causing blood to spill forth. Silence! For the time being, I am your general. You are now my soldiers, and thus you must heed my commands. The threat from the foreign powers presses upon us. Should you fail to execute my orders and jeopardize our opportunity, losing your head would be the least of your worries. The vice-general clenched his fist slightly, instinctively glancing towards Zhu Fengyan. However, Zhu Fengyan remained cold and unperturbed, her expression devoid of any emotion as she declared, Su Hanxiao is merely an amateur. Having scarcely set foot at the Mountain Sea Great Wall, he knows nothing of strategic formations or defenses. General Li is the true expert in military affairs, and from this moment, General Li's orders shall be my own. The Vanguard City serves as the eyes of our Mountain Sea Great Wall, and should it fall, the consequences would be dire. All of you need only to follow my commands and those of several generals. I assure you that by the end of this day, we shall force the foreign entities back into their lairs, rendering them too fearful to intrude again. Upon hearing these words, many other commanders felt a twinge of dissatisfaction but dared not voice their grievances. After all, Zhu Fengyan had, with Su Hanxiao's assistance over the years, enjoyed a remarkably smooth path to success, effortlessly achieving great military feats and establishing unprecedented accomplishments. This led Zhu Fengyan to harbor a delusion of being a naturally gifted female general, adept in warfare. Moreover, General Li's strategies aligned perfectly with her intentions. Additionally, this was the ace general arranged by her beloved, Li Xiaoyao, which further encouraged her support. As she gazed at the billowing smoke and flames beyond the Mountain Sea Great Wall, Listening to the thunderous sounds of galloping armies, Zhu Fengyan's lips curled into a confident smile. Su Hanxiao had orchestrated everything so flawlessly that it left her talents unutilized. With the foreign powers advancing once more, she was determined to prove her worth, asserting that she, Zhu Fengyan, was the true legend of her era, capable of overcoming the foreign entities and claiming dominion over the world. Zhu Fengyan even began to envision the countless beings of the Mountain Sea realm singing praises of her grand achievements. Haha. Can the contemporary leaders of the human race be so foolish? We merely tested their resolve, and they immediately withdrew the Flying Tiger army stationed at the Tianmen Pass? Is this all they can muster? Over the years, foreign powers had employed various tactics to incite dissent among human cultivators. Almost the instant Zhu Fengyan finalized her orders, a multitude of foreign strongmen became aware of this command, eliciting both mockery and delight within their ranks. The strategic importance of the Tianmen Pass cannot be overstated. If they were to seize this location, the two defensive lines of the Mountain Sea Great Wall would be severed, rendering mutual support impossible. Furthermore, once they took Tianmen Pass, a mere advance of several thousand miles would allow them to breach the crucial Mountain Sea Pass, ultimately leading to a direct incursion into the North Sea region. At that point, countless lives in the North Sea would be doomed to become their prey. They are about to embark on a bloody feast. However, it seems that the esteemed member of the eternal Su family remains in the Shanghai realm. If we breach the Northern Sea domain and invade the Shanghai realm with our entire clan, what shall we do if we provoke his wrath? As the words of the alien powerhouse echoed, the other alien warriors, who had been envisioning a promising future, suddenly wore frozen expressions. They shot resentful glances at the speaker, feeling that he had unwittingly touched a nerve. Yet, his words undeniably stirred the fears and anxieties within them. Although Su Hanxiao had withdrawn his subordinates and declared he would no longer interfere with the Shanghai Great Wall, who could predict whether their invasion of the Shanghai realm would incite his fury? Moreover, Su Hanxiao is also a member of the human race. They have been slaughtering humans, treating them as mere prey. Would Su Hanxiao truly remain indifferent? After much contemplation, the alien warriors reached a consensus. They decided to focus on breaching the Shanghai Great Wall and securing control over it first. As for whether to enter the realm, they would assess the situation as it unfolded. At worst, they could wait until Su Hanxiao departed from the Shanghai realm before making their move. In the past, they had prepared themselves for a millennium of restraint from invading the Shanghai realm due to a single decree from Su Hanxiao. Yet, unexpectedly, only a few decades had passed, and Su Hanxiao had rescinded this order, allowing them to assault the Shanghai Great Wall at will. Perhaps, after seizing the Great Wall, they would only need to wait a few decades more before Su Hanxiao departed. Without him, they could fully subjugate the Shanghai realm's denizens as their prey. The Shanghai realm is divided into 6 major domains, with the most prosperous being the central continent. Within the city of Zhongzhou, sunlight streamed through the windows of Fenghua Tower, illuminating Beigong Wanner, who reclined languidly on a phoenix couch. Her already fair and delicate skin was rendered even more exquisite in the warm glow. Beigong Wanner stretched her body, her graceful and alluring curves captivating to behold. After a dreamy murmur escaped her lips, she instinctively reached out to embrace the familiar figure, only to find herself grasping at empty space. Startled, Beigong Wanner awoke to find the other side of the couch devoid of anyone. Even the room bore no trace of his scent. Panic surged within her. Although she had long been aware that Xie Feiyu was a notorious rogue, the years of intimacy had led her to regard him as her everything. Now, with his sudden disappearance, Beigong Wanner felt an unsettling void and instinctively sought to uncover Xie Feiyu's whereabouts. Soon, her beautiful eyes brightened as she spotted a letter left conspicuously on the desk. In a flurry, she tore it open, expecting her beloved to have penned a few lines of romantic poetry as a playful gesture. However, upon reading the contents of the letter, Beigong Wanner felt as if struck by lightning. She instinctively began rummaging through her belongings. All her storage rings, including the special ones hidden in the dark recesses of her room, have vanished. She has been deceived. Not only has she been betrayed in body, but all the wealth she accumulated over the years has been absconded by Xie Feiyu. How could this happen? Beigong Wanner sat on the ground in a daze, seemingly unable to accept this outcome. After all, she had known Xie Feiyu for several decades. Throughout those years of companionship, she had long regarded him as her true love, as her everything. Just recently, she had even brought Xie Feiyu home to meet her parents, disregarding their admonitions, and had become engaged to him. In 2.5 months, they were to wed, embarking on a journey of romantic bliss together. Yet now, Xie Feiyu had fled with all her wealth, leaving behind only a torn marriage certificate. Impossible. How could Fei Yu possibly abandon me? We are true lovers. How could he treat me this way? Beigong Wanner could not fathom this betrayal. How could she accept it? Because she believed Fei Yu was her true love, she had even risked her relationship with her master, severing ties entirely to defend him. She had even created a rift with her own parents over this matter. She had always thought it was worth it. But now, when the so-called true love had taken everything from her and left only a shredded marriage certificate, what did her previous sacrifices for Fei Yu amount to? She felt like a gambler who had lost everything, driven to madness. Chapter 36. Betrayed in Heart? A misfortune of one's own making, reduced to a laughingstock. In a frantic hurry, Beigong Wanner hastily donned her clothes and rushed out of the private room. However, she had no idea when Fei Yu had left. Moreover, due to his assertion that marking him would signify distrust towards him as a lover, Beigong Wanner had not left any contingency plan on him. Now that Fei Yu had completely taken advantage of her and walked away without a trace, she was utterly lost, unaware of his whereabouts amidst the vast sea of people. Fei Yu, why did you deceive me? I loved you so dearly. Beigong Wanner let out a heart-wrenching roar, clutching her heart as she knelt on the ground. Her unrestrained display immediately attracted the attention of many onlookers. Fei Yu? Is the Fei Yu referred to by this fairy the same one? Given her heartbroken and devastated appearance, having been robbed both of her wealth and virtue, it seemed highly probable. Surely, it was the notorious flower thief, Fei Yu. TSK, this fellow truly is a scoundrel. Having preyed upon yet another fairy, one cannot help but admire the exquisite beauty of this fairy, while simultaneously envying Fei Yu yet again. Amidst the murmurs of disapproval, mocking laughter also echoed in the air. Who in Zhangzhou is unaware of the infamous name of the flower thief, Fei Yu? It seems this individual is rather foolish. Having learned of Fei Yu's true name, why not investigate the identity and background of this person? To be deceived out of both wealth and affection is indeed a fitting consequence for such ignorance. These words resonated deeply with many wandering cultivators nearby. Now, whenever the name Fei Yu is uttered, anyone with a modicum of sense would first seek to uncover the origins of that individual, only retracting their attention upon confirming it to be a mere coincidence of names. Generally, one would not continue to falter and fall prey to deception after discovering the true name of another. Listening to the murmurs of the surrounding cultivators, Beigong Wanner found herself lost in thought, kneeling on the ground. The reason she knew Fei Yu's true name was that she had heard it from her own master. At that time, after Fei Yu was subdued by Su Hanxiao, he had honestly confessed everything, including his true name. She even knew that Fei Yu had once been a flower thief. Yet, he had shared with her many stories from the outside world, along with numerous romantic verses that caused her cheeks to flush with embarrassment, capturing her heart profoundly. Especially that fateful night, when she, unable to bear it any longer, temporarily released Fei Yu from his shackles. Rather than fleeing, he took her soaring into the sky to witness the dazzling meteor shower. In that moment, she felt that Fei Yu was her destined soulmate. Later on, she defied her master, determined to rescue Fei Yu and elope with him. Throughout this journey, they shared countless beautiful tales, standing together through life and death. She believed that after all her efforts, she had successfully redeemed Fei Yu, transforming him from the despised flower thief into a changed man. Yet, it was only today that she realized how ludicrous her beliefs had been. Suddenly, she recalled her master's words. Many things occur only once, yet some happen countless times. Just as a dog cannot change its nature, a dead pig fears not the boiling water. Wanner, you are my disciple. How could I ever harm you? Her master had lamented, his voice filled with heartfelt sincerity. However, she had perceived this as an attempt to thwart her pursuit of true love. To encounter a genuine love in one's lifetime is as rare as ascending to the heavens. After struggling to find such a love, her master not only refused to bless her, but even compared her beloved to a dog and a dead pig. This provoked her fury, leading her to vehemently accuse her master. How dare you presume to instruct me? Claiming to be my teacher just because you have imparted some knowledge to me? By what right do you interfere with my pursuit of true love? Under the cover of night, she fled the Taichu sacred land with Fei Yu. Over the years, she has dreamed of this scene countless times, each time filled with joy and gratitude for what she believed was the right choice. She increasingly loathed her master for his short-sightedness, nearly shattering her future happiness. Yet, as the truth unraveled, it dawned upon her just how foolish and absurdly mistaken she had been. What a destined prince! Fei Yu was nothing but a treacherous, ungrateful wretch. She had expended so much effort to bring him out of the Taichu sacred land, sacrificing so much, and this ingrate repaid her thus. At that moment, CFAU, having completed his disguise, strolled through the bustling streets, his spirits soaring. Although he had squandered several years, the rewards were immense. A faint smile graced his lips. He had reached the 6th layer of the Peach Blossom technique and attained the realm of divine powers. Furthermore, he had acquired the entirety of Beigong Wanner's wealth. As he casually counted the resources on hand, he realized they would effortlessly propel him to the threshold of the life and death realm. Next, he was merely a step away from advancing to the 7th layer of the Peach Blossom technique, which comprised 9 layers. Mastery of this technique would lead to a complete transformation, endowing him with an innate charm. With just a slight release of his aura, he could enchant countless women. Over the years, he had gathered the attention of innumerable maidens, even benefiting from the assistance of the uniquely gifted cultivator Beigong Wanner, to barely reach the 6th layer. To ascend to the 7th layer, he needed to select a superior target. At that moment, a stir rippled through the throng ahead. Countless cultivators halted, their gazes drawn toward a singular direction, eyes filled with awe and admiration. There stood Gu Qingxue, adorned in a snow phoenix gown, her graceful curves exquisitely accentuated, her flawless skin shimmering tantalizingly. The phoenix emblem upon her bosom appeared vividly alive, rising and falling with her every movement, as if it would burst forth from its depths at any moment. Is she the holy maiden of the Taichu sacred land, Gu Qingxue? CFAU's eyes sparkled. The name Gu Qingxue resonated throughout the entire Shanghai realm, renowned as the next divine maiden of the Taichu sacred land. Whispers spoke of her possessing a unique constitution as recorded in ancient tomes, though such knowledge remained shrouded in secrecy due to the sacred land's discretion. CFAU wet his lips, sensing he had found the perfect quarry. Although he was reluctant to provoke Su Hanxiao, his own strength had seen considerable growth over the years, granting him ample means for self-protection. Fortune often favored the bold. Perhaps he could dare to pursue Gu Qingxue. Chapter 37. Complete failure. Send her on her way. With his resolve firm, CFAU instantly transformed his appearance using a secret technique he had mastered. Through careful observation and anticipation, he soon maneuvered to intercept Gu Qingxue on her path. Having encountered numerous women over the years, he possessed a general understanding of the preferences that appealed to someone like her. In no time, he morphed into the guise of an elegant scholar, handsome and exuding an inherent righteousness. At first glance, one feels as if enveloped in the gentle embrace of spring. Such a charming young man instantly captivates the attention of numerous female disciples, who instinctively glance in his direction. CFAU appears quite pleased with his current appearance, wearing a confident smile. Gu Qingxue, on the other hand, embodies grace and elegance, preferring the understated and refined over the ostentatious. She appreciates a demeanor that is composed and knowledgeable, and at this moment, CFAU likely aligns perfectly with her ideals. All that remains is to patiently await the opportune moment for a delightful encounter with Gu Qingxue, and his initial plan will be flawlessly executed. As he muses within, he senses Gu Qingxue's presence, akin to a snow lotus blooming atop Tian Shan, exuding a fragrant allure. The corners of CFAU's lips curl upwards. Within a few fleeting moments, he has envisioned the most suitable posture for their encounter. The ideal meeting must occur at just the right moment, neither abrupt nor overly sudden. When Gu Qingxue approaches, he intends to burst forth from around the corner, clutching a book, and collide directly into her. At that juncture, he merely needs to embody the essence of a charming youth and the refreshing demeanor of a scholar to effortlessly win her over. However, the anticipated picturesque meeting, wherein love at first sight would blossom, did not materialize. Suddenly, a sharp, searing pain struck his face. Almost instantaneously, he was sent flying by a resounding slap, spinning through the air like a top, before landing with a splash into a vat of soy sauce positioned by the street vendor. How revolting! How could you be so blind? Gu Qingxue did not even spare CFAU a glance. The street was wide and expansive. How could he dare to collide with her? Unbeknownst to him, she harbored a cleanliness obsession, wishing to avoid contact with anyone aside from her master. After casually tossing a few spirit stones to the soy sauce vendor as compensation, Gu Qingxue hurriedly departed. CFAU, having struggled for what felt like an eternity to extricate himself from the vat, found his face smeared with soy sauce, his long hair clinging to his visage, rendering him both repulsive and disheveled. Yet, even more intolerable than the nauseating scent swirling around his nose and the stinging pain on his cheeks, was the realization that his meticulously calculated encounter had ended in failure before it even began. How could this be? He had encountered countless women and was well acquainted with the preferences of someone like Gu Qingxue. Failure seemed impossible. Moreover, it was rumored that Gu Qingxue was kind-hearted. Even if he could not elicit an immediate affection from her, he should at least have garnered enough familiarity for a second chance. Yet the unfolding events diverged entirely from his expectations. Gu Qingxue sprinted onward, soon arriving at an expansive courtyard. "Master, I have returned." In stark contrast to the frigid indifference perceived by the outside world, her demeanor was anything but, as Gu Qingxue gently pushed open the gates of her residence. A warm smile illuminated her face. With a sense of anticipation, she retrieved several exquisite brocade boxes from her storage space. Even when entirely closed, these boxes exuded a rich and enchanting fragrance, uplifting the spirits of those nearby. Upon opening the boxes, a collection of resplendent, glimmering pills was revealed, each meticulously arranged within. "Master, these are Dao Yuan pills, known for their efficacy in stabilizing one's foundational path," Gu Qingxue exclaimed eagerly. "I exchanged some less valuable heavenly materials at the Dan Medicine Pavilion in Zhangzhou for these pills. Please try a few and see if they prove beneficial. They might be of real use." Su Hanxiao, leisurely sipping his tea, smiled faintly and shook his head upon hearing her words. His disciple was indeed considerate, yet often too headstrong. Despite his reassurances that his injuries had largely healed, Gu Qingxue remained unconvinced, persistently seeking various rare materials and pills to remedy his condition. While these pills could not compare to those of the upper realms, they were still quite rare within the vast expanse of the Shanhai realm. It was implausible that his disciple could so easily acquire them in exchange for mere trivialities. Su Hanxiao began, reaching out to ruffle Gu Qingxue's hair. But his hand abruptly froze, a frown creasing his brow. He sensed a familiar aura emanating from her, faint yet discernible. "CFAU," he thought, recalling the rogue whom he had nearly eliminated, only for that fool, Beigong Wanner, to whisk him away in a fit of romantic folly. "Master, what is it?" Gu Qingxue inquired, gently taking hold of Su Hanxiao's wrist and placing it on her head. To the outside world, she appeared as a celestial being of the sacred ground. A candidate for the next generation of divine maidens, radiating an air of ethereal grace. Yet, in Su Hanxiao's presence, she revealed her youthful innocence. Akin to a child who had yet to grow up. "Nothing," Su Hanxiao replied with a smile, choosing not to divulge his thoughts to Gu Qingxue. What audacity CFAU possesses. Although he had initially wished to ignore CFAU, the rogue had inadvertently assisted him by removing a treacherous disciple, thus mitigating his losses. Moreover, CFAU's continued existence would allow him to torment Beigong Wanner further, intensifying her suffering. Yet now, it seemed he had set his sights on Gu Qingxue. A cold glimmer flashed in Su Hanxiao's eyes. It appeared he would have to show this individual the consequences of his actions. Despite having cleaned himself up, CFAU could still faintly detect the lingering, unpleasant odor of soy sauce from his own body, causing his expression to darken further. This was his first complete failure. And it was indeed thorough. However, it was not without merit. During his recent close encounter with Gu Qingxue, he had distinctly felt the overwhelming aura emanating from within her, a sight he had never encountered before. There was a stark difference between the essence of a woman and that of a man. Their primordial yin could indirectly reflect their innate talents. The primordial yin power within Gu Qingxue was immensely vast and magnificent, indicating that her innate abilities had reached a terrifyingly formidable level. This revelation left CFAU both astonished and increasingly consumed by fervor and greed. If he could successfully capture Gu Qingxue, his peach blossom love technique would undoubtedly ascend to the 7th level or even the 8th. Suddenly, a thunderous roar akin to muffled thunder reverberated from the heavens above CFAU's head. Following this, a terrifying pressure shattered the fabric of space, instantly locking onto him and rendering his blood cold with fear. The abrupt turn of events not only sent CFAU into a state of panic, but also attracted the attention of numerous cultivators in Zhangzhou City, who looked up in terror. Had someone truly dared to act within Zhangzhou City? The city lord was a formidable figure at the life and death realm. Did they not fear inciting the wrath of such a powerful being and ultimately bringing disaster upon themselves? Su Hanxiao emerged from the fractured space, standing in the air, his white robes fluttering in the wind with a resonant sound. His indifferent gaze looked down upon CFAU below, as if he were observing a corpse. Su Hanxiao. CFAU's heart screamed in terror. He never anticipated encountering Su Hanxiao in Zhangzhou City. From what he understood, Gu Qingxue preferred to act alone, shunning companionship. It was also rumored that Su Hanxiao had suffered severe injuries and would typically not leave the eastern wilderness, where the Taichu Holy Land was located. Yet, here he was, astonishingly following Gu Qingxue. What baffled him further was how Su Hanxiao, previously an ordinary cultivator at the Purple Mansion realm, had suddenly transformed into a life and death realm powerhouse. He had dared to covet Su Hanxiao, emboldened by his recent breakthrough into the divine ability realm, with his peach blossom love technique advancing to the 6th level. Nearing the 7th, far surpassing his former self. Although Su Hanxiao had not progressed in strength due to his injuries, even if he sought trouble with Su Hanxiao, a mere cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm, he believed he could handle it effortlessly. But now, he was filled with immense regret. How could someone who had just recently broken through to the divine ability realm possibly contend with a life and death realm expert? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Hanxiao turned and fled, racing desperately into the depths of Zhongzhou City. Su Hanxiao stood towering in the void, his pupils shimmering with divine patterns that seemed to reflect the heavens. No matter how Su Hanxiao tried to blend into the crowd, constantly altering his aura and appearance, Su Hanxiao could pinpoint his location with unwavering precision. As Su Hanxiao prepared to act, he suddenly paused, sensing something, and instinctively glanced in a certain direction. The entirety of Zhongzhou City had descended into chaos. Cultivators at the Purple Mansion realm were already capable of serving as elders within a sect's sacred grounds, while those at the life and death realm were among the most elite in the entire sea and mountain realm. At this moment, a cultivator from the mountain and sea realm was about to strike in Zhongzhou City, causing countless passers-by to flee in terror, like headless flies darting in every direction. Amidst the chaotic and frenzied crowd, Beigong Wan'er stood dazedly in place, her gaze fixed on a figure high in the sky, momentarily lost in thought. Even after many years of absence, she instantly recognized that silhouette. It was her former master, Su Hanxiao. Why was he here? Moreover, Su Hanxiao had actually broken through to the realm of life and death. The rumors were true. Su Hanxiao quickly retracted his gaze. With a mighty hand, he summoned the power of the laws, which converged in his palm, transforming into a colossal hand akin to a small mountain, reaching towards the fleeing Su Hanxiao. Su Hanxiao unleashed the energy within him, invoking the Peach Blossom Heart technique. Red spiritual energy surged forth, swirling around him, taking the form of petals dancing in the wind. Yet, under the influence of a peculiar force, the peach blossoms morphed into flying daggers, cascading like a torrent of snow, relentlessly charging towards Su Hanxiao's outstretched hand. However, this storm of peach blossom blades, capable of effortlessly shredding a cultivator of the divine ability realm into dust, merely sparked with the sound of clashing metal against Su Hanxiao's palm. It was unable to even breach his defenses. How could this be? Su Hanxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Although there was a gap between him and the life and death realm powerhouses, it shouldn't be this fast. At this moment, Su Hanxiao hadn't even unleashed any divine abilities. Merely extending a hand shaped by the laws was enough to render him utterly powerless. What filled Su Hanxiao with dread was that as the colossal hand descended, the surrounding space became overwhelmingly oppressive, nearly halting the flow of his blood. No matter how he wielded the Peach Blossom Heart technique, he was still incapable of destroying the descending giant hand. Just as despair began to take root in his heart, his eyes suddenly brightened. He saw Beigong Wan'er running towards him. Although he had abandoned her, it had been only recently. Beigong Wan'er, who loved him dearly and regarded him as her destined partner, would surely be willing to help him if he appeased her. Wan'er, you finally arrived. Quickly save me. Your master intends to kill me. Wan'er, your birthday is approaching, and I took your possessions to gather money for a grand surprise for you. It's not true what others say. I never intended to abandon you. How could I do anything to hurt you when I love you so much? Initially filled with fury and ready to confront Su Hanxiao, Beigong Wan'er felt her rage dissipate upon hearing his words. Was the truth really as he said? Did that mean she had misunderstood him? Overjoyed, Beigong Wan'er thought to herself, how could Su Hanxiao, as her destined partner, ever betray her? It was all just a misunderstanding. At this moment, although Su Hanxiao was enveloped in panic and fear, he keenly observed that Beigong Wan'er had unconsciously displayed a look of delight, which brought a subtle sense of relief to his heart. He had indeed placed his bet wisely. With just a few sweet words, he had managed to completely enchant Beigong Wan'er. Su Hanxiao continued to stoke the flames, smoothly producing a marriage certificate from his bosom. And with genuine emotion, he exclaimed, Wan'er, save me. I found the previous marriage certificate inadequate to express my sincere affection and love for you. So I tore it up and composed a new one. The true marriage certificate is here. I was merely jesting with you earlier. We are about to wed. How could I ever abandon you? You are my wife, and I am your husband. Would you truly watch your master kill me, leaving you a widow before our marriage? Beigong Wan'er suddenly came to her senses, and all her doubts evaporated. How could Su Hanxiao betray her when he was already prepared to marry her? Master, please, stop. Grant your disciple this favor. Beigong Wan'er urgently called out towards Su Hanxiao, Feiyu still loves me. He has not forsaken me. Do not harm him. Seeing that Su Hanxiao completely ignored her, Beigong Waner quickly shifted her tone. If you harm him, I shall never speak to you again. Our bond will be severed forever. Beigong Waner had already deduced the truth of the situation. Her master still cared for her, despite claiming to sever their relationship and declaring she was no longer his disciple. Yet, he had always been concerned for her, particularly after hearing the news of Feiyu's supposed abandonment, rushing to Zhongzhou City to defend her honor. Su Hanxiao paused momentarily, then chuckled. How could there be such a self-absorbed individual in the world? Did Beigong Waner truly believe he had come here for her? Begone. Without even casting a glance in her direction, Su Hanxiao waved his hand, summoning a tempest of loss. Caught off guard, Beigong Waner was instantly swept into the storm, hurtling through the air like a withered leaf, crashing violently into a shop, causing the structure to collapse in an instant. Chapter 39. Of course, I was just kidding, fool. Let's die together. Amidst the ruins, Beigong Waner coughed up blood. Yet, compared to the pain coursing through her body, she was overwhelmed by disbelief and could scarcely comprehend the situation. Su Hanxiao truly dared to lay a hand on her? Moreover, had it not been for her special life-saving defensive measures, that single strike could have easily claimed half her life. But was Su Hanxiao not meant to be her savior? She had stated that it was all just a misunderstanding. Did he not understand human speech? Seizing the moment while Su Hanxiao had flung Beigong Waner aside, Feiyu found his chance and sprinted towards Zhongzhou City, repeatedly shouting, Yin Yin, save me. The aura of a powerful being in the realm of life and death was already terrifying, let alone when unleashed within Zhongzhou City. Although only a few moments had passed, within the Lord's mansion of Zhongzhou City, a powerful aura began to rise. Su Hanxiao, my friend, is it not rather disrespectful to openly violate the rules and act within my domain? A deep voice resonated, accompanied by the emergence of another formidable presence from the realm of life and death. It was none other than Ouyang Feng, the Lord of Zhongzhou City. Alongside him were numerous formidable figures from the Lord's mansion, 2 from the Divine Ability realm and 7 from the Purple Mansion realm. They trailed behind Ouyang Feng, their faces etched with fury as they glared at Su Hanxiao. Zhongzhou City had stood for countless years, and this was the first time someone had the audacity to so blatantly disregard the rules and strike within their city. What did they take the Lord's mansion for? Ouyang Feng's daughter, the esteemed Ouyang Yanran, felt a mix of compassion and rage upon seeing the battered and bruised Feiyu. After all, Feiyu was a favored companion she had nurtured. She was well aware of his identity, yet it mattered little to her. He embodied her aesthetic ideals and was physically exceptional. Yanran, you've finally come to rescue me. Feiyu, seemingly attuned to Ouyang Yanran's preferences, joyfully leaped into her embrace, feeling a profound sense of relief. Despite Su Hanxiao's formidable display of power, they were in Zhongzhou City, with so many strong figures present. Would Su Hanxiao dare to take his life? Beguiled by the scene, Beigong Waner, who had just clawed her way out from the ruins, stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Observing the relationship between Feiyu and Ouyang Yanran, she realized they seemed to have known each other for quite some time. Yet, Feiyu had assured her over the years that she was the only woman in his heart. Why, then, had another Ouyang Yanran emerged? You are Beigong Waner, Ouyang Yanran. As the daughter of the Lord, possessed an immense pride, bolstered by her father's strength in the realm of life and death. Holding Feiyu, she regarded Beigong Waner with a benevolent gaze, scanning her from head to toe. It appears you have sufficiently nourished my Feiyu. Thank you for allowing him to enjoy himself all these years. As she spoke, Ouyang Yanran flicked her finger, causing a storage ring to fly forth and land with a clink at Beigong Waner's feet. Consider these items your compensation. My Feiyu no longer requires you. I am enough for him. Beigong Waner, upon hearing these words, felt as though struck by lightning once more. This was not merely a provocation. It was a blatant humiliation. What did Ouyang Yanran take her for? A mere courtesan meant for sale? Regaining her senses, Beigong Waner trembled with fury. Feiyu, you just professed your love for me and spoke of marriage. What do you mean by this? What is your relationship with her? Feiyu fell into a momentary silence. Yet, upon hearing Ouyang Yanran's telepathic instructions, he finally exhaled, a smirk of disdain curling his lips. Beigong Waner, one may indulge in all manner of folly, but one must not speak carelessly. Is merely speaking of marriage truly equivalent to the act of marrying? Moreover, my intention to wed you does not guarantee that I will actually follow through. At this moment, I find no joy in our time together. Thus I have no desire to marry you. You may leave now. Do you comprehend? CFAU has grown weary of pretense. With his greatest support now in place, he has no inclination to indulge Beigong Wanner in empty pleasantries. What did you say? Upon hearing these words, Beigong Wanner felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. Overwhelmed by the blow, she could hardly accept this outcome. Her voice trembled as she spoke. CFAU, were those words you shared with me merely fabrications? CFAU scoffed. The only one I have ever loved is my dear Yinran. What are you to me? You are no longer even a disciple of the Holy Land. Can your Beigong family possibly compare to mine? Take your belongings associated with Yinran and leave. Consider it compensation for the youth you have squandered. Beigong Wanner stood there, utterly dazed. Her mind blank, she crumpled to the ground. It was all a deception. CFAU is nothing but a shameless scoundrel. He does not love her. He simply exploits her for his own gain in the most despicable manner. This is not a rare and fateful love. It is a loathsome parasite. Su Hanxiao, the matter has been laid bare. Ouyang Feng spoke solemnly. I express regret regarding your disciple's situation. However, matters of love are based on mutual consent, regardless of the outcome. One must learn to accept the consequences. Out of humanitarian concern, I shall overlook your rudeness and violation of rules today. You need only compensate for the damage to my shop in Zhongzhou City, and we shall consider this matter resolved. Yet, Ouyang Feng swiftly shifted his tone, raising 2 fingers. Secondly, should you insist on pursuing this matter to the bitter end, do not expect us to be courteous. With that, he and the strong allies from the city lord's estate exuded their formidable presence as a show of intimidation. If possible, he wished to avoid turning this situation into a mortal enmity with Su Hanxiao. After all, how strong could a cultivator of this realm truly be? The wise choice would be to grant Su Hanxiao a concession and resolve the matter amicably. He presumed that after a moment's contemplation, Su Hanxiao would make the most rational decision. However, to his surprise, Su Hanxiao scoffed. What are you to me? There is no one I desire to eliminate that I cannot. With that, Su Hanxiao also raised 2 fingers. I offer you 2 choices. Surrender CFAU willingly, or perish alongside him. Chapter 40. Do you truly believe I am advocating for you? A unilateral onslaught. Dark clouds obscured the sky, casting a gloomy light. Amidst the silence, Su Hanxiao's voice echoed far in the cold wind, clearly reaching the ears of all present, including Ouyang Feng and the other cultivators from the city lord's estate. Even the numerous passers-by, who were also cultivators, were utterly stupefied upon hearing such declarations. They even questioned whether their ears were deceiving them. Was Su Hanxiao serious? Was it truly worth it to become enemies with the lord of Zhongzhou City over such a trivial matter, even to the point of engaging in physical conflict? What was more astonishing was Su Hanxiao's overwhelming audacity, as he seemed to disregard Ouyang Feng, a veteran cultivator at the life and death realm, entirely. Indeed, cultivators at the life and death realm possess formidable strength, yet there are distinctions within that realm. Su Hanxiao had only recently broken through to the initial stage of life and death realm, while Ouyang Feng was at its late stage. The disparity of 2 minor realms would inevitably lead to a significant difference in power. How audacious! How brazen! To dare utter such reckless words. Before Ouyang Feng could respond, a multitude of powerful figures from the city lord's residence erupted in fury. This young man was far too arrogant to boldly claim he would eradicate them all. Did he truly believe that having entered the life and death realm made him invincible in the world? In a state of confusion, Beigong Wanner gradually regained her senses. Upon hearing those words, disbelief washed over her. Soon after, an overwhelming tide of emotion, intertwined with regret, surged from the depths of her heart. Manifesting as tears that flowed incessantly, she was suddenly reminded of countless memories. Back in the Taichu sacred land, when she was bullied, it was her master who steadfastly stood by her side, advocating for her. During her trials in the external secret realm, it was also her master who, despite the risk of overturning the rules, came to her rescue. Her master had done so much for her. Yet, after encountering that scoundrel, CFAU, she had forgotten her master's kindness in just a few days and had fallen deeply in love with him. She even believed his deceptive words. Leaving the Taichu sacred land and parting ways with her master. Over the years, she harbored resentment towards her master, hindering her pursuit of happiness. Yet now, as she fell into despair, it was still her master who stepped forward, becoming a beacon of light to redeem her. In return for her grievances, her master continued to respond with kindness. Master, I am truly sorry. I realize my mistakes. Ding. The system has detected that the female lead, Beigong Wanner, harbors immense regret towards the protagonist. Congratulations to the protagonist for acquiring 4,000 villain merit points. Upon hearing the system notification, Su Hanxiao was momentarily taken aback. He cast a profound glance at Beigong Wanner. Had he been too lenient? When had he claimed to be your champion? At that moment, Ouyang Feng's expression darkened, his murderous intent boiling forth. An overwhelming aura emanated from him, saturating the space and rendering it even more oppressive. The onlookers felt an acute sense of suffocation in their chests. Su Hanxiao, do you truly wish to become adversaries with Zhangzhou City over this matter? I understand your dissatisfaction, believing your disciple has suffered greatly, and you wish to defend her. But ultimately, this is a matter among juniors. As a cultivator in the life and death realm, must you jeopardize your reputation over such trivialities? Su Hanxiao, you are still youthful, and reaching such a realm of cultivation is no small feat. Do not place excessive importance on so-called pride, lest you jeopardize your very life. Ouyang Feng harbored little fondness for Xiefei. Yet, given Xiefei's unique nature and rapid advancement, there existed the possibility of his breaking through to the realm of life and death. Moreover, considering his daughter's affection for the young man, he could not possibly surrender Xiefei. After all, he was the lord of Zhangzhou City, a practitioner of the life and death realm. How could he, faced with a young contender who had just broken through, easily concede and hand over Xiefei? What would his peers think of him then? A scoff escaped Su Hanxiao's lips. Beigong Wanner is no longer my disciple. Why should I defend such an ungrateful wretch? Suddenly, Beigong Wanner, who had been lost in her emotional turmoil, ceased her sobbing, her eyes widening in disbelief. What? Su Hanxiao was not acting on her behalf. For whom then? Xiefei, I had no intention of ending your life. After all, you have inadvertently spared me from nurturing an ungrateful wretch, preserving my cultivation resources. Yet, you have audaciously overstepped, casting your sights on my disciple Gu Qingxue. Today, you cannot be spared. As he spoke, Su Hanxiao vanished from his original position in an instant. Boom! A piercing sonic explosion echoed through the void. Su Hanxiao moved with the swiftness of a thunderbolt cleaving the air, leaving a pure white trail in the shattered void. Elsewhere, Gu Qingxue, drawn by the commotion, had just overheard Su Hanxiao's declaration. Initially, she believed her master, upon learning of Beigong Wanner's betrayal, was moved by their past bond and sought to defend her. To her astonishment, her master was acting for her own sake. Not one to be naive, she began to piece together the truth. The delicate young man she had coincidentally encountered on her journey was likely Xiefei in disguise, attempting to draw near to her. Perhaps he had left a trace of his essence upon her, which her master had sensed. This realization filled Gu Qingxue with warmth and sweetness, yet soon a wave of concern washed over her, amplifying her sense of injustice for her master. This was a matter she could resolve independently. Her master had refrained from taking lives for many years. Now, to witness him engaging in a fierce battle against a practitioner of the life and death realm on her behalf was a burden she wished to alleviate from him to avoid any backlash. Boom! Everything transpired in the blink of an eye as Su Hanxiao materialized before Ouyang Feng. The cataclysmic tempest of law surged forth. The mere aftermath of his presence sent all but Ouyang Feng hurtling away like kites severed from their strings, scattering in all directions. You have just broken through to the life and death realm. How could you possess such strength? Ouyang Feng's expression shifted dramatically. He hastily conjured a defensive spell. A golden ancient bell, formed from countless runes, emerged to shield him, enveloping him entirely. However, Su Hanxiao struck forth with a single palm. The golden ancient bell emitted a sorrowful wail, as though burdened beyond its capacity, and then shattered like mere paper. Bang! Su Hanxiao's outstretched palm unleashed a relentless force that landed squarely on Ouyang Feng's chest. Immediately, Ouyang Feng's chest caved inward, blood spewing forth as he was propelled backward like a shooting star. In his flight, he shattered countless pavilions and towers into dust before crashing down onto the horizon, raising a cloud of dust that enveloped the sky. My lord! The cultivators of the city lord's residence, who had just begun to rise from the ground, gasped in disbelief at the sight of their lord being sent flying by a single blow. Why was this happening? Their lord was a late-stage cultivator of the life and death realm. How could he possibly be unable to withstand even a single strike from Su Hanxiao? Not only the cultivators of the city lord's residence, but also the onlookers were struck as if by a thunderbolt, instinctively holding their breath. This was not the anticipated scenario of the city lord overpowering Su Hanxiao, nor a contest of equals, but rather a unilateral domination by Su Hanxiao. Chapter 41. The city lord pleads for mercy? More ruthless and resolute. Xiefei, who had believed he could safely navigate this crisis under Ouyang Feng's protection, was now utterly terrified upon witnessing this scene. It's over. If even Ouyang Feng, a formidable late-stage cultivator of the life and death realm, was sent flying by Su Hanxiao, how could he possibly contend with him? CFAU was devoid of any thought of resistance, unleashing his internal power at any cost, transforming into a streak of light, attempting to flee into the horizon. However, all efforts proved futile. Su Hanxiao stood effortlessly, extending his hand toward the void from which CFAU sought to escape, gently grasping. Crack, 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 an unsettling sound of compressed air filled the atmosphere. At that moment, CFAU, frantically speeding through the air, felt the surrounding space becoming increasingly viscous and heavy. Ultimately, he was compressed into a tight ball, unable to advance even an inch. As Su Hanxiao retracted his hand, CFAU, who had managed to escape hundreds of miles away, was forcefully dragged back. Yin, save me. CFAU struggled desperately, disregarding his image as he called out for Ouyang Yin. Seeing her beloved in peril, Ouyang Yin was filled with urgency and rage. Su Hanxiao, release my Feiyu at once. Do you truly wish to make an enemy of the entire Zhongzhou? Do not think that because you successfully ambushed my father, you are invincible. Our city lord's residence boasts countless powerful cultivators. You are but a solitary figure. Do you dare to oppose the strength of our entire city alone? As if to affirm Ouyang Yin's words, other powerful cultivators from the city lord's residence regained their senses. 2 more cultivators of the divine ability realm soared out from within the residence. Including the previous 3, there were now a total of 5. Furthermore, there were 14 cultivators of the Purple Mansion realm, along with several dozen cultivators of the Dao Palace realm below the Purple Mansion. With such resources, the comprehensive strength of Zhongzhou City could be said to rank just below the sacred grounds of the mountain and sea realm. Enough. Cease this at once. At that moment, a voice of authority rang out. After much struggle, Ouyang Feng finally managed to rise from the ruins, his complexion pale, marked by both fear and anxiety. Just a single strike from Su Hanxiao had left him grievously wounded. His ribs were shattered, and countless meridians within his body lay severed. As a practitioner of the life and death realm, his body had already endured the tempering of heaven and earth, fortified further by the protection of spiritual laws. It was nearly impossible for practitioners of the same realm to inflict such serious injury upon one another without engaging in a prolonged battle for days on end. Moreover, he was a late-stage practitioner, far stronger and more resilient than those in the early stages of the life and death realm. Yet, what had just transpired? A mere early-stage practitioner like Su Hanxiao had not only grievously injured him with a single blow, but had also completely shattered the treasured artifact, the Golden Kuei Bell, which he had painstakingly forged over many years. Fear had replaced the disdain in Ouyang Feng's eyes. Was this what they referred to as the life and death realm? He would believe it if someone claimed that Su Hanxiao surpassed that realm, having managed to escape with his life. He felt as though he had stumbled upon a stroke of good fortune. His daughter, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, still wished to leverage the numerical advantage of the city lord's mansion to suppress Su Hanxiao. What difference was that from courting death? Father. This person, Ouyang Feng abruptly interrupted Ouyang Yinran. I have spoken. Cease this at once. Ignoring Ouyang Yinran's incredulous expression, he ultimately bowed with cupped hands towards Su Hanxiao, declaring, This matter was a grave oversight on my part. I sincerely apologize for offending you, Lord Hanxiao. I beseech you, with your magnanimity, to forgive my previous rudeness. From this day forth, CFAU and the city lord's mansion of Zhongzhou shall have no further relations. Furthermore, we are willing to offer 90% of our treasury as compensation. I only hope that you, Lord Hanxiao, can turn enmity into friendship with our city lord's mansion. I, Ouyang Feng, am also indebted to you for sparing my life. Silence. The world was suddenly engulfed in an oppressive stillness. The unexpected turn of events had surpassed everyone's imagination. This was Ouyang Feng, the city lord of Zhongzhou, a figure above thousands. A formidable presence that even the high-ranking members of sacred grounds would treat with utmost respect. Yet now, he had cast aside all dignity and face, publicly apologizing to a practitioner who had just barely broken through to the life and death realm and offering 90% of the mansion's resources from their treasury. What difference was this from surrendering the entire foundation of the city lord's mansion? Even more absurd was the fact that the city lord's final words were clearly a plea for mercy. For sparing my life. A chill ran through everyone, a dawning realization awakening them. This indicated the terrifying prowess of Su Hanxiao. That single slap had effectively awakened the city lord of Zhongzhou. The overwhelming and seemingly insurmountable disparity compelled this exalted lord to abandon everything, relinquishing all, in pursuit of the best path to survival. Father. Yu Ouyang Yin and was momentarily at a loss. No one was more unable to accept this outcome than she. As the beloved jewel of Zhongzhou City, the young lady of the Lord's mansion could stir up a tempest with but a single utterance. She was born atop the pinnacle, enjoying the privilege of having her desires met, and it seemed that the existence of Zhongzhou City was merely to cater to her. Yet now, all the confidence she once possessed appeared utterly ludicrous in the presence of Su Hanxiao. Ignoring the resentful gazes of the other powerful figures from the Lord's mansion and the bewilderment of fellow cultivators, Ouyang Feng maintained his respectful posture. But he seemed to age by countless years in that moment. In the realm of skilled combatants, exchanges are often succinct. Having weathered numerous tempests, he understood that one need not engage in life-or-death battles to perceive the disparity in strength. Su Hanxiao's casual slap had already shattered his resolve. Ultimately, the title of Lord was merely a position. As long as he drew breath, he remained the Lord of Zhongzhou City. However, should he perish, not only would the lordship pass to another, but the Ouyang family would also face utter annihilation. Thus, what value did the dignity of a Death Realm cultivator and the accumulated protective resources hold? As long as one could survive, the chance for resurgence would always present itself. Beigong Wana remained in a daze, seated upon the ground, her gaze fixed in astonishment upon the unfolding scene, especially as she beheld the figure standing majestically against the sky. His robes billowing in the wind, resembling a celestial being. After years apart, the once derided master, likened to the weakest peak lord due to a past injury, had grown to such formidable heights. A single individual could compel an entire city to bow in submission. In the past, she had perceived her master as a mere waste, forever stagnant. How ironic and laughable that now seemed. The world remained silent, as everyone anticipated that Su Hanxiao would acquiesce to Ouyang Feng's proposal, for any rational individual would choose thus. Yet, they underestimated the ruthlessness of the once dreaded Su demon, who had roamed the higher realms. With a scoff, Su Hanxiao shook his head. Ouyang Feng, I have already presented you with a choice. Ouyang Feng had previously believed his cultivation level superior. Convinced he had Su Hanxiao at his mercy, prepared to join forces with the Lord's mansion to eliminate him. Now, having been awakened by a mere slap, he quickly capitulated. Previously, entangled by the burdens of heavenly karma, he had been unable to strike back. Prudence might have led him to accept the proposal without hesitation. However, now, with the aid of the villain's merit system, eliminating those who harbored malice towards him constituted an act of virtue. Why not adhere to his true nature and be himself? To vanquish them all. Chapter 42. Annihilation of the Lord's mansion, successfully cultivating virtue. Crack. Su Hanxiao exerted a slight force in his palm, directly shattering Fei's limbs and thoroughly disrupting his dantian. Disregarding his cries of anguish, he cast him aside temporarily for later handling. Boom. A resounding explosion echoed through the void as Su Hanxiao reached out and grasped the air, pulling forth a black gold long knife radiating lethal brilliance from the emptiness. The blade is as thin as a cicada's wing, reflecting a chilling light that sends shivers down one's spine. The hilt appears to be crafted from a unique material, adorned with flowing patterns. Notably, one side of the hilt bears the prominent character for virtue, while the other side is inscribed with the character for benevolence. This was a result of Su Hanxiao's immense suffering after being entangled with the forces of heavenly karma, leading him to adopt a somewhat superstitious belief. He felt that etching these two characters onto the hilt would transform his act of killing into a meritorious deed, perhaps alleviating the repercussions of the karmic forces. However, other cultivators did not share this perspective. The moment Su Hanxiao unsheathed the immortal slaying blade, everyone distinctly felt waves of bloodthirsty energy, palpable and overwhelming, assaulting their senses. What carnage must have been wrought to cultivate such a thick aura of bloodshed within this blade? The cultivators felt a chill run down their spines. Through the swirling blade energy, they envisioned a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, recalling a demon lord who once wielded this very sword to slay countless beings. The sheer volume of blood spilled had formed an endless ocean. They were not oblivious to Su Hanxiao's past, especially after his recent breakthrough to the realm of life and death, establishing himself as a top-tier powerhouse in the realm of mountains and seas. Many had been investigating his deeds. In the past, Su Hanxiao had given them the impression of a benevolent man, disinterested in conflict, devoid of desires, preferring to read, fish, and tend to flowers. Any aspect of his character would paint him as a quintessential good man, a cultured and amiable scholar. Yet now, all they could say was, do not believe rumors, do not spread them. If this could still be construed as evidence of Su Hanxiao's goodness, it could only mean that all good people in the world had perished. Such thoughts flitted through their minds in an instant. At this moment, Su Hanxiao had already vanished from sight. With the ferocity of a thunderclap, he unleashed a brilliant streak of light spanning hundreds of miles. Swiftly, form the grand formation. Strike with all their might. They realized there was no room for retreat, and thus the numerous cultivators from the city lord's manor resolved to retaliate with all their strength. Yet, despite their rapid response, Su Hanxiao's speed was even greater. Like a bolt of lightning illuminating the day, the light surged forth, sweeping past the many cultivators along its path, arriving instantaneously before Ouyang Feng. And where this light passed, the affected cultivators from the city lord's manor erupted. This was a profound application of the path of the blade, compressing the overwhelming destructive energy of the blade's aura into a single white beam. Ultimately, in conjunction with his swift movement, he executed a lethal leap, igniting the blade's energy to unleash a tremendous force. The unfolding events exceeded everyone's expectations once more. The cultivators had presumed that, despite Su Hanxiao's strength, facing so many formidable opponents from the city lord's manor would be a challenge. However, it remained a one-sided massacre. Above the heavens, countless bolts of lightning intertwined like invisible flying knives, slicing through the crowd, and wherever they passed, numerous cultivators burst into clouds of blood, their forms utterly annihilated. Even from a distance, the radiant blade that seemed capable of cleaving the world was enough to cause countless cultivators to squint in pain, rendering them unable to gaze directly upon it. Simultaneously, the system's notification began to echo ceaselessly within Su Hanxiao's mind. Ding! You have slain an early-stage Purple Realm cultivator from the City Lord's mansion who harbored hostility towards you, accumulating 500 points of virtuous merit. Ding! You have slain a mid-stage Purple Realm cultivator from the City Lord's mansion who harbored hostility towards you, accumulating 700 points of virtuous merit. Listening to the system's announcements, Su Hanxiao felt a surge of joy. This was precisely why he had no intention of sparing the City Lord's mansion of Zhongzhou. The reason these individuals were compelled to apologize to him was simply that they recognized their inability to contend with him. However, this did not signify their complete submission. One day, should their strength surpass his, they would undoubtedly seek revenge, avenging the humiliation of today. Thus, rather than waiting for that day to arrive, it was far wiser to take the initiative to eliminate the threat entirely, preventing any such occurrence from the outset. As Su Hanxiao continued his relentless onslaught, the forces of karmic retribution proliferated. Yet, with the aid of the virtuous merit points, these forces were continuously mitigated. In this oscillation, all Su Hanxiao needed to do was to liberate himself and engage in unrestrained slaughter. Father, what shall we do next? The dagger in Su Hanxiao's grasp was utterly enigmatic, slicing through steel as if it were mere clay, effortlessly tearing apart even the defensive formations. Ouyang Yin ran, who was desperately fleeing alongside her father, was engulfed in terror, her complexion pale. Is this all you're doing, you ungrateful daughter? Ouyang Feng seethed with rage upon hearing her words, inwardly wishing he could strangle her on the spot. If it weren't for your infatuation with that scoundrel Feiyu, our Zhongzhou City Lord's mansion would not have attracted such formidable enemies, leading to this dire predicament. Feeling unjustly accused, Ouyang Yin and could not comprehend why her father would blame her. Moreover, Feiyu possessed a unique physique and exceptional talent, equally capable of breaking through to the realm of life and death. Her father had even supported her relationship with him. Now, when calamity struck, why was all the blame cast upon her? Seeing his daughter display not a shred of remorse, but rather a look of grievance, Ouyang Feng nearly halted his escape, tempted to dispose of this fool first. Suppressing his turbulent emotions, Ouyang Feng's expression darkened as he muttered through clenched teeth, "Damn Su Hanxiao. How could he be so ruthless, pushing matters to such an extreme? If I survive today, I shall repay this grudge 100-fold. However, before he could fully articulate his threats, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged from the depths of his heart, like a tide. Yet, before this feeling could fully manifest, a thunderous light, as if a bolt from the blue, suddenly pierced through the void from afar. In the blink of an eye, Ouyang Feng found Su Hanxiao standing before him, poised to sheath his blade. A drop of blood, swirling amidst the chaotic currents of the void, was abruptly split in two. At that very moment, a line of crimson appeared at Ouyang Feng's neck, and his vision began to blur and distort. How could it be that I, a practitioner of the realm of life and death, with the last vestiges of my strength, opened and closed the pure petals for a fleeting moment? causing my head and the headless corpse to plummet into the void below. Simultaneously descending was Ouyang Yanran, her face a mask of grievance and ferocity. Witnessing the two bodies tumbling from the heavens, all the cultivators understood that from this day forth, the Lord's manor of Zhengzhou was no longer under the dominion of the Ouyang family. Ding! You have slain Ouyang Feng, who harbored immense malice towards you, thus achieving virtue and accumulating 8,500 points of righteous merit. Ding! You have slain Ouyang Yanran, who harbored immense malice towards you, thus achieving virtue and accumulating 3,500 points of righteous merit. Chapter 43. Where does this lowly woman come from? Do not interfere. On the other side, a flicker of hope lingered in the heart of Xiefei. He clung to the faint possibility that the Ouyang family could turn the tide against Su Hanxiao. However, upon witnessing the two corpses fall from the heavens, the heart that had been suspended in uncertainty finally succumbed to despair. It is over. The two individuals he had relied upon are now dead. It is his turn now. A tidal wave of fear engulfed him, and the rationality he had lost completely vanished. In a frenzy, he transmitted his thoughts. Sister Tao, save me. I am in mortal peril. If you do not intervene, I am undoubtedly doomed. After all, I am your disciple, Sister Tao. Would you truly be so callous as to watch me perish? Moreover, I have gathered so much power for you over the years. You have restored much because of me. If I die, where will you find someone like me again? He harbored a secret of his own. Long ago, in the tender years of his youth, he encountered a remarkable elder by chance. She introduced herself as Tao Zun and claimed to hail from a higher realm. She promised to impart to him a unique technique that would make all women in the world fall for him, allowing him to gather their essence at will. This technique was known as the peach blossom love art. Initially, he had approached it with caution, but upon truly practicing this art, he managed to gather the essence of a celestial maiden he had long concealed, even rendering her utterly subservient to him. The desires and ambitions within him swelled uncontrollably. With countless paths of the celestial realm before him, each leading to the pinnacle of the mountain, he aspired to ascend to the higher realms, attain invincibility, and ultimately attract all the celestial maidens of the world. Amidst the ever-expanding ambition, he forged a certain pact with the Tao Zone. While gathering the primordial yin of other women, he dedicated nearly 80% of his power to her. Unless absolutely necessary, he could not disturb her whims. Yet now, faced with a life-and-death crisis, he had no choice but to seek her aid, for he was on the brink of death. I am aware of this matter. Not long after, Xiefei heard a voice, dripping with seductive allure, as if emanating from the depths of his very soul. He felt a slight relief, believing he might finally be saved. Yet, he soon heard the Tao Zun's tone shift. I had warned you before, advising you against coveting that fellow's disciple. You chose not to heed my words, and have become arrogant. This individual is not one of you insignificant beings. He possesses a remarkable lineage and profound background. Although our recent collaboration has brought me considerable joy, your foolishness is undeniable. I cannot, for the sake of a mere tool whom I can discard at any moment, become an adversary to such a person. Therefore, let us part ways and go our separate paths. After delivering these words, Xiefei could distinctly sense a power, hidden deep within his soul, rapidly dissipating, seemingly distancing itself from him. Xiefei stood in shock, the joy that had briefly illuminated his face now frozen in disbelief. This esteemed peach sovereign had been his greatest source of confidence. Yet now, the other party lacked even the courage to confront Su Hanxiao and simply fled. Peachio, you wretched being, I have devoted years to seeking power on your behalf. How could you treat me so callously? Xiefei's eyes blazed with fury as he vented his wrath. However, a peach blossom, severed from his being, soared into the wind, drifting ever farther away. At that moment, Su Hanxiao suddenly appeared, attempting to seal the space with the power of the loss. Yet, that blossom seemed to exist in an alternate dimensional space, already beginning to dissipate before he could enact the seal. Simultaneously, a melodious laughter, reminiscent of silver bells, echoed in his mind. I never expected to encounter the renowned young Master Su here. The upper realm has been rife with rumors of young Master Su's demise. Yet it appears such tales are unreliable. He remains the same ruthless demon who slays without a second thought. I apologize if my tool has offended you, young Master Su. As a token of my contrition, I leave the handling of this tool entirely to you, with no objections from me. I hope to meet you again in the future. The enchanting voice faded with the gentle breeze. Su Hanxiao furrowed his brow, lacking any clue regarding the voice's owner. After all, he had been away from the upper realm for many years, unaware of its current state. Master, are you all right? A voice filled with concern broke through. As Gu Qingxue soared through the air, hastening to Su Hanxiao's side, worry etched upon her face. Her master's recent display of power had surpassed her expectations, and she feared that it might trigger a relapse of his injuries, leading to a more severe backlash. The chilling aura surrounding Su Hanxiao dissipated, restoring his usual gentle demeanor. Were it not for the witnesses who had seen him eliminate a horde of foes, one might instinctively perceive him as merely an amiable scholar, fond of reading, fishing, and gardening. What could possibly be wrong with me? My injuries have long since healed, Su Hanxiao smiled, assuring her of his well-being. Master, just then, another timid voice interrupted their conversation. Bei Gong Wanner, biting her lip, appeared hesitant to speak. That incident from the past was my doing. I have finally mustered the courage to express the words I have long held within. Just as the words were halfway spoken, they were abruptly interrupted by Gu Qingxue's indifferent voice. What kind of woman are you? Do not associate yourself with me. How dare you claim my master? Get away at once. If you come any closer, I will kill you. The concern that had once filled Gu Qingxue's face for Su Hanxiao vanished entirely, replaced by a fierce intent to kill and wrath. She even drew her sword from her waist, poised to strike down Bei Gong Wanner if she dared to approach again. As for her senior sister, she harbored no good feelings. Utterly foolish, she was willing to lay bare her heart for a scoundrel, believing that her master was obstructing her pursuit of true love. Gu Qingxue simply could not comprehend how such a dim-witted individual had managed to survive thus far without being utterly destroyed. Bei Gong Wanner paused momentarily, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Sister, how can you say such things? I am, after all, your senior sister. Senior sister? Gu Qingxue scoffed, an even colder aura radiating from her, causing the temperature of the surrounding air to plummet. You are unworthy. I do not have a senior sister as foolish and repugnant as you. In the past, my master painstakingly revealed the true nature of Xie Feiyu before you. Yet you, in your ignorance, embraced that disgusting person as your true love, even going so far as to turn against my master and proclaim that she hindered your quest for love, claiming she was unworthy of being your master. Now that Xie Feiyu has used you and discarded you, only now do you realize your error and seek to apologize. Do you think you amount to anything? Do not dare to sully the name of a senior sister in front of me. If you approach my master again, I will surely kill you. Bei Gong Wanner opened her mouth, but ultimately could not voice the words caught in her throat. Indeed, what right did she have to say such things? Was it not all a consequence of her own actions? After her fateful encounter with Xie Feiyu, she had been deceived by sweet words and so-called romance, casting aside all the kindness and warmth her master had once bestowed upon her. She had committed countless foolish acts. What made it even more ironic was that despite her many misdeeds, her master had still helped her see through Xie Feiyu's true character and indirectly avenged her. The more Bei Gong Wanner reflected on her past actions, the deeper her regret grew. She had allowed a worthless person to cause her to miss out on a master who genuinely cared for her. She truly deserved to be condemned. Chapter 44. The Best Mouthpiece. Gu Qingxue. May you be forever sealed. Ding. The protagonist Bei Gong Wanner is experiencing intense regret towards you, earning the villain merit points, 4,000. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Su Hanxiao was momentarily taken aback, his expression swiftly morphing into one of sarcasm and disdain. Did he truly come to perform a benevolent act for this ungrateful wretch, going to such great lengths? He seized the howling Xie Feiyu from the ground, and with a surge of power in his palm, he began to gradually strip away Xie Feiyu's flesh. During this period, Xie Feiyu emitted heart-wrenching wails, even yearning for a swift end to his suffering. Yet, Su Hanxiao remained unperturbed, his brow unruffled. In an instant, he reduced Xie Feiyu to but a wisp of lingering soul. After confiscating all of Xie Feiyu's cultivation resources, as well as the possessions and storage ring that rightfully belonged to Bei Gong Wanner, Su Hanxiao initially contemplated extinguishing his life. However, he abruptly altered his course of action. Casually, he inscribed a unique mark within Xie Feiyu's remnant soul. Should there be even the slightest hint of revival in the remnants of his spirit, this mark would detonate, ensuring Xie Feiyu's complete obliteration. Subsequently, with a flick of his fingers, he cast the sealed remnant of Xie Feiyu's soul, encased in jade, directly to Bei Gong Wanner. Had she not previously lamented that he was thwarting her pursuit of true love and happiness? Now, he would graciously fulfill her wish. After all, Xie Feiyu had been rendered utterly incapacitated, his life firmly within Su Hanxiao's grasp. It was far more exquisite to keep Xie Feiyu as a thorn firmly embedded in Bei Gong Wanner's heart. Every time she recalled the atrocities inflicted upon her by Xie Feiyu, she would surely endure prolonged anguish. It is often said that prolonged pain surpasses a swift demise. Unbeknownst to Beigong Wanner was Su Hanxiao's true intent. Upon receiving the jade containing CFAU's sealed remnants, she was momentarily taken aback, only to be enveloped by profound gratitude. Surely, her recent apology had borne fruit. Her master had forgiven her by entrusting her with the remnants of CFAU's soul. He intended for her to navigate this tribulation and emerge anew. Her master indeed cared for her. "Master, I knew you would," Beigong Wanner exclaimed with elation. Yet, before she could utter another word, she was interrupted by Gu Qingshue's eloquent reprimand. "To hell with you, Beigong Wanner. Not only are you shameless and despicable, but your ignorance is also beyond redemption. My master's intention is that a harlot deserves a cur, destined to be entwined forever. May you both remain forever shackled, so as not to bring disaster upon others. After all, CFAU, a dog no one would even pick from the refuse, is only cherished by you, this wretched harlot. He is merely enabling your grotesque pairing." Beigong Wanner stood in stunned silence, her mind reeling from Gu Qingshue's relentless tirade of traditional insults. "Qingxue, as a saintess of the sacred land, how can you utter such vile language?" Su Hanxiao gently admonished. "Do you hear me, vile harlot? Do you truly think my master acts for your benefit, wishing you and that scoundrel eternal bondage?" Once more, he directed his ire at the dazed Beigong Wanner. Gu Qingxue swiftly performed a dramatic transformation akin to a Sichuan opera, feigning innocence as she replied, "I'm sorry, master, I was wrong." Yet, she quietly added, "But next time I encounter such a harlot, I will still." Su Hanxiao could only shake his head in exasperation. Gu Qingxue had been raised under his tutelage since childhood. Once soft-spoken and exceedingly obedient, her current penchant for vulgarity was rather detrimental to her character. However, Su Hanxiao then reached out to gently stroke the head of Gu Qingxue, who appeared somewhat lost and flustered as if she had erred. But this time, Qingxue, you are indeed correct. It is akin to being the mouthpiece of our master. Master can also comprehend your current feelings. Yet, in the future, when confronted by strangers, you must uphold the dignity befitting one referred to as a cultivator. You must also learn to win others over through virtue." Gu Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, and suddenly recalled the character for virtue inscribed on the hilt of her master's sword during the sweeping of the city lord's mansion in Zhongzhou. She then understood the true essence of her master's teaching regarding winning people over through virtue. When faced with indecision, one ought to wield the sword. This is what it means to win others over through virtue. Truly, her master is remarkable. As she gazed at the receding figures of Su Hanxiao and Gu Qingxue, Beigong Wanner felt as if all her strength had been drained, gradually collapsing to the ground, her eyes vacant and devoid of life, her mind a blank slate. Yet, as she slowly regained her senses, her heart was besieged by waves of excruciating pain akin to being sliced by a knife. The agony was so intense that it rendered her breathless. Everything had merely been her unrequited desire. Su Hanxiao was no longer her master. He had never genuinely cared for her, allowing her to confront this calamity, to endure this tribulation. Wanner, the weakened voice of CFAU's lingering soul, emerged. "I truly recognize my mistakes. I beg of you, will you save me? I love you. I genuinely love you. If you can rescue me, let us wed tomorrow. Or even now." CFAU's voice gradually brought Beigong Wanner back to her senses. Yet, what replaced her awareness was a greater sense of irony and absurdity. She had lost her own body, her accumulated wealth over the years, even the bond with her parents, and most tragically, she had lost the finest master in the realm. The price she paid was dire, and what she gained was merely a remnant of a soul that continued to deceive her with sweet words. "Huh." Beigong Wanner suddenly erupted into laughter, her mirth growing louder and more frenzied. Memories of the past flashed through her mind, the scene that unfolded in the grand hall when she had proclaimed so-called profound truths about life. She had pointed at Su Hanxiao, vehemently declaring, "Tom, don't think that just because you have taught me many things, you can dictate my life as my master. On what grounds do you prevent me from pursuing true love? CFAU loves me dearly, and I cherish him as well. If you truly regarded me as your disciple, you should bless us, allowing us to be together forever, instead of employing such despicable means to keep me from my true love. You are utterly unworthy of the title of my master." Her master had genuinely sought her welfare, employing various means to reveal CFAU's true nature, even offering heartfelt counsel. In those days, she had only perceived her master as one attempting to deceive her, wishing to sever her bond with CFAU. Now, she had finally discerned CFAU's true character. Yet, her master had instead facilitated her union with such a wretched person, ensuring they would never part. In truth, she ought to feel joy. Was this not precisely what she had once yearned for? But why? Why did it cause her such heartache when her most fervent wish had come true? The pain was so excruciating that it rendered her breathless. Chapter 45. Losing everything. Loathing her own foolishness. Beigong Wana clutched her heart, her body curling up like a shrimp. Gradually, her laughter morphed into sobs, piercing and heart-wrenching. She mourned not only for her present self, but also for the person she once was. She seethed with hatred. Hatred for her past foolishness. How could she have believed the sweet words of Feiyu and willingly pushed away the finest mentor in the world? She despised Feiyu. Despite her resolute choice to trust him, she had indirectly lost everything. Yet, he had made her fail so utterly. Indeed, I am a fool, irredeemably foolish. How could I fall for such a worthless scoundrel? Tears streamed down Beigong Wana's face as she picked up the jade talisman sealing Feiyu's shattered soul. Wana gazed upon that once beautiful and cold visage, now twisted in grotesque fury. Feiyu was once again engulfed by a profound fear. Feiyu, my junior sister was right. Someone like me should be paired with someone as contemptible as you. Rest assured, I shall not allow you to die. Our future is still long, and I will ensure that you live on in eternal regret alongside me. What has become of a celestial being, reduced to madness? Laughing and crying, it is truly bewildering. Beigong Wana's stark transformation attracted the attention of numerous cultivators. Some gazed at her with a mix of fear and confusion. However, soon a knowledgeable cultivator spoke up to clarify. That person is Beigong Wana, previously a saintess of the Taichu sacred land and a direct disciple of a certain peak master. Oh, by the way, the one who single-handedly overthrew the entire Lord's Manor of Zhongzhou City, a being of life and death, is none other than Beigong Wana's mentor. Su Hanxiao. Upon hearing this, the cultivators were both astonished and perplexed. A saintess of a sacred land. A direct disciple of a being of life and death, such a status is exceedingly prestigious in the vast realm of mountains and seas. Why would she abandon her saintly title and the honor of being a direct disciple to run off with a flower thief in Zhongzhou City? Haha. I've heard whispers that Beigong Wana inadvertently fell in love with this flower thief, Feiyu. Despite Su Hanxiao's earnest attempts to dissuade her, Beigong Wana refused to listen. She even perceived Su Hanxiao's counsel as an obstruction to her pursuit of true love, choosing to turn against her mentor. As yet another cultivator offered an explanation. Those who had initially felt sympathy for Beigong Wana now regarded her with disdain and contempt, as if she were a fool. Not only was she irredeemably foolish, but she was also a traitor. Offering her affections to a flower thief is no different from knowingly giving money to a swindler. What is even more ironic is that she chose to sever ties with the mentor of a being of life and death, thus destroying her own future. Surely, Beigong Wana's ancestors must be seething in the depths of the underworld. You sought help, begging for a chance, yet you proved utterly useless. Meanwhile, Su Hanxiao and Gu Qingxue entered the Lord's Manor of Zhongzhou City. Now, the entire Ouyang family has been annihilated. Naturally, the treasures of the Ouyang family have become as spoils of war. However, upon his arrival, Su Hanxiao raised an eyebrow. Through his discerning gaze, the Lord's mansion appeared as if it had just endured a brutal battle. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, with the bodies of the Ouyang clan piled like a small mountain. It was evident that someone had struck preemptively, taking advantage of the Ouyang family's elite forces being eradicated by him, to deliver a crushing blow and entirely obliterate the Ouyang clan. Greetings, my lord. As Su Hanxiao descended into the city, a powerful figure suddenly materialized, hastily approaching him. Clasping his hands in respect, and bowing deeply. My lord, the Ouyang family has long been tyrannical and unprincipled, oppressing the citizens of the city for years, incessantly raising taxes and levies, leaving the populace in dire straits. Our Zhang family of Zhongzhou stands with the people's will. After you vanquished the cruel and unprincipled Lord Ouyang Feng, we rushed to the Lord's mansion to purge the remnants. All resources and treasures have been gathered and placed in the treasury. Your slaying of Ouyang Feng is an act of virtue, establishing righteousness for the heavens and giving life to the populace. These items are indeed your spoils of war, and we now present them to you in full. Su Hanxiao did not respond immediately. His deep, indifferent eyes gazed down upon the numerous powerful figures of the Zhang family in Zhongzhou. Those who met his penetrating gaze dared not draw a breath, their bodies slick with cold sweat. They felt an invisible pressure enveloping them, rendering it difficult to even lift their heads. A faint smile graced Su Hanxiao's lips. Such is reality. Great achievements in history are pinned by the victors. He had merely slain Ouyang Feng, and there were those willing to fabricate his so-called grand accomplishments. The reason the Zhang family of Zhongzhou exerted themselves to send strong figures into the Lord's mansion to eradicate the Ouyang clan was their long-standing envy of the lordship. Now that the greatest hindrance, Ouyang Feng, had been eliminated, they merely needed to tidy up, effortlessly ascending to become the new lord of Zhangzhou. Moreover, once established, they could gain a favorable impression from him, creating a mutually beneficial situation. Nonetheless, he was indifferent to it all. The position of a mere lord in the lower realm held no allure for him. Ah, thank you, Su Hanxiao nodded slightly. Upon hearing these words, the tense figures of the Zhang family and Zhangzhou finally relaxed, their hearts soaring with joy. Their intentions aligned closely with Su Hanxiao's assumptions. However, they had also staked their family's fate on this gamble, unaware of Su Hanxiao's true nature. If he could effortlessly annihilate the Ouyang family, he could just as easily obliterate the Zhang family. Should their clever maneuvering provoke his ire, the Zhang family would undoubtedly follow in the footsteps of the Ouyang clan. Yet, it was clear that they had emerged victorious this time. Indeed, it is our honor to serve you, my lord. Your achievements are unparalleled. And our Zhang family has prepared numerous lavish gifts for you. Please, esteemed sir, do not decline this offering. It is a heartfelt gesture from the citizens of Zhangzhou City. Soon, along with the treasures from the city lord's treasury and the resources provided by the Zhang family, dozens of storage rings, each capable of holding thousands of cubic units, were respectfully delivered into Su Hanxiao's hands by the members of the Zhang family. Su Hanxiao, indifferent to the need for inventory, casually tossed them to Gu Qingxue. Gu Qingxue was momentarily taken aback, suddenly reflecting on her years of tireless endeavors and perilous explorations in search of treasures. The plethora of rare materials contained within these storage rings far exceeded her wildest imagination. In fact, the wealth amassed over the years paled in comparison to even a single storage ring amongst them. Previously, she had believed that with enough effort, she could procure the required treasures for her master to help him fully recover from his injuries. Yet now, with the mere flick of her master's hand, the resources gathered had utterly transformed her understanding of abundance. Such an abundance of cultivation resources was more than sufficient to elevate her beyond the realm of life and death. With plenty left over, it was truly a blessing to accompany her master on this journey of experience, a notion that felt increasingly delightful. Chapter 46, The Trial of the Goddess. A shock to the seas and mountains. Master, there are far too many cultivation resources. I cannot possibly use them all. Please, keep some for yourself. Gu Qingxue exclaimed, leaving only 5 storage rings for herself, eager to bestow the rest upon Su Hanxiao. Do you think I am lacking in cultivation resources at this moment? Her master replied, you need only to continue your practice, with some time for consolidation. You will break through to the realm of divine power. Moreover, the new generation of the goddess trial is approaching. I hope you will shine brilliantly in the trial, ideally surpassing the previous generation of goddesses, thus bringing great honor to me. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxue was once again momentarily stunned. In the Taichu sacred land, only one goddess and one son of God emerged from each generation. To become the new goddess or son of God, one must defeat the previous holders of those titles. The last goddess from their sacred land was her senior sister, Shenmingwei. Gu Qingxue's ice-blue eyes darkened, resembling an unfathomable abyss. Shenmingwei, a despicable character. Even more so than others. She had spread vile rumors, claiming that her master harbored inappropriate thoughts and acted indecently towards her. Yet Gu Qingxue was certain that her master was not that kind of person. It must be that Shenmingwei used such underhanded tactics to deliberately tarnish her master's reputation. She vowed to reveal the entire truth and restore her master's true honor. Meanwhile, the events transpiring in Zhangzhou City began to sweep through the mountain and sea realm like a tempest. In a tavern of a certain city, numerous patrons, with idle time on their hands, engaged in fervent discussions about the matter. Is it true? I heard that the peak master of the sacred land, Su Hanxiao, has only recently broken through to the realm of life and death. Are you telling me that the city lord of Zhangzhou, a late-stage life and death realm powerhouse, was killed in cold blood by him? You must be joking. Do you really think it's so easy to slay someone of that caliber? Who was joking? This news came straight from Zhangzhou City. Could it possibly be false? Moreover, Ouyang Feng not only fell on the spot, but throughout the ordeal, he exhibited no semblance of resistance. Even the other formidable figures from the city lord's mansion appeared as mere playthings before him, swiftly vanquished in an instant. I can attest to the veracity of this event. My brother was present in Zhangzhou City at the time and has specifically recounted this matter to me. It appears that our Shanhai realm is about to witness the emergence of yet another formidable powerhouse. It has come to my attention that recently, the battles at the Shanhai Great Wall have faced frequent defeats, and General Feng Yin is struggling to maintain the situation. The Shanghai Great Wall may soon be breached by foreign powers, yet with the appearance of such a strong individual, the odds of victory for our Shanghai realm will undoubtedly increase. Speaking of which, what has transpired with the foreign races recently? After decades of tranquility, why have they suddenly launched an unprovoked invasion against our Shanghai realm? The conversation amongst the crowd quickly veered off course, shifting from the events in Zhengzhou City to discussions about the Shanghai Great Wall. In a dimly lit corner of a bustling tavern, Yi Tian, cloaked in a gray hood that obscured most of his figure in shadows, listened intently to the chatter around him. Rather than the rumors of the potential breach of the Shanghai Great Wall, which could lead to widespread devastation, he was far more concerned with the matters concerning Su Hanxiao at this moment. He had thoroughly investigated the situation and discovered that the annihilation of the Yi sect he established was likely orchestrated by Su Hanxiao's subordinates. Furthermore, the betrayal by his fiancée, Yi, which led to his complete loss of the title of Holy Son and his expulsion from the sacred land, also appeared to bear the fingerprints of Su Yan. Su Hanxiao, I shall not rest until you are vanquished. He has destroyed everything he held dear. He deserves to perish. Yet, after the surge of anger subsided, Yi Tian found himself at a loss. Upon hearing that Su Hanxiao had ascended to the realm of life and death, effortlessly eliminating the city lord of Zhengzhou, a profound sense of despair flooded his heart. Previously, Su Hanxiao was merely at the initial stage of the Purple Mansion realm, and Yi Tian had believed he could easily overpower him with a bit of effort. But now, what chance did he have? Yi Tian, do not be overly concerned. The voice of the ancient sword master echoed in his mind. Though the individual is formidable, you are still young. As long as you fully assimilate all of my teachings and with my guidance, within 3 years, I promise you will easily slay Su Hanxiao. Is this truly the case? Esteemed elder? Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of elation. Indeed, in my prime, I was an unparalleled supreme being. I believe that with your innate talent, you can surpass expectations, achieving supremacy. As for the realm of life and death, you need not even draw your sword. You will effortlessly defeat your foes. Even against opponents of the same realm, within 3 strikes, their demise is certain. Yi Tian fell into contemplation. 3 years can be seen as both a long and short span. However, if it means avenging today's grievances, it will all be worthwhile. Su Hanxiao, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Prepare yourself. The events in Zhengzhou City have stirred quite a commotion. And it is not only Yi Tian who is aware of this. Meanwhile, Xiaoling waited in the peach blossom grove for Zhang Ruoming to arrive. Through his subordinates, he learned of the events occurring in Zhengzhou City. How has Su Hanxiao suddenly grown so formidable? Naturally, for Xiaoling, who harbors deep-seated enmity towards Su Hanxiao, the desire to eliminate him is overwhelming. Yet, upon hearing this news, he felt an immense pressure. He was utterly perplexed not long ago. Su Hanxiao was merely at the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm. How could he have suddenly ascended to the level of a life and death realm expert? It appears that my knowledge regarding Su Hanxiao is woefully inadequate. Fortunately, I can take this opportunity to inquire with Zhang Ruoming about the intelligence on Su Hanxiao. Knowing oneself and one's enemy is the key to victory in 100 battles. As he contemplated certain plans, a rustling sound emerged from outside the peach grove. Today, Zhang Ruoming donned a vibrant red dress. Her fair skin glowed under the sunlight, enhancing her enchanting beauty. Even Xiaoling, who was generally indifferent towards her, felt a fleeting moment of astonishment in his eyes. Alas, he had already implanted numerous insects within Zhang Ruoming. The act of intertwining their fates could potentially lead these insects to turn against him, feasting upon his flesh. Feeling a sense of regret, he lamented having acted too hastily. Had he known, he would have thoroughly enjoyed her before planting the insects. Ruoming, you have arrived, Xiaoling greeted, a warm smile gracing his lips as he opened his arms wide. Ordinarily, Zhang Ruoming would respond with delight and rush into his embrace, playfully snuggling against him. However, today, she did not display her usual exuberance. Just as Xiaoling found himself puzzled, her expression shifted dramatically. Zhang Ruoming's calm demeanor transformed into one of ferocity, her beautiful eyes brimming with murderous intent. A few talismans were flung from her hand, intertwining with a storm of laws, descending upon him with lethal force. Xiaoling gasped in shock. Had Zhang Ruoming lost her mind? Was she truly attacking him? Talismans soared through the air, flames roared, and thunder crackled. The convergence of elemental laws sealed the heavens and locked the earth, rushing towards Xiaoling from all directions. Simultaneously, Zhang Ruoming drew her sword, her movements as fluid as a dragon. With a surge of spiritual energy, she lightly touched the peach blossoms. her body gliding like the wind as she unleashed a sword chi that sliced through the air. "Ruoming, why do you strike at me?" Xiaoling exclaimed in alarm. As he cried out, he flicked his sleeve, releasing a swarm of tiny flying insects from within. These were the self-destructing insects he had nurtured. Under his command, the special laws contained within them, when detonated, would unleash devastating power. With a series of thunderous explosions, the descending talismans were obliterated, reduced to mere dust in the air. Simultaneously, Xiaoling once again activated the formidable power of the giant force goo, instantly augmenting his strength. With a single punch, he shattered the sword light unleashed by Zhang Ruoming, effortlessly catching the descending longsword with his bare hands. Observing the fierce expression and the overwhelming killing intent reflected in Zhang Ruoming's beautiful eyes, Xiaoling furrowed his brows, his heart heavy with sorrow. "Ruoming, why must you strike at me? What have I done to wrong you?" "Xiaoling, you hypocrite, even now you continue to deceive me." Zhang Ruoming's fury intensified upon hearing these words, and a more terrifying sword energy erupted from within her. The fierce sword light even cut through the void, emitting a mournful wail under the unbearable strain. "Do you think I am unaware of what you have done to me? Everything was orchestrated by your Xiao family. From the very beginning, your approach was a ploy to seize all that I hold dear, to ensnare me with your goo. I foolishly believed we shared a bond of childhood friendship, yet you sought to take everything from me, to sacrifice my very essence. You are a beast with a human visage and a heart of a monster." With a face filled with anguish, Xiaoling initially stood in shock. However, the sorrow and confusion quickly vanished, replaced by a profound astonishment that flickered momentarily in his eyes. Yet soon, this astonishment too dissipated. His expression gradually transformed into one of calmness, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his lips. "I had thought that you would only uncover the truth on the day I truly sacrificed you. I did not anticipate that you would not be as foolish as I had imagined, nor as slow to react. How did you come to know? Did your master divulge this to you?" Xiaoling sighed suddenly. Everything was proceeding so smoothly. "You had already turned against your master and severed ties not long ago. I believed my plan would unfold without a hitch, yet it seems there has been a slight miscalculation just before the final step. But fear not." The smile upon Xiaoling's lips grew ever more sardonic. "I have heard that upon returning to the Holy Land, you wished to reconcile with your master. Yet he still cast you aside. Therefore, Ruoming, you would do well to obediently become the vessel for my goo cultivation, to spare yourself further suffering." His only concern was Su Hanxiao. However, now that Su Hanxiao had completely severed ties with Zhang Ruoming, it was improbable that he would expend great effort to rid her of the goo within her. Even if Zhang Ruoming learned the truth, what could she do? Did she truly believe she could contend with him? In the midst of their banter, Xiaoling grasped the longsword in Zhang Ruoming's hand and yanked it forcefully. Caught off guard, Zhang Ruoming was abruptly pulled forward by this immense strength. Bang! At the same moment, Xiaoling had already coiled his fist and struck out, delivering a powerful blow directly to Zhang Ruoming's abdomen, causing her to spew blood and be sent flying. She only came to a halt after crashing through several peach blossom trees. Yet, compared to the agony in her body, her heart ached even more. Initially, she had harbored a glimmer of hope. In light of their childhood bond, it is conceivable that Xiaoling might experience a moment of epiphany after she uncovers the entire truth, ultimately freeing her from the curse afflicting her. They could reconcile once more. However, she ultimately underestimated Xiaoling's ruthless nature and overestimated her own significance in his heart. With that single punch, they had irrevocably become adversaries, with no possibility of retreat. How naive. Xiaoling approached, stepping on the fallen peach blossoms, a sardonic smirk gracing his lips. "Do you really believe I would show you mercy out of nostalgia for our past? Are you aware of the tremendous cost I incurred to implant those curses within you? Once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Zhang Ruoming, if you truly love me, you ought to offer me everything you possess. I shall carry your innate talent and your very essence forth, until I stand atop the pinnacle of the heavens." Zhang Ruoming clumsily rose from the ground, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth, revealing a self-deprecating smile. More than the pain, she felt a profound sense of regret. Regret for her foolishness, for misunderstanding her master, for failing to perceive Xiaoling as the true monster he was. Yet it mattered not, after vanquishing you. I shall seek my master to offer a sincere apology and atone for my sins. Sisters, lend me your strength. As her words faded, two auras surged from beyond the peach blossom grove. The prepared Su Qingji and Li Qingyi wielded their swords and charged forth. Xiaoling was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. After all, according to his intelligence, the three women had been embroiled in discord. casting blame upon one another. Why had they now united against him? Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. He had anticipated the day of revelation. Zhang Ruoming, initially. I hesitated to inflict harm upon you, wishing instead to leave you with some beautiful memories in the end. Yet, you squandered that opportunity. Xiaoling chuckled nonchalantly, snapping his fingers. In the next instant, a throng of black-clad cultivators surged forth from the depths of the peach blossom grove. Although they were not as formidable as Zhang Ruoming and her companions. The sheer number of them, dozens at the blood-moving stage and several at the Dao Palace stage, was sufficient to overwhelm the trio. These were puppets he had crafted through the use of curse techniques, entirely at his command. Sever their tendons and ligaments, but do not kill them, Xiaoling commanded directly. Aside from Zhang Ruoming, who held significant value, Li Qingyi and Su Qingji were promising vessels for his curse techniques. Their demise would be too regrettable. Xiaoling, do you think you have me cornered? Zhang Ruoming bellowed, advancing with her sword drawn, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that ripped through the air. Instantly, the grove was filled with the chaos of clashing sword energies. The peach blossoms swept up in a tempest, swirling violently. Meanwhile, Su Hanxiao, who had decided to journey elsewhere with Gu Qingxue, suddenly heard the system's announcement. Master, another spectacle awaits your attention. Your ungrateful disciple, Zhang Ruoming, is about to clash with the male protagonist, Xiaoling, in a fierce battle. Chapter 48, The Substitute Gu. Do you think he will save you? Su Hanxiao raised an eyebrow. He had indeed anticipated that upon discovering the truth, Zhang Ruoming would seek revenge against Xiaoling. However, he did not foresee her unusual decisiveness this time. In the past, no matter how he tried to persuade her, Zhang Ruoming believed he was merely sowing discord. Convinced that her childhood companion, Xiaoling, could never harm her. Has the sun risen in the east? Master, I am projecting this for you. Do take a look. Before Su Hanxiao could utter a word, the system projected a unique scene. In the peach blossom forest, the air was rife with sword energy. Zhang Ruoming and her companions were entangled in a fierce battle with Xiaoling and the puppets under his control. Although Xiaoling did not possess an extraordinary physique like Zhang Ruoming, his innate talents were remarkably potent. He had managed to tame various bizarre and perilous goo insects with an ordinary mortal body. With a wave of his hand, the fire goo flew from Xiaoling's sleeve, instantly transforming into fireballs that shattered the ice talismans thrown by Zhang Ruoming into a cloud of powder. The thunder goo unleashed arcs of purple lightning, forming chains of thunder that effortlessly obliterated the sword energy unleashed by Zhang Ruoming. Furthermore, with his formidable combat experience and instinct, Xiaoling adeptly dealt with Zhang Ruoming while simultaneously controlling dozens of puppet goo, matching Li Qingyi and Su Qingji in battle, and even seeming to gain the upper hand. This fellow's innate talents rank among the strongest prodigies I have encountered in this world. Moreover, this young man is quite cautious. If I am not mistaken, he must possess a substitute goo. He has likely anticipated the day of exposure, preparing meticulously in advance, possibly even taking precautions against my sudden intervention, thus avoiding a mysterious demise. He is indeed a remarkable individual. Should he acquire the divine body of all spirits from Zhang Ruoming, his talents would ascend further, propelling him to the upper realm, where he would undoubtedly stir up a tempest. Listening to his master's commentary, the system felt somewhat exasperated. I aim to provide you with entertainment and excitement, yet here you are, acting as a mere observer offering critiques. In truth, he held a certain admiration for Xiaoling, even contemplating the notion of eliminating Zhang Ruoming to make Xiaoling his subordinate. However, such thoughts remained mere musings. After all, influenced by the forces of the narrative, he had annihilated Xiaoling's entire clan in the past. The enmity of a clan's extinction is irreconcilable. There was no room for negotiation between Xiaoling and him. It was a matter of life and death. Over the years, he had indeed wished to eliminate Xiaoling. Yet, this individual was excessively cautious, astutely evasive, and remarkably fortunate. The substitute goo, a legendary ancient insect said to avert a life and death calamity and allow for a false death and rebirth, was something many goo masters would spend their entire lives seeking, yet likely never obtain. Yet, this fellow, barely in his 20s, has acquired several. It is akin to having multiple lives. In truth, when he obliterated the entire Xiaoling clan, he took every precaution, not only annihilating the family with his supernatural powers multiple times, but ensuring that Xiaoling was reduced to ashes, utterly beyond resurrection. Yet, who could have anticipated that Xiaoling, unbeknownst to anyone, had successfully faked his death through a substitute worm, evading capture? Such a person, who had clawed his way up from the very depths and was blessed with extraordinary fortune, even protected by the forces of the narrative, is inherently difficult to eliminate. This is especially true after having narrowly escaped death once. However, this time may present an opportunity for him to diminish Xiaoling's strength, perhaps even forcing him to resort to using the substitute worm. Qing Shui, accompany me to attend to a matter, Su Hanxiao remarked with a light laugh. Altering his course and soaring toward a designated direction. Boom. The waves of laws erupted through the peach blossom grove. After gaining the enhancement of the sword chi worm, Xiaoling unleashed an incredibly sharp sword aura. As the sword chi surged, it tore through the protective barrier surrounding Zhang Ruoming, shattering her body into fragments. Her crimson dress, soaked in blood, became an even deeper shade of red as she was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground before crashing violently against a boulder, finally coming to a halt. In comparison to the physical pain, her heart ached more profoundly. The agony stemmed from the betrayal of the Xiaoling brother she had trusted so deeply, who had shown such ingratitude and mercilessly attacked her. She grieved for her own foolishness, lamenting why she had ever been so hopelessly naive as to be deceived by this vile creature. Xiaoling, today, I shall surely kill you. The anguish and hatred within her ignited into a blazing inferno. If it were not for you, how could my master have turned against me? You deserve to die. Despite being gravely injured by Xiaoling's strike, her fury and unwillingness to accept defeat propelled her forward, determined to tear apart the heartless traitor before her. Heh, Xiaoling scoffed derisively, his expression filled with contempt. Zhang Ruoming, you truly are quite repulsive. What gives you the right to shift all blame onto me? Although I too desire to kill Su Hanxiao, I must concede that he has treated you exceptionally well. Upon learning that I had placed a worm on you, he immediately employed special methods to eradicate all the worms I had planted. He even dispatched individuals to completely obliterate my entire Xiao family lineage. To be honest, I had no intention of attacking you again. After all, if I were to place another worm on you, it could very well alert your master, foiling my plans once more. Yet, you, the so-called kind-hearted individual, have unwittingly provided me with an opportunity, fully severing ties with your master and creating the perfect moment for my worms to hatch. In this realm of mountains and seas, apart from Su Hanxiao, I alone possess the means to remove the worms from your body. Xiaoling's voice dripped with mockery. But do you truly believe that your master, so treacherously betrayed by you, would come to your rescue? These words doused Zhang Ruoming with a chilling realization. The fury dissipated entirely, leaving behind a profound confusion, accompanied by an increasingly piercing agony and remorse. The master would not save her, the moment she learned the news. She had returned to the Taichu sacred land. Bearing severe injuries and braving the cold winds, she knelt outside the flying immortal peak for an entire day and night. Yet, her master never emerged, not even to cast a glance in her direction. From that instant, she understood that the bond between her and her master had been irrevocably severed. The sword energy and momentum she had just gathered vanished completely under Xiaoling's few words. What a fortuitous opportunity! Seizing the moment, a glint of cold light flashed in Xiaoling's eyes. He intended to take advantage of this brief interlude to deliver a crushing blow to Zhang Ruoming, subsequently capturing and imprisoning him as a vessel for cultivating poison insects. Suddenly, a tremendous and overwhelming aura erupted, and a colossal blood-red blade swept from the distance, shattering the dozen puppets he had manipulated into a mist of blood as it barreled toward him. Xiaoling hastily launched several self-destructing insects to counter the tempest of the blood blade while swiftly retreating to a safer distance. However, this disruption utterly thwarted his plans, and his expression darkened. After all, this locale was in proximity to the Taichu sacred land. It was entirely possible that these individuals had already abandoned martial ethics and informed the Taichu sacred land of the events transpiring here. Should a powerful being from the Taichu sacred land descend, his fate would be sealed. He needed to resolve this swiftly. Just as Xiaoling decided to employ his most powerful insects, his countenance suddenly shifted. He sensed a formidable presence approaching with great intensity. Chapter 49. The Unwelcome Arrival of Shun Mingyue. I have waited for you for quite some time. The sudden emergence of this formidable aura momentarily startled Li Qingyi and the others. This presence was strikingly familiar to them. Above, the air was laced with fierce sword energy, and the entire peach blossom grove trembled violently under the onslaught of this sword energy storm, as if it were about to be uprooted. The resplendent and enchanting peach blossoms soared with the wind, entwined with sword energy, transforming into a torrent of peach blossom sword energy. The entire world was painted in a vivid shade of peach pink. At the center of this vortex stood a woman of graceful stature, veiled and revealing only a pair of indifferent eyes, with bare jade feet. Her form was as light as a swallow, allowing her to glide effortlessly upon the swirling peach blossoms. Senior sister, the divine maiden of the Taichu sacred land, Shen Mingwei. Li Qingyi and Xiaoling exclaimed almost in unison. Xiaoling's expression darkened to an extreme, although the worst news had not materialized. And the one who had arrived was not Su Hanxiao. Shen Mingyue was nonetheless beyond his current capabilities to confront. Moreover, he sensed that Shen Mingyue had already reached the mid-stage of the divine ability realm. He, on the other hand, was merely a peak Dao Palace cultivator. Even with numerous insects bolstering him, how could he possibly contend with a practitioner of the divine ability realm? Crack. The air echoed with the mournful cries of space being torn apart. Shen Mingwei simply stood majestically beneath the vast sky, her gown dancing gracefully in the wind. Requiring no deliberate action, with a mere flicker of her thoughts, layers of almost imperceptible, translucent ripples emanated from her core. Wherever these ripples traversed, the branches of peach trees, swept up by the storm, and the flying goo worms in the void were cleaved as if by invisible blades, scattering like petals in the wind. Damn it! Xiaoling was instantly struck with terror at this scene, his soul nearly fleeing his body. He dared not hesitate or utter threats, hastily retrieving a peculiar goo worm, entirely azure in hue, from his bosom. Channeling his energy into the goo worm, ripples surged through the space around him. The sword chi that spread from all directions merely severed his left arm. Yet, by a hair's breadth, he managed to escape this perilous situation using the goo worm. This was his trump card, a teleportation goo. Within it, the power of the void could accumulate autonomously. Once activated, it would facilitate instantaneous spatial leaps, allowing him to evade danger. Although such goo worms were exceedingly rare, second only to the substitute goo, Xiaoling was acutely aware that he had but two choices, either employ the substitute goo or utilize the teleportation goo. He had no other options. Sister, how have you returned, and even broken through to the divine passage realm? The attention of Li Qingyi and her companions was entirely captivated by the sudden appearance of Shen Mingyue, oblivious to the vanishing Xiaoling. After all, Xiaoling's methods were notoriously enigmatic, and they had arrived together today with no absolute assurance of being able to eliminate him. Shen Mingyue's expression was frosty as she spoke with a calm demeanor. Soon, the trial of the goddess will commence. I have returned with the intention of continuing my reign as the goddess. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Li Qingyi and her companions stiffened slightly. After all, the entire Taichu sacred land was aware that the most formidable contender for the next goddess, even a candidate, was their fifth junior sister, Gu Qingxue. According to the bonds of their sect, Shen Mingyue, as the elder sister, should have been inclined to support her younger sibling, perhaps even willingly relinquishing her position. However, with Shen Mingyue's return, it was evident that she had no intention of stepping aside. Moreover, her cultivation had evidently ascended to the divine passage realm. She was determined to retain her title as the goddess of the Taichu sacred land, even to the extent of overwhelmingly suppressing and defeating their fifth junior sister. Shen Mingyue could naturally discern the thoughts swirling within her three junior sisters' minds, yet she found no need to elucidate. Indeed, although she had long been absent from the Taichu sacred land and had lost the prestige and authority of the goddess, rendering her somewhat hollow, but did that matter? As long as she bore the title of the goddess of the Taichu sacred land, she remained its goddess. Most importantly, she was unwilling to cede her position to Gu Qingxue, even if she was her junior sister. Moreover, Gu Qingxue was currently the only obedient disciple by Su Hanxiao's side, which deeply unsettled her possessive and somewhat twisted psyche. She felt no fraternal bond towards Gu Qingxue whatsoever. She even harbored the desire to ruin Gu Qingxue. She wanted Su Hanxiao to know that she, Shen Mingyue, was the most formidable and gifted disciple he had ever taken in his lifetime. She yearned to continue shining brightly, drawing the attention of the masses. She intended to make Su Hanxiao regret his past indifference towards such an exceptional self. In the future, when she stood atop the pinnacle of the path, perhaps even ascending to a higher realm, she would make this master, who treated her love as mere air, rue his initial refusal. Therefore, she not only aimed to decisively defeat Gu Qingxue and retain her title as the divine maiden, but she also sought to seize this opportunity to utterly ruin Gu Qingxue. Gu Qingxue, do not blame your senior sister for her ruthlessness. A persistent glint of cold determination flickered in Shen Mingyue's beautiful eyes. I warned you before, to keep your distance from Su Hanxiao. He belongs to me. You disregarded my words, treating them as if they were air. Thus, do not blame your senior sister for her mercilessness, forgetting our prior bond as fellow disciples. If I cannot have him, then no one shall take him from me. Meanwhile, Su Hanxiao, who was escorting Gu Qingxue to a certain location, caught sight of Shen Mingyue's arrival through the system's light screen. After a brief moment of surprise, he surmised the reason for Shun Mingyue's sudden return. It must be for the imminent Divine Maiden trial. The new Divine Maiden must defeat the previous one to ascend. Coincidentally, Shin Mingyue was the previous Divine Maiden. He had thought she would be disinterested in returning, willingly conceding the title to her junior sister, Gu Qingxue. However, he did not expect Shin Mingyue to be even more ruthless than he imagined. This time, she returned with a formidable presence, likely harboring ill intentions. Qingxue, your treacherous senior sister has returned. She is likely not here with good intentions and certainly will not readily relinquish the title of Divine Maiden to you. During this Divine Maiden trial, you must remain vigilant. Upon hearing these words, Gu Qingxue was momentarily taken aback. Yet, she soon displayed a response that exceeded Su Hanxiao's expectations. Master, rest assured, I am confident I can defeat that treacherous wretch. If possible, I will certainly bring her to ruin, avenging you. Su Hanxiao was slightly taken aback. It appears that this disciple of his possesses quite the ruthless nature, indeed resembling him. Since the relationship has been severed, there should be no lingering ties to the past. Now, Gu Qingxue had even made the resolution to incapacitate Shin Mingyue. This disciple has not been taught in vain. Meanwhile, ripples began to form in a corner of the void. Xiao Ling stumbled out, bloodied, clutching his severed left arm, his face a picture of despair. This time, he had suffered a tremendous loss. Not only had he failed to capture Zhang Ruoming, but he had also lost a significant number of Gu worms. Most importantly, he had lost a teleportation Gu. Damn it, Shin Mingyue had appeared out of nowhere. My plan was supposed to be flawless. Just as Xiao Ling prepared to depart, his body suddenly stiffened as if struck by lightning, his complexion turning ashen. For in his perception the void suddenly solidified, becoming overwhelmingly oppressive and heavy. A vast and ineffable aura descended from all directions. Xiao Ling, I have awaited you for a long time. A light laughter echoed as the expansive void shattered like glass. Subsequently, amidst Xiao Ling's stunned and incredulous gaze, Su Hanxiao's figure gracefully emerged from the rift. Chapter 50. The Seizure of the Substitute Gu. The Su Demon Head with 2 lives? Xiao Ling felt his blood congeal in an instant. Instinctively, he looked up in terror, only to find Su Hanxiao's outstretched hand reaching toward him. The hand, infused with profound power, had yet to descend but already oppressed the void, eliciting mournful wails from the burdened space. Xiao Ling's body felt as if it were shattering, rendering him utterly incapable of resistance. Though his innate talent was formidable and his combat experience vast, in the face of absolute power, any technique or strategy appeared utterly futile. Like a fledgling chick, he was ensnared in Su Hanxiao's grasp. This individual likely knew of his substitute Gu, which is why he refrained from killing him outright, opting instead to suppress and imprison him. Xiao Ling was not foolish. He recognized that with Su Hanxiao's current strength, a mere exertion could reduce him to a mist of blood. Yet, Su Hanxiao did not choose this path. Instead, it seemed he was controlling his strength for the purpose of subjugation, undoubtedly harboring ulterior motives or being aware of the substitute Gu within him. Fortunately, he had previously placed a special restriction on the substitute Gu. With a mere thought, he could command it to act as a substitute for death. However, in the next moment, Xiao Ling's expression stiffened once more. Under the influence of a peculiar force, the laws he had inscribed upon the substitute Gu inexplicably became ineffective. How could you bear to let such a lovely substitute Gu perish in your stead? Hand it over. With a light chuckle, Su Hanxiao subtly directed his will. A mysterious force forcibly extracted one of the substitute Gus from within Xiao Ling, swiftly landing in Su Hanxiao's hand. The substitute Gu, still tainted with remnants of Xiao Ling's warm blood and flesh, radiated a luster akin to white jade. It possessed 6 pairs of delicate wings, and an indescribable power surged within it, seemingly embodying the principles of life and death. Su Hanxiao, you truly know my secret. Xiao Ling, his body in tatters, wore a fierce expression. But do you think this will lead to my complete demise? You may have won this round, but what of it? 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. When my future path is realized, I shall offer your life as a tribute to my ancestors in the heavens. As he spoke, Xiao Ling began to bleed from his 7 orifices, his flesh being eroded by some mysterious force, transforming inch by inch into blood that flowed down from his bones. Yet in this agonizing process, he remained alive, acutely aware of the inhuman suffering he endured. The use of the substitute Gu was not without its price. Each usage not only depletes 50 years of life, but also leads to a tormenting demise, where one's body gradually dissolves into blood, an excruciatingly sorrowful end. Witnessing a living person suddenly turn putrid, transforming into blood, is a grotesque and gory spectacle that even Gu Qingxue cannot help but frown at. Yet, throughout the ordeal, Su Hanxiao merely observes with an impassive expression. He had anticipated that Xiao Ling would have a contingency plan, most likely concealing another substitute insect in some hidden corner, employing some unique method to ensure the substitute's successful demise. However, it is of little consequence. His intervention has proven immensely profitable. Not only has he acquired a substitute insect from Xiao Ling, but he has also compelled the latter to expend another one. Ding. Detected that the male lead Xiao Ling harbors immense fury towards the master, gaining 3,000 points of villainous merit. Listening to the system's announcement, Su Hanxiao's spirits soared. Now, he has gained yet another advantage. In no time, Xiao Ling has been reduced to a pile of bones, which, upon the gentle breeze, disperses into a cloud of bone dust. Simultaneously, Su Hanxiao seizes the substitute insect and swiftly refines it. He will return to the upper realm, and upon re-emerging, he is certain many will seek to end his life once more. With this substitute insect in hand, the last vestiges of his apprehension will be entirely eradicated. What could be more terrifying than a demon possessing 2 lives? Perhaps one with 3 or even 4 lives. Su Hanxiao muses to himself. Although Xiao Ling is but a native of the lower realm, his fortuity is undeniably formidable. It is a pity that the substitute insect is wasted on such a character. If only he could obtain the remaining substitute insects from Xiao Ling, it would bring him great joy. Within a concealed cavern, a small mass of flesh appears out of thin air. Soon, countless flesh buds sprout from it, intertwining and rapidly forming a humanoid silhouette. As this figure gradually develops skin and facial features, it ultimately transforms into Xiao Ling. Cough, cough. Abruptly awakening, Xiao Ling coughs violently, thoroughly disheveled. The sensation of having died once is truly unbearable, let alone in such a wretched manner. Su Hanxiao. Yet, amidst the physical pain and disarray, his greater fury lies in the fact that he has lost one of his precious substitute insects to Su Hanxiao. Now, he is left with but 2. However, as he gradually regains his composure, a rare glimmer of fear emerges in Xiao Ling's eyes. Is this the power of a life and death realm expert? The disparity is simply too vast. With a mere thought, one can manipulate the forces of heaven and earth for their own benefit, dragging all beings into a purgatory of life and death, helplessly watching life ebb away from their very being, until he attains the status of a life and death realm expert. Even with substitute insects in his possession, he dares not confront Su Hanxiao recklessly. The most significant loss this time was allowing Zhang Ruoming to become aware of my plans. Although it is said that as long as Su Hanxiao does not intervene, the fate-altering curse I placed upon her will not be undone. I fear that plans may not keep pace with changes. Perhaps I must create a puppet body for myself to draw closer to Zhang Ruoming, ensuring that my strategy remains infallible. Senior, is there truly no hope for me in my current predicament? I beseech you to provide guidance. After expending considerable effort, I once again sought out the elder Gu master, Zhang Ruoming. In this moment, I regarded this venerable figure as my last bastion of hope, pleading with sorrowful desperation. The elder, clad in a straw hat, furrowed his brow, casting a peculiar glance at Zhang Ruoming. Was this girl deliberately mocking him? Clearly, a senior expert stood behind her. Why not seek assistance from that esteemed figure instead? What was the purpose of coming to him? It seemed the elder discerned the turmoil within her mind, and Zhang Ruoming felt even more desolate. Her master had completely severed ties with her, and all of this was her own doing. What right did she have to expect her master to expend great resources to save her? Chapter 51. The Power of Regretful Curse, Once Lost. Never to return. Whenever she recalled the moment of discovering the truth, her first instinct was to return to the Taichu sacred land, where she knelt outside the flying immortal peak for an entire day and night. The scene of her master treating her as if she were invisible filled her with self-mockery. Wasn't this all her own choice? Furthermore, she had no right to blame her master. For the first time she fell victim to the curse. Her master had already sacrificed greatly to free her from it. Yet, she had failed to appreciate that. Now, having lost everything, what grounds did she have to regret? She dared not face her master, nor could she summon the courage to plead for salvation. He will not save me, Zhang Ruoming smiled bitterly. For I am not worth saving. The elder was momentarily taken aback by her words, his confusion deepening. My dear girl, are you jesting? Previously, when the curse was placed upon you, that esteemed figure behind you made a tremendous sacrifice. Such willingness to invest so much certainly indicates a profound bond between you. Now that you find yourself in distress once more, how could he possibly choose to disregard you? Zhang Ruoming shook her head in self-deprecation, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, she bowed deeply before the elder, her demeanor radiating utmost humility. Senior, I implore you to grant me a chance at life. I am willing to give everything. I simply wish to survive. Indeed, she must survive. In death, all would be lost. Moreover, she could not bear the thought of perishing in a state of profound regret. She yearned for revenge against Xiaoling and wished to offer her apologies to her master. There remained countless unfulfilled aspirations. She could not die. As she spoke, Zhang Ruoming knelt before the elder, her voice brimming with a fervent desire for life. This scene appeared somewhat surreal, wielding a striking visual impact, an ethereal beauty. Unmatched in grace, kneeling before an aged man, evoking a sense of irony. The elder did not respond immediately. Ultimately, he merely sighed. My dear girl, it is not that I do not wish to save you, but rather that the cost is exceedingly great. I share no ties with you. I am neither your parent nor your mentor, so why should I expend such a significant price to rescue you? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Ruoming was momentarily taken aback, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Indeed, why would the other party invest such a considerable effort to save her? They had no bond or connection. What justified their undertaking such a thankless task? Perhaps even her parents would rather have another child than bear the cost of saving her. Yet her mentor had chosen to do so. Her mentor had bestowed not only the grace of guidance, but also the gift of life. What had she done in return? She truly felt like a wretch, deserving of scorn. However, the elder suddenly shifted his tone. I have heard of a forbidden place in the realm of mountains and seas known as the Wangu Forest, home to countless parasitic insects. It is said that deep within the Wangu Forest resides a unique insect called the regret bug. If you can successfully refine it, you may harness the power of the regret bug to make a new choice regarding your fate. For instance, you could use this power to return to a time before you were afflicted by the fateful insect. Of course, utilizing the regret bug is not without its price. You will be haunted by an unending wave of regret throughout your life, living perpetually in anguish. Yet, a noble death is preferable to a wretched existence. It is for you to decide how to proceed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruoming's eyes sparkled with hope. The first thought that crossed her mind was to wield the power of the regret bug to alter her past decisions, preventing her former self from making foolish choices, thus preserving her relationship with her mentor instead of the current state of complete estrangement. But in the next moment, the elder continued. However, the power of the regret bug is not omnipotent. It cannot alter what has already transpired, only influence what is currently unfolding. The flicker of hope was swiftly extinguished. Zhang Ruoming watched helplessly as the thread of fate connecting her with her mentor was severed once more. This meant that she could at most avoid having everything taken from her by the fateful insect. But she could not use this power to restore her relationship with her mentor. Moreover, the cost of employing the regret bug would condemn her to a life of endless remorse and suffering. Did this imply that she would be trapped in a cycle of perpetual guilt for her past actions throughout her remaining days? A self-deprecating smile crept across Zhang Ruoming's face. It became clear that every choice bore its own price. Her path seemed to narrow down to two options: to accept the fate of death, losing everything to Xiaoling, and dying in desolation, burdened by endless regret, a conclusion she could not accept. The alternative was to utilize the power of the regret bug to survive, yet live a life steeped in pain and remorse. As for the non-existent third option, her mentor would not come to her aid. Senior sister, I may not be able to assist you in your quest for revenge against the Shadow Pavilion. She finally spoke after a long silence, emerging from the depths of the dense forest with a sorrowful smile. I must venture to the Wangu Forest, though I cannot guarantee my successful return. Shall we accompany you? Li Qingyi expressed her concerns, for she feared that Xiao Ling might strike again. It's unnecessary, Zhang Ruoming replied, shaking her head. The remnants of her recent tears left her eyes swollen and weary. This is a choice I made. I must bear the consequences and the burdens myself. I will return to my family first to clarify matters with my parents. Seeing Zhang Ruoming's determination, Li Qingyi refrained from further words. After a few parting admonitions, they watched Zhang Ruoming's slender figure recede into the distance. A sense of melancholy inexplicably rose within both Li Qingyi and Su Qingji. Amidst the swirling peach blossoms, they seemed to glimpse the echoes of the past. At that time, the 8 sisters were inseparable, and their master often took them on journeys. Together, they traversed the world. Simple yet beautiful moments shared. However, due to various circumstances, they could no longer return to those cherished times. They could no longer accompany their master on joyful excursions as they once did. In the heavy silence, the image of Zhang Ruoming's desolate and solitary back mirrored their own feelings of loss, as if they had lost the entire world. walking alone on a path of atonement. "Let us go, junior sister," Li Qingyi said, managing a self-deprecating smile before turning to walk in another direction. "It is our turn now." The two figures, frail and forlorn, gradually faded into the sea of dancing peach blossoms. Chapter 52. The Shocking Ambition of the Demon King. Lu Rushuang. At the same time, within the Taichu sacred land, a wave of excitement surged once more. The sun has risen in the west. The return of the moon goddess, who had been absent from the sacred land for many years, along with senior sister Wanner, sent ripples of astonishment among the disciples. While the return of the moon goddess could be understood, given that the new round of goddess trials was approaching, why had Beigong Wanner returned? Hadn't she gone in pursuit of true love? As the disciples pondered these questions, news soon spread through the Taichu sacred land like wildfire. Their peak leader, Su Hanxiao, had taken action in Zhongzhou City. With sheer strength, he had overwhelmed the city, slaying its elder, a formidable figure in the realm of life and death. He had also dispatched several powerful figures from the city lord's estate with unparalleled combat prowess. This revelation not only shocked the disciples but also sent chills down the spines of many high-ranking officials within the sacred land. Ouyang Feng, a veteran in the realm of life and death, particularly in its later stages, had been effortlessly eliminated by Su Hanxiao. Everyone felt a shiver run down their spines. After all, their sacred lord had merely attained perfection within the realm of life and death, still confined within its limits. If Su Hanxiao could so easily defeat Ouyang Feng, did this not indirectly suggest that he also possessed the strength to vanquish their sacred lord? Once this news broke, the entire leadership of the Taichu sacred land was thrown into disarray, especially since the previous sacred lord had passed away. As the saying goes, a new ruler brings new ministers. Those high-ranking officials in the Holy Land, who follow the current primordial sovereign, have naturally distanced themselves from the unique existence of Su Hanxiao. Consequently, within just a few days, Su Hanxiao ascended from the Purple Mansion realm to the life and death realm, catapulting himself to the pinnacle of power within the mountain and sea realm. Even after a brief expedition, he returned with a terrifying record of achievements. This stirred a sense of introspection among many who felt insecure, prompting them to reflect on whether they had offended Su Hanxiao over the years, and if so, how they might atone for it. Moreover, with the return of Shenmingwei, certain individuals with ulterior motives attempted to incite public opinion, aiming to manipulate some Na-VE disciples into discrediting Su Hanxiao, but those thoughts were swiftly extinguished. A powerful figure in the life and death realm must not be insulted. Gradually, new voices emerged within the primordial Holy Land. It was suggested that perhaps the truth of the matter was not as it seemed. For instance, it was rumored that Beigong Wanner had fallen for the so-called true love, the notorious flower thief, Xiefeiyu. After her heart had been trampled and cast aside, she eventually came to her senses. It was only when the Master Su passed by and directly incapacitated Xiefeiyu, who harbored ill intentions towards the holy maiden Qingxue, that she finally recognized Xiefeiyu's true nature. How foolish can one be? To consider a mere flower thief as true love, one could say Beigong Wanner was truly desperate, willing to settle for anything. Currently, aside from the holy maiden Qingxue, all of Master Su's disciples have been revealed to harbor dark secrets, causing a dramatic reversal of past events. One might question whether the rumors of the so-called attempted assault on the divine maiden Mingyue by Master Su were indeed true. It is difficult to say, perhaps there are other underlying reasons. Recently returned to the primordial Holy Land, Shenmingwei naturally heard the circulating rumors. However, she remained unconcerned. After all, the only individuals privy to the truth of that incident were herself and Su Hanxiao. If Su Hanxiao truly possessed evidence to counter the slander, he would have revealed it long ago. Moreover, she did not believe she had acted wrongly. After all, it was Su Hanxiao who had disregarded her feelings, failing to respond to her affections despite her deep love for him, leaving her feeling utterly betrayed. Her grand return to the primordial Holy Land was not a quest for redemption. Rather, she aimed to demonstrate to everyone that she, Shenmingwei, surpassed Gu Qingxue by far. She wanted Su Hanxiao to realize his regret over missing out on her and for ignoring her. As for the events unfolding within the primordial Holy Land, Su Hanxiao paid them no heed. After effortlessly seizing a substitute puppet from Shaoling, he once again set off with Gu Qingxue towards the vast mountain ranges of the eastern wasteland in the mountain and sea realm. The 10,000 great mountains stretched endlessly, teeming with dense forests and enveloped in an eerie tranquility. However, due to its remoteness, it had completely devolved into the territory of the demon race, becoming an alternative sanctuary for creatures. It was not uncommon for demons to emerge from the 10,000 great mountains to raid human towns, committing acts of arson and abduction for sustenance. Recently, however, the situation had shown signs of improvement. Sangmu City, a bustling human settlement near the 10,000 Great Mountains, was alive with a throng of people, continuously flowing in and out. Occasionally, a flying vessel piloted by monks would sweep through the sky above. Master, I have often heard tales of the perils surrounding the 10,000 Great Mountains, where monstrous beings frequently emerge to wreak havoc upon towns, unleashing a torrent of bloodshed. Thus, for reasons of safety, I have generally refrained from visiting this place. Gu Qingxue expressed her confusion. Yet, now that I find myself here, it does not seem nearly as fearsome as the legends suggest. In fact, I have come to find this place rather tranquil. It is evident that you are a newly arrived traveler to this land, remarked a middle-aged cultivator with a smile. 2 to 3 decades ago, the conditions in our Changmu City and the neighboring human towns were indeed akin to the rumors, if not even more perilous. Countless lives were lost daily, becoming sustenance for the monsters. We also retaliated against these creatures, slaying the powerful among them and using the weaker ones to concoct elixirs. This state of warfare persisted for an extended period. It was not until a certain empathetic demon king emerged from the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains that a semblance of peace was established. She took the initiative to collaborate with the town leaders, leading to the tranquility we now enjoy. Su Hanxiao was momentarily taken aback and tentatively inquired, "Is this demon king you speak of a young woman, bearing the surname Lu?" Upon hearing this, the cultivator was momentarily stunned, followed by an expression of profound astonishment. "My friend, how do you know the name of this demon king?" Su Hanxiao's lips twitched. What a coincidence! It was indeed his former fourth disciple, Lu Rushuang. Lu Rushuang was a particularly unique student of his, although she appeared human. Her veins coursed with the blood of a demon dragon. This duality allowed her to empathize with the demon race, and she devoted herself to fostering a harmonious coexistence between humans and demons. However, Su Hanxiao fundamentally disagreed with Lu Rushuang's perspective. As a successor of the upper realm, he understood the intrinsic nature of the demon race. Coexisting harmoniously with them? Such a notion was utterly implausible. For various reasons, this idea remained merely an idealistic fantasy. The demon race harbored an intense sense of ethnic pride, with clear distinctions of class and lineage, often looking down upon even those of their own kind who were deemed inferior. They regarded humans merely as livestock, fit for consumption. To the demons, the optimal mode of coexistence was one where they were the true masters, and humans were mere domesticated creatures, ready for slaughter at any moment. Yet, Lu Rushuang naively believed in the possibility of coexistence between humans and demons. To the demons, this notion was a mockery, equating their esteemed status with that of their prey. In the past, driven by a sense of responsibility as a mentor, he had taken Lu Rushuang to many places, attempting to unveil the true nature of a demon race to her. He conveyed that while individual coexistence might be feasible, an overarching harmony was utterly unattainable. The result was Lu Rushuang pointing a finger at him in anger, exclaiming, "How can you say such a thing? Demons are living beings too. Why should they not coexist with humans? You incessantly claim that the demon race is cruel towards humanity, placing all blame upon them. Yet, do the humans not likewise regard the demons as mere materials for alchemy? By what right do humans treat demons as tools for concocting elixirs, while the demons cannot partake in consuming humans? Within my veins flows the blood of the demon race as well. Do you comprehend the anguish I endure each time those captured demons are transformed into pills? A person devoid of any sense of righteousness and with such superficial insight is utterly unworthy to be my master." Chapter 53, Bearing the Scorn of the World. A scene reminiscent of past mockery. Subsequently, Lu Rushuang departed from the Taichu sacred land, severing all ties with him. She believed that the blood of the demon race coursing through her veins granted her their recognition, viewing herself as one of them, considering demons as companions. How foolish and hopelessly naive. With a light chuckle and a shake of his head, Su Hanxiao dismissed the matter from his mind. Based on his understanding of the demon race, they would not express gratitude to Lu Rushuang for leading them along a so-called righteous path. Rather, they would harbor even deeper resentment towards her, a half-demon. They would perceive it as a lifelong disgrace to be guided by one of mixed blood while they prided themselves on their pure lineage. Each day, they schemed to rebel and sought the opportune moment to strike back at Lu Rushuang. Moreover, Lu Rushuang held herself in far too high regard. No matter her efforts, she could never compel the demon race to renounce their ways. She ought to be grateful she was not born in the upper realm, where the demons possess ancient legacies, some even older than humanity itself. a hybrid of half-demon blood daring to suggest that their noble race coexist harmoniously with the humans they once regarded as prey is a grievous affront to their dignity. Individuals like Lu Rushuang, with their delusions of grandeur, are routinely eliminated by the upper realm demons. The human race in the upper realm is well aware of this. They would likely strike Lu Rushuang down without hesitation. For years, the wars between humans and demons have raged, resulting in countless casualties among human cultivators. And numerous human sages have perished in this conflict. This is a blood feud that has endured through generations, an irreconcilable enmity. A traitor to humanity, disguised in human form, yet advocating for the demon's welfare, must be dealt with. Failing to execute such a one would be a betrayal of human righteousness. Lu Rushuang believes she is performing an ancient act of virtue, benefiting both the human and demon races. In reality, she has offended both sides, oblivious to the numerous times she has been cautioned. Now, having freed himself from the constraints of the so-called narrative, he eagerly anticipates the moment when this self-righteous individual will be betrayed by the demons and reviled by the humans, and he wonders how despairing and helpless she will feel. With a light laugh, he momentarily casts these thoughts aside and beckoned to Gu Qingxue. "Come, my disciple, let us venture into the mountains to slay some demons. This shall be an opportunity to hone your combat skills and elevate your realm, striving to surpass that ungrateful senior sister of yours in the trials. In the meantime, within the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains, a peculiar assembly is presently unfolding. At the helm of this gathering is the enchanting Lu Rushuang. Seated at the forefront, within the cavernous hall, the atmosphere is oddly unsettling. Aside from Lu Rushuang, a breathtaking beauty who embodies human aesthetics, the other demon lords bear grotesque and fearsome visages, their crimson eyes seemingly poised to devour any intruder. However, Lu Rushuang appears undeterred by these intimidating figures. With an expression of serene composure, she speaks calmly. "I have summoned you all to discuss our forthcoming development plans. Although we have established a collaboration with the human race." Before Lu Rushuang can complete her statement, a deep and resonant voice interrupts her. "Lu Rushuang, there is a question I have long wished to pose to you. You claim to be a demon lord, advocating for the welfare of our kind. Yet, in my view, your actions and your so-called plans are hindering the advancement of our demon race. I care not for your future intentions. I do not consent. Nor will I allow you to unilaterally dictate the fate of our kind." The speaker is a muscular and towering demon lord, resembling a bull with his impressive physique and dark horns. The Broken Mountain Demon Lord, despite his bovine appearance, possesses formidable strength that has established him as one of the top demon lords in this region. He has harbored discontent towards Lu Rushuang for quite some time. Lu Rushuang furrows her brow, and before she can respond, several other demon lords appear to have conspired, launching a simultaneous assault. A tremendous surge of demonic energy envelopes the cavern, transforming the previously tranquil space into a chaotic maelstrom. "Lu Rushuang, do not take liberties with us." The Black Wind Demon Lord, with piercing eagle-like eyes, fixates on Lu Rushuang, his aura erupting without restraint. "What do you presume yourself to be? A mere half-demon mongrel, continually overstepping your bounds, expecting us to follow your lead. Do you truly believe yourself to be a demon emperor?" The White Tiger Demon Lord's voice is equally cold. "A mongrel is indeed a mongrel, lacking in vision. I have long insisted that we should have torn this fool apart and devoured him as blood food, sparing us from today's myriad troubles." The 5 demon lords seem to have coordinated their attack, unleashing a tempest of demonic energy that envelopes Lu Rushuang entirely. Nevertheless, Lu Rushuang appears to have anticipated this turn of events. A flicker of compassion graces her calm visage, a pity for those who fail to comprehend her and thus make foolish decisions. "Alas, I had hoped we would be true companions on this journey, yet you are ultimately too foolish. You had the opportunity to achieve unprecedented feats alongside me, to etch your names into the annals of history." Lu Rushuang laments, shaking her head in resignation. Now, she has reached the realm of divine abilities. These demon lords, merely at the Dao Palace stage, pose little challenge to her. Just as Lu Rushuang prepares to assert her dominance and quell the uprising, her expression suddenly shifts. Paling in an instant, a sharp pain grips her heart, and she promptly expels a mouthful of thick, black blood. Not only that, but her vitality was plummeting at a visibly alarming rate. In an instant, she had fallen from the realm of divine powers to that of the Dao Palace, and her condition continued to deteriorate. She had been poisoned. But when had it happened? At that moment, a profound sense of crisis surged through Lu Rushuang like a tidal wave. Instinctively, she recoiled to the side. Suddenly, she felt a piercing pain in her left shoulder. A sharp, yet somewhat familiar bone blade had penetrated her scapula, leaving a trail of crimson in its wake. Had she not evaded in time? Her heart might have been pierced. Bai Shuang, you have betrayed me. Why? Lu Ruoshuang screamed in frantic fury at her assailant, having distanced herself in a flash. To be precise, it was not a mere individual but a fox demon. A remarkably handsome male fox demon, difficult to discern in gender. Adorned with a pair of white fox ears atop his head, he appeared youthful, resembling a human boy. Yet at this moment, he brandished a bloodied white bone blade. His face twisted into a grotesque and frenzied grin. Why? Because I believe these esteemed individuals are right. A half-demon like you is utterly unworthy of leading the future of my demon clan. A filthy demon with human blood coursing through your veins has no right to guide my noble and glorious kind. My kind is born strong. Yet you would have us coexist with the blood-sucking humans. What do you think you are? You, a fool so hopelessly dim-witted, lost in your own delusions, are unworthy to be the master I would follow. Lu Ruoshuang's mind went momentarily blank. It was not merely the words of this demon youth, whom she had once saved, that were so treacherous and ungrateful. Especially those final words. They struck a chord of inexplicable familiarity within her. It seemed long, long ago. She had uttered similar sentiments to someone, her own mentor. Yet she never anticipated that one day she would find herself on the receiving end of such accusations. How ironic. Chapter 54. The seeds of the past, the fruits of today. It turned out she was mistaken. The young fox demon before her was the very one she had rescued upon her arrival in the 10,000 Great Mountains. His background was indeed tragic. Born of a human mother who had been violated by a fox demon, he bore the blood of both. Thus, he was deemed a half-demon, the most scorned and despised among demons, having endured considerable suffering throughout his life. She recalled vividly their first encounter. He had been battered and bruised, with not a single unblemished spot upon him, his body covered in contusions. He had been emaciated, the kind of frail that left him breathless after just a few steps. Out of compassion, coupled with their shared nature as half-demons, she had taken him in. Over the course of decades, their bond deepened, and she had come to trust him completely, nurturing him as a confidant. She imparted her cultivation methods to him, enabling him to embark on the path of enlightenment and transform his wretched existence. Little did she anticipate that the trusted confidant, whom she had nurtured with immeasurable effort and sacrifice, would betray her like a treacherous wolf, even resorting to poisoning her. In her weakened state, he nearly dealt her a fatal blow. As her heart ached with the intensity of a knife's twist, she felt an overwhelming sense of desolation and irony. Bai Shuang, you have performed admirably, the Dark Wind Demon King exclaimed with a hearty laugh. You have proven your loyalty to our demon clan. You are a true warrior of our kind. From this day forth, you shall fully return to our ranks. We shall employ our special secret arts to eradicate the tainted blood of the human race within you, transforming you into a genuine pure-blooded demon. Upon hearing these words, Bai Shuang, who had previously worn a fierce expression, was suddenly filled with ecstatic joy, nearly losing his sanity in his elation. He fell to his knees, bowing in gratitude towards the 5 great demon kings. Thank you, my lords. I am profoundly grateful. For decades, he had endured a life of torment, loathing the human blood that coursed through his veins. He was scorned by all his peers, bullied by countless demons, treated like a mere dog. All of this suffering stemmed solely from his lack of pure demon lineage. Had he been a pure-blooded demon, such tribulations would never have befallen him. Thus, he harbored a constant hatred for the human blood within him. Now, he was on the brink of purging that blood, transforming into a pure-blooded demon. How could he not be exhilarated? Bai Shuang, you dare betray me for such reasons? Lu Ruoshuang first expressed disbelief, followed by a surge of anger. I have always emphasized that despite the human blood within you, you could still become a great demon, perhaps even a demon king. For years, I have selflessly imparted my knowledge to you, and this is how you repay my kindness? Upon hearing her words, Bai Shuang, after receiving the consent of the great demon kings, revealed a smile rife with mockery. Lu Ruoshuang, do you truly believe you hold any significance? You are nothing but a despicable hybrid. Yet, you foolishly presume your actions are for my benefit. Do you have any idea how these decades have felt? Because of the human blood flowing within me, my kin have rejected me, and the demon race has scorned me, viewing me as a lowly hybrid unworthy of respect. Your self-righteous insistence on preventing my transformation into a pure-blooded demon has subjected me to years of disdain, ultimately leading to this opportunity for blood purification. What kindness have you bestowed upon me? It is you who have denied me the chance to become a pure-blooded demon until now. You have inflicted upon me this prolonged suffering. A wretch like you deserves to perish. In the cavern, only by Shuang's furious denunciation echoed. It seemed he sought to fully integrate himself into this so-called demon family through his outburst. Lu Rua Shuang, the target of his relentless tirade, remained silent, her head bowed, her hair concealing her features, rendering her expression inscrutable. Suddenly, a sound of self-mocking laughter filled the air, gradually growing louder, even appearing somewhat hysterical. It was only now that she finally recalled the words spoken by her master. The demon clan places immense importance on bloodlines, adhering to a stringent hierarchy that leads them to disdain even their own kind if their lineage is deemed less pure or their status inferior. How much more so for the human race, an outsider? Your plans are destined to fail, for you are but a half-demon, regarded with the utmost contempt, with the tainted blood of humanity coursing through your veins. At that moment, upon hearing Su Hanxiao's words, she dismissed them as mere nonsense, for in her eyes, the demon clan was a paragon of unity. They fiercely resisted the onslaught of human cultivators, willing to sacrifice their lives to protect their kin. Even in the face of being refined into elixirs, their eyes remained defiant, brimming with resistance against fate. Witnessing this for the first time, she felt a surge of sympathy for the demon clan and even a resonance with their plight. She believed she could forge an unprecedented achievement, enabling true coexistence between demons and humans. Yet now, her once burning heart has been extinguished. She has come to a profound realization. Everything that transpired was merely a figment of her imagination. For all half-demons, like Bai Shuang, value the purity of their bloodlines above all else. To belong to the demon lineage is seen as sacred and glorious, while human blood is viewed as base and repugnant. Every half-demon takes pride in their demon heritage and feels shame for their human ancestry. Thus, such extreme views render coexistence between demon and human utterly impossible. Tears, whether of mockery or regret, streamed uncontrollably from the corners of Lu Rushuang's eyes as she raised her head, laughing and crying, her voice laden with sorrow. Master, it is only today that I realize the fault has always been mine. The demon clan is beyond redemption, and the coexistence of humans and demons is an impossibility. I should have heeded your advice. The irony of her current plight, so reminiscent of the words she once spoke to her master, struck her deeply. She had bestowed kindness upon Bai Shuang, yet the latter betrayed her, disregarding their bond, and even deemed her shallow and contemptible, hindering her progress. Was she not guilty of similar thoughts towards her own master, dismissing his well-meaning counsel as trifles, ultimately severing their ties? Yet now, the ideals she had fervently pursued have culminated in the most ironic betrayal, delivering a profound and heart-wrenching blow. The fault has always resided within her. Ding. Detecting that the protagonist Lu Rushuang has developed a strong sense of regret towards her master, villain merit points, 4,000. Having brought Gu Qingxue to the edge of the 10,000 Great Mountains, Su Hanxiao, who had slain numerous demons along the way, was momentarily taken aback. What was this sudden change in Lu Rushuang? Why the sudden regret? At any time, in any place, professional system, expert gossip. Ding. Master, your fourth disciple, Lu Rushuang, has just been betrayed by the demon clan and is now being cornered by several demon kings. She may meet her demise. Chapter 55. Have you derived the technique for your amusement? Su Hanxiao was momentarily taken aback, surprised at his own astonishment. Was his mouth truly agape in disbelief? Previously, he had expressed anticipation for Lu Rushuang's betrayal by the demon clan, leading to a remarkably tragic fate, and now, indeed, Lu Rushuang had been betrayed. While Gu Qingxue continued her quest to confront the demon clan and hone her skills, Su Hanxiao found a comfortable spot to observe the unfolding spectacle through the luminous screen projected by the system. The system felt a sense of satisfaction. Excellent. The master has finally learned to revel in the drama. It is hoped that this time the master will truly immerse himself in the experience, without resorting to the tedious commentary of a critic while watching. Boom. Accompanied by a thunderous explosion, a torrent of demonic energy surged from the cavern, causing the entire cave to tremble violently. Lu Rushuang was flung out like a kite with its string cut, crashing into the stone wall with tremendous force. The agony from her already poisoned insides surged anew, and she vomited a mouthful of foul, black blood. Lu Rushuang, you are now deeply afflicted by the heart-eroding poison. Your cultivation has plummeted to the early stages of Dao Palace. How can you possibly contend with us? Abandoning your struggle may spare you from further torment. Amidst the swirling dust, a broad hand emerged, seizing Lu Rushuang by her long hair and lifting her off the ground. Drenched in her own blood and her clothes in tatters, her heaving chest revealed swathes of pale skin. However, the Broken Mountain Demon King felt no desire whatsoever. As a half-demon, Lu Rushuang, with her human lineage coursing through her veins, failed to pique his interest. At most, he would render her utterly incapacitated and reward her to his subordinates as a lowly plaything. My lord, after you extract Lu Rushuang's demon core, please bestow her upon me. Compared to the other demon kings, who boasted purer bloodlines, Bai Shuang was exceedingly intrigued by Lu Rushuang, his eyes gleaming with unabashed greed. After all, in the eyes of this half-demon, Lu Rushuang conformed perfectly to his aesthetic. Only a creature like you would consider such a being a treasure. The Broken Mountain Demon King scoffed. For these demon kings, their most coveted desire lay in Lu Rushuang's flesh and blood. She possessed a trace of dragon lineage. And if they could partake of her essence, perhaps they too might awaken their own dragon blood. Just as the Broken Mountain Demon King prepared to shatter Lu Rushuang's bones, she suddenly opened her eyes, which had been shut in pain. To his astonishment, her dark brown eyes had transformed into a brilliant golden hue, resembling dragon eyes imbued with terrifying power. Boom! A vast aura of draconic essence erupted forth. Within the demon clan, the hierarchy of bloodlines was strictly maintained. Even though Lu Rushuang's lineage was that of a demon dragon, it was still of the dragon clan. The dragon clan stands as the sovereign among the myriad of creatures. Even the most rudimentary of dragonkin commands immense authority, instilling fear in the likes of the Broken Mountain Demon King, who has ascended to this realm through sheer perseverance and cultivation. At this moment, the Broken Mountain Demon King and all the creatures in the cavern felt their souls endure a tremendous shock. It was as if a colossal black gold dragon manifested within their minds, overwhelming their spirits with a wave of disorientation and confusion that left them unsteady on their feet. The air cracked. The resilient scales of a dragon instantly enveloped Lu Rushuang's entire right arm. Her slender hand transformed into a muscular dragon claw within the blink of an eye. With a swift motion, her sharp talons tore through the very fabric of reality, manifesting as a barrage of piercing blades that struck the Broken Mountain Demon King's chest, leaving behind gaping, bottomless wounds. You wretched creature! Seizing the moment when the Broken Mountain Demon King, in pain, loosened his grip, Lu Rushuang clenched her fist once more and delivered a powerful blow to his chest. The immense force sent him hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. The dragon's roar. Before the other demon kings and numerous creatures could react, a massive illusionary dragon, formed from pure demonic energy, suddenly emerged behind Lu Rushuang, emitting a resonant roar that reverberated through the heavens. Wherever the dragon's cry echoed, the void itself quivered, sending ripples of transparent, yet palpable sound waves cascading through the air. Uft! Many of the demon creatures that heard this dragon's roar found their heads exploding like watermelons, their lifeless bodies collapsing one after another. The demon kings were taken aback, astonished that Lu Rushuang proved so formidable. Even after being afflicted by a peculiar poison, she could still unleash such power. Altogether, bring her down. The White Tiger Demon King was the first to regain his composure, his fur bristling like steel needles, as purple lightning coursed across his body. With a swipe of his claw, a torrent of thunder surged forth. The Black Wind Demon King, known for its speed, took full advantage of the now collapsed stone hall, unleashing its swiftness without restraint. With a powerful flap of its wings, a sonic boom erupted, leaving nothing but an afterimage in its wake. The 10,000 Poisons Demon King, adept at wielding toxins, initiated a secret technique to further manipulate the peculiar poison within Lu Rushuang, seeking to restrict her combat prowess. Additionally, several surviving demon creatures circled around, poised to launch surprise attacks at any moment. Lu Rushuang found herself ensnared in a dire predicament. The dragon's roar? This appeared to be a technique of Lu Rushuang's own invention. Su Hanxiao, observing everything through the system's luminescent screen, raised an eyebrow. Recognizing that this technique seemed to stem from her understanding of dragonkind, a self-created method akin to the exalted Kunping's celestial arts, embodying the laws of protection and transformation. Soaring through the skies. This technique emphasizes the form and intent of the imitator, ultimately channeling the opponent's strength as one's own. Mere observation proved ineffective. True understanding could only be achieved through genuine interaction. Nonetheless, the fact that Lu Rushuang managed to create such a technique without having encountered true dragons, relying solely on her imagination and innate bloodline, showcased her remarkable talent and potential. The system, upon hearing this revelation, fell silent once more. The blooms have thrice blossomed. And once again, the spectacle arrives. Can you not simply immerse yourself in the performance, relish the joy, and allow yourself a genuine moment of exhilaration? Yet here you are, critiquing as you watch. Why not attain enlightenment directly and forge your own unique technique? In the next instant, Su Hanxiao seemed to truly grasp something profound. He immediately seated himself cross-legged, his robes billowing, and his aura surged. An endless array of laws and runes converged behind him, and astonishingly, they transformed into a lifelike colossal dragon. The dragon ascended into the sky, soaring through the heavens, emitting a thunderous roar that resonated across the vast expanse. In comparison to the technique Songlong Yin created by Lu Rushi, the technique that Su Hanxiao suddenly comprehended resembled a genuine, superior version. System 6. You were meant to enjoy the spectacle, yet you have genuinely grasped the technique? Chapter 56. The True Dragon Treasure Technique. Life or death is of no concern to me. The sudden emergence of the golden dragon's phantom, accompanied by its resounding roar, reverberated throughout the entire 10,000 mountain range, startling countless demon clans. Even the demon kings who were besieging Lu Rushi halted in their tracks. However, when they instinctively looked up, the golden dragon in the sky had vanished without a trace. Even the lingering echoes of the roar seemed but an illusion. What had just transpired? That roar was far more terrifying than Lu Rushi's Songlong Yin. Could it be that a true dragon clan had arrived? This aura. Lu Rushi was momentarily taken aback. Tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. Even from a great distance, she sensed it. This sudden aura belonged to her master. Her master had indeed come. Her master must have been watching over her all along. That was why they had known immediately when she encountered danger and decided to come to her aid. She had once so grievously disappointed her master, even turning against them due to her own foolish ideals. Yet now, her master still cherished their past bond and came to rescue her. It turned out she had always possessed the world's greatest master. Ding. The protagonist Lu Rushi experiences profound regret towards her master, granting the antagonist 3,000 merit points. Though new points had been added to the antagonist's account, which lifted his spirits, he felt a sense of discomfort. Why were these ingrates so foolish and self-absorbed? Did they truly regard him as their timely savior? He had originally acted on a whim to bring Gu Qingxue to this trial, merely coincidentally encountering Lu Rushi being besieged by several demon kings. It made him seem as though he had deliberately come to rescue this ungrateful wretch. Nevertheless, let this fool harbor her expectations. If she anticipated his rescue and he chose not to respond, it would only serve to indulge Lu Rushi's expectations. Moreover, rather than concerning himself with this trivial matter, he would prefer to delve deeper into his techniques. In the upper realm, there existed an ancient and unparalleled being who had created the Kunping treasure technique. Perhaps he could also devise a similar technique, such as the long-lost True Dragon treasure technique. Master, do you desire the True Dragon treasure technique? Why not say so earlier? As soon as you speak, I shall bring it to you. The voice of the system suddenly echoed. Ding. The ancient 10 Fiends treasure technique. True Dragon technique. A legendary skill passed down by the ancient True Dragon clan. When perfected, the practitioner can transform into a true dragon, invulnerable to all laws, breaking through myriad constraints, soaring through the 9 heavens, and sweeping across the realms. The original price is 999, but now it is available for only 888 villain merit points to take home. Listening to the system's announcement, Su Hanxiao's lips twitched. He had an inkling that this fellow was somewhat of a salesman. However, as the young master of the eternal Su family from the upper realm, the ancient 10 Fiends treasure technique held immense significance. It is one of the top 10 martial arts in the upper realm, amalgamating the ultimate teachings of the 10 most powerful demon clans. Currently, 6 of the ancient 10 Fiends techniques have been completely lost, leaving only 4, and even those are incomplete. The reasons for their disappearance are clear. The supreme beings who created these 10 techniques threatened the very foundation of the demon clans. The demons were averse to witnessing the human race easily mastering their secrets through such techniques, thus jeopardizing their status. Consequently, in ancient times, the top demon clans ruthlessly hunted down the inheritors of the ancient 10 Fiends techniques. The ancient 10 Fiends treasure technique was also one of the indirect catalysts for the ancient war between humans and demons. The True Dragon technique, too, was irrevocably lost in this tumultuous period. Although the price was somewhat steep, it was still within reach. Over the past few days, he had accumulated more than 50,000 villain merit points, so spending 888 points to acquire it was feasible. Ding. Purchase successful. The True Dragon technique, complete version, has been issued. In the next moment, Su Hanxiao felt an influx of ancient characters suddenly fill his consciousness. With the system's aid, The myriad images and insights flowed seamlessly into his mind, allowing him to connect with the true dragon technique and achieve an entry-level mastery almost instantly. After a while, as he opened his eyes, Su Hanxiao was slightly astonished. Though this so-called system seemed a bit foolish, its capabilities were truly remarkable. A long-lost ancient Ten Fiends technique had been conjured forth in its entirety, and indeed, it was the complete true dragon technique. Just by reaching the entry level, he could already sense his body had grown significantly stronger, with but a slight exertion of will. A layer of golden dragon scales, formed from the power of laws, enveloped his body. Standing still now, even a peer of the same realm would likely struggle to breach his defenses. That Lu Rushuang seemed to have sacrificed a great deal over the years to comprehend the so-called Songlongyin. Little did he expect that with merely a flick of his finger, he would acquire the top-tier true dragon technique, long lost in the upper realm. As he pondered, Su Hanxiao felt an increasing sense of ease. Meanwhile, the mountain-breaking demon king, hindered by the golden dragon illusion inadvertently conjured by Su Hanxiao, felt somewhat constrained and was even contemplating retreat. He feared that the so-called golden dragon illusion was there to aid Lu Rushuang. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Rushuang managed to catch her breath while breaking free from the encirclement. She did not depart. In an instant, her figure flickered and appeared right before Bai Shuang. Bai Shuang's complexion changed abruptly, wishing to resist. Yet, how could he compare to Lu Rushuang? He possessed no strength to fight back at all. Like a mere chick, he was seized by the neck and lifted effortlessly by Lu Rushuang. "You wretched ingrate!" The depths of Lu Rushuang's eyes blazed with towering fury and murderous intent. "I saved you from peril and bestowed upon you a second chance at life, yet you dare betray me." Her grip was like an iron vice around Bai Shuang's throat, the intense asphyxiation causing him to struggle like a fish out of water. However, there was no trace of fear in his eyes, only madness and mockery remained. Bai Shuang's voice trembled slightly. "What do you think you are? By what right do you condemn me? You call me an ingrate, yet are you not one as well? I have heard that for your laughable ideals, you have even turned against your own master, who has also shown you kindness and nurturance. Is it permissible for officials to commit arson while forbidding the common folk to light their lamps? What gives you the authority to judge me? You are an ingrate yourself. So on what grounds do you berate me?" Lu Rushuang's body stiffened. She had expected Bai Shuang to come to his senses and plead for mercy. However, she never anticipated that he would utilize her past misdeeds to ridicule her. The impact was significant. The most mundane words pierced her heart like steel needles, leaving her breathless with pain. "Stop sowing discord. My master still regards me as his disciple. That powerful aura just now was indeed emanating from my master. He came specifically to rescue me." Upon hearing this, the demon kings halted their movements, their expressions shifting dramatically. That formidable aura was from Lu Rushuang's master? He had come to rescue her? Just as many demon kings hesitated, contemplating retreat, a resonant voice suddenly echoed from the horizon. Su Hanxiao's voice. "I have already stated. Lu Rushuang is no longer my disciple. Her fate, whether life or death, is of no concern to me. You may act as you please." Chapter 57. Losing everything? Becoming an outcast hunted by all. Su Hanxiao's profound voice reverberated throughout the 10,000 great mountains, clearly reaching the ears of every living being. It left Lu Rushuang, along with the multitude of demon clans, in a state of shock. Subsequently, all eyes among the demon clans converged on Lu Rushuang, their large eyes filled with deep confusion. As Lu Rushuang finally regained her senses, it felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Her mouth went dry. Her master was not there to save her? Why was this happening? After delivering this pronouncement, Su Hanxiao averted his gaze, too disinterested to spare another glance at Lu Rushuang. This wretched creature truly pushed her luck. When did he ever claim to be there to rescue her? Moreover, she sought to leverage her notoriety to intimidate these demon clans. What a shameless act. "Let us go, Qingxue, and find another place for training." Su Hanxiao beckoned to Gu Qingxue. Upon hearing the familiar voice of her master, Gu Qingxue immediately grasped the situation at hand. Rather than feeling burdened, she wholeheartedly endorsed Su Hanxiao's actions. It was only fitting. This pack of treacherous beings had never received anything from her master, who had, in fact, shown them immense grace. Yet, one by one, they had behaved like base and ungrateful wretches. Now, they foolishly presumed that they were still disciples of her master, believing that a mere apology could restore their standing beside him. How absurd. Before departing the vast mountains alongside Su Hanxiao, Gu Qingxue surreptitiously activated a special communication jade talisman, sending a few words to Lu Rushuang before shattering the talisman completely. Su Hanxiao, having noticed this subtle action, merely chuckled softly and shook his head. Meanwhile, On the battlefield, the fierce conflict had momentarily frozen due to the recent proclamation. Nevertheless, the expressions of the numerous demon kings shifted, laden with gravity and trepidation. After all, a powerful being at the life and death realm was a pinnacle presence throughout the entire mountain and sea realm. Apart from a few ancient demon emperors deep within the vast mountains, their demon race possessed no other beings of such caliber. Hence, they were aware of Su Hanxiao's breakthrough to the life and death realm. Therefore, his sudden appearance sent shivers down their spines. Yet, it now appeared that their fears were unfounded. Furthermore, Su Hanxiao seemed intent on reassuring them of his sincerity, revealing his aura without concealment. They could clearly see two figures soaring into the sky, departing the vast mountains, receding further and further until they vanished beyond the horizon. At the same time, Lu Ruoshuang received Gu Qingshue's transmission. After years apart, Lu Ruoshuang couldn't help but think how shameless and audacious Gu Qingxue had become. "My master is here to accompany me in my trials. Did you truly believe he came for you?" She retorted. "Moreover, I have no elder sister as despicable and ungrateful as you, and my master certainly has no disciple like you." Before Lu Ruoshuang could fully process Gu Qingshue's cutting words, Bai Shuang, ensnared by her grip, let out a mocking laugh. "Lu Ruoshuang, see for yourself. You are fundamentally a self-righteous ingrate. You, who embody such repugnant traits, have no right to criticize me." "Enough." Lu Ruoshuang's eyes blazed with fury as she tightened her grip around Bai Shuang's neck, causing her vertebrae to emit a series of distressing cracks. It must be said that Gu Qingxue and Bai Shuang's words struck her heart like daggers, inflicting a profound anguish that overwhelmed her senses. They laid bare the most unbearable and confronting pain within her, exposing it for all to witness. A tumult of emotions, suffering, humiliation, and regret erupted within Lu Ruoshuang, swiftly drowning her rationality. The demon kings were not mere spectators. Upon witnessing Lu Ruoshuang's sudden psychological imbalance and noting that Su Hanxiao seemed disinclined to intervene, their eyes gleamed with ferocity. "Let us strike. Eliminate her." With a thunderous roar, the mountain-breaking demon king unleashed a surge of demonic energy, striking with fists as formidable as boulders, aiming a fierce blow at Lu Ruoshuang. Caught off guard, Lu Ruoshuang was instantaneously struck, hurtling backward like a cannonball. Meanwhile, the waiting Black Wind Demon King, swift as a shadow, propelled himself through the void with a kick, sending Lu Ruoshuang's body spiraling midair, contorting like a shrimp, and crashing into several mountains along her path. Seizing the moment, the White Tiger Demon King concentrated his demonic energy, summoning an ethereal white tiger, crackling with the power of thunder, which roared and charged into the ruins of the mountains. Boom! Thunder rolled, chaos erupted in the air, transforming the area into a tempestuous realm of lightning. Yet, as the thunder and dust began to dissipate, the demon kings were astonished to find Lu Ruoshuang, akin to an indomitable cockroach, struggling to rise amidst the rubble. In that moment, she was a picture of disarray, her body marred by wounds that exposed bone. The dragon scales that enveloped her were also torn, cascading down like fallen leaves. Despite this, she remained alive, a testament to her resilience. "Why is this creature so tenacious?" The mountain-breaking demon king muttered under his breath, though he was not entirely surprised. The dragon race was renowned as the most formidable physical beings in existence. Coupled with their impervious scales, Lu Ruoshuang's vitality was indeed remarkable. Her body swayed, riddled with toxins, and the pain rendered her nerves numb, making it nearly impossible for her to retaliate. Yet, the fierce unwillingness burning within her compelled her to endure. The blood of the dragon coursed through her veins, fueling a tide of vengeance. Her pupils shifted from a golden hue to a singular, fervent blaze. She bore no animosity towards Su Hanxiao, only a self-mocking sense of desolation. Days prior, she had received the news of their severed ties, which she had dismissed with scorn, believing she possessed the ability and confidence to fulfill her aspirations. This calamity was meant to be her own, and she never anticipated anyone would come to her rescue. However, the cold words of her master as he departed, along with his resolute silhouette, pierced her heart with profound anguish. Her once gentle master, who had been pained by even her slightest injuries, would have sought the finest herbs for her if she were ever wounded during trials. Yet now, dragon scales began to sprout from her flesh, gradually enveloping her form until reaching her neck. Eventually, a pair of dragon horns burst forth from her skull, marking her transformation. Demon Dragon Transformation. This was her ultimate trump card, one she had hoped never to employ, for this transformation was irreversible. It shattered the balance between her dragon and human bloodlines, allowing the dragon lineage to dominate, granting her the explosive power and physical might of the dragon race. Yet, the cost was. She would henceforth be condemned to endure a half-dragon form, a wretched existence that rendered her neither human nor demon, ultimately relegating her to the status of an outcast. Among both humans and demons, there would be no refuge for her. Ha ha ha, Lu Rushuang laughed maniacally. How ironic it was. Her aspiration had been to foster harmonious coexistence between the demon and human races, hoping to be revered and admired for her monumental achievements. Yet now, her noble dream lay in tatters, transformed into a despised anomaly, reviled and hunted by both factions. Chapter 58, The Transformation into the Dragonkin, Descending into Despair. Is this truly acceptable? Su Hanxiao, who was observing the unfolding events through the system's luminescent screen, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Although Lu Rushuang's current state was pitiable, it must be said that she had inadvertently stumbled upon a silver lining. The unconventional Lu Rushuang seemed to have shattered some kind of restraint, evolving into a more formidable race, the Dragonkin. This was one of the powerful races of the upper realm. Descended from ancient times, born of a primordial dragon emperor and a primal human progenitor. The Dragonkin possessed not only the formidable bloodline and physical prowess of dragons, but also the innate affinity for the great paths and profound comprehension characteristic of primal humans. With a mighty physique and prodigious insight, it was nearly impossible not to grow in strength. However, such overwhelming power comes with its own burdens. For instance, the Dragonkin face significant challenges in procreation. Yet, in Lu Rushuang's case, she might be considered a pseudo-Dragonkin, as she did not possess a pure dragon bloodline nor the innate powers, having merely fused with the blood of a demon dragon. Nevertheless, her fortune had been extraordinarily fortuitous. A typical individual attempting such a fusion would undoubtedly meet with failure, losing their rationality and becoming an unintelligent beast incapable of communication. Yet, Lu Rushuang had somehow achieved this extreme and unconventional transformation into a pseudo-Dragonkin. Could it be due to the so-called narrative of fate? Or was it merely her own exceptional luck? Shaking his head, Su Hanxiao paid little heed to these thoughts and instead relayed the events occurring here to the cultivators in the nearby towns. With Lu Rushuang now a pseudo-Dragonkin, the demon kings would surely be no match for her. It would be prudent to inform the nearby cultivators of the emergence of such a formidable creature, especially those alchemists who delighted in using various peculiar demon races for their concoctions would undoubtedly be intrigued by this development. Lu Rushuang had expended immense effort to achieve an unprecedented feat, seeking the respect of both races. Yet now, her aspirations lay unfulfilled, and she found herself relentlessly pursued and hunted by both factions, an intriguing contrast indeed. There was no room for sympathy or cruelty in this matter. This was merely a means for him to reclaim his investments from Lu Rushuang. On the battlefield, as Lu Rushuang fully transformed into a Dragonkin, the dragon blood within her surged like flames, purging all toxins from her body and forcefully expelling them outward. Due to the restrictions imposed by toxins, her cultivation has once again ascended to the realm of divine abilities. However, her outward appearance has undergone a complete transformation. A pair of dragon horns has sprouted atop her head, and a scaly dragon tail has emerged from behind her. Although only faint golden scales adorn her cheeks, they lend her an exotic beauty that is captivating. In this moment, she is no longer a member of the human race, nor is she a demon. Instead, she has become a creature the realm of mountains and seas has never witnessed before. You all deserve to perish. With a roar reminiscent of a dragon's cry, Lu Rushuang released her fury. Her feet exerted a subtle force, propelling her forward like an arrow released from its bow. The dragon claws in her hands were razor-sharp, and with a swift strike, she severed the arm of the mountain-breaking demon king with ease. What are you all standing there for? Kill her. We shall feast upon dragon flesh together. Your bloodlines can also undergo transformation. In the face of Lu Rushuang's formidable presence, the mountain-breaking demon king and the other 3 demon kings commanded their fellow demons to swarm forward. Not only was there a prior command from the demon kings, but the dragon clan was also regarded as the royal lineage among demons. If they could consume even a morsel of her flesh, there was a chance they might awaken their own dragon bloodline and become true dragons. Instantly, a multitude of bizarre and grotesque demons surged forth like a tidal wave, converging from all directions toward the center where Lu Rushuang stood. A pack of worthless creatures. Come, all of you shall die. With a mighty roar, a colossal dragon-shaped apparition manifested behind Lu Rushuang, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of divine sound. Where this wave passed, the heads of demons were obliterated into clouds of blood mist. Yet the demons, strange and bloodthirsty, were not deterred by the deaths of their comrades. Instead, they became more frenzied, yearning to taste Lu Rushuang's blood and flesh. They believed that by consuming the fabled flesh of a dragon, they too might acquire her extraordinary power. Meanwhile, near the 10,000 mountains, in cities such as Tsangmu City, elite human cultivators soared into the sky from all directions, hastening toward Lu Rushuang's location. In truth, even without the message from Su Hanxiao, they were already prepared to investigate this area. After all, they had a mortal enmity with the demons. The Mountain Sea Great Wall was tasked with guarding the borders against foreign races, and the city surrounding the 10,000 mountains bore the grave responsibility of preventing the demons and ancient demon kings from emerging from the depths. Now, with the suspicion of a demon beast tide erupting in the 10,000 mountains and the terrifying demonic aura ravaging the land, they naturally felt compelled to ascertain the situation. Soon, a coalition of several major cities arrived at the battlefield's vicinity. However, the scene that unfolded before their eyes left them all horrified, their minds momentarily blank. From their vantage point, the vast plain had transformed into a gruesome meat grinder, with countless demons swarming like ants, all rushing toward a singular point. And at the center of this encirclement stood a bizarre demon they had never encountered before. The figure before her bore a striking resemblance to a human. Yet atop its head were a pair of dragon horns, accompanied by a long dragon tail. Moreover, it exuded an aura that was unmistakably of the demon race, all while possessing a distinctly human visage. A half-demon? Impossible. If that were the case, one would expect traces of human blood within. Yet here stood a being of pure demonic lineage. An elder clad in a robe of purple and gold narrowed his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Lu Rushuang. How has she transformed into a demon?" He was not alone. Numerous human cultivators recognized her identity through her face. After all, Lu Rushuang was the demon king who had brokered an alliance with the demon tribes surrounding the 10,000 mountains. Yet, they could scarcely fathom that the Lu Rushuang, who once bore half-human blood, had now metamorphosed into a creature beyond their comprehension. However, their momentary shock quickly gave way to a glimmer of greed. The power she exhibited far exceeded their expectations, having achieved a form that represented an entirely new race. In the face of such a cataclysmic onslaught from the demon tribes, she maneuvered with remarkable ease. Regardless of her past contributions to the human cities, they now perceived Lu Rushuang as a monstrous entity. Furthermore, the traits she displayed were of immense research value, even yielding rare alchemical materials. Perhaps they could seize the opportune moment to subdue and confine Lu Rushuang. Amidst her fierce battle with the demons, Lu Rushuang sensed the presence of powerful figures from the human cities, such as Zhuangmu City, descending upon her. Initially, she believed they had come to her aid. Yet, she soon faced the stark and sorrowful realization that these individuals were also intent on her demise. The irony was not lost on her. Many of those now attacking her had once benefited from her kindness, some even having been elevated by her own hand. Yet, one by one, they turned against her with reckless abandon. These same human cultivators, who had once received her favor, now awaited the moment to strike her down. Not only had she failed to achieve her most cherished aspirations, but she also found herself besieged by the world. The most poignant irony lay in her derision of her own once noble ideals, dismissing her master's wisdom as mere folly, even severing ties with him. How foolish she had been. Chapter 59. The invasion of the other races, is it related to him? Regret, resentment, and fury erupted within her like a volcano. She was determined to break free, to exact vengeance upon those who had betrayed her, to annihilate those who, despite having benefited from her, turned into treacherous wolves. Yet, as the tempest of her rage surged, accompanied by a barrage of memories and images, her heart ached inexplicably, as if it were being torn asunder. In a moment of inattention, she was struck once more by the combined assault of several demon kings, sent sprawling across the ground in a series of chaotic tumbles. Those treacherous wolves have betrayed me, but am I not the same? Have I not also betrayed my master? Blood trickled from the corner of Lu Rushuang's mouth as she muttered to herself, ultimately erupting into a maniacal laugh. She deserves it. It is all her fault. She recalled the final words spoken by her master before their estrangement. Lu Rushuang, I understand that you harbor your own ambitions. However, when your strength and status do not align, attempting to undertake endeavors far beyond your capabilities will lead to your utter demise. The demon race will not appreciate your wisdom, nor will the human race honor your greatness. One day, should you misstep, you will inevitably plunge into the abyss. The demon race is treacherous and cunning, while human hearts are even more insidious and vile. At that moment, she had not looked back, retorting sharply, Master, you have truly aged. You have spent years nursing your wounds atop Phaeacian Peak and remain oblivious to the realities of the world. The demon race is not as despicable as you believe. Their emotions are far more profound and pure compared to those of humans. Human hearts are not as filthy as you imagine. Once I ascend as the Demon King, I shall alter humanity's perception of the demon race. I will be the bridge connecting humans and demons. Those with such narrow vision as yours, clinging to the past, are unworthy of being my master. From this day forth, we sever all ties, and our fates are no longer intertwined. Now, reflecting on her past words, she felt a stinging heat on her cheeks, as if she had slapped herself, her face swollen like that of a pig. She realized she had been foolish beyond redemption. It was not her master who was short-sighted and trapped in the past, misjudging the world as overly vile. Rather, it was she who had remained sheltered beneath her master's wings, never experiencing the true treachery of human hearts, nor understanding the real nature of the demon race. She had merely believed that the blood of demons coursed through her veins. Witnessing her master capturing demons to concoct elixirs, she had felt considerable sympathy for the unwillingness and agony expressed by those demons in their final moments, ultimately awakening her compassionate heart. Believing that her demon heritage bestowed upon her the responsibility to lead her kin toward glory and to help dispel the biases held by humans against demons, she had set out with noble intentions. But the harsh reality delivered a devastating blow. The demon race was beyond redemption. Human hearts were more grotesque than she had ever imagined. She had been far more of a treacherous ingrate than she had thought, even more foolish. In her despair, she wished for nothing more than to end her life. Yet, she did not wish to perish just yet. She had not yet vanquished those detestable demons and the ungrateful cultivators. She owed her master an apology. She longed to shout to her master, admitting she was wrong, utterly mistaken, and that her master had been right all along. Master, master. Lu Rushuang called out Su Hanxiao's name, the emotions within her driving her to madly break through the encirclement that closed in from all directions. She yearned to survive. Oh no, the demon race may not withstand this. Lu Rushuang might very well escape. Act quickly. Seal off this area to prevent Lu Rushuang from fleeing. The multitude of human cultivators would not stand idly by as Lu Rushuang attempted her escape, promptly unleashing various spells to suppress her. While Lu Rushuang was embroiled in her frenzied battle, Su Hanxiao received a notification from the system. Ding! The female protagonist, Lu Rushuang, experiences profound anguish and remorse towards her master, while the antagonist accrues 5,000 merit points. Similarly, the protagonist, Bei Gong Wanner, is engulfed by intense regret, granting the antagonist an additional 4,000 merit points. Each announcement from the system brings joy to Su Hanxiao, as it signifies his increasing comfort. The more these ungrateful individuals suffer, the greater his rewards, rendering his delight almost euphoric. Master, you seem to be in particularly high spirits, remarked Gu Qingxue, who observed Su Hanxiao's mood with a curious tilt of her head. Indeed, he replied candidly, affectionately ruffling her hair. After all, I have amassed quite a bit of interest from these ungrateful wolves, which naturally uplifts my spirits. However, I require your assistance in collecting the final interest from the last of these ingrates. Gu Qingxue paused momentarily, quickly grasping he meant her former senior sister. Shenmingyu, rest assured, master, I shall not disappoint you. As time slipped by, several days passed. Recently, significant events unfolded in the mountain and sea realm. Not long ago, a terrifying battle erupted in the 10,000 Great Mountains, resulting in countless casualties among the demon race, as well as the loss of numerous formidable human warriors. The catalyst for this chaos was none other than Lu Rushuang, the former saintess of the Taichu sacred land, who had succumbed to darkness, becoming a bloodthirsty demon who relished in slaughter, now hunted by all of humanity. This shocking transformation left many cultivators, particularly those from the Taichu sacred land, in disbelief and even shame, as they had once mourned her departure, feeling a sense of loss and pity, often casting blame upon Su Hanxiao. Yet now, they were inclined to praise him for his foresight, recognizing that his decisions had spared the Taichu sacred land from a catastrophic calamity. After all, had Lu Rushuang remained in the Taichu sacred land as its saintess, her fall into darkness would have cast a long shadow over their reputation. Furthermore, Li Qingyi was also inciting turmoil, seemingly leading the ousted Su Qingji in a frenzied revenge against the Shadow Pavilion, stirring up further unrest. However, the most pressing concern for the cultivators of the mountain and sea realm was the urgent alarm from the mountain and sea Great Wall, struggling to withstand an invasion from foreign tribes and in dire need of reinforcements. This news sent a wave of anxiety throughout the entire realm, leaving many puzzled. Decades prior, foreign tribes had not dared to encroach upon their territory. Why, all of a sudden, were they launching an invasion? How could the soldiers who had once easily defended the Great Wall now find themselves unable to hold the line? Amidst the confusion among the cultivators, a piece of gossip emerged, causing a stir throughout the mountain and sea realm. The reason the foreign tribes had refrained from invading for decades was intricately linked to Su Hanxiao. Chapter 60. The Unparalleled Female General? Gu Qing enters the divine realm. Once this news spread, it soared like wings, rapidly permeating the entire realm of mountains and seas, sparking fervent discussions among countless cultivators. Although Su Hanxiao recently ascended to the realm of life and death, what relevance does a matter from decades ago hold for him? It is said that, years prior, Su Hanxiao was beset by injuries from the Tao, living in seclusion, rarely revealing his prowess. And his cultivation was merely at the purple mansion level. Some cultivators scoffed, questioning how he could have influenced matters concerning the Mountain Sea Great Wall at that time. I acknowledge Su Hanxiao's current prestige, but you cannot fabricate stories, one remarked dismissively. Yet, similar sentiments swiftly incited rebuttals from others. This issue originated from the Mountain Sea Great Wall. It has long been an open secret, known throughout the ranks. The stability and ease with which the Great Wall repelled foreign invasions was due to Su Hanxiao dispatchingly, a formidable leader skilled in warfare, to guard it. His strategic brilliance led to several decisive victories, instilling fear in the invaders and deterring further incursions. However, with Zhu Fengyan completely severing ties with Su Hanxiao, he no longer acknowledged her as his disciple, and thus his subordinates ceased to support her, leading to a withdrawal that triggered a series of repercussions. Yet, some cultivators expressed confusion. I have heard that Zhu Fengyan is equally adept in military strategy, having achieved numerous victories in recent years. It is said that those early triumphs were won under her command. If those were indeed her accomplishments, how could the Mountain Sea Great Wall find itself in such a passive state? One retorted. In my view, Zhu Fengyan is merely a talentless individual seeking to take on tasks beyond her capabilities. Such related remarks continued to circulate, growing in intensity. After all, should the Mountain Sea Great Wall fall, the foreign races would invade their realm en masse, leading to untold suffering and countless casualties. A matter that concerned the safety of every being within the Mountain Sea realm. Now, as the primary general defending the Great Wall, Zhu Fengyan's repeated defeats naturally elicited dissent. The fervent reactions from all corners of the Mountain Sea realm soon reached the Great Wall and, ultimately, Zhu Fengyan herself. Damn these ingrates! In the Grand Hall, adorned in her phoenix armor, Zhu Fengyan furiously swept everything off the table, letting the exquisite glassware shatter into countless pieces upon the floor. Her chest heaved with intensity, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury. Here I am, fighting valiantly against the foreign races, while these wretches hide away in comfort. Not only do they fail to appreciate my efforts, but they also conspire against me, tarnishing my name. A pack of treacherous ingrates, truly despicable. Yet, what enraged Zhu Fengyan the most was the audacious claim that her past achievements were solely due to Su Hanxiao, insinuating that she lacked any talent for military leadership and was unworthy of her position as the commander of the Mountain Sea Great Wall. This left her, who once believed in surpassing her predecessor and creating an even more illustrious legacy without Su Hanxiao, feeling a stinging humiliation that flushed her cheeks with fiery shame. She would never concede that her relationship with Su Hanxiao had been irrevocably severed. Without his assistance, she felt utterly powerless. Send the order. Mobilize half of the troops from the Fengtian army and the Shanhai army to swiftly support the Tianmen Pass. I will lead the vanguard alongside General Li to repel the forthcoming onslaughts from the foreign tribes, buying them some time. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of several generals changed dramatically, and they hastily attempted to interject with words of caution. The current situation was already chaotic enough. The Fengtian army and the Shanhai army were among their few elite legions. If half of their forces were diverted for reinforcement, a defeat at the front could trigger a catastrophic avalanche effect. The few vanguard cities would not only fall victim to the foreign tribes, but the territories they had painstakingly conquered over the years could also be lost entirely. My decision is made. Whatever the consequences, I shall bear the responsibility, Zhu Fengyan declared with gritted teeth. As she spoke, an inferno seemed to blaze within the depths of her pupils. She was equally eager to prove herself, to demonstrate that she could defend the Shanhai Great Wall without Su Hanxiao's aid, and to silence those who dared to underestimate her. In the desolate sea, amidst tumultuous waves and roaring tides, Gu Qing stood upon a flurry of icy lotuses, where the sea was frozen by the sub-zero temperatures. A thunderous roar erupted in the distance, as towering waves surged, and the snow-covered expanse transformed into a crystalline wasteland. In the midst of the swirling blizzard, Gu Qingxue was engaged in a fierce battle with a colossal sea beast. Meanwhile, Su Hanxiao sat cross-legged in the void, contemplating the Tao while simultaneously safeguarding Gu Qingxue. He too received an urgent communication from his subordinates. Upon learning of Zhu Fingyin's intention to gamble everything on a counterattack against the foreign tribes, he could not help but chuckle. After decades of harmony and stability, the sudden invasion had caught the Shanhai Great Wall completely off guard. With many legions unprepared for the upheaval, particularly, Zhu Fengyin had recently faced a string of defeats, resulting in plummeting morale. Choosing to counterattack at this juncture bore a high probability of failure, potentially triggering a disastrous snowball effect. Originally, he had anticipated that the foreign tribes would take years to breach the Shanhai Pass, yet he had overestimated Zhu Fengyin. Despite his inadvertent efforts to lay a solid foundation for the Shanhai Great Wall, such as fostering several elite legions adept at warfare, even if a counteroffensive was temporarily unfeasible, these elite forces should have been more than capable of staving off the relentless onslaught of the foreign tribes. Regrettably, with such potent forces at her disposal, Zhu Fengyin had squandered them entirely. Calculating the timeline, it would be no more than a month before the Shanhai Great Wall crumbled completely, allowing the foreign tribes to invade the Shanhai realm en masse. The most absurd part was that he had previously gone to great lengths to ensure Zhu Fingyin's position as the commander of the Shanhai Great Wall. Hoping to help her realize her ambitions, he had generously provided her with numerous merits easily attainable. Yet this ingrate not only failed to appreciate his efforts but also believed that all her achievements were deserved, attributing her successes solely to her own prowess in leading the troops, while blaming him, her mentor, for stifling her potential. However, given the current trajectory Zhu Fengyin, do not merely contemplate the ambition to eliminate the foreign tribes and tread upon forbidden zones, leaving behind a legacy for eternity. She may undoubtedly become the pariah of the entire human race within the realm of mountains and seas, condemned and reviled for all time. How intriguing. He has even begun to anticipate the pitiable visage of Zhu Fengyin as she faces universal scorn. Suddenly, a surge of overwhelming sword energy erupted. Gu Qingxue unleashed her sword like a dragon, the radiant sword aura cascading down like a silver waterfall. In an instant, it cleaved a colossal sea beast, resembling an octopus, in twain. At the same moment, after an arduous battle, Gu Qingxue, having ascended beyond her limits, successfully vanquished this formidable sea creature of the divine realm. Her aura steadily rising. Ultimately, she stepped into the divine realm. Witnessing this scene, Su Hanxiao revealed a smile of satisfaction. With her divine realm established, all that remains is to hone Gu Xuan's combat experience over the next few days. He would then lead Gu Xuan back, ready to overpower that ingrate, Shen Mingwei. Chapter 61. What remorse will now signify, as the heart rends with 1,000 regrets. Having successfully broken through to the divine realm, Gu Qingxue was about to share her joy with her master, only to notice that her master appeared to be burdened with unspoken concerns. Gu Qingxue, being quite perceptive, understood that her master had been diligently training her, employing various rare materials to assist her cultivation, allowing her rapid advancement. It was clear that her master desired her to triumph over that once disdainful senior sister during the goddess trial. The rumors of her master's alleged misconduct with the senior sister in the holy grounds surely held great intrigue. A surge of murderous intent welled up within Gu Qingxue. Her master was certainly not of such character and must have been slandered. As for why she was so certain that Shen Mingwei was unjustly accusing her master, she was also adept at subtle observation. Back when Shen Mingwei had yet to leave the Taichu Holy Land, she often stood quite close to her master. And during those moments, a deep emotion would flicker in her beautiful eyes, one that Gu Qingxue herself found difficult to decipher. It seemed to embody both satisfaction and extreme obsession. She must have harbored an abnormal emotional attachment toward her master. Most likely, she clung to a warped mindset of destruction if she could not possess. Shen Mingwei was undoubtedly the most despicable among that pack of ingrates. Unbeknownst to Su Hanxiao, Gu Qingxue's thoughts were elsewhere. At this moment, he was drawn to the sudden system notification that captured his attention. Ding! The protagonist Zhang Ruoming has developed feelings of regret toward the master, and due to the significant estrangement from her family. Congratulations to the master for acquiring 4,000 points of villainous merit. Su Hanxiao raised an eyebrow. Zhang Ruoming has fallen out with her family? However, he could surmise the situation. The Zhang family, to which Zhang Ruoming belonged, was indeed a prominent clan, and the relationships among its members were often overshadowed by interests. Now that he had regained his strength in the realm of life and death and had recently slain Ouyang Feng, the lord of Zhongzhou City. Instilling fear throughout the mountains and seas, this news surely reached Zhang Ruoming's family. If Zhang Ruoming were still his direct disciple, her status would not only rise significantly, but it would also elevate the entire Zhang family to unprecedented heights. Yet now, he has severed all ties with Zhang Ruoming. The Zhang family, having missed the opportunity for rapid advancement, naturally redirected all their anger and dissatisfaction towards Zhang Ruoming. The reality aligned perfectly with Su Hanxiao's conjectures. At the same time, within the ancestral courtyard of the Zhang family in Tiansong City, a sharp sound echoed. A resounding slap was followed by a furious and sorrowful roar. "You ungrateful daughter! For the sake of that heartless wretch, Xiao Ling, you have committed such an outrageous betrayal. Even turning against your own master. Do you not understand your crime?" The imposing figure of Zhang Xuani, the head of the Zhang family, delivered a powerful slap to Zhang Ruoming's fair cheek. The force of the blow sent her flying, a trickle of crimson seeping from the corner of her mouth. Zhang Ruoming lay on the ground, disheveled and bowed, silent. In the past, she would have found it hard to believe that her father would strike her so openly. She would have vehemently protested, asserting that Xiao Ling was her childhood companion and that her actions were merely a reflection of her heart's desire. But now, having fully comprehended Xiao Ling's true nature, her heart had long since perished. She recognized the depth of her betrayal towards her master. Ruoming, the elegant and dignified Zhang mother, filled with concern, gasped in shock and hurried to support her daughter, channeling her inner spiritual energy to alleviate the swelling on Zhang Ruoming's injured cheek. As she gazed upon her dazed daughter, whose lips were stained with blood, her heart ached even more, yet a flicker of anger also glimmered in her beautiful eyes. "Is your master truly so petty? This matter is not your fault. It is Xiao Ling, that hypocrite, who concealed his true intentions. Even if you have erred, does that absolve him of his own faults? Once a teacher, always a father. Come, let me take you back to the Taichi sacred land. At worst, I shall kneel outside the Taichi sacred land for days and nights. I refuse to believe that he, bound by past kindness, would be so cold-hearted as to abandon you in your time of need." With that, Zhang mother pulled Zhang Ruoming firmly, determined to leave the estate and head to the Taichi sacred land to seek forgiveness from Su Hanxiao. In truth, upon returning to her family, Zhang Ruoming had already recounted Xiao Ling's schemes, which left the entire Zhang family in shock and fury, while also worrying for her safety. Although they immediately offered a substantial reward to invite powerful practitioners to save their daughter, without exception, those they summoned declared that her life could not be saved. Her time was running short. With a dazed expression, Zhang Ruoming felt her mother's grip tightening painfully. Gradually, she regained her senses, her eyes refocusing as tears streamed down her cheeks, and she abruptly shook off her mother's hand. "Save? How can I expect him to save me?" Zhang Ruoming suddenly shouted, tears flooding forth. "Not only have I erred, but I have erred beyond measure. When Xiao Ling, that hypocrite, first placed a curse upon me, my master had already employed his extraordinary powers to eliminate all the cursed insects. He even took upon himself the karmic consequences that were never meant to be his, annihilating the entire Xiao family in an attempt to sever this impending danger at its source. But what did I do?" Zhang Ruoming's tears flowed incessantly, her voice rising to a piercing pitch, trembling with hysteria. I could not bring myself to believe any of his words. I did not even feel that he had saved me. I was utterly foolish, persistently placing my trust in Xiao Ling, even going so far as to present him with opportunities. My master had done more than enough for me. Yet instead of cherishing his efforts, I repeatedly betrayed his trust. How could he possibly save me again? How could I dare to ask him for salvation? Mother, father, as I return to the family, I am here to reveal the truth. If I cannot withstand this calamity and perish, please do not blame my master. It is not his failure to save me, but my own betrayal that has wronged him." With these words, Zhang Ruoming suddenly knelt on the ground, knocking her head 3 times towards her parents. "It is the daughter who is foolish, unfilial, and has brought this upon herself. I implore you both not to hold my master accountable. All of this is my fault. As I enter the forest of 10,000 curses, I do not even know if I will succeed in obtaining the regret insect. Should I fail, I shall never return. Therefore, I must clarify everything. This is all my own doing." The Zhang residents remained silent for what felt like an eternity, perhaps half an hour, or even several hours. Ultimately, Zhang Ruoming rose into the air, shattering the stillness. She cast one last glance at her family, not daring to look back again. She allowed her parents, filled with sorrow, to gaze at her in silence. And she, in the embrace of the night, walked further away, her figure completely swallowed by the desolate darkness. Zhang Xian, the head of the Zhang family, quietly watched as his daughter vanished into the night, painfully closing his eyes. He let out a long sigh. He understood his daughter well. Deep within her heart, she harbored a fierce unwillingness and profound regret. She even longed to mend and restore her relationship with Su Hanxiao. Alas, what meaning does regret hold now? It is a heart-wrenching lament. She regretted not recognizing the tenderness bestowed upon her by her master. Regret for severing the path to life that was within her grasp, all due to her own actions. Chapter 62. It was you who deliberately slandered and defamed my master. Similarly, there was Lu Ruchuang, who also regretted her past decisions. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion echoed within the prison of Tsangmu City. Demonic energy surged forth, instantly tearing apart the many human cultivators guarding the prison into mere pulp. Amidst the swirling crimson, Lu Ruchuang, battered and bruised, with her wrists and ankles appearing as if pierced by steel nails, emerged from the prison. During the battle at the 10,000 Great Mountains, she had ultimately been outnumbered. But she had finally managed to break through the encirclement of the demon clan. However, she was subsequently subdued and imprisoned by the powerful members of the human race, enduring inhumane torment and experimentation in the dark recesses of her cell. Yet, compared to the physical agony, it was the profound remorse that pierced her heart. She lamented her decision to disregard her mentor's counsel, allowing youthful impetuosity to sever her ties with her teacher. She harbored hatred for those from the demon race and the human race who had once benefited from her kindness, now turning against her in her moment of despair, reveling in her misfortune. In these days, she unearthed a deeply ironic truth. She had mistakenly believed she was a harbinger of great achievements for both races, only to become an impediment to both, provoking enmity from all sides, with everyone desiring her swift demise. Memories surged in her mind, and she found herself once again in that foul, dim prison, her body bound by bronze chains, her limbs pierced by steel nails. Before her stood several cultivators, their faces twisted in mockery. Lu Ruchuang, do you truly consider yourself some kind of pioneer? You foolishly played the role of a bridge between our races, believing we would express gratitude. Do you realize how much you have thwarted our endeavors? If it were not for you, our city of Tsangmu would have long since annexed Tianhai City. It was you who prevented the demon race from devouring human flesh and blood, rendering us unable to trade or utilize them for our purposes, sabotaging our grand designs. You should have perished long ago. Upon hearing these words, Lu Ruchuang felt as though struck by lightning, yet her heart swelled with increasing desolation and derision. She came to an agonizing realization of her mentor's sentiments. More repugnant than the cunning and treachery of the demon race was the insidiousness of human hearts. She fancied herself a pioneer, a hero of her time, yet in reality, she was merely a hindrance to the interests of certain individuals. Lacking the capacity to be a hero of the age, she faced betrayal from her own kind. The trials she now endured were but the fulfillment of the predictions once uttered by Su Hanxiao. Ha! Lu Ruchuang's mental state began to unravel, her laughter echoing with a manic fervor. If she could not become a herald of the era, then she would embrace the role of a demon. They proclaimed themselves as such, and she would embody that identity. Nurtured by the potent blood of the dragon race, her injuries healed rapidly. She transformed into a frenzied, monstrous figure, charging into the throngs, unleashing a tempest of carnage and chaos, shredding everything in her path into fragments. In her eyes, aside from betraying her mentor, she owed nothing to anyone. Annihilate all. Forge a path through blood. Rally together and slay the demons. The entire Tsangmu city descended into utter pandemonium. Countless cultivators falling before Lu Ruchuang, now imbued with the essence of the dragon race. Yet, despite her overwhelming strength, she remained merely at the divine ability realm. Confronted with an entire city, she felt the weight of her limitations. In an instant, she found herself once again encircled. And just then, a resounding roar echoed through the air. Suddenly, an explosion erupted outside the thronging encirclement. A dozen figures clad in black, their features obscured, launched a surprise attack from behind, plunging the scene into chaos. Among them, two formidable figures stood out. One wielded a longsword, while the other brandished a long knife, resembling wolves among sheep, unleashing a tempest of bloodshed. Their coordination was impeccable, and both seemed to possess profound legacies, their formidable abilities manifesting with astonishing force. In the midst of the unexpected turmoil, the cultivators of Tsangmu City, who were relentlessly closing in, were abruptly torn apart, creating a gaping rift. Senior sister, this way, Li Qingyi hastily conveyed through thought. With her eyes ablaze, Lu Ruchuang, consumed by a frantic desire to drag a city dweller down with her into the abyss, momentarily hesitated. She had never anticipated that her former junior sister would appear in such a dire situation. However, she was unwilling to simply retreat. The intense feelings of resentment and fury within her compelled her to seek a bloody resolution, to vent her regrets through violence. Senior sister, your commotion is too loud. Other human cultivators from the larger cities are on their way. Continuing this battle will only lead to your meaningless demise. Do you intend to squander your life here, forsaking the chance to earn your master's forgiveness in the future? Upon hearing these words, Lu Rushuang's body froze slightly. Li Qingyi's statement struck a deep chord within her. Was she truly destined to perish in such a manner, consumed by pain and regret? She was unwilling to accept it. While Sangmu City spiraled into utter chaos, the Taichu sacred land remained eerily tranquil that night. The moon hung high, stars sparse, and the bamboo grove swayed gently in the wind, producing a rustling sound. Yet, from the depths of this bamboo forest came intermittent sounds of anguished moans, akin to someone being subjected to 1,000 cuts. As one gaze pierced through the bamboo leaves, it fell upon a pavilion illuminated by the pristine moonlight, radiating a brilliant clarity. Within this pavilion, 2 graceful figures sat facing each other. Technically, there were 3, yet one figure had become so mangled that it was barely recognizable. The sounds of torment emanated from this individual. Beigong Wana, do you suffer from some grave ailment? Shen Mingwei sipped her tea, her beautiful eyes as calm as a still pond, coldly observing Beigong Wana seated before her. You summoned me here at this late hour merely to indulge in such morbid curiosities? At that moment, Beigong Wana gripped a sharp dagger, her expression somewhat feral, as she intently used the blade to dissect the flesh of the broken and indistinct figure before her, meticulously slicing it into translucent, gossamer-like pieces. That wretched form belonged to Xie Feiyu, whose eyes had been gouged out. Amidst his agonized groans, he repeatedly uttered phrases akin to "kill me and may you suffer a wretched fate." After slicing off another piece of flesh, she ignited it with spiritual flame. Beigong Wana, feeling a sense of satisfaction, once again stored the damaged Xie Feiyu into her storage ring, nurturing it with her spiritual energy to prolong its life. Throughout the entire episode, Shen Mingyue observed with a furrowed brow. Even when she witnessed Beigong Wana reveal a contented smile after completing her actions, an inexplicable chill ran down her spine. After all, her junior sister was thoroughly infatuated. In the past, she had even turned against Su Hanxiao in a bid to elope with Xie Feiyu. Naturally, she cherished her junior sister's personality and even felt a tinge of envy. After all, she had yet to fully capture their master's heart. Beigong Wana quickly concealed her emotions. The moonlight illuminated her unusually pale and delicate face as she gazed intently at Shen Mingwei. Her ruby lips parted, and her voice was ethereal. Shen Mingwei, spare me the pretense. You claimed that Master had violated you. You even fled from Master's residence clad only in undergarments. Was that all just an act? It was you who deliberately slandered Master. Some readers have mentioned that in the past, I would update 3 or even 4 chapters at a time. So why now only 2? The truth is, this book has been rather absurd. The completion rate is satisfactory, even commendable. However, since 4 days ago, the readership has plummeted to around 1,000 daily, and the earnings have dwindled alarmingly. My morale has taken a hit, and I find myself lacking the motivation to write. Even if I wanted to produce more content, I struggle to immerse myself in it. Therefore, I will temporarily stabilize updates at 2 chapters. I hope for your understanding. As for when we will return to the upper realm, that will occur after I finish some transitional plot lines and the male lead's revenge against the 7 rebellious disciples. Following that, an alien invasion will lead to the male lead leaving the realm, and we will soon embark on the revenge arc in the upper realm. Chapter 63. Unaware of the wrong, she merely adored her master too much. The moonlight, like frost, cascaded down, casting shadows throughout the bamboo grove, creating an eerie and uncanny atmosphere. Shen Mingyue paused momentarily but managed to maintain her composure, taking another sip of the slightly metallic-tasting tea. A smile, ambiguous yet teasing, graced her lips as she regarded Beigong Wana with a playful demeanor. So, what do you intend to do? Suddenly, a whooshing sound pierced the air as Beigong Wana drew a dagger, lunging directly at Shen Mingyue's face. However, Shen Mingyue remained unperturbed, her right hand gracefully holding the teacup as she continued to sip her tea. With her left hand, she extended 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching the dagger that was aimed at her. No matter how forcefully Beigong Wana tried to press down, the glimmering blade could not advance even a fraction, maintaining an unyielding distance of an inch from her. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Beigong Wana's beautiful eyes. So you admit it. You were the one who slandered Master. Humph. Shen Mingyu scoffed, tightening her grip slightly. The dagger immediately began to show spiderweb-like cracks. At last, with a sharp crack, the dagger shattered into countless fragments. Amidst the splintered shards, Shen Mingwei raised her exquisite visage, her gaze icy and taunting. "What are you to dare question me?" Boom. Almost immediately, a surge of sword energy erupted behind Shen Mingwei, violently propelling Beigong Wana through the air. A crescent-shaped blade of light descended with precision, aiming directly at Beigong Wana's chest. Her countenance paled. Instinctively, she attempted to evade the strike mid-air. However, after years of being drained by CFAU, her internal energy had diminished significantly, compounded by her lack of training. How could she possibly contend with Shen Mingwei? She had no time to escape, and was swept by the sword energy. As she coughed up blood and was hurled backward, the precious jade stone at her chest was obliterated by the force of the strike. Shen Mingwei raised her hand once more, and the shattered jade fragment fell into her grasp. A smirk of increasing mockery graced her lips. "Sister Wana, you have truly disappointed your elder sister. I once held you in high regard, yet you chose to engage in such foolish and idiotic behavior." At this juncture, Shen Mingwei's smile vanished, replaced by a chilling aura of sword energy. "What is this? Regret has set in? Seeking to redeem your master by unmasking my true identity? Hoping to alter the repercussions of that so-called lewd incident and restore your master's honor?" Shen Mingwei slowly rose, her lithe figure gliding towards the writhing Beigong Wana on the ground. With a graceful sweep, her alabaster hand seized Beigong Wana by the throat, lifting her effortlessly. Beneath the moonlight, Shen Mingwei's eyes glimmered with a frigid, maniacal brilliance. "Let us not forget, you are already a loathsome creature, your reputation sullied beyond belief. No one would ever trust a treacherous wolf like you. Furthermore, I shall not possess the same regrets as you pitiful beings. This is merely a debt owed to me by Su Hanxiao. I loved him dearly. Why did he not respond? My existence alone should have sufficed. Why must he entertain you worthless wretches? I am the most exceptional among you, the one with the greatest talent. Am I not worthy of him?" At that time, he was merely a waste of the Purple Mansion realm. Yet, I possessed boundless potential. I chose to pursue him, and he spurned my affections. Thus, I shall ruin him, and none shall have him. Shen Mingwei's mindset had become warped. For in her heart, Su Hanxiao was never her master, but her possession. Even as he suffered from debilitating injuries that hindered his progress, whispered rumors claimed he would forever be a failure, devoid of any future accomplishments. A worthy disciple should safeguard their master's reputation, yet she not only failed to do so, but actively exacerbated the situation. The initial scandal was merely the beginning. Over the years, countless slanders and even mockeries within the sacred land of Taichu have borne her mark. Her intent was to drag Su Hanxiao into the mire, rendering him destitute and utterly despicable. Ultimately, she would rise above, basking in the limelight, while he would be nothing more than a dog, groveling at her feet and offering everything he possessed. She felt no remorse. Rather, she found a certain romanticism in it. For this was her love for her master. Only by leading her master to the depths of despair, to become a true waste, could she gain complete control over him, transforming all that he was into her own and ensuring he could never escape her grasp. What wrong had she committed? Her love for her master was simply too profound. It seemed that Shen Mingwei could see the thoughts swirling in her heart. As Beigong Wana, grasped by the throat and gasping for air, wore a scornful smile. She remarked, "Honestly, I once believed I had reached the pinnacle of disgust, the epitome of ingratitude. Yet here you are, Shen Mingwei, surpassing even my own wretchedness." Shen Mingwei's eyes glinted with cold fury as she exerted a slight pressure in her palm, seemingly poised to end Beigong Wana's life then and there. However, in the next moment, she furrowed her brow as if struck by a sudden realization and released her grip. With a swift motion, she sent Wana flying with a kick, her form soaring like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the distance and stirring a cloud of debris. Who goes there? A disciple on night patrol, alerted by the commotion, descended from the horizon. Goddess Mingwei? Sister Wana? What is the meaning of this? The leading disciple frowned upon witnessing the two, who should have been resting at such an hour, engaged in a fray that had marred the floor around them. Shen Mingwei smiled gently, her earlier coldness and frailty dissipating, replaced by an air of grace and elegance. The smile that graced her lips was enchanting, capable of beguiling all who beheld it. "I apologize for disturbing you. Dear junior brothers on patrol, my junior sister insisted on reminiscing, wanting to test her progress. In my momentary lapse of restraint, I inadvertently sent her flying. Junior sister, are you unharmed?" As the insincerity of her feigned concern rang hollow, Beigong Wana, clutching her chest, managed to rise from the rubble. "I am well. Thank you for your guidance, sister. I shall take my leave now. Her gaze flickered briefly, and with a frigid reply, she departed the scene. She possessed no evidence against Shin Mingyue, nor could she possibly accuse her of wrongdoing, given her own tarnished reputation. Even a futile attempt to sully Shin Mingyue's name would only backfire, akin to an arrow shot that would pierce her own forehead. It was far wiser to discreetly exit the situation. Thus, the patrolling disciples exchanged no further words, choosing instead to depart in each other's company, though they murmured quietly among themselves. Indeed, the moon goddess has grown even more formidable than before. I had previously thought she would not return or might directly relinquish her position to the snow goddess. It appears, however, that a fierce confrontation between these two sisters is imminent. I have heard that recently, Master Su has been accompanying the Snow Saint on her trials, personally honing her skills. I wonder if the Snow Saint will prove to be a worthy rival for the moon goddess upon her return, and whether she will succeed in the goddess trials. Originally, Shin Mingyue had been smiling as she watched several night patrol disciples depart, but her smile faltered slightly. Her expression instantly hardened and then turned icy. Gu Qingxue is actually out training with Su Hanxiao? Does this not imply they have been in each other's company alone? How dare they? Chapter 64. Return to the Sacred Land. The goddess trials commence. A glimmer of cold light flickered in Shin Mingyue's beautiful eyes. What a bold Gu Qingxue. She truly has no regard for boundaries. I have warned her repeatedly to keep her distance from Su Hanxiao. He is mine. Yet it seems she has taken my words as mere wind. Initially, during the upcoming goddess trials, I intended to show some leniency out of sisterly affection. Perhaps I would have incapacitated Gu Qingxue swiftly, sparing her from greater suffering. But now, my resolve has shifted. I shall take great pleasure in tormenting my indiscreet junior sister in the trials, making her wish for relief and regret her actions. Gu Qingxue, do not blame your elder sister for her ruthlessness. The cold light in Shin Mingyue's eyes intensified. If blame is to be assigned, it lies with you for disregarding the kindness shown to you. As time passed, after imparting practical combat experience and even teaching Gu Qingxue a technique from the true dragon art, Su Hanxiao finally returned to the Taichu sacred land with her. Their return sparked quite a stir, particularly due to Gu Qingxue's breakthrough to the divine ability realm, which left many cultivators astonished. Is it possible? I recall that just recently, the Snow Saint was merely at the late stage of the Purple Mansion realm. She ventured out with Master Su for less than a month. And now she has ascended to the divine ability realm? Even if she underwent some extraordinary trials or consumed rare treasures, such rapid advancement seems implausible. The Snow Saint is merely 20 years old, and to reach the divine ability realm at this age is remarkable. Previously, I believed the moon goddess's talent was unparalleled. Yet now, when compared to the Snow Saint, many disciples and even elders of the sacred land have come to see Shin Mingyue as the insurmountable young legend of Taichu sacred land. Her powerful return will undoubtedly reaffirm her position as the goddess. However, with Gu Qingxue returning as a formidable contender in the divine ability realm, the resolve of many within the sacred land has begun to waver. At this moment, Gu Qingxue boldly declared, "Humph. Shin Mingyue is merely a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing. She has benefited from my master's grace yet resorts to despicable acts to defame him. Against such a loathsome creature, I need only 3 moves to defeat her." Upon the utterance of those words, the entire sacred land was engulfed in a fervor. It was not merely Gu Qingxue's audacious confidence that stirred the crowd, but the insidious implications hidden within her remarks, slanderous, contemptuous, likening her to a wide-eyed wolf. This resonated deeply with the recently agitated practitioners of the sacred land, who were reminded of the past scandal involving the defilement of the divine maiden. Could it be, as they speculated, that there were deeper, concealed truths behind the surface? Many disciples of the sacred land began to entertain the notion that Gu Qingxue might indeed triumph over Shin Mingyue, ascending as the new divine maiden of their order. Similar sentiments soon reached Shin Mingyue's ears. "My lady, it is as such," reported a young woman of exquisite beauty clad in a flowing purple dress, beads of cold sweat glistening on her brow as she bowed respectfully. Shin Mingyue sat cross-legged, elevated half a foot above the ground. The aura that once ebbed and flowed like the tides erupted violently the moment she opened her eyes, unleashing a torrent of sword intent that caused the grand hall to tremble fiercely. Within the depths of her enchanting gaze, sword runes infused with an overwhelming murderous intent surged forth, as if her sight pierced through the void to fixate upon Gu Qingxue. "Gu Qingxue, do you truly believe that a hasty breakthrough to the divine transformation realm allows you to stand on par with me? There exists a chasm even among those of the same realm. You are indeed talented, yet talent alone merely grazes the threshold of my domain." Shen Mingwei, a woman of remarkable pride, retaliated with her own words, asserting that Gu Qingxue's claims were nothing more than defamation, entirely unfounded. Had it not been for Su Hanxiao's despicable actions against her, would she have ever left the sacred land? Moreover, she had initially contemplated rekindling the ties of their past. To test Gu Qingxue, should Gu Qingxue pass her trial, she would willingly bestow upon her the title of Divine Maiden. However, since Gu Qingxue had shown such disrespect, she would instead demonstrate the vast disparity between them with a single strike. This revelation sent the already tumultuous sacred land into further uproar. Yet, Shen Mingwei's attempts to tarnish Su Hanxiao's reputation through the scandal of her past were significantly diminished in effect. Not only did Su Hanxiao hold a formidable position within the Taichu sacred land, but the precedent set by Su Qingji and others had taught the current disciples to let events unfold before taking action. Nevertheless, there remained a few fervent supporters of Shen Mingwei, reckless in their desire to tarnish Su Hanxiao's reputation. As fate would have it, the rumors spread in the morning, only for the individual in question to be apprehended by the punishment hall by noon. By the afternoon, he was left crippled and cast out of the sacred land. It became abundantly clear to all that this was a deliberate maneuver by the upper echelons of the sacred land to mend their relationship with Su Hanxiao, aiding him in quelling the repercussions of the incident. However, to Su Hanxiao, this bore no significance, nor did it stir any feelings of gratitude. These opportunists merely sought to align themselves with his burgeoning influence in the realm of life and death, attempting to foster a more favorable rapport for their own gain. Yet, this would not alter the inevitable outcome on the day he departed from the realm, which would see the Taichu sacred land laid to waste. At that moment, suddenly sensing something, Su Hanxiao gazed towards the outskirts of Feishan Peak. There, he beheld Beigong Wano arriving through the air, ultimately standing outside the peak. Taking a deep breath, she spoke, "Disciple Beigong Wano seeks an audience. I request a moment with my esteemed master." Su Hanxiao furrowed his brow. Before he could respond, Gu Qingxue, who was meditating beside him, opened her eyes, snorted coldly, and flew directly towards the great hall. "Master, this trivial matter is something I can handle." Outside, Beigong Wano clenched her palm slightly, her heart racing with anticipation. She had brought something she deemed of utmost importance. A treasure that might aid her master in clearing the slander from years past, restoring his honor. "Beigong Wano, my master has no desire to see you. If you have something to say, do so quickly and then be gone." Gu Qingxue approached with an air of disdain, her voice icy and contemptuous, devoid of any respect for her former senior. The overwhelming pressure of her divine power bore down upon Beigong Wano, who had already sustained severe injuries from Shen Mingwei the previous night, rendering her pale and on the verge of vomiting blood. Steeling herself, Beigong Wano glanced around. Noting her master showed no inclination to meet with her, the sparkle of hope that once illuminated her beautiful eyes dimmed slightly, yet she forced a smile, saying, "Junior sister, I have come to present something important that may assist our master in his current plight." With that, Beigong Wano thrust her right hand into her own chest with astonishing swiftness. There was no gruesome scene of torn flesh or splattered blood. Instead, a translucent ripple emerged from her chest. Then, she forcibly extracted an irregular orb of light from within herself. As her aura emanated, the orb quickly stabilized, transforming from a formless essence into a palm-sized pearl. Upon completing this act, Beigong Wano's vitality waned considerably. Possessing a unique constitution known as the Nine Divine Soul-splitting body, her spirit was immensely powerful, verging on immortal. She could sever parts of her soul at will, creating a doppelganger or forcibly merging memories into the essence she had just extracted. At this moment, the sliver of soul she had cut away contained memories of her secret conversation with Shen Mingwei from the previous night. Although employing such a method would inflict backlash upon her, risking a portion of her life force, Beigong Wano deemed it worthwhile if it meant mending her relationship with her master. Chapter 65, Torment Before Destruction, the Villain's Main Quest. Junior sister. Beigong Wano offered a somewhat ingratiating smile as she presented the soul pearl with both hands. "Please deliver this to her master. The contents within are undoubtedly what he requires." Gu Qingxue frowned slightly, her ice-blue eyes fixed intently on Beigong Wano, uncertain of the ulterior motives harbored by this seemingly ungrateful individual. Beigong Wano now strikes her as someone who has suddenly attained enlightenment, desperately seeking her master's forgiveness at any cost. This belated affection is as insipid as the withering grass. She has not truly awakened. Rather, it is the result of having lost everything, ultimately realizing that her master is the best. With a sense of eagerness, she scurries back, She yearns to slap Beigong Wano across the face, yet she ultimately suppresses that surge of emotion. After all, what if the gifts Beigong Wano has provided are genuinely beneficial to her master? Would she not be indirectly harming him? With a cold huff, Gu Qingxue raised her hand, summoning a flurry of snowflakes that cradled the soul gem, causing it to float gracefully into her palm. Observing Gu Qingxue's retreating figure, Beigong Wano wore an expression of anticipation. If this object could truly aid her master, surely he would forgive her, wouldn't he? Soon, Gu Qingxue returned to the grand hall, respectfully presenting the item to Su Hanxiao. Su Hanxiao raised an eyebrow. Upon channeling his own consciousness into it, a projected image materialized. As he had surmised, it was indeed a manifestation of Beigong Wano's special abilities, wherein she had extracted a fragment of her memory during her conversation with Shen Mingwei the previous night. This item might possess some utility, yet it is ultimately rather insipid, and he has no need for it. Although Shen Mingwei is a twisted and thoroughly ungrateful character, she is not devoid of intelligence. She has long been aware of Beigong Wano's unique constitution. Thus, during their dialogue, when confronted with Beigong Wano's carefully crafted inquiries, her responses were deliberately vague, tinged with a hint of mockery. Furthermore, Beigong Wano attempting to tarnish Shen Mingyue's reputation is akin to a beggar slandering a wealthy individual. Moreover, he already possesses the means to ensure Shen Mingyue's complete downfall, revealing her hypocritical and repugnant true nature. Su Hanxiao directed his gaze toward his panel of information, specifically the section detailing system tasks. Villain main task: ensure your disciple Gu Qingxue decisively defeats the ingrate Shen Mingyue. Upon success, a special reward will be granted, a unique memory projection, compatible with the myriad realms, viewable through the celestial mirror. 6,000 villain merit points. This was a special system task he had activated a few days prior. According to his understanding of the system, this memory would surely reveal Shen Mingyue's covert machinations against him. In truth, he found himself at a loss when it came to Shen Mingyue. He had even contemplated seizing this opportunity to allow Gu Qingxue to incapacitate Shen Mingyue, only to devise a means of tormenting her further. After all, the actions Shen Mingyue had taken were executed with such meticulousness that finding any incriminating evidence was impossible. He could eliminate Shen Mingyue, but in doing so, he would ultimately be the one left feeling sullied. It is akin to a toad leaping into one's own shoes. One can crush it beneath their foot, yet the splattered filth sullies one's own garments and footwear. However, now, with this unique system reward in hand, he could first dispose of Shen Mingyue, that wretched toad, torment her thoroughly, and then extinguish her life with a single step, with a decisive crack. Su Hanxiao exerted a slight force and crushed the soul pearl in his hand into powder. "Master, what are you doing?" Gu Qingxue asked, her face a mask of confusion. Having witnessed the projection moments ago, she had harbored doubts about the events of that year, even suspecting that Shen Mingyue was likely slandering her master. After observing this exchange, her suspicion solidified. She even believed that the pearl could assist her master in clearing his name. Yet now, her master had shattered it. How would he prove his innocence? Without further elaboration, Su Hanxiao gently ruffled Gu Qingxue's hair. "I have no need for this object. I find such things repugnant. Rest assured, I have my own mates. However, for tomorrow's goddess trial, you must strive to bring honor to your master by defeating that Shen Mingyue with your utmost strength. Do not let me down." Gradually regaining her composure, a flicker of malice ignited in the depths of Gu Qingxue's eyes as she declared resolutely, "Master, do not worry. I will surely seek retribution from that wretched Shen Mingyue." Meanwhile, on the other side, Beigong Wano, who had fantasized about reconciling with her master through the pearl, suddenly felt as if struck by lightning upon realizing the shattering of her separated soul pearl. She turned back towards Feishan Peak in disbelief. Why had she suddenly lost contact with the soul essence she had separated? Could it be that her master had crushed the pearl because he still refused to accept her apology? That seemed unlikely. Perhaps her master had merely returned it to his storage space? Soon, dawn arrived, heralding the commencement of the goddess trial. Not only the numerous cultivators from the Taichu Holy Land, but also practitioners from various sects and holy lands turned their attention to this event. Despite the recent troubles the Taichu Holy Land had faced, it remained a formidable holy land with profound heritage. Those who could become the goddess of such a sect were undoubtedly unparalleled prodigies destined to lead an era. Particularly noteworthy was Gu Qingxue, the leading candidate for the goddess title, who had already sparked intense rivalry with the previous generation's goddess, Shen Mingyue, prior to the trial. Her provocative statements further fueled anticipation, leading many to believe that this goddess trial might unveil an extraordinary spectacle. The rules of the trial were straightforward. For fairness, the 9 holy maidens of the Holy Land would first compete against one another, and the one victorious maiden would then earn the right to contend with the previous generation's goddess, Shen Mingwei. Defeating her would grant the new generation's goddess title. However, the original 9 maidens had dwindled to 6. Su Qingji had been rendered incapable and expelled from the Holy Land, while Li Qingyi and Zhang Ruoming had chosen to forfeit, and no one had been able to reach them in recent days. Now, only 6 maidens, including Gu Qingxue, remained to contend on the stage. Apart from Gu Qingxue, who possesses the abilities of the divine realm, the other formidable contenders are merely at the Purple Mansion realm. Thus, to the multitude of practitioners, the outcome seemed utterly predetermined. I concede. As anticipated by all, each saintess facing Gu Qingxue either promptly admitted defeat or tentatively unleashed a divine technique, only to be instantaneously overwhelmed and surrender in a flash. What was supposed to be a thrilling trial had morphed into Gu Qingxue's personal showcase. In merely half an hour, Gu Qingxue had achieved 5 consecutive victories with effortless grace. Saintess Qingxue, would you like to take a brief respite or continue with the challenges? Inquired the elder overseeing the trial. Continue, Gu Qingxue replied coldly, her breath steady and unwavering. Soon, the last saintess, a graceful woman with cascading black hair clad in a purple gown, ascended the platform. Instantly, all eyes sparkled with anticipation. Here she comes, the true contender. This purple-clad lady was known as Saintess Ziluo, not only a saintess in her own right but also the devoted handmaiden and most loyal follower of Shen Mingwei. If Gu Qingxue could not vanquish a follower of Shen Mingwei, how could she possibly compete against Shen Mingwei herself? Furthermore, as an established saintess, Ziluo's prowess was formidable. She had already attained the Purple Mansion realm when she departed the sacred grounds alongside Shen Mingwei. Chapter 66. The Disparity? A sword that slays in an instant. Saintess Ziluo descended gracefully onto the stage, treading upon a shower of violet petals, her elegance akin to a delicate swallow. I humbly request your guidance, Sister Qingxue, she said, slightly bowing with a gentle smile, every movement exuding the refined grace of a noblewoman. However, like Shen Mingwei, beneath her poised and frigid exterior lay an extreme and pathological contrast. If Shen Mingwei embodied an aloof and dignified reserve, Ziluo appeared amiable and compliant. Yet within her heart surged a fervent and destructive desire. She thrived on shattering norms, annihilating what seemed beautiful, including, but not limited to, various fairies. For years, she had performed countless sordid tasks for Shen Mingwei, and after indulging her destructive urges, she ultimately utilized these individuals to cultivate her own violets. This time, her master had likewise issued a dire command. Even if she could not defeat Gu Qingxue, she must, at any cost, inflict severe damage upon her. Otherwise, she would endure unimaginable torment and punishment from her master. With this thought, a dangerous glimmer flickered in the depths of Ziluo's violet eyes. Boom. All thoughts dissipated in an instant. Her figure left behind an afterimage, and she transformed into a cascade of violet butterflies, swirling and multiplying until they engulfed the arena. A torrential wave rushing toward Gu Qingxue. At this moment, the prowess of the Purple Lotus Saintess was laid bare for all to see. The elder who distinctly perceived this aura exclaimed in astonishment, "Is this the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm?" Yet, another voice soon interjected, declaring, "No. This is not merely the complete mastery of the Purple Mansion realm. It is the realm of divine powers." How astonishing! When the Purple Lotus Saintess departed, she had only just reached the nascent stages of the Purple Mansion realm, and now, upon her return, she had ascended to the realm of divine powers. Although the Purple Lotus Saintess was a revered figure, her absence from the sacred grounds meant she had not undergone systematic training. Nor had she received direct teachings from the elder or the lord of the palace. They struggled to comprehend how Shen Mingwei could have advanced to the realm of divine powers, let alone how the Purple Lotus Saintess could achieve such a feat. Was her innate talent truly so formidable? They were merely frogs at the bottom of a well. The Purple Lotus Saintess let out a celestial, mocking laugh. The potential of the goddess Mingwei is far beyond your imagination. My current standing is largely due to her nurturing. Gu Qingxue, you are indeed formidable. Yet in comparison to the goddess Mingwei, you remain but a frog in a well. Even with Su Hanxiao's utmost efforts in your cultivation, you are still merely a minute ant, gazing at the sky as a mayfly does. As she spoke, a myriad of butterflies darkened the sky, transforming the entire expanse into a sea of purple, their numbers unfathomable. Subsequently, these butterflies cascaded towards Gu Qingxue like a meteor shower. Countless purple butterflies filled the air, rendering the space impenetrable. Each butterfly unfurled its wings, refracting a blade-like glimmer. This was the signature skill of the Purple Lotus Saintess, the butterfly blade prison. By utilizing her own laws, she condensed an innumerable array of butterflies, each possessing wings as sharp as blades, capable of effortlessly slicing through the flesh of cultivators within the same realm. If this overwhelming swarm of butterflies were to descend en masse upon Gu Qingxue, she would undoubtedly suffer grave injuries, if not face the peril of death itself. It was conceivable that she might be reduced to mere fragments by this deluge of butterflies. All eyes turned to Su Hanxiao, who sat calmly in the stands. Yet, rather than displaying any hint of concern, he appeared to be enjoying his tea. Seemingly indifferent to the unfolding events, no one understood better than him, as her master, the current strength of Gu Qingxue. With her enlightened heart of wisdom, the innate sacred body, and the innate supreme bone, coupled with the targeted trials he had devised for her in recent days. If such a minor adversary as the Purple Lotus could not be vanquished, it would only reflect poorly on him as the heir of the eternal Su family from the upper realm. Many cultivators were left bewildered, unable to fathom why Su Hanxiao remained so composed. Meanwhile, Shen Mingyue, who had anticipated a display of urgency and concern from him, felt deeply disappointed and even somewhat irate. Humph, Su Hanxiao, are you truly so confident in your disciple? Where was your confidence in me back then? In the depths of Shen Mingyue's pupils, a crimson light flickered, intensifying the madness and obsession within her heart. Eliminate her. Initially, she intended for her loyal maid, Ziyuo, to exercise restraint, preferably avoiding the direct demise of Gu Qingxue. She wished to personally intervene later, relishing in the torment. To her utter astonishment, Su Hanxiao exuded such confidence. Thus, she resolved to let Su Hanxiao witness the outcome. The successor he painstakingly nurtured was, in comparison to her, utterly inconsequential. Even her trained maid surpassed him. Death. Upon receiving her master's command, the Saintess Ziyuo unleashed her full power. As she commanded a torrent of violet butterflies to engulf Gu Qingxue, she transformed into an elusive purple specter, merging within the violet tide, brandishing a sinister bone knife, and striking towards Gu Qingxue from an extraordinarily cunning angle. Time appeared to decelerate at that moment. Within the tempest of purples, Gu Qingxue moved. The instant her ice-blue eyes opened, a chilling sound echoed through the void, sending shivers down spines. Instantly, the area of the arena morphed into a sea of icy blue. The temperature plummeted at a visibly rapid pace. Strangely, the previously elusive trajectories of the butterflies' wings became clear to all in that fleeting moment. It was not that the butterflies had slowed down. Rather, the space itself, under Gu Qingxue's control, succumbed to a state of frost and freeze. The butterflies, dancing in the air, appeared as if encased in ice, their wings gradually cloaked in a layer of frost. Furthermore, Ziyuo, transformed into a purple specter and concealed within the violet deluge, began to reveal herself. Her form likewise encased in a delicate layer of pale blue frost. Though gossamer thin, the frost exuded a bone-chilling coldness, even freezing the blood within Ziyuo's veins, causing her movements to slow to an agonizing crawl, nearly suspended in midair. How is this possible? Ziyuo gasped in horror, attempting to struggle. Yet, her actions grew increasingly sluggish, as if caught in a series of decelerated slides. The state she found herself in was lethally perilous. In the next instant, Ziyuo felt a blur before her eyes. Gu Qingxue's cold yet stunning visage came into focus. Simultaneously, Gu Qingxue struck without hesitation, her sword cleaving towards her. Ziyuo found herself devoid of any opportunity to resist. The blade shattered the violet gauze, obliterating countless frozen butterflies in its path. Then, the sword's light split the realms of reality and illusion, seamlessly penetrating through the crown of Ziyuo's head. Chapter 67. The heir of the ancient family, Shen Mingyue and Gu Qingxue. The sword was drawn, the sword fell, and finally, it returned to its sheath. Gu Qingxue elegantly turned her head. Her hair, now adorned with some frost, arched through the air with a graceful and complete arc. The ethereal figure of the violet lily saintess, along with countless butterflies, was cleaved in twain by an invisible blade of light in that very moment. Ultimately, they crashed to the ground, shattering into a myriad of icy fragments. The once proud body of the violet lily saintess lay broken, her eyes, though frozen, still reflecting the bitterness and confusion of her final moments. She was a practitioner of divine abilities, as was Gu Qingxue, who had only recently attained this level of mastery. Why, oh why, could she not withstand a single strike? The world around fell into an eerie silence. Numerous elders and even the masters of various halls stared with eyes wide as saucers, their mouths agape in shock, gazing in horror at the scene before them. She was dead. Previously, they had regarded her as a figure of greater might than Gu Qingxue, one capable of easily inflicting grievous harm upon her. Yet, she had perished in such an unanticipated and ignoble manner. Crack. Seated in her chair, Shen Mingwei had lost her composure entirely. She even crushed the armrest of her seat, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. There was no hint of sorrow for the demise of her devoted maid, only a tempest of rage, an overwhelming fury. Worthless. Truly a waste. She could not even endure a single blow from Gu Qingxue and was thus instantaneously annihilated. Such utter trash, particularly as her gaze fell upon Su Hanxiao. A smirk of anticipated satisfaction graced her lips. The indifference and disdain from someone who had not even glanced her way ignited her innate nobility into a seething anger. But all was not lost. The higher Gu Qingxue ascended, the more pronounced her eventual defeat would be when she triumphed over her. Did Gu Qingxue think that by vanquishing her maid, she could equate herself with Shen Mingwei, merely an insignificant insect? As Gu Qingxue descended from the arena, she abruptly halted, sensing something, and turned to look in Shen Mingwei's direction. Their gazes met in midair, sparking a collision of intense energy. Though Gu Qingxue had decisively vanquished the Violet Lily Saintess with her formidable prowess, the exertion had taken its toll. She resolved to rest momentarily before continuing with the final trials of the Divine Maiden. Master, I have slain the white-eyed wolf's maid and returned the interest to you. Upon stepping down from the arena, Gu Qingxue shed the icy demeanor she had worn, behaving like a dutiful child seeking approval. Oh, you. Su Hanxiao shook his head in resignation but indulged his disciple's small wish as a form of encouragement. Witnessing this scene, Shen Mingyue's envy and hatred surged even more fiercely. In a secluded realm separate from the main world within the Shanhai realm, magnificent ancient palaces rose in succession. The air was thick with spiritual energy, and powerful figures of cultivators soared into the sky, traversing the heavens. This was the hidden clan of the ancient Shen family, known for their ties to legacies from the upper realms as recorded in ancient texts, yet bound by ancient contracts and the timing yet unripe. They had remained concealed from the world. At this moment, within the grand hall of the ancient Shen family, numerous high-ranking members congregate, seemingly deliberating on pressing matters. The realm of mountains and seas is currently in turmoil, with foreign tribes launching renewed assaults on the Mountain Sea Great Wall. It may not be long before the entire structure collapses, plunging the realm into chaos and suffering, an opportune moment for the ancient Shen family to emerge and establish their illustrious reputation. Amidst the elders' discussions below, a middle-aged man of imposing presence, seated at the head of the assembly, finds his thoughts drifting far from the proceedings. Listening to reports from his subordinates, he learns that his daughter, Miss Shen Mingwei, is safe and has recently returned to the Taichu Holy Land to participate in the trials for goddesses. However, it is rumored that her competitor possesses remarkable talent and has even boasted that he would defeat her within 3 moves. This man is not only the patriarch of the ancient Shen family, but also Shen Mingyue's father. He had granted her permission to leave the family and explore the realm of mountains and seeks to broaden her horizons and accumulate experience. He harbors no concerns for Shen Mingyue's safety, for the talents of those outside cannot compare to his daughter. The disparity between her and them is akin to that of the moonlight against mere fireflies. At this moment, he nearly loses composure upon hearing such an absurd claim, defeating his daughter in 3 moves. Truly, how insignificant, foolish, and utterly unaware they are. Meanwhile, after a period of recuperation, Gu Qingxue ascends the arena once more, having nearly regained her strength. Under the gaze of the multitude, Shen Mingwei gracefully rises into the air, her presence ethereal, descending like a celestial being upon the mortal realm, gently landing opposite Gu Qingxue. Junior sister Qingxue, you truly have surprised your senior sister, she remarks. I never expected that after years apart, you have grown from that little one into such a formidable figure. I am quite pleased. Though Shen Mingyue's eyes sparkle with amusement, a hint of unrestrained malice and even murderous intent lurks within their depths. She has resolved to ensure that Gu Qingxue experiences the dire consequences of opposing her. Do not call me junior sister. We are not familiar, Gu Qingxue retorts sharply, renowned for her sharp tongue when faced with those she dislikes. With your kind of caliber, you are unworthy of being my senior sister. Shen Mingwei is unfazed, her smile only growing more pronounced. Yet, simultaneously, an invisible pressure akin to the roar of mountains and the surge of oceans emanates from her, expanding outward in concentric waves, while Gu Qingxue feigns disdain. Her heart swells with caution. Shun Mingyue's extraordinary talent is beyond question. In her era, she was hailed as the most prodigious and gifted daughter of the realm. It is not solely her formidable aptitude and innate understanding of the Tao that pose a threat. Shun Mingyue also possesses two ancient and unique constitutions. The chaotic sword heart enables her to wield chaotic power, granting her insight into swordsmanship that is unparalleled. Any knowledge related to the sword she comprehends effortlessly, often grasping concepts that elude others. Furthermore, she can transmute chaos into sword intent. When she strikes, chaos stirs. In addition, she successfully awakened the divine demon sword body. With a single thought of the divine or the demonic, she could enter a state akin to divine possession or demonic embodiment. In such a state, her combat prowess would double. Possessing these two formidable constitutions, Shun Mingyue had proven herself invincible since her entrance into the primordial sacred land, consistently capable of battling beyond her rank. Though her opponent was merely at the mid-stage of the divine passage realm, once in this state, she could certainly rival those at the late stage or even the pinnacle of the same realm. For such a formidable adversary, Gu Qingxue's ambition to defeat her in 3 moves was nothing short of an arduous task. Many disciples and elders viewed this as Gu Qingxue's bravado, an unrealistic boast. Qingxue, your accomplishments are commendable, and it pleases me to see you before me. However, your recent demeanor in our conversation has left me quite dissatisfied. Boom. Shun Mingyue's smile faded, and a torrent of sword energy erupted with the force of an abyss. Simultaneously, an ancient sword, exuding a glacial brilliance of spiritual jade, appeared in her grasp. She intended to severely wound Gu Qingxue in a single strike, relishing the prospect of tormenting her thereafter. You defy my commands and dare to touch what is mine. Gu Qingxue, you will pay dearly. Chapter 68. Are the talented merely a threshold? One strike to defeat. With the ancient sword in hand, Shun Mingyue uttered a soft incantation. The chaotic sword heart within her surged forth, enveloping her in a layer of pure white radiance. In the instant the final syllable fell, her figure vanished, leaving only a white lightning bolt that exploded across the sky. Crack! The thunder, entwined with sword light, surged forth, tearing through the void to create a white streak extending several yards. Within this luminous trail, countless sword energy shrieked and shimmered, each carrying an awe-inspiring momentum capable of shattering mountains and annihilating peaks. Even behind the barrier of special laws, many disciples and elders observing from the stands felt a chill run down their spines, their hearts skipping a beat. Yet, under Su Hanxiao's gaze, everything appeared as if projected in slow motion, capturing Shun Mingyue's every movement. She materialized almost instantaneously near Gu Qingxue. Her sword aimed at Gu Qingxue's dantian at an exceptionally cunning angle, seeking to pierce through and render her utterly incapacitated. However, after nearly a month of rigorous training under Su Hanxiao, Gu Qingxue was far from defenseless. The bloodline of her innate sacred body surged to life, and a colossal, ethereal lotus, seemingly supporting myriad paths, blossomed behind her. With the resonance of the myriad powers of the Tao facilitated by her enlightened heart, a chilling domain that could make even ordinary life and death realm experts shiver was unleashed. The void transformed into a frigid azure hue, icy winds swirling with a flurry of snowflakes, solidifying the entire space. Childish tricks, Shun Mingyue scoffed, well aware of her younger sister's capabilities. It was anticipated that the opponent would employ her 2 unique physical attributes, combined with the icy domain to impose restrictions upon her. Such tactics might prove effective against the inept Ziluo, but for her, they were merely ornamental. The divine demon sword body, a mere thought of the divine demon. Boom. As Shun Mingyue descended from the sky, a flicker of intent surged through her, igniting her form in a blaze of purple-black demonic flames. In an instant, the surrounding icy domain, continuously forming, rapidly dissolved and collapsed under the scorching heat of the demonic flames. However, Gu Qingxue had no intention of employing the icy domain to restrain Shun Mingyue. She merely sought to momentarily immobilize her. Heavenly Calamity Light. The innate supreme bone at Gu Qingxue's chest radiated with resplendent brilliance, resonating with the sounds of profound loss. As Gu Qingxue extended her hand, an endless array of law runes converged, manifesting as a vibrant beam of light that surged forth from her palm. Was this the divine ability of the supreme bone? An elder exclaimed in astonishment. How long has Gu Qingxue been fused with the supreme bone? She can already wield its divine ability? It is known that Su Qingji has possessed the innate supreme bone for many years, merely utilizing it to enhance her cultivation speed. never truly unlocking its potential, let alone employing its exclusive divine abilities. Yet now, Gu Qingxue had only been fused with the Supreme Bone for less than a month and was already capable of unleashing the legendary divine abilities. Were it not for their knowledge that this Supreme Bone was extracted from Su Qingji by Su Hanxiao, they might have believed it to be inherently part of Gu Qingxue. As the multitude of sanctified beings stood in shock, the seven-colored annihilation beam solidly struck Shen Mingyue. Boom. Centered around Shen Mingyue, a colossal shockwave of energy rippled outward. Having taken the brunt of the force, Shen Mingyue was sent reeling like a kite with its string cut, ultimately coming to a halt only when her sword was plunged into the ground, barely preventing her from tumbling off the stage. How could Su Qingji's Supreme Bone be within you? Shen Mingyue's countenance darkened, a mix of shock and fury swelling within her. Had things gone as expected, she could have severely wounded Gu Qingxue with a single strike, perhaps even rendering her incapacitated. Yet, to her utter disbelief, Gu Qingxue not only fused with Su Qingji's Supreme Bone, but could also wield its divine abilities. After receiving a direct hit from the heavenly calamity light, far from injuring Gu Qingxue, it was herself who sustained damage. This ignited a fierce anger in Shen Mingyue, intertwined with an inexplicable jealousy. Why did Su Hanxiao bestow Su Qingji's useless Supreme Bone upon Gu Qingxue? Clearly, she was the most exceptional disciple among Su Hanxiao's followers. Gu Qingxue was merely a failure. Boom. Gu Qingxue, indifferent to Shen Mingyue's outburst, unleashed her energy once more. Under the incredulous gazes of numerous elders and disciples from the sacred grounds, Gu Qingxue this time released a power of blood and energy as deep and formidable as a prison. The fervent energy swirling around Gu Qingxue coalesced into a magnificent golden dragon, stretching hundreds of feet, its scales ablaze with golden flames, embodying the essence of life itself. This was the first form of the true dragon technique. The true dragon descends. Through the heart, one transforms the path, comprehending the true meaning of the dragon. Ultimately, one manifests the dragon through intention, solidifying the true dragon's descent. In such a state, a cultivator's physical form is endowed with the might of the true dragon, rivaling its corporeal body, capable of shattering and withstanding all loss. This knowledge was bestowed upon you by Su Hanxiao. In the midst of this spectacle, Gu Qingxue's flowing black hair danced with the wind, the golden dragon coiling majestically behind her. Its golden eyes radiated an overwhelming power, looking down with a haughty disdain that made Shen Mingyue feel as insignificant as an ant, having been unexpectedly struck and nearly injured by Gu Qingxue's earlier attack. Shen Mingyue's anger and jealousy surged, particularly regarding Su Hanxiao's decision to grant the Supreme Bone to Gu Qingxue. Now, witnessing Gu Qingxue wield an unparalleled divine technique she had never seen before, her sense of imbalance intensified. Why? Why would Su Hanxiao choose to conceal his prowess, opting to impart such a transcendent technique to this so-called waste, Gu Qingxue, instead of her, Shen Mingyue? Did he deem her inferior to Gu Qingxue? Or was he deliberately saving this move to ensure Gu Qingxue could defeat her today? Ha! Shen Mingyue scoffed, her expression growing increasingly sinister. Master, even if you bestow your hidden divine powers upon Gu Qingxue, what of it? She may be hailed as an extraordinary prodigy, but even such a prodigy merely represents a threshold to meet me. Master, behold, even if you grant the supreme divine technique to Gu Qingxue, I shall still vanquish her with a single sword strike. Boom. In that moment, Shen Mingyue unleashed the entirety of her power. The chaotic sword heart emitted a thunderous heartbeat. A swirling mist, reminiscent of the Milky Way, enveloped her, infusing her sword intent with a weighty aura of chaos. The divine demonic sword body was fully awakened. In an instant, Shen Mingyue's hair transformed into a striking black and white, one side ablaze with fierce purple flames, while the other radiated a pure, sacred white light. In a fleeting vision, a divine specter with white wings and a golden halo, exuding a holy aura, manifested beside her right. Contrasting this, the other half revealed a fearsome demonic figure, adorned with black bat wings and engulfed in raging inferno, rising menacingly. Divine and demonic protection. A sword that pierces the heavens. As you wish. Gu Qingxue's aura began to rise as well. The three formidable powers erupted, manifesting miraculous phenomena like the lotus of the Great Tao and the river of the Great Tao, as if celestial light filled the skies, slaying the divine and demonic. Compressing her aura to its utmost, Shen Mingyue stepped forth, and the world transformed into shades of black and white, the long sword in her grasp, infused with the essence of the divine and demonic, struck forth with a dazzling and formidable might, ready to cleave through Gu Qingxue. The true dragon stirs the heavens. In response, Gu Qingxue too drew her sword. Behind her, a golden true dragon circled, roaring fiercely as it surged forth with the sword she had drawn. Amid the earth-shattering dragon's roar, the golden dragon resembled an ocean of gold, devouring everything in its path. It tore apart the black and white realm composed of divine and demonic energies. As the golden light and dragon essence, entwined with the sword's brilliance, consumed all, transforming the world into a dazzling expanse of gold in an instant. Time itself seemed to slow to a crawl. All eyes widened in astonishment, hearts momentarily halting in their rhythm, with every gaze fixated on the arena. Chapter 69. Unveiling the True Self. The ugly heart of Shen Mingyue. The collision between the golden and black and white worlds resembled a resplendent ink painting interwoven with vibrant hues. The dazzling sparks that erupted left everyone momentarily entranced. Yet, in the next heartbeat, the black and white world was entirely engulfed by the golden realm. Amidst the rolling waves of gold, a thunderous dragon's roar resounded. Following this, an enormous golden true dragon soared towards the heavens, its magnificent head seemingly grasping a shadowy figure in its jaws. The dragon ascended to the ninth sky, and with a resounding explosion, it detonated spectacularly. In that instant, the energy storm unleashed by the explosion shone as brilliantly as the sun, causing many cultivators to experience temporary blindness. After an indeterminate amount of time, as the radiant light gradually subsided, a thunderous sound echoed. Shen Mingyue, propelled high into the sky by a single strike, crashed heavily onto the arena, creating a massive, inwardly concave crater. As a mid-stage practitioner of divine powers, coupled with two unique physical constitutions, even with her bones shattered, Shen Mingyue did not succumb to unconsciousness. How is this possible? I refuse to believe it. Despite blood oozing from the corners of her mouth, she gritted her teeth against the agonizing pain, using the ancient sword in her hand for support as she staggered to her feet. However, it was evident to all that, in stark contrast to the severely wounded Shen Mingyue, Gu Qingxue, appearing merely slightly fatigued, maintained an overwhelming advantage. At this juncture, Gu Qingxue need not even wield her sword again. A mere slap would suffice to send Shen Mingyue crashing to the ground once more. This battle had been decisively lost by Shen Mingyue, completely and utterly. Yet, despite this, no one attributed her defeat to a lack of talent or strength. On the contrary, it was simply that Gu Qingxue was terrifyingly formidable. With three unique physical constitutions and the unparalleled divine arts they had never witnessed before. This combination would spell disaster even for ordinary masters of life and death. The fact that Shen Mingyue was merely severely injured and not completely unconscious spoke volumes about her own terrifying potential. However, for the proud and fiercely competitive Shen Mingyue, the gazes of the numerous elders from the sacred lands surrounding her felt like a profound humiliation and overwhelming disgrace. It is worth noting that prior to this battle, she had boldly proclaimed that a single sword strike would be enough to defeat Gu Qingxue. And what was the result? Although they had exchanged only 2 moves since the onset of their encounter, she had indeed failed to defeat Gu Qingxue with a single strike. In contrast, Gu Qingxue, who had boldly proclaimed she would vanquish her in 3 moves, had accomplished the feat in merely 2, leaving her utterly incapacitated and devoid of any power to resist. It was an immense humiliation. How could she possibly suffer defeat at the hands of someone she deemed a worthless fool like Gu Qingxue? Observing Gu Qingxue's indifferent demeanor, as if she were beneath notice, Shen Mingyue felt akin to a wretched, cornered dog, roaring in defiance. Gu Qingxue, come on. Do you think I fear you? Do you truly believe you have one? I can still strike with a sword. Before she could finish, her vision suddenly blurred. Slap. Accompanying the sharp sound of a crisp slap was the sudden, searing pain that shot through her cheek. Taken completely by surprise, Shen Mingyue stumbled, collapsing to the ground. She clutched her burning cheek, her mind buzzing, momentarily stunned. What was her status? A peerless prodigy, the heir of the ancient Shen family. With her father as the clan leader, throughout her life, she had never been struck, let alone in public. Shen Mingyue trembled with rage, her exquisite eyes swirling with unbridled fury and murderous intent. How dare you strike me, Gu Qingxue? How dare you? Shen Mingyue attempted to rise, to tear into Gu Qingxue. Yet, as she managed to lift herself slightly, slap, under the gaze of her furious and menacing eyes, and amidst the stunned stares of many from the Holy Land, Gu Qingxue retaliated with another slap. Shen Mingyue stumbled once more, crashing to the ground. I will kill you. How audacious of Gu Qingxue to strike her publicly. How could she dare to push her luck so far? Slap. Yet again, Gu Qingxue responded with a slap. What of it? This slap is for your ignorance and incompetence. Defeat me with a sword? You a mere waste. Slap. This slap is on behalf of my master. You, a wretched ingrate, who was nurtured by my master, dared to harbor feelings for her. When your affections went unreciprocated, you sought to ruin her. Slap. This slap also serves as retribution for my master. The humiliation my master suffered back, then shall be repaid in full today. The sound of sharp slaps echoed continuously in the arena, leaving everyone in a state of shock. It wasn't merely Gu Qingxue's fierce display that left them dumbfounded. The revelations she spoke of struck everyone with profound impact. Given the recent events, all had harbored doubts regarding the incident of Shen Mingyue's alleged assault years prior. Now, Gu Qingxue publicly accused Shen Mingyue of deliberately slandering Su Hanxiao due to unrequited feelings, a revelation that shocked them to their core, unveiling such hidden truths. However, without concrete evidence, Shen Mingyue's esteemed status made many hesitant to draw definitive conclusions. In the arena, Shen Mingyue's face quickly swelled, resembling that of a pig's head. Yet, it was impossible to conceal the ferocity and overwhelming intent to kill lurking deep within her pupils. However, upon hearing Gu Qingxue's words, a hint of mockery resurfaced in her eyes. Gu Qingxue, I must concede that I underestimated you this time. But do not think for a moment that you can tarnish my reputation. Who among you does not know that I was the most exceptional and radiant one among you back in the day? Su Hanxiao coveted me. And under the guise of being my master, he harbored ulterior motives. This is the truest reflection of his innermost self. It is Su Hanxiao who is the despicable coward. And you, merely a dog by his side, a mere accomplice. What right do you have to accuse me? Shen Mingyue's psyche had twisted into something grotesque. She would never acknowledge these truths. Rather, she reveled in the stark contrast of her situation. Her mentality bore resemblance to certain criminals who, after committing atrocious acts, delight in returning to the scene of their crimes, observing the art they have created. She preferred to mask her inner desires and madness, masquerading as a normal individual, even mingling with the crowd to cast blame or ridicule upon past victims. This perspective, akin to that of a deity manipulating all, made her feel as if she were the true victim, garnering the sympathy of others. This sensation brought her immense pleasure, especially knowing that Gu Qingxue and Su Hanxiao were aware of the truth yet lacked the evidence to expose her true nature, filled her with a sense of comfort. So, it is I, what of it? Do you have any proof? A slight smirk played on Shen Mingyue's lips, as if she had finally uncovered an opportunity to retort and shatter Gu Qingxue's composure. Her lips silently formed words, mocking Gu Qingxue in this manner. She eagerly anticipated the moment Gu Qingxue would completely unravel. Then, she could seize the chance to turn the tables and lead Gu Qingxue into despair. However, contrary to her expectations, Gu Qingxue did not exhibit the defensive expression she had envisioned. Instead, a smile reminiscent of one who found an idiot amusing graced her lips. Is that so? Then before I render you utterly powerless, I shall grant your wish, to reveal your truest, most hideous self to all. As her words fell, Gu Qingxue produced a mirror, the celestial mirror gifted to her by Su Hanxiao. Chapter 70. The Truth of the Past, the Distorted Shen Mingyue. Buzz. The celestial mirror levitated on its own, casting myriad radiant lights that gradually formed a colossal and remarkably clear veil of laws in the air. As the veil shimmered, waves rippled like water. Soon, all present clearly beheld images within the veil. From a high vantage point, the scenes depicted their Taichu sacred land. As the imagery drew closer, the focus shifted to Feishan Peak, within the hall of the Peak Master. Master, your disciple has long harbored admiration for you. Why do you refuse to respond to your disciple? The disciples, each possessing exceptional talents and qualities, could undoubtedly be regarded as the strongest among this realm. Should you, my esteemed master, take a disciple as your partner, it would surely bring you honor and envy from countless admirers. In every conceivable aspect, I, Shen Mingyue, am sufficiently remarkable and radiant. Do I not deserve to stand beside you now? A familiar voice resonated through the luminous screen. Shen Mingyue, who had initially worn a mocking smile, was struck as if by a thunderbolt. Instinctively, she lifted her gaze. As expected, she beheld the image she had buried deep within her heart. The grand hall was enveloped in silence. Su Hanxiao sat regally upon the throne, his brow slightly furrowed, offering no response. Below, Shen Mingyue appeared quite unwilling to accept the situation. Subsequently, she loosened the delicate white corset encircling her slender waist, with her arms gently extending outward. Her flowing robe cascaded down, revealing her fair, smooth skin. Her enchanting figure, graceful and voluptuous, stood unveiled in the air, clad only in a sheer garment. The eyes of many revered cultivators were transfixed. It must be said, this scene bore an overwhelming visual impact. Particularly striking was Shun Mingyue's skin. So flawless it seemed to shimmer like exquisite jade, leaving onlookers mesmerized. Typically, such a sight would be beyond the reach of these individuals. What astonished them further was the transformation of Shen Mingwei, who usually kept others at a distance, exuding an icy demeanor. In this moment, she appeared ardently passionate, even adopting a manner that invited admiration. "Do not gaze upon me. Who permitted you, wretched lot, to behold my noble form? Do you dare to provoke me? I shall have your eyes gouged out. Gu Qingxue, you vile creature, I command you to extinguish this projection immediately, at once, or I shall ensure you regret your existence." Shen Mingyue's countenance twisted in fury as she attempted to muster her last vestiges of strength to seize the celestial mirror from Gu Qingxue. After all, Gu Qingxue's actions exposed her vulnerabilities, akin to stripping her bare and casting her into the spotlight for all to scrutinize. Such a profound humiliation was utterly intolerable. Yet, in her prime, she had been no match for Gu Qingxue. Now, having suffered severe injuries, how could she stand against her? Gu Qingxue lifted her leg and forcefully kicked Shen Mingyue to the ground, then placed her foot upon her head. Shen Mingyue found herself in a humiliating position, pressed against the debris of the arena, her face smeared with mud and blood. "What do you bark like a dog for? A stray must embody the essence of a stray. I have declared, I will unveil your true, repugnant self to the world. You, a lowly wretch, truly believe yourself to be a goddess, pure and noble, untouched by the mire? This is your true nature." As she spoke, Gu Qingxue applied slight pressure with her foot, even grinding it against Shen Mingwei. Shen Mingwei howled in fury, but regardless of her struggles, the foot of Gu Qingxue pressing down upon her head felt as heavy as a mountain, rendering her struggles futile as she could not lift her head. Above her, the luminous projection continued to play. Within the projection, Su Hanxiao furrowed his brow and sighed. "Mingwei, I merely regard you as my disciple. There are no romantic feelings involved." Such a statement, seemingly innocuous, struck Shen Mingwei like a profound humiliation. Her expression faltered momentarily, only to transform into a fierce scowl. "Su Hanxiao, what do you mean by that? How am I unworthy of you? Your cultivation has not progressed at all, while I have already reached the Purple Mansion realm. It won't be long before I ascend to divine abilities. In terms of cultivation, it is you who should aspire to me. Not to mention, I possess boundless potential. Would it truly be a grievance for you to be my partner?" The many elders of the sacred grounds frowned slightly at her words. Shen Mingyue's statements bordered on audacity. While it is commendable for a disciple to surpass their mentor, in her case, it implied that her teacher was now an unattainable figure. "Su Hanxiao, this marks your 9th rejection. I have loved you so deeply, yet you refuse to acknowledge my feelings. Do not blame me for being heartless." After uttering these harsh words, Shen Mingwei, clad in a thin garment, embraced her clothing and dashed out. What followed was well known to all. Upon rushing out of the grand hall, Shen Mingwei dramatically transformed, shedding the fierce countenance she bore when rejected by Su Hanxiao. She now appeared as a frail woman, wronged and pitiful, as if subjected to some grave injustice. Subsequently, Shen Mingwei leveraged her innocence, feigning the victim of her teacher's alleged misconduct, inciting public outrage. Many thoughtless cultivators joined the fray, accusing Su Hanxiao of being unworthy of his role as a mentor, even suggesting he harbored ill intentions towards his own disciple. As the crowd condemned Su Hanxiao, branding him a despicable and loathsome character, Shen Mingwei savored tea in her garden, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Su Hanxiao, if you wish to blame someone, blame yourself for not reciprocating my feelings. With my esteemed lineage and exceptional talent, pursuing you should have been an honor for you. You desire to be with other women? Dream on. If I cannot have you, I shall ruin you." The glowing projection gradually faded. The martial arena of Taichu Sacred Land fell into an eerie silence. All mouths agape. The truth had been fully revealed. The incident involving the goddess's alleged misconduct had never been Su Hanxiao's doing. Rather, it was Shen Mingyue's venomous heart that led her to tarnish his reputation, even sacrificing her own honor to slander him. Shen Mingwei was far from the victim they had envisioned. Her true nature was despicable and vile. Chapter 71. Who would defile innocence to slander others? Completely ruin their cultivation. After a brief silence, the entire training ground erupted like boiling water, as the shocking truth came to light. How could it be so? In the past, I had felt immense sympathy for Shen Mingyue, even defending her against perceived injustices. Yet now, with the truth revealed, it turns out she had orchestrated this all along. How foolish I was to believe her plight was genuine. While Su Hanxiao, An unworthy master harbored inappropriate desires for his own disciple. The revelation is utterly deplorable. Just because Su Hanxiao did not reciprocate her affections, she resorted to such despicable means to slander and defame her master? The expressions of rage were evident not only among the numerous disciples of the Holy Land, but also among the elders. Shen Mingwe's actions were not only morally reprehensible but also profoundly contemptible. At the time, there had been whispers of doubt regarding the situation, considering Su Hanxiao's impeccable character. It was unfathomable that he would suddenly develop inappropriate feelings for his disciple. However, a subsequent statement extinguished all voices in his defense. Which woman would tarnish her own virtue to defame another? This simple yet profound utterance completely reversed Su Hanxiao's reputation, dragging it into the depths of disgrace, transforming him into an object of scorn among the entire Taichu Holy Land and countless cultivators in the Shanhai realm. Had it not been for the recent passing of the former Holy Master and his close relationship with Su Hanxiao, many would have dared to act on their malicious intentions. It is certain that Su Hanxiao had already become a target of some deranged individuals. Yet, even so, to be slandered by a treacherous disciple with such irremovable filth upon his name is enough to disturb any cultivator's sense of morality. Shen Mingwe, you wretched woman! How dare you use the purity of female cultivators to weave your lies and defame others? Are you even human? One female cultivator shouted in fury, her anger palpable. Shen Mingwe's actions were akin to the despicable tactics employed during the wars of the mortal realm, demonstrating the depths of her depravity. Aside from the more liberated female cultivators of the Hawan sect, most women in the cultivation world cherish their reputations. Shen Mingwe's treachery, however, turned their purity into a mockery. She has set a precedent for using the virtue of female cultivators as a weapon against others. In the future, should they face similar circumstances and seek justice from their families or holy lands, who would believe their claims, given Shen Mingwe's infamous example? They might be dismissed as the next Shen Mingwe. Her actions have effectively closed off any escape routes for them. It is utterly disgraceful. A tide of vitriol surged from all around, threatening to engulf Shen Mingwe in this moment of reckoning. Though she had become a pariah, a flicker of pride still lingered within her. Yet, at this moment, her expression finally shifted, revealing a trace of pale fear. There existed a profound sense of humiliation and hysteria, as if her very essence had been laid bare. After all, her inner self was already somewhat distorted and warped. She reveled in the perception of being a victim while, in truth, she was the aggressor, relishing the warmth and tolerance of the world around her, manipulating public opinion as if it were a mere tool. Yet, she harbored an equal dread of exposure, of her true nature being unveiled, leading to universal condemnation and scorn. This duality of emotion left her feeling utterly defeated. She felt a surge of indignation towards those whom she had treated as mere pawns, those foolish cultivators who, in a moment of awakening, dared to turn the tables and besmirch her reputation. What was her identity? She was the most resplendent prodigy of the Shanhai realm, the illustrious daughter of the ancient Shen family. How dare these insignificant creatures show her disrespect? Silence! You wretched insects, be silent. Have I erred in my actions? I am exceptional. What makes me unworthy of Su Hanxiao, that worthless fool? Shen Mingwe's voice erupted in a fit of hysteria. I possess the chaos sword heart and have awakened the divine demon sword body. I am the brightest talent in the entire Shanhai realm, with limitless potential. At that time, Su Hanxiao was merely a trifling figure at the Purple Mansion level. I have stooped so low for him, and he remains ungrateful. This is all his own doing. What fault lies with me? The gathered disciples and elders of the sacred grounds were momentarily taken aback, only to be consumed by a growing fury. Such arrogance and disregard for others were unprecedented. Though Su Qingji and her companions were equally unrefined, they at least exhibited some semblance of fear and remorse once the truth was revealed. But Shen Mingwe was the very antithesis of contrition. In that moment, Shen Mingwe's tirade was abruptly silenced. Gu Qingxue had appeared before her, her pale hand gripping Shen Mingwe's delicate neck like a vice. In an instant, Shen Mingwe was lifted off the ground. Simultaneously, a biting cold emanated from Gu Qingxue's palm, swiftly freezing Shen Mingwe's skin. Shen Mingwe, exposing your grotesque reality is merely a side effect, Gu Qingxue declared. Years ago, your despicable actions led to a significant loss of reputation for our master. Did you think I would only harness this minimal amount of power against you? Shen Mingwe momentarily ceased her struggles, her expression tightening, yet a mocking smile soon graced her lips. What is it? Do you wish to cripple me? Drain my blood? Seize my abilities? I am of the ancient Shen family. Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Qingxue unleashed the power of her 3 innate abilities. Even employing the true dragon art, channeling all her strength into her arm, and struck a devastating blow. Shin Mingyue's delicate form trembled violently, and a tidal wave of excruciating pain surged through her body, centered in her abdomen. The tremendous impact and agony contorted her like a shrimp, her body curling inward. Gu Qingxue gradually released her grip on Shin Mingwei. The intense suffering caused Shin Mingwei to spit blood, collapsing to the ground like a rag doll, clutching her stomach. Engulfed in torment, Gu Qingxue merely observed with cold indifference. Shin Mingyue cared little for how others perceived her. She was consumed by a singular feeling of humiliation at being unmasked. Even to this day, she remains utterly oblivious to the wrongness of her past actions. On the contrary, she has persistently held an arrogant belief in her own superiority, deeming Su Hanxiao, who does not reciprocate her affections, as ungrateful, thus reprimanding her as futile. Rather, one must undertake substantial actions. For instance, Shin Mingwei, in her self-importance, considers herself the most exceptional and dazzling prodigy of the entire Shanhai realm. But what if her dantian were to be shattered, severing her completely from the path of cultivation and reducing her to a mere invalid? Only by casting her from her lofty perch into the mire, akin to a true lost dog, could Shin Mingwei experience genuine suffering. Shin Mingwei clutched her dantian in anguish, acutely aware of her power waning. Soon, her cultivation plummeted from the Divine Passage realm to the Purple Mansion realm, and then to the Dao Palace realm. No, my cultivation, my power. She could only watch helplessly as her once prized strength ebbed away, witnessing the complete dissolution of her pride, akin to daggers piercing her heart. The pain she felt surpassed anything she had endured before. When the last vestige of her power vanished, leaving her utterly incapacitated and mere mortal, Shin Mingwei succumbed to madness and despair. Chapter 72. The Intimidation of the Holy Lord, seizing Shin Mingyue's physique. Gu Qingxue, how dare you treat me this way? In the face of agony and fear, Shin Mingyue's visage was dominated by fury and a tempest of murderous intent. She was the eldest daughter of the ancient Shin clan. Within her family resided elders of the God Transformation realm. Her father was the clan leader of the ancient Shin family, a formidable being of the pinnacle life and death realm. How audacious of Gu Qingxue to render her powerless. Gu Qingxue, what have you done? At that moment, a terrifying aura surged from deep within the Holy Land. The unique pressure of the Holy Lord radiated outward. The Taichu Holy Lord emerged from his long seclusion atop the Holy Mountain. His countenance, typically calm and imposing, now bore the marks of rage and unmasked trepidation. Although Shin Mingwei had never emphasized her lineage, the Holy Lord, with his vast experience, was not easily deceived. From the moment she entered the Holy Land, the old Holy Lord had taken note of her. Before his departure from this world, he had also spoken of her. Shin Mingwei, with her mysterious origins, possibly linked to a hidden family in the Shanhai realm, piqued his interest. Through his inquiries and information gathering, he had surmised that Shin Mingwei was likely connected to the ancient Shin family. The ancient Shin family's heritage was profound, perhaps even deeper than their own Taichu Holy Land. Yet now, Shin Mingwei had been directly incapacitated by Gu Qingxue. Furthermore, Gu Qingxue was now the saintess of their Taichu Holy Land. How could he account for this to the ancient Shin family if they came seeking retribution? Do not trouble the Holy Lord with matters concerning my disciple, he thought. However, before the Taichu Holy Lord could arrive, Su Hanxiao had already ascended into the air, unleashing the oppressive aura of the life and death realm, suffocating the entire space. Whatever has transpired, I shall bear full responsibility. As his words echoed, the aura of Su Hanxiao surged once more, in a phantom of a bronze-long knife, exuding an overwhelming bloodlust, flickered behind him. Even this mere specter of a bronze blade instilled a profound sense of dread among many elders and even the sovereigns of the sacred lands. They were well aware of the events that transpired in Zhongzhou City, having taken the initiative to investigate. They knew that Su Hanxiao had publicly beheaded the formidable life and death realm expert, Ouyang Feng, wielding an ancient bronze-long knife. Even now, they could faintly sense a potent aura of blood. The Taichu sovereign's gaze sharpened. Su Hanxiao had audaciously summoned the phantom of a bronze-long knife before the crowd. An overt threat aimed directly at him. After all, he was the sovereign of the Taichu sacred land, while Su Hanxiao was merely a peak master. Although he had previously decreed that Su Hanxiao's status in the Taichu sacred land was second only to his own, this blatant display of defiance was a grave affront. However, after a brief moment of silence, the Taichu sovereign's surging aura ultimately subsided. He chose not to escalate the situation. He dared not do so. If Su Hanxiao possessed the capability to slay Ouyang Feng, eliminating him would require little effort. Thus, it would be wiser to remain prudent. Though his countenance revealed no further signs of distress, The Taichu sovereign cast a fierce glance at the other high-ranking members of the sacred lands before departing. The assembled elders understood the implications of their sovereign's humiliation in the presence of Su Hanxiao. None among them had stepped forward to support their sovereign against Su Hanxiao. Despite having lived for countless years and being skilled in the art of survival, they were acutely aware of the precariousness of their position. Su Hanxiao had recently demonstrated his terrifying prowess. Should they openly oppose him, they risked being swiftly dispatched. It was prudent for them to refrain from meddling. In stark contrast to the composed high-ranking members, the disciples of the sacred lands gazed in shock and bewilderment at the unfolding scene, their mouths agape, their minds momentarily blank. Just a short while ago, Su Hanxiao had been merely an overlooked elder, yet now he boldly stood against their sovereign in an open arena. This spectacle elicited fresh waves of envy directed towards Gu Qingxue, who had the fortune of being guided by such a formidable master. They lamented their missed opportunities. Had they firmly allied with Su Hanxiao during his lowest moments, they could scarcely fathom the grandeur of their current existence. Su Hanxiao paid little mind to the thoughts of those from other sacred lands. They were but remnants of a bygone era, unworthy of his attention. He descended towards the arena. The elder, originally tasked with officiating the divine maiden trials, intended to offer words of comfort upon witnessing this scene. Yet, recalling how even their sovereign dared not utter a word before Su Hanxiao, the elder swallowed hard, silenced by the palpable tension. All the words that surged towards her lips were forcefully swallowed back. Su Hanxiao landed gracefully, looking down at Shenmingwei, who had just expelled a mouthful of internal organs. Her gaze as tranquil as a deep well. Shenmingwei gasped in agony, blood continuously trickling from the corners of her mouth. In a most disheveled state, she gazed up at Su Hanxiao, who looked down upon her. This filled Shenmingwei with a profound sense of humiliation. After all, in her original imagination, it was she who would shine brilliantly in the goddess trial, ultimately defeating Gu Qingxue with overwhelming force, crushing the severely wounded Gu Qingxue beneath her feet, and thereby coercing Su Hanxiao into submission, compelling him to kneel at her feet like a dog if he wished to spare Gu Qingxue's life. Yet now, the stark contrast of reality slapped her face, a stinging pain that ignited her shame. An overwhelming sense of disgrace burgeoned within her, prompting her to struggle to rise. Who allowed you to get up? But just as she managed to get halfway up, Gu Qingxue kicked her away, then stepped on her head. Pressing her back into the rubble, Su Hanxiao waved his hand. Although Gu Qingxue appeared somewhat perplexed, she obediently released her grip. Su Hanxiao, do you think that by giving me a slap, and then a sweet date, I would be moved? Shenmingwei had just regained her footing when she wished to unleash a torrent of curses. However, Su Hanxiao offered her no opportunity to finish her sentence. His figure vanished in an instant, and when he reappeared, his large hand had already seized Shenmingwei's crown. Without uttering a word, a unique force erupted from within Su Hanxiao, coalescing into a special formation that no one in the Holy Lands had ever witnessed, manifesting in the palm of his hand. Countless obscure runes burst forth, enveloping Shenmingwei's entire body in an instant. Almost simultaneously, Shenmingwei could distinctly feel the powers within her being drawn out. Especially the powers of the chaotic sword heart and the divine demon sword body being extracted. He intended to usurp Shenmingwei's bloodline. Chapter 73. Watch closely. This is how the divine demon sword body is utilized. Shenmingwei was certainly no fool. She knew all too well that Su Hanxiao sought to forcibly strip her of her two great powers. Su Hanxiao aimed to reduce her to nothing. Su Hanxiao, how dare you treat me this way? If you dare to extract my two powers, my father and family will never let you off. Shenmingwei struggled wildly. But having been rendered powerless, she could not possibly contend with Su Hanxiao now. She could only watch helplessly as her two great powers grew increasingly thin and feeble. Throughout it all, Su Hanxiao remained expressionless, continuously unleashing his power to siphon Shenmingwei's strength. He had often engaged in similar acts during his time in the upper realm. Thus, when it comes to extracting the innate powers of others and subsequently appropriating them for his own use, he is already well-versed and highly experienced in this art. He can even integrate these extracted powers into his own being through the heart of the primordial demon ancestor. This ability is one of the primary reasons why countless ancient factions from the upper realms regard him with trepidation. He has the capacity to utilize all those celestial prodigies he has defeated or slain as nourishment for his own growth. However, later on, entangled by the burdens of the heavens and having his foundational path obliterated, he was rendered utterly powerless. The innate powers he had once absorbed vanished along with his capabilities. Now, he has the opportunity to reclaim what he once lost from the treacherous Shenmingwei. He possesses a profound understanding of what kind of person she is. Her pride is exceedingly robust, derived from her possession of two unique innate qualities. The entire martial arena of the sacred land fell into a hushed silence. All eyes were fixed upon Su Hanxiao as he employed dark arts to gradually siphon away Shen Mingyue's two significant innate powers. Throughout this process, Shen Mingyue incessantly cursed, proclaiming her status as the young lady of a prominent family, insisting that her kin would not let Su Hanxiao go unpunished. Yet, throughout it all, Su Hanxiao remained entirely unresponsive. Soon, Shen Mingyue transformed into a truly awakened wolf, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, "Master, I truly understand my mistakes. Please, forgive me. I beg you, do not strip away my cultivation. In the past, I was merely overwhelmed by my affection for you, Master. Thus, I committed numerous foolish acts. I never intended to harm you. Please, grant me another chance." Observing Shen Mingyue's tearful display, Su Hanxiao's lips curled into a more pronounced smirk. This individual is indeed a master of theatrics. Should she fall into ruin, a career in the brothel singing would perhaps provide a fitting avenue for her talents. For throughout, he had not sensed any genuine remorse emanating from her. Rather, he received only a notification. Ding. The protagonist Shen Mingyue harbors immense hatred toward you. Gaining 3,000 villain merit points. It is evident that she remains disingenuous. She does not truly comprehend her errors. She merely fears the total loss of her powers. As Su Hanxiao showed no inclination to cease his extraction of her innate abilities, Shen Mingyue's countenance twisted in rage as she continued to hurl insults. "Su Hanxiao, you vile wretch, how dare you treat me this way? My family shall not let you escape. I will ensure that my father and family subdue you, subjecting you to a fate more humiliating and agonizing than my current plight." Gradually, her tirade diminished in intensity. Soon, as Su Hanxiao loosened his grip, Shen Mingyue collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud, her eyes dimming with despair. Ding. Detecting extreme despair from the protagonist Shen Mingyue due to your actions. Gaining 4,500 villain merit points. At this moment, Su Hanxiao found himself in possession of two extraordinary items. A pulsating entity, reminiscent of a beating heart yet entirely composed of the ethereal essence of laws, intertwines with a dense force of chaos. In contrast, another manifestation presents itself in shades of black and white, akin to two intertwining yin-yang fish, exuding a faint yet formidable aura of swordsmanship. One embodies the nascent form of the chaotic sword body, while the other represents the essence of the divine and demonic sword body. At this moment, both powers have been completely extracted from Shen Mingyue, rendering her utterly incapacitated. The gaze of all the cultivators in the sacred grounds converges upon Su Hanxiao's hands, particularly drawn to the illusory projection of the heart and the two droplets of divine and demonic blood, their eyes brimming with longing and fervor. Though the means by which Su Hanxiao forcibly drew forth these powers from Shen Mingyue remains a mystery, none doubt that whoever among them could absorb these two formidable essences would surely ascend to become the next Shen Mingyue, perhaps even reaching greater heights. Yet, no one is foolish enough to jeopardize their lives by attempting to seize Su Hanxiao's possessions. Ultimately, they can only watch helplessly as he integrates these two formidable powers into his own being. Boom. At that moment, Su Hanxiao's aura surged once more. Two colossal, interwoven phantoms of chaos, resembling deities or demonic entities, manifested in the void above. Moreover, a spectral river of chaos unfurled from the distant void, from which a magnificent sun, born of pure chaotic laws, began to rise amidst the flowing tides of chaos. The collective consciousness of the onlookers was once again shaken. Even Shen Mingyue, whose pupils had lost focus, displayed flickers of shock and disbelief in her beautiful eyes. How could this be possible? As the original bearer of these two formidable essences, she understood the immense difficulty in wielding their power. It took her a considerable amount of time to master these forces and even manifest their unique phenomena. Yet Su Hanxiao, having only recently fused with these two essences, was already capable of exhibiting their manifestations. To the uninformed observer, it might appear that these powers had always belonged to him. However, anyone with even a modicum of insight would realize that such an extraordinary effect could only signify an unparalleled affinity between Su Hanxiao and these two essences, reaching an unimaginable level of synergy. Thus, mere moments after fusion, he was able to resonate completely with the powers of these two bodies. This indirectly revealed Su Hanxiao's astonishing and almost terrifying innate talent, surpassing even Gu Qingshue's formidable prowess. Do you see, Shen Mingyue? These two essences are truly wasted on you. You are unworthy of them. A slight smirk graced Su Hanxiao's lips. Watch closely, this is how the divine and demonic sword body and the chaotic sword heart are wielded. Boom. In the next instant, a colossal surge of law-based power erupted from Su Hanxiao, enveloping the heavens in a shroud of black and white. The divine and demonic laws intertwined with chaotic forces, seemingly transforming into a realm of existence. The very firmament began to crack open at this moment. Two colossal swords gradually materialized from the shattered depths of the azure sky. One was enveloped in blazing, pitch-black flames, while the other radiated a resplendent and sanctified light. Suspended high above all, they seemed poised to deliver judgment upon all living beings. Chapter 74. Departing the Sacred Land. Venturing into the Demon Abyss. Unthinkable. In contrast to the astonished and horrified reactions of other cultivators, Shen Mingwei trembled in shock, shaking her head repeatedly. How could you achieve this? You have only just merged the powers of the two great physiques. How could you possibly invoke the judgment of gods and demons? The judgment is a divine ability of the god and demon sword body. Although I have devoted years to studying it, my efforts have been in vain, yielding no progress whatsoever. Continuous failures have led me to believe that this so-called judgment phenomenon is utterly fictitious, mere empty rhetoric. After all, a prodigy like myself cannot successfully wield such divine abilities. They simply do not exist. Everything is merely a fabrication. Yet, when the impossible, as I had perceived it, manifested so starkly before my eyes, Shen Mingwei was left utterly dumbfounded. Upon regaining her senses, she was overwhelmed with indignation, especially recalling how Su Hanxiao had just plundered these two great physiques from her and demonstrated them in front of her. This further incited her feelings of shame and fury. It is worth noting that she had once regarded Su Hanxiao with a sense of lofty pride, believing him to be unworthy of being her master, a paragon of unparalleled talent. She had even extended her leg, inviting Su Hanxiao to embrace it, considering it an honor for him. But what is the reality now? Su Hanxiao effortlessly achieved what she could never attain in her entire lifetime. How ironic, how laughable. She felt like a complete and utter fool. Both the chaos sword heart and the god and demon sword body are supreme physiques, yet they have awakened in a worthless individual like you. What a waste. Su Hanxiao stood in the void, his white garments fluttering like a gentle breeze, a mocking smile gracing his lips. His lofty demeanor as he casually critiqued her further drove Shen Mingwei into a frenzy. Su Hanxiao, do not revel in your triumph. If you dare to disable me, my family will undoubtedly learn of this matter, and they shall not let you escape. As Shen Mingwei began to rage helplessly, Su Hanxiao merely shook his head. Truly irredeemable. Qingxue. Su Hanxiao glanced in Gu Qingshue's direction. Yes, master. I am prepared. Gu Qingxue replied with a sweet smile, understandingly tugging at Shen Mingwei's hair, dragging her through the air like a lifeless dog. Then, amidst the bewildered and confused gazes of onlookers, Gu Qingxue, with Shen Mingwei in tow, followed Su Hanxiao as they soared towards the horizon, seemingly uninterested in participating in the divine coronation ceremony. Gu Qingxue had no desire to become a goddess. Her participation in the trials was solely for the purpose of avenging herself against that ingrate, Shen Mingwei. Furthermore, the individuals of the Taichu sacred land were nothing but a pack of foolish curs. She would never sacrifice her own future for such a group of individuals. On the contrary, she eagerly anticipated the forthcoming endeavors her master would lead her to undertake, throwing Shen Mingwei into the abyss of darkness, allowing her to consort with the demonic entities. How delightful it would be to have that wretch learn the true meaning of integrity. After she had the audacity to slander her master while clinging to her so-called purity, far from believing her master had acted inappropriately, she felt that his actions were not nearly ruthless enough. If it were up to her, she would bind Shen Mingwei completely, rendering her utterly defenseless before casting her into the abyss. That would be truly satisfying. Did Gu Qingxue truly depart in such a manner? The multitude from the Taichu Holy Land gazed at the receding figure of Gu Qingxue, momentarily at a loss for words. From the moment Gu Qingxue had decisively vanquished Shen Mingwei, they had already regarded her as the new goddess of their holy land. They were even prepared to cheer for their new deity. Yet, to their astonishment, the goddess Qingxue nonchalantly dragged along the older generation's goddess and strode away with such audacity. This could lead to catastrophic consequences. The Taichu Holy Master's countenance darkened to an extreme. He had intended to intervene and prevent Gu Qingxue from dragging Shen Mingwei away. However, before he could even manifest his intent, he was suddenly locked onto by Su Hanxiao, who had sensed his approach. A profound sense of danger washed over him like a tidal wave in that instant. He had an ominous premonition that should he meddle, Su Hanxiao would not hesitate to take action against him, even to the point of slaying him in public. What an audacious Su Hanxiao! He seemed to have no respect for authority. The Holy Master had merely been adhering to the rules and performing his duties. Now, despite being the peak leader of their holy land, Su Hanxiao dared to disregard him. Did he not regard the sanctity of the Holy Land? Did he truly believe this was merely a sickly cat to toy with? The Taichu Holy Master was consumed by fury. His aura surged violently, his expansive robes billowing, producing a sound that filled the air with tension, rendering it oppressive and still. Holy Master, think carefully. Su Hanxiao's current strength was indeed formidable. Moreover, they were of the same lineage. Shun Mingyue's predicament was merely the result of her own actions. High-ranking members of the Holy Land hurriedly urged caution, fearing their master might impulsively seek conflict with Su Hanxiao. Should their master suffer harm, or worse, be publicly slain by Su Hanxiao, the Taichu Holy Land would undoubtedly face ruin. They too would suffer consequences, losing their esteemed positions and status. Thus, they wished to prevent their master from acting recklessly. Unaware of the repercussions such actions could bring, the Taichu Holy Master's chest heaved with rage. Although he was seething with anger, the remnants of his reason urged him to acknowledge that the situation had spiraled beyond his control. Very well. If Shun Mingyue truly was the legitimate daughter of the ancient Shin family, they would have already received word and would undoubtedly send someone to intervene, or even suppress Su Hanxiao. Thus, Su Hanxiao's departure from our holy land might indeed be a fortuitous turn of events. After all, if a conflict were to erupt between Su Hanxiao and the formidable beings of the ancient Shin clan within my sacred domain, it would result in monumental losses. Having consoled himself with this thought, the Supreme Lord of Taichu felt considerably more at ease. However, as he gazed toward the horizon where Su Hanxiao had departed, a flicker of coldness glimmered in his tranquil eyes. Su Hanxiao, I had initially intended to extend a helping hand due to your position as the peak master of my Taichu Holy Land. Yet, since you are so ungrateful, you bring this upon yourself, and you shall not survive. The Lord of Taichu swept away with his sleeves. He could already envision the fury that would engulf the ancient Shin clan upon discovering that Su Hanxiao had incapacitated Shin Mingyue. Su Hanxiao was undoubtedly doomed. Meanwhile, within the ancient Shin clan, in the resplendent palace's rear garden, where the sound of flowing water mingled with the shade of green bamboo, a graceful and regal woman, whose beauty bore a resemblance to Shun Mingyue, spoke with a furrowed brow to a middle-aged man beside her. Feiyu, I have felt an inexplicable unease since earlier. I possess an unsettling premonition that something may have happened to Mingyue. Upon hearing this, the clan leader of the ancient Shin family, Shin Feiyu, chuckled softly and shook his head. He embraced the woman, his eyes filled with affection and helplessness. My dear, you are overthinking it again. Mingyue is the legitimate daughter of our ancient Shin clan, possessing unparalleled talent and is the finest in the Shanghai realm. Furthermore, I have placed a special protective mark on her. If she were truly in mortal danger, the protective mark I inscribed would undoubtedly activate. The woman attempted to speak again, but was promptly interrupted by Shin Feiyu. All right, my dear, please rest assured. Additionally, I have instructed our clan's operatives to keep a vigilant eye on everything concerning Mingyue. Should any unusual circumstances arise, they will notify me immediately. I have also inquired about her recent situation. She has returned to the Taichu Holy Land to vie for the position of the Divine Maiden against a few insignificant ants. Do you believe that those lowly beings can compare to our Mingyue? After a thorough reassurance, the woman's restless heart finally found some tranquility. Her daughter, Shin Mingyue, also possessed considerable confidence. In the Shanghai realm, when her daughter dared to claim the second position in talent, no one would dare to assert themselves as the first. Seeing his wife's demeanor calm, Shin Feiyu smiled gently and then swept the woman into his arms, grinning. I believe you are simply brimming with energy, which is why you worry about this and that every day. Come, let me help you expend some of that energy. At his words, the woman's face flushed with embarrassment, and she playfully struck Shin Feiyu's chest, yet she willingly wrapped her arms around his neck. However, before the couple could retreat into their world, a voice filled with panic and urgency echoed in their minds. Clan leader, Madam, it is dire. Miss Mingyue has been rendered powerless. Her life may be in jeopardy. Shin Feiyu was struck as if by lightning, his expression entirely frozen. He stumbled, failing to hold tightly on to his beloved wife, who fell to the ground with a thud. The beautiful woman, however, was oblivious to the pain coursing through her body. Her mind trapped in a singular thought. Her daughter, the one she cherished most, had been rendered incapacitated. The world around them seemed to freeze for several heartbeats. It was only then that Shen Feiyu regained his composure. In the next moment, a tide of fury surged forth, infused with murderous intent, akin to a cataclysmic wave crashing down. Boom! The terrifying pressure of life and death radiated outwards, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. As if they too were enraged alongside Shen Feiyu. Who did this? Who dared to commit such an atrocity? Shen Feiyu's body quaked with rage. Shen Mingwei was equally his pride, and now she had been utterly reduced to a mere shadow of her former self. His heart bled with anguish. The ancient clan member responsible for delivering the news did not hold back, trembling as he divulged all he knew. Moments later, an even more ferocious and terrifying aura erupted, engulfing the world in a storm of annihilation. Su Hanxiao. What is Su Hanxiao? What a master of the primordial sacred land. How dare he cripple my daughter? I will ensure he suffers 1,000 tortures. The beautiful woman, regaining her senses, wore a face twisted with rage, resembling a vengeful spirit. Just kill him. It would be too lenient. My Mingwei showing interest in him is his fortune. How dare he slander her? What is his status compared to that of my daughter? It is only because of ancestral luck that he caught her eye, yet he remains utterly oblivious to his own insignificance. Just kill him. It is too lenient for this scoundrel. Bring him back. I shall personally interrogate him. I want him to wish for death, to regret ever coming into this world. Shen's mother had also come to understand what her daughter had done, realizing that her daughter, through despicable means, had attempted to tarnish Su Hanxiao's reputation. But so what? To have her daughter stake her purity in such a manner was, in itself, a testament to Su Hanxiao's worth. After all, what ordinary insect could warrant such attention from her daughter? Yet the Su Hanxiao, so blind to his own fortune, even dared to cripple her child. He truly deserved to die. Rest assured, my lady, I shall personally lead a pursuit for Su Hanxiao. Shen Feiyu commanded his kin. Immediately release a declaration in the name of the ancient Shen clan, capturing anyone connected to Su Hanxiao. I shall annihilate his entire lineage. The ancient Shen clan was a venerable power, and to so brazenly offend them would spell doom for Su Hanxiao's 9 clans. Let him understand the folly of laying a hand upon his daughter. Soon, a message swept through the entire mountain and sea realm like a tempest. The ancient clan's daughter, Shen Mingwei, had been crippled by Su Hanxiao. The ancient Shen clan erupted in fury, announcing that any information regarding Su Hanxiao or his kin would be met with generous rewards. The ancient clan's daughter, Shen Mingwei? Isn't that the divine maiden from the primordial Holy Land? How astonishing that she possesses such an illustrious background. The ancient Shen family, indeed a true hidden lineage, is rumored to have had ancestors ascend to the upper realms during the primordial epoch. Su Hanxiao has truly become arrogant, believing that a mere breakthrough to the realm of life and death renders him invincible. How audacious to directly incapacitate the daughter of such a venerable family. He must have no fear of death, with the ancient Shen family making such declarations. Public opinion regarding Su Hanxiao, as well as his own prestige, has dramatically polarized once more. Weakness is eternally a sin. Indeed, a strong individual in the realm of life and death possesses great might. Su Hanxiao, capable of effortlessly slaying seasoned experts of the same realm, shines with an undeniable brilliance. Yet, compared to the entirety of the ancient Shen family, he is but a small fish in a vast ocean. The ancient Shen family boasts no fewer than 6 formidable figures in the realm of life and death, and it is suspected that an ancestor in the divine transformation realm may also exist among them. They would certainly not risk offending such a colossal entity for Su Hanxiao. Even now, individuals have begun to take action, launching extensive searches for anyone associated with Su Hanxiao, including members of his family. In an instant, Su Hanxiao found himself with numerous relatives of no blood relation. After all, he is not originally from this world. How could he possibly have kin residing here? However, soon enough, this group of sycophantic cultivators faced a brutal assault from an unknown powerful force, resulting in severe casualties. This was evidently the work of Su Hanxiao's subordinates springing into action. At the same time, through special channels of information, Su Hanxiao received news without delay. The ancient Shen family seeks to annihilate my 9 clans? Su Hanxiao felt as though he had heard the grandest of jokes, nearly unable to contain his expression, were it not for certain special circumstances, where the Shan High Realm remains completely severed from the upper realm, wherein beings of the upper realm cannot descend and those of the lower realm cannot ascend. And communication between the 2 realms is currently impossible. This statement alone would have compelled the warriors of his eternal Su family to drag these insignificant fish, and indeed the entire world, to sacrifice them to the heavens. Of course, after casting the ungrateful Shen Mingwei into the abyss. He would take a moment to regroup before personally visiting them. First, he would annihilate the 9 clans of the ancient Shin family. Chapter 76. The powerful death servants arrive at Demon Mountain. Casting aside these thoughts for the moment, Su Hanxiao subtly focused his intent, unleashing a wave of invisible ripples that spread forth. Shortly after, several unfathomable figures emerged from the void not far behind him, each bowing respectfully towards Su Hanxiao. He did not turn around, but continued to soar through the skies with Gu Qingxue towards their target area. Eliminate every last one of the ancient Shin family's strong members. Let them not interfere with my plans. Although Shin Mingwei has been thoroughly incapacitated, the blood of the ancient Shin family still flows within her veins. Surely, they can utilize certain special methods to locate her. Thus, his position is likely already compromised. Yet, he remains unconcerned. He simply requires his powerful subordinates to intercept them. Dealing with the ancient Shin family is sufficient. Su Hanxiao, you are already aware of my identity as a descendant of the ancient Shin family, are you not? As if divining Su Hanxiao's thoughts, Shin Mingwei struggled violently once more. Her expression contorted with rage as she exclaimed, "If you wish to live, release me at once. Out of respect for our past teacher-student bond, I could forgive you, provided you obediently become my dog." In Shin Mingwei's view, her affection for Su Hanxiao was still too profound. Had an ordinary person dared to speak to her in such a manner, she would have ensured their suffering was 1,000-fold, leaving them wishing for death. Smack. A dog cannot speak of ivory. Gu Qingxue delivered a fierce slap across Shin Mingyue's face, the force so tremendous that several bloodied teeth were sent flying, leaving one side of her face swollen and disfigured. A captive must bear the mark of their captivity. How dare you presume to speak? If it were not for the impending need to deal with Shin Mingwei in a greater capacity, she would have relished the opportunity to crush this wretched creature. Su Hanxiao and his companions continued their swift journey through the air, and shortly after they departed, a powerful aura erupted from the horizon. Over a dozen formidable presences soared upward, streaking across the sky like shooting stars in pursuit of Su Hanxiao's vanishing form. Leading them was none other than Shin Feng, the current Grand Elder of the ancient Shin family and Shin Mingyue's uncle, who had attained the pinnacle of the life and death realm. Accompanying him were 3 additional experts of the life and death realm, for who were half a step away from it, and 12 top-tier practitioners of divine arts. The Grand Elder, guided by a special bronze compass, deduced that Su Hanxiao intended to lead his niece to the Tianma mountain. An elder by Shin Changfeng's side remarked. Shin Changfeng nodded slightly, his expression growing increasingly grim, his anger and murderous intent unabashedly radiating from him. The Tianma mountain is considered one of the forbidden places within the Sea of Mountains realm, home to a group of ancient, remnant demons, creatures resembling humanity but with skin of a ghastly purplish hue, known for their brutality and thirst for blood. Now, with Su Hanxiao dragging his niece towards Tianma Mountain, his intentions were undoubtedly sinister. Su Hanxiao, should you dare to harm a single hair on my niece, I shall see you torn to shreds. Boom. Just as his words echoed, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The void suddenly filled with a dense array of runes and magical formations. Countless chains of law surged forth from the depths of space, sealing the heavens and the earth, instantaneously enveloping the entire expanse in confinement. This is bad. We are ambushed. The many experts of the ancient Shin family reacted instantly, though their response was swift. The assailants moved even faster. An immense magical formation blotted out the sky. Swords of law, compressed from runes, hovered in the air like inverted stars, cascading down like a meteor shower. To dare display such trifling skills before me. Shin Changfeng's eyes shimmered with golden light as his aura surged dramatically. Behind him materialized a colossal divine warrior's shadow wielding a heavenly axe, and with a mighty swing, he cleaved through the air. Rumble! The rolling waves of energy surged forth with the might of creation itself. As the blade of the axe passed through, the void began to collapse and shatter at a pace perceptible to the naked eye. Countless streams of sword light, akin to a meteor shower, were swiftly obliterated. Yet, he underestimated the capabilities of the one who set the formation. Just as one wave receded, another surged forth. A deafening roar erupted as an endless torrent of flames surged from the depths of the void, illuminating the entire expanse in a fiery crimson hue. In an instant, a colossal fire dragon, forged from the boundless flames, unleashed a thunderous roar and charged toward them once more. The ancient Shin clan's formidable warriors were caught utterly off guard. The intent to kill surged anew. The void shattered like glass, and powerful beings emerged from the rifts. What is this? Shin Feng was further stunned to discover that the opposing side also possessed formidable experts in the realm of life and death. In fact, there were even two who had attained the pinnacle of that realm, although they had not emerged for a considerable time. They had consistently monitored the happenings within the realm of mountains and seas. The contemporary experts in the realm of life and death were distinguished figures. Each had their own place. Why had they never encountered these suddenly appearing experts before? Who are you? Seeking to oppose Su Hanxiao and my ancient Shen clan. This matter is of no concern to you all. Shen Chongfeng's expression grew grave. He had no desire to engage in conflict with these experts of life and death. Even regarding this group as hired hands of Su Hanxiao, he now sought to leverage his family's influence to compel them to retreat. However, his words bore no effect whatsoever. The few mysterious experts who had suddenly arrived were, in fact, subordinates of Su Hanxiao. They had once been sent by the Eternal Yi clan to covertly protect Su Hanxiao. They would follow his commands unflinchingly, even to the point of death. Su Hanxiao, I can sense the presence of my family members. They are pursuing you closely. Regardless of your plans and intentions toward me, you are merely indulging in wishful thinking. With her face swollen like that of a pig, Shen Mingwei continued to threaten. This is your final opportunity. The foundation of my ancient Shen clan far exceeds your imagination, though you are now in the realm of life and death. My father and uncles need only a single strike to subdue you. Thunder rumbled. At that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from the direction they had come, mingled with a powerful presence of life and death. Sensing this aura, Shen Mingyue's expression brightened with joy. She felt the presence of her uncles. Her family had come to rescue her. She had expected her clan to break through Su Hanxiao's feudal ambush with overwhelming force and save her from peril. However, what transpired next left Shen Mingwei utterly stunned. She heard the furious roars of her clan's warriors, but despite their relentless efforts, they were unable to break free from the ambush and became ensnared in a fierce battle. How could this be? She sensed that, besides her uncles, 3 other top-tier experts in the realm of life and death had also arrived. Such formidable strength could even sweep through the primordial sacred land. How could she possibly be obstructed? No matter how incredulous she felt, the stark reality lay bare before her. Her uncle, along with all the formidable members of her family, found themselves ensnared by some unfathomable means employed by Su Hanxiao, rendered immobile and unable to advance. As she sensed the widening chasm between herself and her family's might, dread gradually crept across Shen Mingyue's visage, her complexion turning as pale as parchment. For she could already perceive the ominous, towering peaks of the dark mountain range, Tianma Mountain, looming ever closer. Chapter 77, Acknowledging One's Mistakes and Seeking Forgiveness? Kicked into the abyss. Everyone in the Shanhai realm was acutely aware of the ominous significance of Tianma Mountain. It was home to the repugnant demon folk. Legends within ancient tomes spoke of these demons abducting members of the human race, using them as mere vessels for propagation. This included male cultivators, for the demons' method of reproduction was entirely distinct from that of humans. They utilized demonic energy and were devoid of any need for the so-called act of mating. Yet, despite this, the sheer grotesqueness of such an occurrence sent shivers down Shen Mingyue's spine. For even if she were to escape, surviving the ordeal, her purity would be irreparably tarnished, utterly so, and by the repulsive demon folk no less. She had previously spoken of losing her innocence, but the reality of such a loss was an entirely different matter. Su Hanxiao, what do you intend to do to me? Are you truly resorting to such despicable and underhanded tactics to obliterate my purity? Are you even human? Shen Mingyue was thoroughly terrified, especially as she began to discern vague and eerie silhouettes within Tianma Mountain, drawing nearer with a predatory gaze. Before Su Hanxiao could utter a word, Gu Qingxue interjected, "Is the sun rising in the west? You too find such tactics beneath contempt? When you maliciously besmirched our master with such loathsome methods, did you not feel the weight of your own depravity? Now that a similar fate looms over you, have you suddenly come to your senses?" As she spoke, Gu Qingxue's demeanor was devoid of sympathy, marked instead by a chilling indifference and disdain. Shen Mingyue stood out as the most repugnant among her so-called sister disciples, for even at this juncture, there was not a hint of introspection on her part. She continued to exert pressure and manipulation over their master, as if she were the shining star of the cultivation world, a national goddess, while their master was merely a wretched being. To her, it was an honor for their master to be admired by someone like her. How utterly nauseating and self-absorbed. Moreover, Gu Qingxue seized Shen Mingwei by her long hair, lifting her effortlessly, and mockingly slapped her face while scoffing. What audacity do you possess to believe you still have any purity? Purity is merely a tool for your convenience, and you have thoroughly destroyed it. Do you still care about such trivialities? Witnessing her once innocent and soft-spoken junior sister transformed into this audacious figure, Shen Mingwei truly felt a profound fear. Fear gripped her heart as she contemplated the trials that lay ahead. Shen Mingwei hastily cast a pleading glance towards Su Hanxiao, her voice laden with sorrow. "Master, I acknowledge my faults. I beg for your forgiveness, please. My love for you has overwhelmed me, and I never intended for my thoughtless actions to cause you such distress. I implore you, grant me another chance, if only for the sake of our past bond as master and disciple. Should you be willing to extend your mercy? I would dedicate the rest of my life to atoning for my transgressions." Ding. Detected an overwhelming fear and profound regret from the protagonist Shen Mingwei towards you, the master. Villain merit points, 9,000. However, Su Hanxiao remained indifferent to Shen Mingwei's pleas. His brows arched slightly, a hint of surprise flickering within him. He had not anticipated such a bountiful harvest of villain merit points. Even more astonishing was the realization that Shen Mingwei experienced regret. Yet, it was not the regret of knowing she had erred. Rather, it stemmed from having underestimated her adversary, Gu Qingxue, and from her overconfidence in failing to prepare her family, which had led her to this precarious situation. She undoubtedly mused that if given another chance, she would act with greater ruthlessness to ensure that she was never again left vulnerable. Ding. Master, you are correct. According to system analysis, Shen Mingwei's regret is not a true acknowledgement of her mistakes. Rather, it is a simple unwillingness to accept that her carelessness has led to her downfall at your hands. If she were to relive the moment, she would not feel any remorse for her past actions. Instead, she would strike even harder, ensuring your complete destruction, even resorting to her family's influence to render you utterly powerless. This individual is not merely a true ingrate. She possesses a heart as venomous as a viper. The system has several effective means of revenge to offer you, Master. With that, the system proceeded to outline various methods of vengeance. Explicit content, excessively gory. Details omitted. Upon hearing this, Su Hanxiao felt his lips twitch in dismay. This system, which bore the title of merit and saintliness, was presenting him with revenge tactics that were more akin to the works of a malevolent fiend. It was more reminiscent of a merit to demonic transformation system than anything else. Nevertheless, despite its flaws, he found himself rather fond of it. Soon, Su Hanxiao and his companions descended into the depths of the Demon Mountain, discovering a cavern rife with demonic entities. Among them were numerous individuals, ordinary citizens, and even some human cultivators who had been ensnared by the demons. Gu Qingxue furrowed her brows slightly. While she understood the gravity of their situation, witnessing the unwarranted suffering of others still left her unsettled. Master, these people are so pitiable. Shall we not assist them? Su Hanxiao? He had initially believed that his disciple possessed a kind heart, wishing to rescue those who had fallen victim to the demons. Little did he realize that his disciple, too, harbored a heart as ruthless as any. They should be sent on their way immediately. After all, these individuals seem to have been corroded by dark energy for quite some time. The path to restoration would demand an immense cost. And since these people were abducted by demons, they are mostly commoners or unremarkable cultivators, destined to meet the same fate upon their return. Moreover, I perceive no glimmer of survival in their eyes, only a longing for the liberation that death offers. In such a case, it would be more merciful to grant them this release. We would be, in a sense, accumulating virtue as you, Master, have advised, would we not? Su Hanxiao paused momentarily, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he shook his head. He reached out once more to caress Gu Qingxue's head. This little one is indeed a fast learner, now able to address matters with such clarity. After utilizing sword energy to eliminate that group of humans tainted by dark energy, along with a cadre of demons, Gu Qingxue finally dragged the struggling Shen Mingwei to the mouth of the demon cave. Shen Mingwei writhed in desperation, tears streaming down her face as she cried out. Junior sister, I beg you, do not cast me into the demon cave. I truly understand my mistakes. I am your senior sister, the one with whom you once shared joyful memories. You cannot treat me this way. Begone. Gu Qingxue dismissed her pleas, yanking Shen Mingwei by her hair and unceremoniously flinging her away. Without hesitation, she followed up with a swift kick, sending Shen Mingwei, who was clinging to the cave entrance in a futile attempt to escape, tumbling into the depths of the demon cave. Chapter 78, Plummeting into the Demon Cave. Dignity shattered beyond repair. In a state of panic, Shen Mingwei flailed her arms wildly, attempting to grasp Gu Qingxue's leg, but her efforts were in vain. Only anguished cries escaped her lips as she descended deeper into the abyss of the cave. Throughout her fall, she continued to plead, yet her cries bore no fruit, ultimately leading her to the cavern's profound depths. From the entrance, Gu Qingxue remained an indifferent observer of the unfolding scene. Shen Mingwei, this is the path you have chosen. When you slandered our master and tarnished their name, you should have anticipated such a day. Speaking of understanding your mistakes, does it not take the blade turning upon oneself for one to finally feel pain and fear? In truth, her earlier decision to eliminate that group of humans tainted by dark energy stemmed from two motivations. On one hand, it was indeed because those souls were beyond salvation, with death being their sole release. On the other hand, it was a means to amplify Shen Mingyue's suffering. Without that group to divert attention, the demons would focus entirely on Shen Mingyue, allowing her to experience their corruption more acutely. The master wished to avoid such sordid deeds, thus, it fell to her to act. With a dull thud, Shen Mingyue ultimately fell into the depths of the demon cave. Her body ached, blood streaming from her wounds. And in that moment, she was no longer the exalted goddess who gazed down upon the mortal realm. Reduced to a wretched state, engulfed by the surrounding thick darkness, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over her like a tidal wave. Master, I truly understand my mistakes. Please, I implore you, take me out of here. I am willing to atone, to give everything. Shen Mingyue's desperate wails echoed as she pleaded towards the cave's entrance. Yet ultimately, there was no response whatsoever. Her pleas gradually transformed into vehement curses. Su Hanxiao, you heartless and unfeeling wretch. You despicable coward. You are doomed. I shall escape, and you will perish. Even as a ghost, I shall not let you go. I will ensure you regret ever coming into this world. However, within the darkness, only her echoes reverberated endlessly. She felt as though the entire world had forsaken her. Ultimately, as a rustling sound of footsteps approached, Shen Mingyue's tirade abruptly ceased. A look of sheer terror and anger was frozen upon her visage. Shen Mingyue turned in fright, only to behold several bizarre figures emerging from the shadows, drawing closer. They were the demonic beings dwelling within the abyss. No, do not approach me, Shen Mingyue screamed, her expression rife with fear. Yet her voice was swallowed by the infinite darkness. One by one, the demons advanced towards her, emitting an unsettling and spine-chilling laughter. Despite Shen Mingyue's desperate cries, her voice was akin to a pebble cast into a mire, creating not a single ripple. As she sensed her body being eroded, despair enveloped Shen Mingyue. She truly regretted her choices. Ding! Detected immense feelings of regret and fear from the protagonist Shen Mingyue towards the master. Villain merit points, 6,000. Listening to the wails and curses emanating from the abyss, Su Hanxiao's indifferent and calm demeanor gradually morphed into a mocking, even somewhat pleasurable, curve. Indeed, the finest method of vengeance is to return in kind, turning falsehoods into reality. Shen Mingyue had earlier proclaimed that he had sullied her purity. Now that this had become true, surely she must be overjoyed? After all, this was precisely what she desired. He was merely helping her fulfill her wishes, accumulating virtue in the process. A thunderous explosion in the distance suddenly captured Su Hanxiao's attention. His subordinates were currently engaged in fierce battle with the ancient forces of the Shen clan. Qingxue, wait here for a moment. I shall go eliminate a few foes. With a gentle smile, he patted Gu Qingxue's head, then unleashed his aura, soaring towards the distant battlefield. At this juncture, there was little left to negotiate with the ancient Shen clan. First, he would eradicate this group and collect his due retribution. Damn it! Where did that fellow even come from? Shen Changfeng's expression darkened to the utmost degree. From the moment they arrived until now, they had been thwarted. Unable to advance even a single step. What was even more unacceptable was that, in terms of numbers, they vastly outnumbered their opponents. There were only two beings at the life and death realm, alongside 3 half-step life and death entities on the other side. Yet, despite such a disadvantage in numbers, they had managed to block their path. Now, Shen Mingyue had been taken by that beast Su Hanxiao into Tianma Mountain, where she was undoubtedly enduring unspeakable torments. Just as Shen Changfeng prepared to ignite his own bloodline for an explosive surge, suddenly, a profound sense of life and death crisis surged through him like an overwhelming tide. Boom! The sound of the void being violently cleaved echoed. A brilliant flash of blade light descended like a celestial river. Where the blade light passed, several ancient practitioners of the Shen family were mercilessly bisected. Accompanied by the explosion of sword energy, it resembled a shower of crimson fireworks blooming across the heavens. The residual force of the blade, undiminished, surged directly toward Shen Changfeng. Humph! Arrogant! Shen Changfeng's face contorted with indignation at being underestimated. The sudden strike from Su Hanxiao was evidently aimed at him, intending to end his life with a single blow. The ancient Shen family practitioners he had slain along the way were mere collateral damage. Such long-range divine abilities diminish in power with distance. Su Hanxiao was undeniably formidable, yet he underestimated the might of a life and death realm expert. Shin Cha-feng did not flinch or evade. His robe billowed as he summoned forth his robust physique. With a roar, he unleashed his blood and energy like a raging torrent, manifesting a towering divine avatar behind him. The colossal form of the martial god surged forth, echoing Shin Changfeng's battle cry. Just a trivial trick. Watch as I catch your blade with my bare hands. Shin Changfeng's outstretched hand descended like a great mountain, and astonishingly, he truly grasped the blade that Su Hanxiao had wielded with such ferocity. He blocked it. Shin Changfeng's expression brightened with joy. His confidence surged anew. He had heard of Su Hanxiao, particularly the tale of how he single-handedly slayed the elder life and death realm practitioner Ouyang Feng, which had made him acutely wary. He had expected Su Hanxiao to be even more powerful than he had imagined. Yet, was this all? However, before his joy could fully manifest, a rumble erupted. Suddenly, the heavens roiled with lightning and thunder. An endless convergence of divine and demonic laws coalesced, forming two colossal spectral swords. One radiated with divine, resplendent light, while the other blazed with boiling purple demonic flames. With a mere thought from Su Hanxiao, the intertwining swords of light and darkness descended like towering mountains. The surging divine and demonic sword energy caused the faces of all ancient practitioners of the Shin family, including Shin Changfeng, to pale. This is the essence of the divine demonic sword body. Their lady's unique constitution. Why can Su Hanxiao wield it as well? As the ancient Shin family warriors stood in stunned bewilderment, the two towering spectral swords were already cleaving downward. Chapter 79. Whether the Mountain Sea realm perishes or not. What is it to me? Boom. Su Hanxiao's subordinates had long sensed the shift. The moment Su Hanxiao made his move, they employed special means to vacate the battlefield. Accompanied by earth-shattering rumblings, the colossal swords descended upon the void. The rolling divine and demonic laws spread like waves, causing the ground to collapse at a visible pace, forming a vast and unfathomable pit. At its center, the towering peaks within a radius of thousands of miles trembled violently, scattering a multitude of rubble. After a considerable time, as the quaking earth gradually regained its composure and the swirling dust began to settle, the territory once belonging to the ancient Shin family had transformed into a deep, inwardly concave pit. Coughing uncontrollably, Shin Changfeng, his body battered and tattered, with torn garments and disheveled hair, awkwardly crawled out from the ruins. Alongside him, three formidable beings of the life and death realm and one half-step life and death realm expert had survived, yet their conditions were increasingly dire. Two of them were barely clinging to life, having completely lost their combat capabilities. How could this be? Shin Changfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. These were the very foundations of the ancient Shin family. The family had dispatched them with the sole purpose of rescuing their lady, Shin Mingwei. Yet, they had not even caught a glimpse of her. Instead, they were on the verge of annihilation. At that moment, the true master of the situation, Su Hanxiao, descended gracefully, wielding the celestial slayer blade, looking down upon Shin Changfeng and the others with a mocking smile. I have heard that you were searching for me, even wishing to annihilate my 9 clans? Although they had gathered some information regarding Su Hanxiao prior to their arrival, nothing could compare to an actual encounter. Especially upon sensing the overwhelming bloodthirst emanating from the celestial slayer blade, they felt a chill run down their spines, their faces turning as pale as paper. How many lives had to be extinguished for this blade to be saturated with such potent bloodlust? A profound sense of life and death crisis and dread surged through Shin Changfeng. He swallowed hard before speaking. Su Hanxiao, I recognize your formidable strength, but you are now facing the entirety of the ancient Shin family. In light of your connection to my niece Shin Mingwei, if you return the power you took from her and atone for your transgressions against the ancient Shin family, there may be room for negotiation. Should you dare to act against us, if we perish here, there will be no chance for redemption, and you shall surely face death. This was the conclusion Shin Changfeng had reached after much contemplation. The situation was beyond his control. Su Hanxiao's strength surpassed his expectations. He could only gamble on the notion that Su Hanxiao would hesitate to strike with lethal force, allowing them a chance to escape with their lives. Is this your last words? However, the only response he received was Su Hanxiao raising his hand and unleashing a brilliant arc of blade light. The radiant blade energy effortlessly sliced through the void, instantly traversing through Shin Changfeng's neck. Blood erupted forth as a stunned and disbelieving head soared into the air. Ding! You have successfully slain Shin Changfeng, who harbored immense murderous intent towards you. Villain merit points, 7,000. Listening to the system's announcement, Su Hanxiao could not help but scoff inwardly. Despite their terror, they still dared to use the ancient Shin family to threaten him. Did they truly believe he would refrain from striking due to fear of the ancient Shin family? Elder. The remaining ancient cultivators of the Shin family were struck with horror. Did Su Hanxiao truly have no fear of irrevocably antagonizing the ancient Shin clan? Not only had he incapacitated their esteemed lady, but he had also ruthlessly slain their grand elder. That individual was a peak cultivator of the life and death realm. A being of sovereign status within the Taichu Holy Land, now perished in this very place. What was Su Hanxiao's intention? As Su Hanxiao's indifferent gaze settled upon them, the three remaining cultivators of the life and death realm felt as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, their souls trembling in fear. The most formidable among them, their grand elder, had been effortlessly dispatched by Su Hanxiao as if he were merely a wild monster. Now, severely wounded, how could they possibly stand against him? Su Hanxiao, you cannot kill us. One of the terrified life and death realm experts exclaimed. The foreign tribes are invading. The borders of the Shanhai Great Wall are in dire straits. The foreign tribes could breach our realm at any moment, and the entire Shanhai realm would descend into chaos. Each life and death realm expert is a crucial pillar of strength. If you slay us, the Shanhai realm will lose a vital force. When the foreign tribes invade, the hopes of our human race will diminish as well. This life and death realm expert, displaying a modicum of cleverness, realized that appealing to their clan's background failed to intimidate Su Hanxiao, so he invoked the greater cause of humanity instead. After all, from the intelligence they had gathered, Su Hanxiao was perceived as a person of noble character, one who harbored the well-being of the masses. Otherwise, why would he have stationed his subordinates at the Shanhai Great Wall for decades? It was even rumored that the stability of the Shanhai Great Wall over the years was partly attributed to Su Hanxiao. Thus, they believed that by invoking the threat of the foreign tribes and appealing to the greater good of humanity, Su Hanxiao would surely refrain from recklessly taking their lives. However, the response they received was merely the resplendent flash of Su Hanxiao's blade. As their consciousness plummeted into darkness, they heard his indifferent voice echoing. The fate of the Shanhai realm is of no concern to me. Ding. You have slain Shin Huayu, a late-stage cultivator of the ancient Shin family who harbored immense murderous intent towards you, earning 6,000 villain merit points. You have slain Shin Feng, a late-stage cultivator, earning 6,000 villain merit points. Listening to the system's announcements, Su Hanxiao felt a surge of elation. He then expended a portion of his villain merit points to cleanse the tumultuous force of karmic burdens once more. Should there be any with exceptional divine abilities, they would clearly perceive that in this moment, although Su Hanxiao was ensnared by the tumultuous waves of karmic burdens, he was inexplicably enveloped in a radiant, purplish golden light that helped him suppress the surging tides of karmic burdens. Boom. At that moment, the heavens above him erupted in thunder and lightnings, a wave of inexplicable sorrow spreading forth. In the Shanhai realm, the life and death realm had already become the pinnacle of power, an insurmountable mountain in the eyes of countless cultivators. The demise of a life and death realm expert would invariably give rise to celestial phenomena. Not to mention, for had fallen here, along with 5 others on the brink of that realm. This was an event of monumental significance. Simultaneously, the commotion drew the attention of numerous cultivators. As dark clouds gathered ominously over Tianma Mountain, with the faintest hint of blood rain pouring down, the first wave of individuals arrived at the mountain and returned with news. This revelation swept through the entire Mountain Sea realm like a tempest, leaving countless cultivators in a state of shock, their minds rendered utterly blank. The ancient Shin family, in pursuit of Su Hanxiao, had been entirely obliterated. Chapter 80, Regrets and Schemes of Zhu Fengyan. The moment this news broke, the Mountain Sea realm experienced a seismic upheaval akin to a cataclysmic earthquake. The populace was left in utter disbelief. After all, the ancient Shin family, being a reclusive lineage with profound heritage, had made a grand entrance upon emerging from obscurity. The arrival of 4 formidable figures from the realm of life and death, accompanied by 5 others on the cusp of that realm, had sent shockwaves throughout the Mountain Sea realm. Most believed that Su Hanxiao, having offended such a hidden family, was doomed to an unimaginably tragic fate. Yet, the outcome took an unforeseen twist. On the very first day of the ancient Shin family's formidable presence, they met with complete annihilation. Numerous cultivators were now employing their channels to investigate how Su Hanxiao had achieved such a feat. Although rumors suggested that Su Hanxiao commanded subordinates capable of great power, how could such a formidable force, comprising 4 from the life and death realm and 5 on the brink, be so quietly vanquished by him? Regardless of the truth, Su Hanxiao's prestige had ascended to an alarmingly terrifying height. The heavens of the Mountain Sea realm were undoubtedly destined for transformation from this day forth. Amidst the fervor of external gossip, the Taichu sacred land was equally ablaze with commotion. The higher-ups of the Taichu sacred land gathered once more, their expressions grim, engaging in mutual blame. I always said that Master Su was an honorable man. He could never have committed such acts. One elder exclaimed, his voice thick with indignation. You all refused to listen, remaining indifferent, and even some took pleasure in his downfall. Now look where we are. Su Hanxiao has left the Taichu sacred land, and he may never return. This statement was like a stone cast into still waters, creating ripples of unrest. You old fool, what right do you have to speak now? Roared one of the peak masters, pointing an accusatory finger. Did not Master Su endure slander from those ingrates? Where were you when he needed support? You were the loudest in your derision, secretly relishing his misfortune. The once mighty higher-ups of the Taichu sacred land, previously held in high regard, now openly exchanged accusations. Su Hanxiao had revealed an almost terrifying strength, far surpassing that of the Taichu sacred land. Originally, Su Hanxiao, as the peak master, should have brought them honor through his renown and achievements. Yet, not long ago, he had sent word that, from this day forth, he would no longer serve as the peak master of the Taichu sacred land, and his disciple, Su Hanxiao, would no longer be its holy maiden. They both declared their complete departure from the Taichu sacred land. At that time, the majority were elated, even secretly rejoicing. After all, Su Hanxiao had offended the ancient Shen family. If, by chance, Su Hanxiao's position as the master of the sacred land peak endangered these innocent individuals, it would be a calamity beyond measure. Su Hanxiao's departure perfectly aligned with their desires. However, as they anticipated the unfolding drama, they were struck by a thunderous revelation. Su Hanxiao single-handedly vanquished numerous formidable adversaries from the ancient divine clan, showcasing unparalleled strength. This realization filled them with regret, their hearts heavy with remorse. For if Su Hanxiao remained the master of their Taichu sacred land, such immense prestige would undoubtedly reflect upon them, attracting a multitude of exceptional young prodigies eager to join their ranks. Consequently, the senior members of Taichu sacred land would have reaped greater benefits. Yet now, all of this had evaporated into mere illusions. Some high-ranking officials even cast accusatory glances toward the Taichu sacred lord, their eyes harboring a semblance of blame. The Taichu sacred lord's countenance darkened to the utmost degree. He was acutely aware of the elders' thoughts, directing their ire at him for not seizing this golden opportunity. Humph! With a cold huff, the Taichu sacred lord resolved to leave this meeting, yet his heart was drenched in regret. He suddenly recalled the exhortations of his predecessor, who had urged him to cultivate a strong rapport with Su Hanxiao, given his extraordinary origins. Establishing a good relationship with him would herald a glorious future for Taichu sacred land. This was to be their greatest opportunity. Once, he had deemed his predecessor short-sighted and overly dramatic. Now, he lamented his previous judgments. Su Hanxiao had not only departed from their sacred grounds, but had also taken with him Su Hanxiao, the most illustrious genius of their Taichu sacred land. Their future was now extinguished. Meanwhile, within the ancient Shen family, one of the epicenters of this event, the atmosphere was palpably tense, as if a tempest of madness were brewing. Inside the central hall, anguished roars filled with sorrow and murderous intent reverberated. Shenfeiyu, how dare that beast treat our daughter in such a manner? How could he? How dare he tarnish our daughter's purity? He deserves to die. He deserves to perish. Shen Mingyue's mother, Ten Huimin, had lost all semblance of her former composure, her visage twisted like a vengeful specter from the depths of hell, unleashing frenzied howls. After considerable effort and time, the powerful individuals they dispatched finally retrieved Shen Mingyue, who had been cast into the demonic abyss. Yet, not only had she been utterly crippled, but she was also plagued by the encroaching miasma of malevolence. More critically, Shen Mingyue's innocence had been irrevocably shattered. She had endured unspeakable torment. All the dire prophecies she had once uttered had come to fruition, manifesting in the most horrific and tragic manner upon her own being. Shenfeiyu, regardless of the cost, you must bring back that beast Su Hanxiao. Ten Huimin roared with a fierce countenance. I will make him atone for his sins in the most excruciating manner possible for my daughter. Sitting silently upon his throne, Shenfeiyu trembled slightly with anger and hatred. Yet, what could he do? He had grossly underestimated Su Hanxiao's strength and hidden cards. Although the ancient Shen family was a reclusive clan, the sudden fall of 4 beings at the death realm, along with 5 others at the brink of it, had severely weakened their clan, shaking its very foundation. Now, even accounting for himself and his wife Ten Huimin, there were only 4 beings at the death realm remaining. Should he summon the slumbering ancestor of the transformation realm due to the current predicament? The ancestor was currently comprehending the Great Tao, and when the time was ripe, would ascend to the higher realms in a single leap. If the ancestor were to be disturbed now, there would be no chance of a successful ascension. The more he pondered, the more he felt a burning humiliation on his face. The harsh words he had previously uttered had not only gone unfulfilled, but had also led to his daughter suffering inhuman torment, while the family bore heavy losses. Truly, it was an immense misfortune. However, there was no turning back once the bow was drawn. Su Hanxiao must die. At worst, he would awaken the ancestor of the transformation realm. Unless Su Hanxiao was a reincarnated powerhouse, or had a transformation realm expert supporting him, which was improbable. Simultaneously, amidst the turmoil within the Shanhai realm, the Shanhai Great Wall was engulfed in flames and chaos. Countless cultivators fell daily, becoming souls claimed by the hands of foreign races. The chief commander, Zhu Fengyan, was overwhelmed with stress. Recently, a piece of news had sent her into a panic. Due to her arbitrary mobilization of several elite legions among the garrison, the crucial Tianmen Pass had already fallen. Moreover, the situation in several vanguard cities was dire, with their fall merely a matter of time. Once the vanguard cities were lost, the entire Shanhai Great Wall would collapse. At that point, the foreign races would invade the Shanhai realm, breaching the Shanhai Pass, turning the entire North Sea region into a veritable hell on earth. Zhu Fengyan herself could forever be branded with infamy, scorned by countless cultivators. The mere thought of such a calamity filled her with dread. She could not allow this to happen. Yet, the momentum of the garrison's collapse was already unstoppable. No matter what she did, it would prove futile, at best. It would only address the symptoms, not the root cause. The best course of action would be to shift the blame elsewhere. She recalled how her self-important master had recently stirred up significant events in the Shanhai realm, even killing several beings at the Death Realm. Suddenly, an idea struck her mind amidst the swirling thoughts. She had a clever plan to divert the conflict. At the stroke of midnight. Gratitude to all the esteemed readers for their continued support. With good data, the author will naturally increase updates. Chapter 81. Ignoring the lives of the people? Ascending the ancient Shan family with blade in hand. In these tumultuous times, the invasion of foreign races has cast dark clouds over the realm of mountains and seas. She originally intended to summon the formidable warriors of the human realm to defend the Great Wall of mountains and seas, preventing further incursions by these alien beings. The cultivators of the life and death realm are indeed the backbone of the human race. Yet, tragically, the number of those strong in the life and death realm who have perished at the hands of Su Hanxiao has already reached 5. If we also consider those who are a mere step away from this realm, the loss to the entire human realm would be catastrophic. Had these individuals not fallen to Su Hanxiao, but instead come to reinforce the Great Wall, the pressures they faced, and indeed the pressures on the human realm as a whole, would have been considerably alleviated. Now, driven by selfish desires and a misguided vendetta, Su Hanxiao has disregarded the greater good of humanity, rendering herself a disgrace to our kind. With a mere spark of discord, she could redirect the criticisms aimed at her towards Su Hanxiao. More crucially, the recent confrontations with the foreign races have unveiled their true might. The human race of the mountains and seas is utterly outmatched. Even the illustrious Changshengli family, standing behind Li Xiaoyao, is powerless to contend with them. How could Su Hanxiao, in years past, casually dispatch a few subordinates to hold the entire Great Wall? Surely, there must have been clandestine collusion between her and the foreign races, perhaps even a sinister pact. Indeed, the truth aligns closely with my suspicions. Flies do not alight upon a seamless egg. Su Hanxiao cannot possibly be without culpability. Furthermore, what I assert is merely the truth. 5 formidable cultivators of the life and death realm, no less. Previously, when the foreign races invaded, I issued a warning, urging all factions to unite and remain prepared to confront the impending crisis. Yet, Su Hanxiao, lacking foresight, has squandered so many life and death realm cultivators due to fleeting hatred, a grave transgression indeed. As the guardian general of the Great Wall of mountains and seas, I am justified in my reproach. After a moment of self-reassurance, Zhu Fengyan quickly regained her composure, even positioning herself as a bastion of the human cause. The realm of mountains and seas had yet to recover from the shock of Su Hanxiao single-handedly slaying 4 cultivators of the life and death realm when another piece of news erupted like a tempest throughout the entire domain, inciting an uproar. The defense of the Great Wall of mountains and seas is in dire straits. The onslaught of the foreign races is relentless. Even as our valiant soldiers fight to the last breath, they are struggling to withstand the inexorable tide of the alien army. At this moment, the Tiananmen Pass has fallen. 6 forward cities are isolated and defenseless, on the brink of collapse, ready to be breached by the foreign forces. Immediate support from the mountains and seas realm is urgently required. Otherwise, the alien races will breach the Great Wall, sweeping through and leaving devastation in their wake across the entire northern sea region, plunging the realm into an eternal state of unrest. Upon the dissemination of this news, countless cultivators and factions within the mountains and seas realm were thrown into a frenzy. Should the Great Wall fall, and the foreign races surge through the Great Wall, the entire realm would descend into unprecedented chaos. This concerns the very survival of innumerable cultivators and beings within the mountains and seas realm. After all, there exists a deep-seated enmity between them and the foreign races. If the aliens invade the realm, a massacre of unspeakable proportions would ensue, turning countless cultivators and beings into mere fodder. Is Zhu Fengyan truly a worthless individual? A cultivator erupted in vehement criticism. For decades, the Shanghai realm had enjoyed tranquility. After years of development, the Shanghai Great Wall stood robust, fortified with valiant warriors. Yet, how could they falter in the face of foreign invasion? Unable to withstand even 2 months? Now, the Tiananmen Pass has fallen. How shall our human race maintain our defenses against the encroaching alien forces? Just as these allegations began to circulate, Zhu Fengyan released a statement that overshadowed them. He vehemently condemned Su Hanxiao, accusing him of disregarding the greater good of humanity, driven solely by personal vendettas resulting in the slaughter of 5 formidable life and death realm cultivators. Such actions are not only frenzied, but also squander our vital forces in pointless internal strife. Had these life and death realm experts been dispatched to the front lines, they could have significantly bolstered our defenses. Once this news spread, the ancient Shen family seemed to seize the opportunity, hastily releasing a statement in agreement. Indeed, the ancient Shen family had long been aware of the urgent situation at the Shanghai Great Wall. Our emergence is to confront the foreign invasion and contribute to the peace and stability of the Shanghai realm. We had intended to send those 4 life and death realm cultivators to safeguard against the aliens, only to see them tragically fall at the hands of Su Hanxiao. If Su Hanxiao does not provide our ancient Shen family with a reasonable explanation, we shall not lend our strength to defend the Shanghai Great Wall. The fate of humanity is of no concern to the ancient Shen family, although all understood that the Shen family's explanation seemed somewhat forced. Human nature tends to lean towards optimism, especially when faced with imminent peril, even knowing the Shen family's motives may be ulterior. The multitude of voices nonetheless directed their grievances towards Su Hanxiao. Leaving aside the facts, it is clear that Su Hanxiao has indeed acted excessively. Why not sit down and discuss matters calmly? Why resort to such violence, pushing the situation to extremes? Not long ago, the Shanghai Great Wall was already in a state of emergency. I refuse to believe Su Hanxiao was unaware of the impending invasion. Fully aware that internal conflict would unwittingly deplete our forces, he stubbornly persisted, disregarding the plight of our people. He is unworthy of the respect accorded to a life and death realm expert. Indeed, having slain so many life and death realm cultivators, Su Hanxiao must bear the weight of their responsibilities. As a coward who avoids the Shanghai Great Wall, what does he count as a life and death realm expert? Soon, similar sentiments reached Su Hanxiao's ears. Compared to his indifferent demeanor, Gu Qingxue was filled with rage. Master, how dare these scoundrels slander you in such a manner? Please allow me to eliminate these purveyors of falsehood. Enough, Su Hanxiao replied, gesturing with a finger, conjuring a vortex of energy that swiftly pulled the furious Gu Qingxue back, simultaneously casting a calming spell. Qingxue, as a practitioner, one must cultivate tranquility. Only in such a state can one truly comprehend the path. Lately, you have been too unsettled and impulsive. In all matters, one must learn to persuade others with virtue, presenting facts and reasoning rather than resorting to insults, for such behavior is utterly incompatible with the conduct befitting our order of practitioners. I understand. Master Gu Qingxue is indeed obedient, slightly bowing her head as she heeds her mentor's admonitions. However, in the very next moment, Su Hanxiao gently ruffled Gu Qingxue's hair and shifted the conversation, saying, I shall procure some spiritual oranges to quell your internal heat. Remain here and do not wander. Then, before Gu Qingxue could fully comprehend the situation, Su Hanxiao unsheathed the formidable celestial slaying sword, exuding an overwhelming aura of vitality, and strode purposefully towards the Great Hall's exit. Chapter 82. First annihilate the clan, then aid the foreign races in breaching the gates. Gu Qingxue blinked her large eyes, momentarily at a loss. Master was going to buy spiritual oranges. Should he not be wielding spiritual stones instead? Why venture out with a sword in hand? Su Hanxiao soared into the air, darting towards a specific direction. Each matter must be treated distinctly. I am the late-stage master of life and death, the eternal heir of the Su family. My principles are the only truths that matter. First, I shall eradicate the ancient Shen clan, then reclaim the 9 seals of the boundary at the Mountain Sea Great Wall, facilitating the entry of foreign races. The broader perspective? The crimes of humanity? What concern are they of mine? Previously, constrained by the burdens of cosmic karma, I was compelled to tread cautiously. Now, endowed with the villainous merit system, I am free to act as I please. At the Mountain Sea Great Wall. Following Zhu Fengyan's release of pertinent statements, the situation unfolded much as she had envisioned. Indeed, the majority of public scrutiny shifted onto Su Hanxiao. The grave consequences arising from his command failures were largely overlooked. In truth, I have often felt that my actions might not be entirely right. Beyond the Mountain Sea Great Wall, amidst the smoke of war and the cries of battle, within the hall guarded by countless soldiers, silence prevailed thanks to the enchantments of the sound-warding runes. However, contrary to the soldiers' assumptions, their leaders, Zhu Fengyan and Li Xiaoyao, were not engaged in strategizing a counteroffensive against the foreign races to reclaim lost territories. Instead, in the midst of an increasingly tense front line, countless Guardian soldiers were systematically being eliminated by the foreign invaders. As commanders, they even found the leisure to embrace each other, savoring a fleeting sense of warmth and reassurance. Li Xiaoyao's handsome visage bore a gentle curve as he softly patted Zhu Fengyan's back. Do not worry. This is not your fault. It is indeed that fellow Su Hanxiao who lacks foresight and acts stubbornly. What you say is merely the truth. Furthermore, the current predicament, as you pointed out, is largely attributable to Su Hanxiao. Had he not sent his subordinates to occupy the Mountain Sea Great Wall, we would have already led humanity in a full counteroffensive and perhaps even subdued the foreign races, thus restoring peace to the borders. Yet it is precisely because Su Hanxiao stirred the waters and established a peace treaty with the foreign races that has lasted for decades, allowing them to cultivate their strength, which ultimately led to this dire outcome. Su Hanxiao is the true sinner in this matter. You, Fengyan, bear no blame at all. With the heartfelt comfort of Li Xiaoyao, Zhu Fengyan's spirits lifted considerably. The last remnants of so-called sin and compassion within her dissipated into smoke and dust. Indeed, she was not the ungrateful wretch. She had executed her responsibilities admirably. The entire predicament stemmed from Su Hanxiao's lack of a grand vision. Had he possessed even a modicum of foresight, matters would not have escalated to this dire state. Had Su Hanxiao not withdrawn the seasoned generals guarding the Great Wall of Shanghai, the defenses would not have become so precarious. If he had not slain that group of formidable experts at the threshold of life and death. With such a multitude of cultivators supporting the Great Wall, the casualties would not have been so grievous. Had none of this occurred, the Great Wall of Shanghai would not be in its current tumultuous condition, nor would the Heavenly Gate have fallen completely. Su Hanxiao, not only are you egotistical and arrogant, but you also lack any semblance of a broader perspective. A flicker of anger flashed in Zhu Fengyan's eyes. I truly regret choosing such an individual as my mentor all those years ago. However, it matters not. She has now seen Su Hanxiao's true character clearly. Moreover, by her side stands Li Xiaoyao, who was genuinely willing to accompany her on this journey. Yet what Zhu Fengyan failed to notice was that Li Xiaoyao, who was embracing her and gently patting her back, harbored a shadow of darkness deep within his pupils. Though he appeared calm and composed on the surface, his heart was shrouded in gloom. He had lost his wager. The rumors were indeed true. Zhu Fengyan's rise as a formidable general who dominated the Shanghai realm and suppressed foreign tribes for decades was not solely due to her own excellence, nor was it attributed to her so-called talent for commanding armies and wielding military strategy. It was all thanks to Su Hanxiao's support. In recent days, he had spent considerable time with Zhu Fengyan, even participating in many joint decisions. However, her suggestions yielded no beneficial outcomes. Rather, they invariably pushed the battlefield into a more desperate and irretrievable state. Furthermore, the dozens of generals he had summoned from his family had suffered over half their ranks in this month-long campaign. The family was exceedingly dissatisfied, and as the young master, he was at a loss for how to justify this. His motives for approaching Zhu Fengyan and seeking to bind her to the chariot of the Chongsheng Li family were rooted in her past glories. Decades ago, She had achieved numerous remarkable feats, single-handedly repelling many foreign armies and earning immense respect along the Great Wall of Shanghai. The Great Wall itself was a uniquely significant entity within the entire Shanghai realm, coupled with the fact that these individuals had long protected the borders of Shanghai. Each was regarded as a hero by the human race of the realm. The Chongshengli family believed that by collaborating with Zhu Fengyan, they could seize control of the entire Great Wall of Shanghai. This would bestow unparalleled support upon their family, enabling them to elevate their status to unprecedented heights, dominate the Shanghai realm, and become revered by countless individuals. However, Zhu Fengyan's current performance had transformed all their aspirations into mere illusions. It had plunged the entire family into a quagmire of despair, and all of this was due to Zhu Fengyan's incompetence. Su Hanxiao engaged in deliberate false advertising, leading to a significant disparity between promise and reality. However, given the current circumstances, there is no turning back. They must accompany Zhu Fengyan, this inept individual, down a dark path. Nonetheless, Su Hanxiao, it is you, this wretched creature, whose deceit has caused the Chongshengli family to suffer such a grievous loss. This matter is far from over. Li Xiaoyao's eyes glimmered with a chilling light. Do you think you can remain unaffected? Dream on. The consequences of today shall be repaid in full. The Chongshengli family will further amplify the public discourse, regardless of the cost. They will drag Su Hanxiao into this quagmire. The Shanghai Great Wall must be upheld, even if Su Hanxiao chooses to disregard it. In the ancient Shen family, Shen Feiyu and the senior members gathered together. Shen Feiyu, how much longer do you intend to wait? Ten Huiman's expression was one of fury. Su Hanxiao has inflicted such suffering upon our daughter. How long do you plan to postpone this vengeance? With each passing day that Su Hanxiao remains unpunished, my rage becomes increasingly unbearable. Why the urgency? I am indeed devising a plan, Shen Feiyu replied, his countenance darkened. Do you think Su Hanxiao is so easily dealt with? The ancient Shen family recently suffered a considerable setback. Our foundation has been shaken. To act again, we must proceed with caution, perhaps even ally with other factions. Shen Feiyu had become thoroughly intimidated by Su Hanxiao. In recent days, he had been investigating to uncover who bore a grudge against him. He had even discreetly contacted these individuals, offering substantial incentives to conspire against Su Hanxiao. Apart from two inept individuals named Yu Tian and Xiao Ling, they had indeed found a formidable ally, the royal family of the Shanghai dynasty. Chapter 83. Disregarding the greater good of humanity? An assault on the ancient Shen family. Initially, upon receiving this news, he found it utterly incredible. How could Su Hanxiao, who seemed to be in good standing, be embroiled in conflict with the royal family of the Shanghai dynasty? After a thorough investigation, he discovered that the root of the discord lay with Su Hanxiao's former seventh disciple, Li Qingyi. Li Qingyi hailed from a prominent family of chancellors in the Shanghai dynasty. However, her treacherous father, the chancellor, had plotted rebellion, which ultimately failed, leading to the execution of his entire clan. Nevertheless, the chancellor's family managed to ensure the survival of several descendants. Fearing a resurgence, the royal family of the Shanghai dynasty had been issuing bounties and decrees this year, demanding that any cultivators aware of these bloodlines must slay them or face enmity with the royal family. In a remarkable twist, Su Hanxiao, fully aware of Li Qingyi's lineage, not only refrained from executing her but also took her under his wing, nurturing her and even intending to assist her in seeking revenge. Although these events never transpired, the proud and noble royal family of the Shanghai dynasty perceived Su Hanxiao's actions as a direct affront to their authority, as the dominant power in the Shanghai realm. With ancient ancestors resting in their royal tombs, how could they tolerate such provocation from someone like Su Hanxiao? After thoroughly investigating the matter, a decisive alliance was forged with the ancient Shen family to collectively eliminate Su Hanxiao, minimizing losses while maximizing gains. Huiman, rest assured, I have always borne the grudge for my daughter's demise. The royal family of the Shanghai dynasty has already dispatched formidable warriors en route to the ancient Shen family. Once they arrive, I shall personally join them to confront and vanquish Su Hanxiao. However, as Shen Feiyu's words fell, his countenance suddenly changed. He felt an overwhelming aura swiftly approaching from the horizon, brazenly advancing towards the ancient Shen family. Who possesses such audacity to provoke the ancient Shen family in broad daylight? The numerous powerful members of the ancient Shen family erupted in fury. Yet, as they soared into the air and began to discern the figure drawing ever closer, they were struck as if by lightning. The visitor was none other than Su Hanxiao. Meanwhile, in a certain expanse of the sky, dozens of figures were traversing the void. Led by Li Qingyi, Su Qingji, and Lu Rushuang. Accelerate. The royal family of the Shanhai dynasty has allied with the ancient Qin family. Given their prompt and decisive working style, they have undoubtedly dispatched powerful beings to the ancient Qin family at the earliest opportunity. They intend to ambush our master. We cannot allow this to transpire. Li Qingyi had been consolidating her forces in recent days and had learned through various channels of the alliance between the Shanhai dynasty and the ancient Qin family, plotting harm against Su Hanxiao. Aware of the truth, she felt immense guilt towards her master, especially since it was her past actions that had led to the enmity with the Shanhai dynasty. She could not stand idly by and watch this situation unfold. She must assist her master. On the other side, Su Hanxiao had not concealed his aura, descending boldly. Although he arrived alone without any accompanying powerful allies, his presence sent shockwaves through the ancient Qin family. They immediately activated their protective formation, awakening not only the remaining life and death realm cultivators, but also many reclusive strong beings. Even upon confirming that they could awaken the slumbering half-step transformation realm ancestors at any moment, Shen Feiyu finally felt an absolute confidence soaring into the air, his aura surging as he confronted Su Hanxiao from a distance. Su Hanxiao, you possess remarkable audacity to intrude upon the ancestral grounds of the ancient Qin family. You choose not to tread the paths of heaven, yet you forced your way into hell. Initially, I had considered granting you more time to live. But you insist on seeking trouble, disregarding the invasion of foreign races and the safety of humanity, choosing to engage in futile internal strife here. Then we shall accompany you to the bitter end. As his words echoed, centered around Shen Feiyu, numerous cultivators of the ancient Qin family soared into the sky, forming hand seals and chanting ancient incantations. In an instant, boundless runes shimmered, coalescing in the heavens into ancient formations that obscured the sun. Su Hanxiao merely chuckled and shook his head. Indeed, the nature of a lineage is reflected in its descendants. It is no wonder that Shen Mingwei, this wretched individual, so effortlessly engages in the duplicitous act of being both a harlot and a facade of virtue. It is evidently a family tradition. Her intent to avenge the treachery of Shen Mingwei, while cloaked in the guise of a so-called righteous cause for humanity, is nothing short of repugnant. Suddenly, Su Hanxiao's aura surged dramatically, the powers of his various physiques boiling within him, as countless cells reverberated like roaring dragons and elephants. The air echoed with the thunderous sound of a spatial rupture. Su Hanxiao transformed into a dazzling bolt of thunder, charging forth with blade in hand, directly towards the ancient Qin family. Such a tremendous commotion was impossible to conceal. Soon, the events occurring here reverberated throughout the entire mountain and sea realm. This news further exacerbated the already tumultuous state of the realm. Had Su Hanxiao gone mad? Just moments after slaying several formidable practitioners, he had the audacity to assault the ancient Qin family, with the entire defense line of the mountain and sea on the brink of collapse, and the threat of foreign invasion imminent. Many cultivators from our human race had spontaneously rushed to aid the great wall of the mountain and sea. Yet Su Hanxiao, rather than supporting the wall, chose to engage in this meaningless internal strife. Such a lack of foresight, disregarding the safety and stability of our people. Similar sentiments echoed throughout the realm. Of course, even if such words reached Su Hanxiao's ears, he remained unfazed. They were but a swarm of insignificant insects from the lower realms. Their fate was of no concern to him. Mother, do not kill Su Hanxiao indiscriminately. Upon hearing the commotion from the outside world, Shen Mingwei, who had been recuperating, stumbled out of her resting palace, her expression twisted with rage. She had long been stripped of her former divine stature. Disheveled and in a state of utter disarray, she was particularly agitated upon seeing the figure in the sky. Her eyes brimmed with fury, wishing nothing more than to rush out and consume him. Su Hanxiao. He had stolen everything from her, rendering her a mere shell of a person, even casting her into the abyss of darkness, robbing her of her purity. Calm down, Mingwei. Tan Huimin embraced Shen Mingwei, her gentle voice laced with a profound desire for vengeance. That wretched Su Hanxiao is now courting his own demise. I assure you, he will pay for his sins in the most excruciating manner for the rest of his life. In the heavens above, Shen Feiyu stood resolutely, issuing a cold command: do not kill him outright. Aim to incapacitate him, capture him alive. Su Hanxiao was undeniably powerful. However, this was their family's domain. Not to mention, including him, there were 3 fully realized practitioners of the life and death realm present, bolstered by the family's formations, which would make subduing Su Hanxiao a mere trifle. Chapter 84. The Return of the Former Demon Su. As Shen Feiyu's words fell, a multitude of ancient Qin family powerhouses formed a battle array, unleashing their full might. Boom. The heavens and earth trembled, divine radiance surged. A colossal manifestation composed of countless runes and wielding a massive sword unleashed a torrent of loss, surging forth towards Su Hanxiao with devastating intent. For supreme beings of the life and death realm, 7 half-step masters of the same realm, along with numerous formidable practitioners of the divine abilities realm, erupted simultaneously. Their energies resonated with one another, forming a battle formation that fused each individual's strength into a singular, formidable entity. The overwhelming might enveloped the surroundings, instilling a sense of suffocation even among the distant onlookers. The aura emanating from such a formidable coalition of powerful beings approached the legendary transformation into divinity. Su Hanxiao had been exceedingly reckless. A sigh escaped the lips of a practitioner, expressing sympathy for Su Hanxiao. The ancient formation of the Shen family was capable of harmonizing the strengths of numerous powerful beings. With so many formidable entities united in a single formation, an attack approaching the divine transformation was inevitable. Despite Su Hanxiao's extraordinary abilities, he remained merely within the life and death realm, a far cry from the divine transformation realm. After all, the divine transformation was the threshold for ascension, a pinnacle that countless practitioners spent their entire lives striving to reach without success. Some practitioners could not help but scoff, remarking that Su Hanxiao deserved his fate. If he possessed even a modicum of foresight, he would not have engaged in such foolishness as confronting the ancient Shen family alone. Now, with all the elite forces of the ancient Shen family joining forces, even in death, Su Hanxiao would have reason to smile in the afterlife. Many other practitioners of the life and death realm nodded in agreement. Although the ancient Shen family had recently suffered a significant defeat at the hands of Su Hanxiao, no one dared to underestimate the depths of such a hidden family. In contrast, it was Su Hanxiao who had become overly arrogant. They had heard that he had several subordinates of the life and death realm. Had he not been so conceited and instead brought his subordinates along, he might not have found himself in such a dire predicament. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of demonic energy erupted from Su Hanxiao's being. The power of the primordial demon ancestor surged forth. Ever since his foundational path had been shattered and he reincarnated to rebuild his cultivation, it had been ages since he had tapped into this power. The consequence of its use would be the backlash from the celestial tribulations. However, now, with the villainous merit system at his side, he had no need for concern. Boom. The blade of the celestial slayer was instantly enveloped in a layer of raging black flames. The formidable, bloodthirsty energy that had been swirling around the celestial slayer, upon merging with the black flames, radiated a sense of annihilation that threatened to consume the heavens. The blade itself conveyed a jubilant and exhilarated emotion, as if it had been reborn. For it was in this very state that Su Hanxiao once swept through the upper realms, transforming countless prodigies and exceptional beings into souls beneath his blade. The names of the celestial slayer and Su Hanxiao resonated throughout the upper realms, becoming the shadow in the hearts of innumerable talented individuals. Now, as its master, Su Hanxiao could wield his original power once more. Rekindling the glories of the past, how could the blade not feel exhilarated? Yet, to the unaware practitioners of the Shanghai realm, Su Hanxiao appeared as an ancient demon emerging from the void. The once lingering sensation akin to a gentle spring breeze has vanished entirely, replaced by an abyssal indifference. Even the aura emanating from him is more enigmatic and foreboding than that of certain ancient beings of other races. Su Hanxiao remains motionless, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. Wielding the immortal slayer blade, he sweeps it downwards with resolute intent. A thunderous roar resounds as an inexhaustible torrent of demonic energy, entwined with a radiant blade light, transforms into a purgatory of azura. Wherever it passes, the void collapses instantaneously. Countless runes of law crumble like fragile paper, obliterated in an instant. How is this possible? Just moments ago, Shen Feiyu, brimming with confidence, believed that with their numerical advantage and the family S formation, they could swiftly overwhelm Su Hanxiao. Yet, he could only watch in disbelief as Su Hanxiao's blade light surged forth like a mighty wave, effortlessly dismantling the ancient formation they had forged together. Furthermore, the explosive aura unleashed at that moment was unmistakable, the late stage of the life and death realm. How could this be? How long has it been since Su Hanxiao's breakthrough? Not even 2 months. Why has he already reached the late stage of the life and death realm? However, there was scarcely any time left for him to be astonished. After sweeping through their formation with a single strike, Su Hanxiao left behind but a shadow, transforming into a streak of black lightning that tore through the void, advancing toward them with an unstoppable force. Quick, stop him. Do not let him approach. Shen Feiyu, filled with dread, urgently commanded the family's experts to intercept him, while he himself turned and fled. He had underestimated Su Hanxiao's power. Su Hanxiao was far more terrifying than he had imagined. His strength surpassed mere late-stage life and death realm. Just moments ago, with a single stroke, Su Hanxiao had utterly shattered an attack that rivaled that of a transformation realm expert, even incapacitating several late-stage life and death realm practitioners. This signified that Su Hanxiao's true power was approaching that of the transformation realm. Could it be that Su Hanxiao was feigning weakness, deliberately hiding his prowess? But how could that be? Every practitioner whose strength approached the transformation realm would go to great lengths to ascend to the upper realm. What could be Su Hanxiao's motive for concealing himself within the Shanhai realm? Was he perhaps a former upper realm practitioner who had changed paths? But that seemed impossible. Meanwhile, above a mountain not far from the ancient Shin family, a peach blossom, formed from pure law energy, refracted the ethereal silhouette of a woman. It is said in the upper realm that the once mighty Su demon has become a mere shell of his former self. Yet, judging by the black flame blade aura and the overwhelming demonic presence, it appears that this Su demon is nearing a full recovery. Perhaps in no time, he will return to the upper realm. The events surrounding Su Hanxiao's downfall were nothing short of sensational, drawing countless factions and races into the reckoning list of the eternal Su family, resulting in an unfathomable number of deaths each day. Certain ancient forces have been compelled to hide within the fissures of time and history, establishing their own domains, lest they dare to emerge into the world once more. Ironically, the formidable Su Hanxiao, whom they endeavored for so long to eradicate, has returned unscathed. Though over a century has elapsed, for cultivators, half a year passes in the blink of an eye. I find myself anticipating the return of the notorious Su demon to the upper realm, ready to exact vengeance upon those who once wronged her, unleashing a tempest of bloodshed and chaos. She indeed harbored intentions to relay the events transpiring in the lower realm back to the upper realm. Yet, upon contemplating the terrifying foundation and domineering nature of the eternal Su clan, she retracted this notion, not to mention the immense stature of the eternal Su clan. Su Hanxiao's parents are fiercely protective. Recently, these two renowned figures have descended into madness, claiming countless lives in their rampage. In a frenzied bid to ensure Su Hanxiao's recovery, her mother even unleashed a purgatorial realm at the cost of innumerable souls, despite being the heir of the Seven Emotions Divine Palace. Provoking such an existence would likely lead to her demise, with no hope of salvation. Chapter 85. It is quite simple. I shall merely flee. Meanwhile, Su Hanxiao, utilizing the heart of the primordial demon ancestor, swept through her adversaries with unparalleled force. In mere moments, several ancient members of the Shin clan had perished. Simultaneously, the formidable warriors of the Shanhai dynasty, who had been hastening to the scene, finally approached the vicinity of the ancient Shin clan's territory. Arriving alongside them were those who, under the guise of offering support to Su Hanxiao, included Li Qingyi and her companions. The news of Su Hanxiao's solitary assault on the ancient Shin clan had already spread far and wide, leading many to believe she was courting her own demise. A mere mantis attempting to block a chariot. However, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, both Li Qingyi and the numerous warriors of the Shanhai dynasty stood utterly transfixed. Su Hanxiao appeared as an ancient demon incarnate, her form engulfed in a dark flame reeking of obliteration, each movement exuding an overwhelming power. They even beheld a top-tier master of the life and death realm, who, in a desperate bid, summoned a defensive shield of loss, only to witness it shatter upon contact with the blade's aura unleashed by Su Hanxiao. No, ultimately, amidst a cry filled with terror and dread, that master was obliterated along with the surrounding void, reduced to ashes by Su Hanxiao's strike. Another master of the life and death realm had fallen. As if a comet were plummeting deep into the ancient Shin clan, Shin Feiyu's heart bled for his fallen kin. Since the outbreak of battle, only a few moments had passed, yet during this brief interval, the ancient Shin clan had lost 3 masters of the life and death realm. Yet, he found himself powerless. Reviving his ancestors would require more time. For now, he could only sacrifice the lives of his clan's warriors to buy precious moments. In the very next moment, Shin Feiyu suddenly paused, as if sensing something, and gazed toward the direction of the powerful figures of the Shanhai dynasty. A radiant joy illuminated his countenance. The reinforcements have arrived. Shall we continue with our plans, Master Li? A captain of the brocade-clad guards from the west factory of the Shanhai dynasty, witnessing the bloodshed and chaos above the ancient Shin clan, swallowed hard, his eyes filled with trepidation. His cultivation had only just reached the mid-stage of the life and death realm. The formidable adversary he had just witnessed was a complete master of the life and death realm. In the entire Shanhai domain, such a being was an absolute powerhouse, akin to a legendary figure. Yet, he had been effortlessly slain by Su Hanxiao as if he were nothing more than a mere chicken. For someone as insignificant as him to confront Su Hanxiao was akin to courting death. The expression on Master Li's face, leading the powerful figures of the Shanhai dynasty, mirrored his unease. His heart began to waver. Although the imperial command could not be defied, they had received a death order from the monarch, mandating them to eliminate Su Hanxiao and uphold the prestige of the Shanhai dynasty. However, with a complete master of the life and death realm alongside 3 others, 2 of whom were merely at the mid-stage, how could they possibly contend with Su Hanxiao? Friendly. You have finally arrived. Without waiting for Master Li to respond, Shen Feiyu, as if grasping the last straw in a desperate situation, proclaimed with a voice that resonated like a mighty bell. According to our agreement, our 2 factions should cooperate sincerely and jointly suppress Su Hanxiao. He is gravely injured. All that is needed is for you to deliver the final blow. Upon hearing this, Master Li was momentarily taken aback. Was this how one diverts calamity? You dare refer to Su Hanxiao's current state as gravely injured, merely awaiting the final strike? That single blow from Su Hanxiao, a master of the life and death realm, would likely annihilate them with the ease of a mere afterthought. With a single stroke, Su Hanxiao obliterated the remaining half-step life and death realm experts in a flash of blade light, earning himself a staggering 12,000 points of villainous merit. At that moment, upon hearing Shen Feiyu's exclamations, he raised an eyebrow and instinctively turned his gaze toward the assembly of Shanhai dynasty experts. As a once-dreaded taboo of the upper realms, Su Hanxiao, with a mere flicker of thought, swiftly deduced why the royal stronghold of the Shanhai dynasty had appeared here. It must pertain to the true identity of Li Qingyi being revealed. Li Qingyi was indeed a remnant of the prime minister's family of the Shanhai dynasty. For a royal family that deeply valued its authoritative position, any remnant that could potentially threaten their dominion must be eliminated. Years ago, the Shanhai dynasty had placed immense importance on this matter, even launching a manhunt for the remaining bloodlines of the prime minister's family. Yet, this audacious individual had openly defied the royal edict, taking Li Qingyi as his disciple, which left the royal family feeling humiliated and provoked. Therefore, they sought to seize this opportunity to strike back, collaborating with the ancient Shen clan to eradicate him, thereby reinforcing the sanctity and greatness of their imperial power, and proclaiming to the world that the authority of the crown must not be defied, thus enhancing their own reputation. What a group of self-destructive fools. I had no intention of exterminating you. Su Hanxiao chuckled lightly and shook his head, yet I am a person of benevolence, fond of aiding others. If that is the case, I shall graciously fulfill your wishes. Li Gonggong, Su Hanxiao has noticed us. Upon seeing Su Hanxiao cast his gaze upon them, even from a distance, the cultivators of the Shanhai dynasty were gripped by terror. The leader of the Jinyui, his expression one of sheer horror, had just learned from nearby informants that Su Hanxiao had effortlessly shattered the formidable array constructed by the ancient Shen family's many powerful cultivators. That array was nearly at the divine transformation level. Yet, it was obliterated by Su Hanxiao's single strike. How could we possibly contend with Su Hanxiao? However, they did not receive an immediate response from their Li Gonggong. Instinctively turning to look, they beheld their Li Gonggong's aura surging, his robes billowing, silver hair dancing, as the complete essence of life and death emanated from him. Quite simply, I shall take my leave, he declared, embodying the pinnacle of life and death cultivation. With a tiger-like stride, he turned and fled. Defying imperial authority results in death. Yet, provoking Su Hanxiao leads to the same fate. After all, he is a eunuch. His parents have long since passed, and he has no descendants. The imperial clan's method of exile holds no power over him. If he were to live incognito, utilizing his current level of cultivation, he could thrive far better than facing a gruesome end at Su Hanxiao's hands. Li Gonggong? The many powerful figures of the Shanhai dynasty watched in disbelief as their leader unhesitatingly turned to flee, frozen like statues in place. For a moment, they were unable to comprehend the situation. Their commander had abandoned them. What would become of their mission now? The remaining 3 Jinyui leaders exchanged glances, and a silent understanding flickered in their eyes. The only path left for them was to retreat. If they did not flee, they might as well wait for the next festival. Although they, too, had families and descendants, children could be raised anew. Moreover, They believed their family would not blame them for the present predicament. As long as they preserved their lives, they could always find a way forward. What unfolded next left Shen Feiyu utterly stunned. After waiting so long for reinforcements, he had hoped they could at least buy some time for the ancient Shen family. Yet, to his astonishment, the leaders of the Shanhai dynasty had chosen to flee one after another. Only a gaggle of insignificant cultivators remained, scurrying about like headless flies. Utterly lost as to what to do. Chapter 86. The Path of Self-Transformation in the Era of Lawlessness in the Shanhai Realm. Blasted. It is not the divine-like adversaries that frighten me, but rather the pig-like companions. Shen Feiyu cursed vehemently. Yet, beneath his ire lay a tinge of regret. For the first time, he felt a surge of anger and resentment towards his cherished daughter. Had it not been for Shen Mingyue's actions, matters would not have escalated to such a dire state. Having reached this point, he could only place his final hope upon his ancestral lineage. Ancestors. Shen Feiyu knelt upon the ancient grounds of the Shen family, inscribing an ancient grand formation with his own blood. He then reverently bowed his head 3 times. Our ancient Shen family is facing a life and death crisis. I implore the ancestors to manifest their spirit and assist us in repelling the enemy. Boom. Almost as soon as his words fell, the entire ancestral ground trembled. An ancient and profound aura began to awaken. Buzz. Countless runes shimmered in a dazzling display, and a bronze platform adorned with innumerable ancient inscriptions slowly emerged from the formation. Upon this platform stood a gaunt elder in a gray robe, whose time-worn presence exuded an air of antiquity. He was none other than the ancient patriarch of the Shen family, Shen Yunfei, revered as the Star Xian real person. The distinction between transformation and the realms below it marks a significant divide. Upon achieving transformation, one is honored as a real person by the world. Currently, the number of real persons remaining in the realm is exceedingly few, as nearly all who attain the transformation realm strive to ascend to the higher realms. Unless their foundation is insufficient or for other peculiar reasons, they seldom remain in the realm of mountains and seas. What calamity has befallen Shen Feiyu? Did I not expressly state that there should be no disturbances during my seclusion? A tremendous and surging aura emanated from the Star Xian real person, causing the void around him to swirl chaotically in an instant. Patriarch. Shen Feiyu prostrated himself on the ground, repeatedly knocking his head in grief and frustration, lamenting his own inadequacy in failing to protect the family. Our clan is now ensnared in a perilous predicament. Many formidable masters of the life and death realm have been slain. We are left with no choice but to beseech you to take action personally. Upon hearing Shen Feiyu's account, the Star Xian real person's brows furrowed deeper, and he was instantly filled with wrath. A bunch of useless fools. You cannot even handle a junior who has just recently broken through to the life and death realm. The Star Xian real person rose slowly and walked towards the ancestral grounds. Humph, this junior has grown far too arrogant. It seems the ancient Shen family has remained silent for too long, allowing certain insignificant beings to dare tread upon our legacy. Simultaneously, in a certain unknown dimension of the mountain and sea realm, an elder was seated in meditation, suspended within an ocean of boundless loss. Suddenly, the elder's lashes trembled, and his ancient eyes slowly opened. After a moment of calculation, his expression abruptly froze. Upon further calculation, the astonishment on the elder's face gradually transformed into exuberance. Haha. The young master has actually restored himself to the life and death realm. In just a year, he has regained such formidable cultivation. Heaven bless the eternal Su family. This elder was the guardian of Su Hanxiao, who had descended to the lower realm. His power was so immense that he could not directly manifest in the mountain and sea realm. Otherwise, he would face the backlash of the primordial Tao. Thus, he could only remain seated in this special primordial space created by the heavenly Tao, safeguarding Su Hanxiao as a distinguished guest of the heavenly order. Simultaneously, he transformed himself into a grand barrier, completely sealing off the realm of mountains and seas, ensuring an impenetrable divide from the upper realm. This was to guarantee that no individual from the upper realm could discover this lower world, thereby safeguarding his young master from any disturbances while he honed his skills in this realm. Serving as the barrier that separated the realms, he underwent considerable consumption annually, resulting in him being in a state of slumber for the majority of the time. Only when Su Hanxiao faced grave danger would he receive feedback from the source, prompting an early awakening. Generally, once a year, he would consciously open his eyes to emit his awareness, assessing Su Hanxiao's condition. Only after confirming that his young master was unharmed would he return to his slumber, continuing to serve as the celestial barrier between the two realms. However, upon this awakening, He was astonished to discover that his young master's cultivation had remarkably returned to the realm of life and death. It was worth noting that merely a year prior, Su Hanxiao had only been at the initial stage of the Purple Mansion. What filled him with even greater joy was that the once fragile life force of his young master, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, had been entangled by an indescribable force of celestial karma, seemingly on the verge of extinguishment. Yet this time, as he observed the life fluctuations of his young master, they radiated like a newly born sun, resplendent and brilliant. His young master had finally recovered. Surely, the head of the family and his wife would be overjoyed upon hearing this news. Utilizing special means, the occurrences in this place were transmitted back to the eternal Su clan. It was then that the elder noticed a group of insignificant beings from the lower realm daring to trouble their young master. A death wish indeed. The elder was filled with righteous fury, and the order chains coiling around him began to manifest myriad cracks resembling a spider's web. Although his departure from the barrier would reconnect the realms, drawing the attention of certain individuals from the upper realm, it mattered not, for their young master had regained much of his strength. Even if this realm were to be discovered, it was of no consequence. Moreover, the bloodshed and turmoil instigated by the family's many formidable members in the upper realm over the years would surely instill fear in the hearts of those who dared to target their young master. Now, he needed to swiftly free himself from his binding state, to open the sealed barrier between the two realms, and lead his young master back to the upper realm. Liberation was imminent. Freedom was within reach. At the same time, within this primordial space, a figure manifested by the heavenly Tao could not help but roar with unrestrained joy. Did you know how he endured for over a century? Many years ago, this ancient entity, devoid of martial ethics, descended from the upper realm and gave this little heavenly Tao a severe beating. He forcibly sealed the passage between the realm of mountains and seas in the upper realm, transforming himself into a barrier to completely isolate all external causality. Thus, for over 100 years, no one from the realm of mountains and seas could ascend to the upper realm, plunging them into an age of declining laws. All beings of the realm believed that certain changes in the heavens had caused the incompleteness of the laws. Little did they know, all of this was due to this ancient being blocking the path to ascension with his very being. Yet, he was powerless to alter this fate. After all, he could hardly contend with them. Even a moment's provocation might lead to his annihilation, compelling him to relinquish his celestial authority and allow this elder to reshape the realm at will. However, it seems that the elder's objectives have finally been achieved, and he is on the brink of an end. Chapter 87. The Protector's Arrival. Salutations to the young master. Meanwhile, within the ancient territory of the Shen family, a thunderous roar echoed. The air trembled with blade energy, and the void shattered. The last ancient Shen family expert at the life and death stage had half of his body severed by Su Hanxiao's blade, blood raining down from the heavens. At this moment, the waning gray-robed man found himself ensnared by Su Hanxiao's grasp around his throat, his voice a blend of overwhelming fear and desperate pleas. Just as Su Hanxiao prepared to obliterate both his body and soul, a sudden force, deep and oppressive, surged forth from the ancient depths of the Shen family. In that instant, all present seemed to witness a magnificent sun rising majestically above the horizon. The multitude of practitioners paused in disbelief, then gasped in astonishment. The aura of the transformation realm. Could it be that the legendary ancestor of the ancient Shen family was still alive? Su Hanxiao was doomed. He had truly pushed the ancient Shen family to their limits. Now they had unearthed their ancestor from the transformation realm. No matter how defiant Su Hanxiao was, the life and death stage was ultimately no match for the transformation realm, an insurmountable chasm. He stood no chance. As exclamations of shock rang out, everyone had already surmised the dire fate awaiting Su Hanxiao. Confronted by the legendary ancestor of the ancient Shen family, he would find no rest even in death. Ancestor. The numerous experts of the ancient Shen family beamed with delight at this scene. Their fear evaporated, replaced by unabashed fury directed at Su Hanxiao. You are finished, Su Hanxiao. For our ancestor to emerge from seclusion for you, even if you meet a tragic end, it is a source of pride for us. Sharing this sentiment with Shen Mingwei, who had always regarded her status as exceedingly noble, her confidence stemming from the ancient Shen family and their transformation realm ancestor. No matter how formidable Su Hanxiao might be, he would surely be crushed by her family's ancestor. Of course, despite the humiliation and suffering Su Hanxiao had inflicted upon her, she would implore the ancestor not to kill him outright but to subdue him first, allowing for a thorough torment before any final judgment. Are you Su Hanxiao? You possess great audacity. A resonant voice, akin to a thunderous bell, reverberated, causing the eardrums of countless practitioners nearby to ache. This was the voice of a transformation realm cultivator. With each word in motion, he resonated with the very fabric of the cosmos, even his emotions stirring the winds and altering the skies. The true master Xing Xian descended from the void. Beneath his feet, dark clouds churned ominously. Thunderous roars entwined with the billowing darkness, spreading like ink across the heavens. The entire world dimmed in response to his wrath. Upon witnessing the current scene, where Su Hanxiao clutched one of his junior descendants, the murderous intent within Xing Xianjinren's eyes erupted like a volcano. Truly, when the tiger is away, the monkeys dare to proclaim themselves king. How audacious for such a mere youth to brazenly defile the illustrious Shin family of ancient times. Not only had he slain numerous talented progeny, but he had also disrupted Xing Xian's seclusion, postponing his ascension to the higher realms by several years. This wretched boy must perish. Release my kin at once. I might still grant you a complete corpse, sparing you from suffering. Otherwise, before the final words could escape his lips, and before Xing Xian could unleash a more formidable aura of the transformation realm for intimidation, a resounding roar erupted. Suddenly, a torrent of blazing spiritual fire erupted from Su Hanxiao's palm, enveloping the middle-aged man entirely in an instant. The man scarcely had time to emit a scream before he was wholly consumed by the inferno, transforming into a cloud of bone ash that scattered with the wind from Su Hanxiao's hand. Silence. The world descended into a profound stillness. All eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Su Hanxiao. Madness. This boy has truly lost his mind. Did he comprehend the gravity of his actions? How dare he reduce a member of a transformation realm expert to ashes in front of him? This was a blatant provocation, a flagrant insult to a being of such power. Was Su Hanxiao not concerned about the dire consequences awaiting him? Xing Xianjinren's mind momentarily blanked. He could not fathom how someone he perceived merely as a late-stage life and death realm cultivator dared to defy him. A transformation realm powerhouse on the cusp of reaching the late stages of that realm. You seek death. Xing Xianjinren's fury erupted, unleashing a wave of destructive energy that swept through the void, causing the very fabric of space to groan under the strain. His expression darkened completely as he reached out, grasping a 7-foot-long fiery sword now firmly in his grip, the Flame of Heaven sword. Once, he was a figure of renown in the mountain and sea realm, wielding his sword to instill fear in countless hearts. Countless souls had perished beneath the flames of his sword. Even should Su Hanxiao possess extraordinary talent, he would become yet another fallen soul beneath the might of the Flame of Heaven sword. The power unleashed by the furious Xing Xianjinren was overwhelmingly terrifying. Die. As the final syllable fell, the Flame of Heaven sword, accompanied by a cataclysmic tide of fire, surged forth like a blazing river, igniting the entire night in a crimson blaze. The sword cleaved downward towards Su Hanxiao. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. In the face of this overwhelming inferno, Su Hanxiao's figure appeared insignificantly small. With narrowed eyes, Su Hanxiao was poised to advance with his blade. Boom. In the next instant, an unnameable force of terror erupted. The endless laws surged forth, transforming into a tempest of overwhelming force that effortlessly shattered the fiery river conjured by the esteemed Star Xian. The terrifying storm swept through the air like a whirlwind of fallen leaves, sending Star Xian himself flying. During his tumultuous flight, fragments of his protective armor cascaded down like rain, and his corporeal form was nearly torn asunder. Before anyone could fully grasp the sudden turn of events, a series of ominous cracking sounds reverberated through the air, heralding a scene of profound astonishment. The vast, boundless heavens began to slowly fracture, with spiderweb-like cracks radiating across countless miles. As the laws entwined with the rolling clouds, they gradually coalesced into an enormous visage resembling a human face, which spoke with articulate clarity, imbued with a personified ecstasy. Under the incredulous gaze of all present, countless runes solidified into an ethereal figure. Although merely an embodiment of the laws, the abrupt appearance of this venerable elder exuded an air of transcendent detachment, reminiscent of a celestial being. At that moment, the elder approached Su Hanxiao, offering a slight bow, his voice tinged with unmistakable excitement. Young master, you have finally returned. I Xiantian, a humble servant, pay my respects to you. Chapter 88. Is this not Su Hanxiao? Why is he here? The entire world was plunged into a deathly silence. Merely a projection of consciousness had the power to effortlessly cast aside the existence of Star Xian. Now, this being humbly referred to himself as a servant. Addressing Su Hanxiao as young master, countless individuals stared, their eyes wide with disbelief. Su Hanxiao was now a prominent figure in the entire Shanhai realm, and they had sought to gather information about him. They had been confident in asserting that he possessed no familial lineage. Yet, it appeared they were gravely mistaken. Su Hanxiao not only had a family background, but potentially one of terrifying significance. Elder Xian, how is this possible? Su Hanxiao exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. He recognized the elder before him, a guardian of the eternal Su family and a formidable figure of the Saint Realm. Young master, by the decree of the family, I have sealed off the Shanhai realm to prevent outsiders from prying, ensuring your safety, Xian Tian explained succinctly. While others struggled to comprehend the gravity of Xuantian's words, Tao Yao, who had been observing from a distance, was utterly shocked. My goodness! So that is why this world has been inexplicably sealed. Even I cannot relay any information about the happenings here back to the upper realm. It seems the eternal Su family has gone to great lengths, employing a peerless powerhouse to personally guard this realm, transforming himself into a barrier of the great path to seal it off completely. The eternal Yi family truly is tyrannical. At that moment, Xuantian's emotions momentarily stabilized, his cold gaze sweeping over the recently risen star Xian. Boom. In the next moment, a palpable aura of murderous intent descended upon the world, akin to the arrival of an apocalypse, casting a shadow over the entire realm. Every individual felt a prickling terror, their souls seemingly fleeing, rendering any attempt to articulate the gravity of the situation utterly inadequate. The wrath of the Xiantian protector was akin to the genuine fury of the heavens themselves. At that instant, it felt as if the entire Shanhai realm had erupted in indignation. The earth trembled, and the seas churned into towering waves. An indescribable sense of suffocation loomed overhead, reminiscent of an ancient divine mountain pressing down upon them. Yet, the true extent of the Xiantian protector's realm was beyond their comprehension, unfathomable to their minds. It was akin to asking those who struggle to earn a mere million to conceive of the sheer magnitude of billions or trillions in currency. Naturally, such notions were beyond their grasp. Esteemed senior, there may be a misunderstanding here, the Xingxuan Jinren implored, his initial confidence evaporating, his complexion pale with sheer terror. For the presence that had manifested here seemed to be merely a projection of this enigmatic powerhouse's consciousness. Even this mere projection had inspired a sense of despair within him, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. He could not fathom the true strength of his opponent, nor the sheer terror it would evoke. Even as a nascent soul cultivator, facing such a formidable being would surely spell his doom. Humph. Those who dare to offend the young master, you and your entire clan shall face annihilation, thundered the Xiantian protector in fury. Who was Su Hanxiao? He was the young master of the eternal Yi clan. In their prime, they had reigned supreme in the higher realms, a transcendent anomaly of an era. How dare these insignificant ants of the lower realm show such disrespect to their young master? Wait a moment. As the oppressive sound of the void reverberated with unbearable pressure, a profound sense of life and death crisis surged through Xingxuan Jinren. He hastily interjected, esteemed senior, you must be from the higher realms, correct? I too have acquaintances in the upper realm. Oh, at this revelation, Su Hanxiao's interest was piqued. He momentarily halted the Xiantian protector's wrath. His curiosity was genuinely aroused. He began to comprehend that the Shanhai realm was ensnared in a state of absolute confinement due to the presence of his family's Xiantian protector. Yet, it seemed that Xingxuan Jinren could still establish a connection with someone from the higher realms through some special means. He was eager to discover who possessed such extraordinary abilities, willing to offend his eternal Su clan for the sake of such a trifling matter. Witnessing the Xiantian protector truly relent, Xingxuan Jinren felt a slight relief. Even contemplating that perhaps the clan behind Su Hanxiao was not particularly formidable in the grand scheme of the upper realms. As long as he could summon that esteemed elder from the higher realms, this matter could be swiftly resolved, perhaps even leading Su Hanxiao to kneel before him in supplication. Soon, Xingxuan Jinren retrieved a special, glazed gemstone from his storage space. Within it, radiant light swirled, seemingly harboring some peculiar spiritual power. As a top-tier powerhouse of the Shanhai realm, he had already stepped into the nascent soul stage, nearing the threshold of ascension. Had it not been for the inexplicable closure of the passage from the lower realm to the upper realm, he would have successfully ascended long ago. Though he had not succeeded, he had once formed a connection with an entity from the higher realms when he approached that threshold. The presence from the upper realm appears to hold considerable regard for him. Thus, through some extraordinary divine ability, a fragment of his soul was separated, allowing for future communication when he ascends to the upper realm. However, the esteemed Xing Xian realized that since this elder had bestowed upon him a means of contact, It indicated a willingness to assist him during perilous times, much like the present moment. With a crack, the jade was shattered, and radiant hues ascended, slowly sketching a vague silhouette. Unlike the terrifying aura emitted by the guardian of Xiantian, this ethereal figure was merely a projection, devoid of any power, capable only of simple, pure communication. Xiaoshenzi, how did you reach me? Have you ascended to the upper realm? The spectral figure, resembling an elderly man, gradually opened his eyes, his voice laced with confusion. He indeed recognized Xingxian. The latter quickly knelt, his voice filled with desperate pleading. Elder, due to certain circumstances, I have yet to ascend. I fear there may be no chance to serve you, to brave the flames and traverse the treacherous paths for you. My Shen family is on the brink of annihilation. The elder furrowed his brow slightly. Being a cunning fox for a millennium and a tortoise for 10,000 years, he instantly grasped the implications of Xingxian's words. Though only a trivial projection appeared here, the status of a cultivator from the upper realm carried weight. Resolving such disputes in the lower realm could be accomplished with but a word. This individual is fated to ascend and will join my Changjia mountain. You should all retreat swiftly, the elder spoke in a calm, measured tone, glancing towards Su Hanxiao and the others. Yet, with that single glance, his actions and expression became utterly frozen. Why did this person seem somewhat familiar? Uncertain, he rubbed his eyes and looked again. Instantly, he was struck with terror. By the heavens, is that not Su Hanxiao? What is he doing here? Chapter 89. Seize everything. Annihilate your clan. Do not weep. Su Hanxiao. Today. This name is inescapable throughout the entire upper realm. After all, the eternal Su family has been embroiled in calamity due to Su Hanxiao, even heralding a new era of turmoil. This event has irrevocably altered the annals of history in the upper realm. Once deemed a forbidden prodigy of the era, Su Hanxiao was besieged by numerous ancient powers. Though he narrowly escaped, he ultimately suffered the destruction of his foundation, becoming a mere shell of his former self, forced to withdraw from the stage of history. However, what manner of family is the eternal Su? It has existed since time immemorial, its heritage profoundly deep, even traceable to the eternal and unyielding. Moreover, Su Hanxiao is the most exceptional genius in the history of the eternal Su family, yet he has been rendered powerless. How could they possibly swallow this grievance? Thus, the eternal Su family, in a frenzy, initiated retribution against all forces that had participated in that siege. Determined to eliminate any potential threats, the entire upper realm descended into chaos due to this incident, igniting a tumultuous era henceforth. Everyone believed that Su Hanxiao, the center of it all, had become a mere shadow of his former self, a forsaken figure relegated to the annals of history, destined to be forgotten with the passage of time. Yet, to their utter astonishment, this indirect catalyst of the tumultuous era, Su Hanxiao, had resurfaced in the lower realm, and within the very domain of his sect. Remarkably, he had encountered someone. What was even more astonishing was the overwhelming aura emanating from Su Hanxiao, which was nothing short of terrifying. Despite being a legendary figure believed to be devoid of any cultivation, he now radiated a presence that eclipsed even the most exceptional disciples of Changjishan. The sheer vitality that enveloped Su Hanxiao was reminiscent of a blazing star, far removed from the frail candle flickering in the wind, easily extinguishable with a mere breath. Are you from Changjishan? Su Hanxiao inquired, his brow slightly arched, suggesting a unique secret technique capable of severing the soul and transmitting certain messages. No wonder you could disregard the formidable barriers established by my sect's guardian, allowing certain consciousnesses to manifest here. Swiftly, Su Hanxiao altered his tone, regarding the elder before him with a bemused expression. So, you intend to stand in opposition to me on behalf of this individual? The elder, Xingxian, was gripped by an inexplicable sense of dread, his instinct compelling him to plead further. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, he found himself trembling before the overwhelming presence of Su Hanxiao, hastily performing a respectful bow. Master Su, I must clarify, this wretch has provoked you, and he is utterly deserving of his fate. Even if he were to be subjected to 1,000 tortures, it would scarcely suffice for his transgressions. I am not acquainted with him. Whatever course you choose to take, I shall not object. Moreover, I must extend my congratulations on your revival. With your innate talents, your name shall undoubtedly resonate throughout the upper realm once more, heralding the return of your era. Xingxian stood rigid as a statue, his mind momentarily incapacitated, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events that diverged sharply from his expectations. The once mighty figure who had promised assistance in times of trouble now exhibited an abject reverence before Su Hanxiao, betraying an underlying trepidation that spoke of his true stature. He was not unfamiliar with grandeur, Yet the deference shown to Su Hanxiao indicated that the latter's identity surpassed anything he had envisaged. The elder, whom he had regarded as a trump card, was unworthy of even serving Su Hanxiao in the upper realm. Following the initial shock, a tidal wave of fear engulfed him. As if a colossal warning sign loomed above his head. It was over. The ancient Shin family had seemingly provoked an unfathomable existence. The master of Changjishan, with utmost respect, vowed to safeguard Su Hanxiao's secret in this realm, and with a solemn oath, he vanished in trepidation. The world fell into a profound silence. As numerous onlookers stood agape, their pupils dilated and their souls seemingly soaring into the heavens, the unfolding events surpassed their wildest imaginings once again. They had anticipated that the esteemed Master Xingxuan would wield formidable powers, summoning the projection of a formidable being from the upper realm to resolve all matters. Yet, to their disbelief, they heard from the mouth of this upper realm projection a revelation that shattered their entire worldview. The most incredulous of all were the ancient descendants of the Shin family, particularly Shin Mingwei. Impossible. A fabrication. This is all a dream. I refuse to believe it. Shin Mingyue's frantic roar echoed. The profound heritage of her family had always been her greatest source of pride. However, now, not only had her ancient ancestor descended in person, but they had also summoned an extraordinary entity from the upper realm. Even so, they were still unable to contend with Su Hanxiao. Why? By what right? Su Hanxiao was merely a waste without any familial background. A waste should be subdued by her family and then tormented by her. Her master, possessing a terrifying lineage in the upper realm, was accompanied by Li Qingyi and Lu Rushuang, who, despite being far away, could faintly hear those voices and stood dumbfounded in place, while they did not harbor the same contempt for their master's origins as Shin Mingwei. They too believed that even if Su Hanxiao had some background, it was hardly significant. They were gravely mistaken. In fact, their master's identity was astonishingly formidable. Yet, as they gradually regained their senses, their hearts brimmed with bitterness, and their regret intensified. But what did it matter to them now? They were no longer disciples of their master. Conversely, their former junior sister, Gu Qingxue, who had steadfastly chosen to support her master from the beginning, was poised for greatness. For those of them from the lower realm, their utmost aspiration throughout their lives was to break through to the transformation realm and ascend to the upper realm. However, this dream might remain unfulfilled even after a lifetime of striving. Yet now, Gu Qingxue needed do nothing. When Su Hanxiao returned to the upper realm, she would naturally ascend alongside her. Upon reflecting on this, a wave of profound regret surged within them, accompanied by an indescribable envy and sorrow. It seemed that there was no hope left for them. Su Hanxiao gazed at the now pallid Master Xingxuan with a smile that was both enigmatic and mocking. You squandered your opportunity. Master Xingxuan trembled, his facial muscles rigid, forcing a strained smile. I acknowledge my earlier misjudgment and my inability to recognize greatness. I implore you, esteemed Elder Xian, to take action. Shin Mingwei still holds some value to me. As for the ancient Shin family, I intend to leave no trace of them. Death would merely be a release for Shin Mingwei. Shin Mingwei's pride and strong sense of self-worth stemmed not only from her formidable talents but also from her lineage in the ancient Shin family. Not long ago, he seized the two vital essences of Shin Mingwei. Now, she must stand before Shin Mingwei, compelling her to witness the annihilation of her clan. How dare you slander and defame me? I shall take everything from you and extinguish your entire lineage. Do not weep. It is over. Everything is finished. The current head of the ancient Shin family, Shin Feiyu, appeared pale, his gaze unfocused, as he collapsed to the ground. For he had already witnessed it. His most formidable ancestor, before the projection of a powerful being from the upper realm, was utterly powerless. No. A cry of terror, laced with profound resentment, echoed. Xing Xianzhenren, a formidable being of the transformation realm, regarded as the mightiest by countless cultivators in the mountain and sea realm, now appeared diminutive, akin to an ant. The Xiantian guardian's colossal hand reached out, causing the entire firmament to crack open. Like a divine hand, it seized Xing Xianzhenren and exerted tremendous force. With a resounding crack, Xing Xianzhenren and the surrounding space were obliterated into a mist of blood. Thus fell a generation of ancestors in the transformation realm. Witnessing this scene, the mental fortitude of all ancient Shin family cultivators shattered completely. The thought of resistance never crossed their minds. They only wished to flee, to escape this place swiftly. The ancient Shin family was doomed. Chapter 90. Father and daughter turn against each other. Whom to choose for survival? Humph. Do you think you can leave? However, as a top-tier saintly being from the upper realm, even if merely a projection of consciousness, The power of the Xiantian guardian was immeasurable. With but a slight movement of thought, he could effortlessly resonate with the laws of this realm. Thunderous roars filled the air. As boundless laws coalesced into a devastating tempest, akin to an apocalyptic tsunami, surging towards the entire territory of the ancient Shin family, where the waves passed. The cultivators of the ancient Shin family were powerless to resist, akin to ants in a cataclysmic flood, swiftly consumed. The dominion of the ancient Shin family crumbled. The earth disintegrated. Countless pavilions and towers collapsed with a thunderous crash. Innumerable members of the ancient Shin family perished in anguish and despair, witnessing this apocalyptic scene. Shin Mingwei descended into madness, overwhelmed by terror. She clutched her head in pain, as if attempting to block out the desperate wails of her kin in their final moments. Along with their frenzied curses directed at her, in the face of peril, human nature is revealed, even when they revered Shin Mingwei. In the face of an overwhelming life-or-death crisis, all believed that it was Shin Mingwei who had brought calamity upon the ancient Shin family. If it were not for Shin Mingwei, they would not have faced annihilation. No, it cannot be like this. While covering her head, Shin Mingwei shook it in agony, emitting a hysterical roar. How can this be my fault? It is all Su Hanxiao's doing. It is entirely his fault. Why did he conceal his identity? If he had revealed it sooner, how could I have acted this way? Slap. Mid-sentence, Shin Mingwei was suddenly struck down to the ground by a resounding slap. The immense force rendered Shin Mingwei's cheeks swollen, causing her to collapse to the ground, her disheveled hair framing a face marked by disbelief as she gazed at her father, Shin Feiyu, who had just struck her with a slap. You ungrateful daughter. Even now, you refuse to take responsibility. Had it not been for your foolish actions, the ancient Shin family would not have suffered such unwarranted calamity. Shin Feiyu trembled with rage, his heart bleeding for the ancient Shin family's years of accumulation and heritage, now utterly destroyed. As the father of such a foolish child, he felt like the greatest sinner within the entire ancient Shin lineage. Shin Mingwei lay sprawled on the ground, clutching her stinging cheek, her expression a portrait of disbelief. How could her father dare to strike her? He had always showered her with affection, never once raising his hand against her. Tears of grievance filled her eyes, and soon they could no longer be contained, spilling forth uncontrollably. How dare you lay all the blame at my feet? What wrong have I committed? A few years ago, Su Hanxiao was nothing but a waste. As the heir of the ancient Shin family, the most dazzling prodigy, why should I hold him in esteem? He deemed himself too lofty to respond to me. What fault is it of mine if I chose to retaliate? You ungrateful daughter. Shin Feiyu had initially intended to make one last desperate attempt to appeal to her emotions. But upon seeing his daughter not only fail to recognize her mistakes but also pour fuel on the flames, he seized her by the neck. Enraged and ready to strangle her. Shin Feiyu, if you dare to harm my daughter again, I will fight you to the death. Shinmu suddenly rushed over, her desperation palpable, and she lunged to bite Shin Feiyu's arm. With an intensity that tore flesh from his limb, blood flowed freely. You wretched woman. Shin Feiyu roared in fury, striking Shinmu and sending her flying. He finally comprehended why he had raised such an extraordinarily foolish heir. He was burdened with an equally foolish wife. Even at this juncture, his dim-witted spouse was still defending Shin Mingwei. Family turning against family. What a dramatic spectacle. Su Hanxiao arrived, traversing through a sea of flames, enveloped by the protective aura of the Xiantian guardian, rendering him as if he were in a realm untouched by the living. Those from the ancient Shin family, desperate to retaliate in their final moments, found themselves obliterated in a shower of blood mist before they could even approach him. Su Hanxiao, upon witnessing him cross the threshold, his arms crossed and looking down upon her, Shin Mingwei's heart surged with murderous intent and rage. Ding! Detected the protagonist Shin Mingwei's intense feelings of impotent fury towards the master, villain merit points, 4,000. Su Hanxiao's lips curled into a slight smirk. This was merely the beginning. He had yet to collect all the interest due. Moreover, he intended to harvest even more villain merit points from Shin Mingwei and her parents during the continuing process of collecting what was owed. Su Hanxiao, you beastly demon. You have caused my daughter to lose her innocence at the hands of demons. You have utterly destroyed the ancient Shin family. You shall pay for this. Mad with fury, Mother Shin drew a long sword, intent on furiously attacking Su Hanxiao. In an instant, however, she was suppressed by the overwhelming aura released by the Xiantian protector. Crashing to the ground in utter disarray, unable even to lift her head. Also silenced was Shin Feiyu, who had attempted to plead for mercy. Completely disregarding the two, Su Hanxiao flicked his finger, and an invisible force lifted the sword, floating it before Shin Mingwei. Shin Mingwei, considering you were once my disciple, I offer you a chance, a choice of whom to kill. Choose wisely. Will it be your father or your mother? Shen Mingyue's pupils constricted, her body frozen in shock. She could scarcely believe the depths of Su Hanxiao's treachery. Such a despicable tactic to threaten her. Su Hanxiao, do not overstep your bounds. She screamed in a frantic roar. She did not wish to choose, nor would she. Su Hanxiao was undoubtedly attempting to torment her, seeking to obliterate her resolve completely. Are you certain you do not wish to choose? Su Hanxiao smirked slightly, his will causing the Xian Slayer to rise and soar into the air, transforming into a beam of light that sliced through a nearby area of ruins. Boom! The rampant blade aura immediately cleared the debris, revealing a hidden ancient chamber of the Shen family. The blade's light swiftly cut through the chamber's entrance, and with a thunderous crash, it collapsed, exposing a group of youthful members of the ancient Shen clan, concealed so deeply. These must be the most talented youths of the ancient Shen family, aside from Shen Mingyue, right? Among them, are there not a few who are your younger siblings? In the upper realm, families often compelled their heirs to partake in acts of extermination to temper their blood and character. They were all too familiar with such schemes. Many clans, prior to their complete annihilation, would employ various methods to ensure the survival of their most gifted progeny, often hiding them in secret chambers. Thus, even though the ancient Shen family had hidden these young heirs exceptionally well, they were still discerned by him in an instant. As he spoke, the Skin Slayer had already cut through the air, unleashing a wave of lethal light. As the blade light dissipated, a youthful head soared high, followed by the thud of a headless corpse crashing to the ground. Chapter 91. Shen Feiyu, deceased Feng heir. The couple, Shen Feiyu and his wife, were overwhelmed with anguish at this sight, their hearts torn asunder, screaming in despair. Shen Feng, though his talents paled in comparison to the former Shen Mingyue, was still extraordinary. Given sufficient time to mature, he would surely ascend to greatness. Yet now he had been slain by Su Hanxiao's blade. Shen Mingyue, take your time to consider. I am in no haste. With every fleeting moment you delay, I shall take the opportunity to slay one of the young disciples from your ancient Shen clan before your very eyes, as a form of amusement. As the words fell, the floating sword of extermination once again cleaved through the air, sending yet another head soaring into the sky. No, Su Hanxiao, you beast. If you wish to kill or torture, then come for me. Spare my younger siblings. In spite of being a formidable warrior of the life and death realm, with a prominent background in the upper realm, what kind of prowess is it to wantonly massacre these young ones? Are you even human? Creatures as vile as you are destined to face retribution. Shen Mingyue, disheveled and resembling a madwoman, screamed in fury, her eyes turning crimson. Filled with boundless resentment and murderous intent, Su Hanxiao maintained that chillingly warm smile. However, with each passing moment, the sword of extermination would descend, and another head would take flight. Shen Mingyue, end my life. Shen Feiyu shouted in a frenzy, this is all my fault. If I had been calmer, matters would not have escalated to this point. Though this calamity was indirectly brought upon by his foolish daughter, was it not also a consequence of his excessive pampering of Shen Mingyue? Had he not indulged her so much and instead instilled in her the correct values? Perhaps he would have steered her to apologize to Su Hanxiao at the onset of this crisis. This disaster of extermination might have been averted. His myopic judgment and his foolish doting on his daughter had doomed the entire ancient Shen family. He could only hope that after Su Hanxiao exacted his revenge and fully vented his wrath, he might show mercy and allow them to retain even a sliver of offspring to carry on the family lineage, ensuring that the ancient Shen clan would not face complete extinction. It seems the young master remains the same as before, decisive in his actions, ruthless in his deeds. The Xiantian protector, who had been observing everything from the shadows, nodded in satisfaction. After all, since their young master had been utterly crippled due to a past incident and had to reincarnate to rebuild his strength, he had completely concealed his brilliance. The former young master had traversed mountains of corpses and seas of blood, relentlessly slaying when faced with dilemmas. Yet, ever since arriving in the Shanhai realm, the young master had taken to reading, fishing, and tending to flowers, appearing as a monk who had laid down his sword. But now, witnessing the young master's brilliance and ruthlessness, it became clear that everything prior had merely been an illusion. The young master remained the one who had once instilled terror in countless demons and commanded the respect of ancient powers. The upper realm has grown increasingly chaotic over the years, with the demon and alien clans stirring restlessly. Only those who are sufficiently decisive and ruthless can truly rise above the tides of the coming era. After all, every practitioner who stands at the pinnacle of the great path has blood on their hands. and the road beneath their feet is forged from the countless bones of lost souls. Shen Mingwei, what are you hesitating for? The father's voice thundered again, jolting Shen Mingwei from her stupor. Not only is the younger generation of the ancient Shen family facing continuous demise, but countless other relatives of the Shen clan are also suffering insurmountable losses with each passing moment. At this moment, the once magnificent parents, who could instigate tremors throughout the entire realm of mountains and seas with merely a stamp of their feet, now bear expressions of despair, gazing at her with near-pleading eyes. Shen Mingyue, her complexion pale, trembles as she grasps the long sword before her, moving toward her father and mother. Standing before the two people she knows best, her body quakes uncontrollably, lacking the strength to wield the weapon in her hand. To tremble? Even that could be considered time well spent. Su Hanxiao chuckles lightly, the blade's radiance continuously flashing, as one after another of the ancient Shen family's exceptional youth perish, their final cries echoing with either terror or resentment. To Shen Mingyue's ears, these sound like death knells. Useless. I command you to kill me. All of this is your fault, you rebellious daughter. If it weren't for you, your younger siblings would not have met their demise. Shen Feiyu's roar seeks to provoke Shen Mingwei further, aiming to solidify her resolve to strike against him. Shen Mingwei emits a piercing scream, raising her long sword high before bringing it down with determination. Shen Feiyu closes his eyes, awaiting the arrival of death, sinking into an abyss of despair, his heart heavy with sorrow. One misstep leads to another. Years of accumulation turn to ash in a single day. How utterly ridiculous. With a sickening thud, the sound of blade meeting flesh reverberates. Shen Feiyu distinctly feels a sudden warmth, thick and viscous, spreading across his cheek. Oh, have you chosen to kill your mother? That indeed takes me by surprise. As he wonders why death has yet to embrace him, Shen Feiyu abruptly opens his eyes, only to behold the headless corpse of his wife, her face frozen in fear and disbelief at the moment of her passing. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. Shen Mingwei collapses to the ground, clutching her head in anguish, shaking it violently, her emotions completely unraveling. She has just taken the life of her own mother, her mother, who had showered her with love since childhood. She herself harbors deep affection for her mother. Yet, if forced to choose between the two, she would lean towards her father, for his strength is formidable, while her mother is too weak. If her father could survive, he could better lead the ancient Shen family to rise again. But while her mother doted on her, she was indeed prone to impulsiveness at times. Mingwei. Shen Feiyu's eyes blaze red, tears streaming down his face. He understands all too well why his daughter made such a choice, and he comprehends the profound sorrow and despair that accompanied her decision to strike. Simultaneously, his fury and murderous intent towards Su Hanxiao intensify. You are quite bold to so openly express your murderous intent towards me without even a pretense. Su Hanxiao let out a disdainful laugh and flicked his finger. A radiant beam of light erupted from his fingertip, piercing through Shen Feiyu's brow in an instant. Shen Feiyu. Dead. Ding. The master has slain Shen Feiyu, who harbored immense malice and murderous intent towards you. Villain merit points, 9,000. Chapter 92. Bestow the 10,000 souls banner. Shen Mingwei dead. Shen Mingwei, who was collapsed on the ground, her mental state in ruins as she repeatedly bowed to her mother's corpse, was struck by a jolt of horror upon feeling her father's blood splatter onto her. In an instant, she felt as if struck by lightning, her body freezing in place. She instinctively turned her head and was met with the sight of her father lying face up, a gaping wound traversing his brow and the back of his head, blood gushing forth. His eyes were wide open like copper bells, his face etched with the fury and disbelief of death, refusing to close. Father? Shen Mingyue slowly regained her senses, only to be overwhelmed by utter madness. Su Hanxiao, you beast, demon, you said that if you chose one of them to die, you would end it all. How could you be so untrustworthy? May you die a wretched death, you despicable creature. Anguish and sorrow completely consumed Shen Mingyue's last shred of rationality. For it was not just her parents who had perished. The siblings hidden in the secret chamber were all dead. The ancient Shen clan had been utterly annihilated. Ding. Detected that the heroine Shen Mingwei harbors immense despair and hatred towards the master. Villain merit points, 6,000. Su Hanxiao retrieved the immortal slaying blade, took out a white embroidered handkerchief, and began to wipe the blade, a mocking smile still gracing his lips. Shen Mingwei, how can you unjustly tarnish another's reputation? When did I ever promise you that after you made a choice, I would spare the others? I merely offered you a choice, considering you were once my disciple, to decide who among them would die first. You chose your mother, and then I killed your father. Is there a problem with that? You. Shen Mingyue's pupils widened in disbelief. She had never encountered such unabashed shamelessness. A surge of intense anger and humiliation overwhelmed her, and she promptly spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing into unconsciousness. Is she fainting already? Su Hanxiao chuckled softly and shook his head. He had always believed Shen Mingwei possessed a strong capacity for endurance. However, it seemed he had overestimated her. Initially, he had intended for Shen Mingwei to live on as a forsaken orphan, enduring endless suffering after losing everything. Yet, after much contemplation, he thought it might be better to simply eliminate her. After all, he was uncertain whether, as the protagonist of the story, Shen Mingwei would have any chance of resurgence after being utterly crippled. If by some miracle she survived, it could lead to future troubles for him. Most importantly, compared to the other ungrateful disciples, Shen Mingwei's feelings towards him were filled with pure, unadulterated hatred, an overwhelming and pathological obsession. If this individual were to transform their hatred into a fervent resolve, the likelihood of a resurgence would be significantly heightened. However, to simply sever Shen Mingwei's head would be far too lenient. Young master, this is the Wanhun banner that you once favored. The Xiantian guardian suddenly materialized. Retrieving a banner from his storage space, its surface coursing with ominous black and purple energy, exuding an eerie aura. The Wanhun banner, an artifact from the ancient era of the Upper Realm, had previously incited bloody conflicts before ultimately falling into the hands of the eternal Su family. This object possesses the ability to imprison souls, transforming the essence of living beings into the spirit of the banner, eternally binding and enslaving them, rendering them unable to escape even in death. In the days when Su Hanxiao reigned supreme in the Upper Realm, his formidable strength led to the demise of numerous top-tier prodigies. As these extraordinary beings faced their end, they were often consumed by a profound reluctance to accept their fate. For those defiant and audacious enough to curse him in their final moments, Su Hanxiao typically opted to confine their souls within the Wanhun banner. The mere mention of the Wanhun banner caused Su Hanxiao's eyes to gleam. Upon touching the familiar, icy aura of the banner, a wave of nostalgia washed over him. Although the primary spirit of the Wanhun banner had been suppressed by his father, its utilization required at least a mastery of life and death. Previously, he found it challenging to return to such a realm of cultivation. Yet now, with the Wanhun banner in his grasp, he raised it with a flourish. A rush of enigmatic, dark energy surged forth, coalescing into a wave teeming with countless restless spirits, swiftly engulfing the unconscious Shen Mingwei. In her stupor, Shen Mingwei was suddenly jolted awake by the excruciating agony of her soul being torn asunder, unleashing a frantic wail of torment. Her corporeal form was steadily disintegrating, as her essence was violently yanked by myriad vengeful spirits, forcibly dragged into the depths of the Wanhun banner. Shen Mingwei, this is the final gift from your master. The Wanhun banner's esteemed seat. I hope you find it to your liking. Following a final, anguished cry, Shen Mingwei's body succumbed entirely, a fragment of her soul being irrevocably pulled into the eternal abyss of the Wanhun banner. Ding! The master has successfully vanquished Shen Mingwei, the female protagonist who harbored immense malice and murderous intent towards you, and obliterated her family, a truly commendable deed, earning you 20,000 points of villainous merit. Listening to the system's announcement, despite being ensconced in a blood-soaked inferno, Su Hanxiao felt an overwhelming sense of elation. Nevertheless, after dispatching Shen Mingwei, he did not depart. Instead, he continued to meander through the ruins of the ancient Shen family. He was all too familiar with the process of annihilating entire lineages. While other villains might slay their foes and retreat, he chose to linger, dedicating time to await any survivors, intent on eliminating them all. Master, you are truly insidious. The system's voice carried a hint of exasperation. Is obliterating their entire clan not sufficient? Must you also remain here, lying in wait for prey? What do you understand? Su Hanxiao spoke with a hint of irritation. If one chooses to annihilate an entire clan, one must ensure it is executed flawlessly, leaving no chance for a resurgence. The eternal Su family has stood tall in the upper realms for countless millennia, relying on caution. Even a lion, when hunting a mere rabbit, must exert its full strength. I must conduct a thorough search once more, eliminating even the ancient Shen family's pets. For the beasts of the cultivation world possess sentience. Should they cultivate to a higher form, they will seek vengeance for their masters. Although I am not fearful, it would indeed present a troublesome matter. It is far better to extinguish the source before it can grow. Morality may wane, but one must never leave hidden dangers when eradicating a clan. The ancient Shen family has been eradicated so easily? Countless wandering cultivators gazed upon the once mighty territory of the ancient Shen family, now crumbling and disintegrating, their minds filled with confusion. This was a force of ancient lineage, completely obliterated. Moreover, what is Su Hanxiao's true identity? What did their earlier conversation imply about the sealed passage to the upper realms? Could it be that the inability of many powerful beings from the Shanhai realm to ascend is connected to Su Hanxiao? How could he possibly wield such immense power, capable of sealing even the legendary passage to the upper realms? Chapter 93. The Eternal Su Family, 7 parts heritage, 3 parts destiny. Meanwhile, in the upper realm, in the desolate star domain atop Changjia Mountain, several venerable elders with profound auras were engaged in discourse over tea. Alas, this turmoil in the upper realm shows no signs of resolution. The Eternal Su family is a veritable band of madmen. I hear the major central domains are in utter disarray. Each day witnesses the fall of many powerful beings, particularly those 2 couples. They have truly become unhinged. Even before Su Hanxiao was incapacitated, I had heard tales of this ruthless individual disturbing countless domains. It has been over a century since Su Hanxiao vanished, and yet his affairs continue to stir unrest throughout the upper realm. It is simply incredible. In fact, it is not just these few powerful beings. Nearly all cultivators in the upper realm, whenever gathered for conversation or leisurely discussions, inevitably touch upon this matter. The repercussions of that event were monumental, and even now, the aftershocks have not subsided. Just then, one elder with white hair and brows suddenly sensed something, as if a fragment of his consciousness, once severed, was sending him feedback. He was the master of Changjia Mountain. His unique cultivation method allowed him to sever a portion of his consciousness as an independent entity. When this independent consciousness dissipates, he can receive information across dimensions without hindrance. At that moment, upon receiving the information from his independent consciousness, the teacup in his hand shattered on the ground with a loud crash, splintering into countless pieces. He was struck as if by lightning, his mind blank. Goodness, we were just discussing Su Hanxiao. His consciousness projection had encountered the very essence of Su Hanxiao in the lower realm. Even more terrifying, the legend of Su Hanxiao, long thought to be incapacitated, had astonishingly restored himself to the realm of life and death. Moreover, there exists an undeniable vitality, devoid of any semblance of languor. The once feared supreme taboo prodigy of the upper realm appears poised for a return. Esteemed guests, our discourse over tea concludes here today. The Lord of Changjia Mountain must prepare for relocation. Ignoring the bewildered expressions of those around, the Lord of Changjia Mountain hurriedly set about the preparations for the move. This urgency stemmed from the fact that Su Hanxiao resided in the very lower realm currently governed by Changjia Mountain. With Su Hanxiao's revival, the Eternal Su family would undoubtedly make grand arrangements to welcome him back to the upper realm. When that time comes, the area surrounding Changjia Mountain would surely become a focal point, perhaps even the epicenter of a chaotic storm. When gods clash, mortals suffer. In the eyes of the denizens of the Shanhai realm, he stands as an unparalleled powerhouse. Yet, in the eyes of the colossal Eternal Su family, he is but an insignificant ant. He would refrain from involving himself in such matters. The winds howled, simultaneously, in the upper realm. At the nexus of the central star domain, within the grounds of the Eternal Su family, countless divine islands floated in the air, suffused with spiritual energy. As mist and clouds billowed, occasionally the ethereal forms of divine beasts flickered amidst the swirling clouds. The spiritual energy coalescing in this region had even materialized into a tangible essence. Any creature from the outside world, even a mere pig, would likely awaken its intelligence and ascend to enlightenment merely by breathing the air here. As one gazed through the endless grandeur of pavilions and towers, a mountain loomed, towering as if it were a colossal sword thrust into the heavens, spanning the very nexus of this realm. At this moment, a middle-aged man, exuding an aura of authority without anger, donned in a platinum robe, sat cross-legged amidst the firmament, with celestial phenomena of sun, moon, and mountains swirling behind him. Upon closer inspection, one might discern that his resolute visage bore a resemblance to Su Hanxiao. He was none other than Su Tianming, the current patriarch of the Eternal Su family. His very name, Tianming, signifies his formidable prowess. In an era of unparalleled glory, he too was a prodigy who dominated his time. After his rise to prominence, he led the Eternal Su family to sweep across the realm, leaving a legacy of invincibility that still resonates throughout the upper realm today. It is said that the phrase, Eternal Su family, 7 parts heritage, 3 parts destiny, encapsulates their essence. This phrase implies that the Eternal Su family's immortality stems from its unfathomable ancient heritage, while the prowess of Su Tianming, who remains unmatched, constitutes the remaining 3 parts. What fills the hearts of the upper realm's denizens with despair and envy is the emergence of not just Su Tianming during the glorious age, but also the recent rise of Su Hanxiao. Many believe that should Su Hanxiao fully ascend, the eternal Su family shall usher in an entirely new epoch. In certain respects, Su Hanxiao is deemed nearly equal to Su Tianming. Thus, when the opportunity arose, countless ancient forces schemed in secrecy to eliminate Su Hanxiao, ensuring his exit from the annals of history. However, the outcome of their actions marked the twilight of an era of brilliance across the heavens, plunging the realm into a time of turmoil. Some lamented, regretting that the cost of dismantling Su Hanxiao was far too great. Yet, the majority deemed it worthwhile. After all, the more chaotic the times, the greater their opportunities. It was certainly preferable to watching Su Hanxiao ascend, ushering in an eternal age dominated by the Su family. At that moment, several radiant rainbows streaked across the sky, each figure embodying the pinnacle of imperial power. Brother, what glorious news! The foremost figure, a towering man with rippling muscles nearly 2 meters high, radiated strands of thunderous energy. His voice boomed like apocalyptic thunder, shaking the very fabric of the world. He was the Thunder Emperor, one of the foremost sovereigns of the eternal Su clan, and the brother of Su Tianming, making him Su Hanxiao's uncle. Nearby, a breathtaking woman, whose presence caused thousands of petals representing various laws to fall from the void, was Su Hanxiao's aunt, the Flower Empress. 8 individuals graced the skies, all of them supreme beings of imperial stature. Su Tianming slowly opened his eyes, his dark, profound gaze flickering with an overwhelming malice, as if a sea of corpses and blood surged within. Since the complete incapacitation of his only son, Su Hanxiao, he had been driven to madness, his hands stained with countless lives. In fact, many had begun to refer to him as Su Madman, alongside his son, Su Demon, a taboo that loomed large in their realm. What happened, second brother, third sister? He inquired. Do not disturb me unless it is of grave importance. I must enter seclusion. In 4 days, I shall claim the head of that old man from the divine kingdom. He played a clandestine role in my son's downfall, and I shall exact my vengeance. As he spoke, an overwhelming bloodlust, interwoven with a suffocating aura, surged forth, painting the surroundings of vivid crimson. Yet, in the face of their elder brother's state, the Thunder Emperor and others would typically tremble instinctively, often suggesting he take time to cool off. This time, however, the Thunder Emperor wore an exuberant smile. Brother, this is monumental news. Our nephew has regained his cultivation to the realm of life and death. Furthermore, his damaged foundation has been restored. The moment those words left his lips, the world fell into an eerie silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Even the suffocating waves of blood surrounding Su Tianming ceased their tumultuous flow, transforming into a gust of law-infused wind that vanished entirely. Is this true? The once imposing Su Tianming, who previously exuded an aura of wrath, now stood in a state of utter disbelief, swiftly appearing before the Thunder Emperor. His broad hand gripped his younger brother's shoulder, eyes glimmering with hope and astonishment. Indeed, it is true. The Thunder Emperor bellowed with laughter. This news was personally relayed by the guardian of Xiantian. It cannot be false. Our nephew has recovered. Moreover, having risen from the ashes, it seems he has awakened to a completely new essence. What a momentous occasion. The voice of the Thunder Emperor resonated like a heavy hammer, incessantly striking against Su Tianming's consciousness, rendering him utterly beside himself, unable to find words to adequately express the joy and exhilaration swelling within him. He had awaited this day for far too long. Despite the frenzy with which he had taken lives over the years, ruthlessly and decisively, the countless cultivators who had perished at his hands, he remained, at his core, a father. Everything he had done was for the sake of his child. Su Hanxiao was his pride, his sole offspring. However, his most cherished child had been so thoroughly crippled by those wretched beings that he could no longer cultivate and was forced to withdraw from the annals of history. Driven to madness, he sought vengeance against those responsible, regardless of the cost, even wagering the very foundation of the eternal Su clan and all that he possessed. He bore the weight of eternal infamy, even if it meant becoming the most reviled sinner in the history of the upper realm. He would kill, until everyone regretted their actions, until fear gripped their hearts. Yet, even so, the anguish within him remained unabated, for no matter how many he might slay, his son could never be restored, forever rendered a waste, regardless of the celestial treasures he employed to attempt a revival. But now, astonishingly, his son had managed to recover on his own. Not only that, but he had risen anew. The knot in his heart was finally untied. Ha ha. Su Tianming erupted in laughter, his mirth growing louder, echoing like thunder, even igniting a resonance within the Grandal. Blessings upon my eternal Su clan. Blessings upon my son. Truly worthy of being my son, he has indeed created a miracle. Excellent. Truly excellent. Inform your sister-in-law of this matter. She has been in a rather unstable state lately. Almost as if driven mad. Share this news with her, let her find some calm. I shall first deal with that old man from the divine kingdom. 3 days? No. 1 day will suffice. Ha ha ha. I will greet my son's return with their demise. With a booming laugh, Su Tianming soared into the heavens, leaving behind the Thunder Emperor and others, who exchanged bewildered glances, lost in the chaos of the wind. How dare their elder brother utter such words? To claim that their sister-in-law was in an unstable state, nearly mad. In their eyes, their elder brother was far more deranged. When encountering such monumental news, most would at least momentarily lay down their weapons to avoid further bloodshed and the ill fortune it might bring. Yet their elder brother, instead, had resolved to welcome their nephew's return with a deluge of blood and chaos. Truly, what madness, what tyranny! Nevertheless, despite their banner, they indeed ought to share this joyous tidings with their sister-in-law. Their sister-in-law, Xian, had recently been dubbed the Blood Sea Witch by countless denizens of the upper realm. Though women are often deemed delicate, a mother's strength knows no bounds. With her only precious son rendered incapable, Xian had succumbed to a frenzy of vengeance, surpassing even Su Tianming in her madness, committing acts that left them utterly astounded. Now, with Su Hanxiao restored, the tides had turned. Their sister-in-law, Xian, could finally take a moment to rest. The upper realm was shrouded in an ominous, blood-soaked hue, a reflection of the Blood Sea's inferno. This area stood as one of the forbidden grounds of the upper realm, a recent addition born from the countless lives extinguished within its bounds. The stench of blood mingled with the potent resentment and unwillingness of innumerable souls lingered in the air, giving rise to a bizarre force akin to the karmic burdens of the heavens. As one gaze swept over the towering mountains of bones, it fell into the deepest recesses of this realm. A lake of blood, formed from the lifeblood of countless beings, lay beneath. Above the sanguine lake, a mesmerizing and haunting woman clad in a crimson gown hovered, invoking an arcane ritual. Streams of blood surged from the lake, merging into the divine lotus that blossomed above her head. Originally a pure white, the lotus had succumbed to the pervasive bloodlust, now drenched in crimson. Not yet. Not yet enough to condense the blood ancestor source crystal, the woman murmured softly. In her stunning eyes, which could overshadow the brilliance of all creation, only boundless malice and hatred resided. Beside her, several female generals donned in golden armor bowed their heads, too fearful to meet their mistress's gaze. Though they too had partaken in countless slaughters since their own ascension, they felt woefully inadequate before her formidable presence. Amidst their trepidation, the generals harbored a profound resentment towards the transformations their mistress had undergone. Once renowned as a paragon of virtue in the upper realm, known for her serene demeanor and disinterest in worldly affairs, she had irrevocably changed since that fateful day, the day their young master, Su Hanxiao, was rendered powerless. From that moment onward, their mistress forsook her aversion to violence, becoming a relentless hunter of those who had wronged her beloved master. The Blood Sea Inferno was the grim testament to her fury, a culmination of over a century of ceaseless vengeance. She meticulously annihilated the families of the perpetrators and anyone associated with them, stacking their remains in this desolate place, draining their blood until this gruesome lake was formed. Her purpose was to forge the divine artifact chronicled in ancient texts, the Blood Ancestor Source Crystal. According to historical records, this crystal possessed extraordinary properties, capable of absorbing and even suppressing the karmic burdens of the heavens when integrated into one's being. Yet, the creation of these burdens was intrinsically linked to the act of slaughter. If their mistress, having taken so many lives in her quest for the crystal, were to become tainted by this karmic energy, her demise would be assured. Despite their attempts to dissuade her, their pleas fell on deaf ears. It was as if she had succumbed entirely to madness. Regardless, I must condense the Blood Ancestor Source Crystal, even if it means I may be tainted by the power of the myriad worldly transgressions. Only by successfully solidifying the Blood Ancestor Source Crystal can I hope to restore Shower. Just as Xian was preparing to further condense the blood energy, he was momentarily taken aback, instinctively retrieving a peculiar bronze divine mirror from his bosom. Soon, a radiant light refracted from the mirror, conjuring the image of the 100 Flowers Empress. Sister-in-law, a momentous occasion. Hanxiao has recovered. He is now a practitioner at the life and death realm. Moreover, his vitality shines as brilliantly as a star. Perhaps for a long time, we need not worry about being countered by the power of worldly transgressions. Chapter 95. officially reporting Su Hanxiao's collusion with alien races. Upon hearing this, Ying Xian, much like Su Tianming before him, was momentarily stunned by the sudden revelation. It seemed he had anticipated his sister-in-law's reaction. The 100 Flowers Empress continued. This news was relayed by the Xiantian Guardian. It is absolutely authentic. Hanxiao has truly recovered. We can bring him back. The world remained eerily silent. In a daze, the rolling blood sea below seemed less suffocating. Once he regained his senses, Ying Xian's figure vanished in an instant, shooting towards the realms beyond the blood sea purgatory. No one noticed that this figure, feared by countless beings in the upper realm and often referred to as the blood sea, which was now revealing her inherently delicate side. Her eyes glistened with tears of joy and excitement. The plight of Su Hanxiao had not only been her greatest emotional burden, but had also led her to loathe herself for failing to protect her son. Thus, she had resorted to the very acts of slaughter she once abhorred, seeking vengeance upon those who had harmed Su Hanxiao, leaving a trail of terror in her wake. To many, she was a fearsome blood sea witch, but above all, she was a mother who yearned for revenge for her son. Now that her son had recovered, she was determined to bring him home. As the eternal Su family and Ying Xian's maternal lineage rejoiced at the news, a storm surged throughout the upper realm. Is this true? Su Tianming once again summoned the heavenly destiny divine sword, cleaving open the gates of the Taqing divine nation. Madness! This lunatic Su Tianming has once more wielded the heavenly destiny divine sword. Each time he employs it, he loses a portion of his essence. Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths because of that incident from years past? The Taqing divine nation, having long declared its closure, had repeatedly sought reconciliation with the eternal Su family. Yet their envoys were not only slain, but it was rumored that even the divine maiden sent to offer servitude to the deposed Su Hanxiao had met a similar fate. An immeasurable powerhouse's voice echoed in anger. The eternal Su family is unquestionably too tyrannical, having caused the demise of so many, even plunging the realm into chaos. Do you still find it insufficient? Must you append the entire upper realm to satisfy your desires? What is your intention? In the past, Su Hanxiao was hailed as the most remarkable taboo genius of our upper realm, regarded by the eternal Su family as the greatest hope for a resurgence of glory. Yet he was so easily cast aside. Had that group of fools not engaged in such foolishness, would the eternal Su family have been driven to madness to this extent? Upon uttering these words, many supreme beings found themselves at a loss for words. It is well known that the eternal Su family are a band of lunatics. Yet, there are those foolish enough to provoke this mad lot. Now, a multitude of fools have made a grave error, and all the people of the upper realm must bear the consequences. Within the domain of the Taqing divine kingdom, the earth trembles. The entire world witnesses an apocalyptic spectacle. Lightning dances across the heavens, and at the very edge of this world yawns a gaping chasm. As if space itself has been violently torn asunder by a terrifying force. A dreadful presence has forcibly descended upon this realm. Su Tianming, what is it that you truly seek? Must you pursue an unrelenting path to annihilation, driving us to the brink of despair? A voice, laden with rage intertwined with fear and hopelessness, reverberates through the air. Boom! A vast expanse, filled with destructive thunder, erupts with a cataclysmic roar. In the next instant, a brilliance so resplendent it appears to cleave through the very fabric of reality manifests, effortlessly partitioning this world as if it were but a canvas. The void laments. The laws of existence dissolve. No, I am an emperor. How could I possibly falter before a single strike? I refuse to accept this fate. I shall not concede. A voice, steeped in terror, cries out, only to be abruptly silenced. Its owner is instantly consumed by the relentless wave of sword light. Then, a torrent of sword energy, infused with a deluge of crimson, surges forth. Rain pours down in torrents, while countless fragments of corpses and debris cascade through the air. Su Tianming, what is it that you truly desire? In the shattered heart of this realm, an elder adorned with an imperial crown and a head of white hair, his eyes ablaze with fury, stands as the current sovereign of the Taqing divine kingdom, the Taqing emperor. In this moment, he bears none of the dignity expected of a ruler. His golden dragon robe is riddled with holes, his left arm is severed, and warm blood flows incessantly from the neatly formed wounds. Disheveled and in utter disarray, he reflects on past transgressions. Indeed, my Taqing divine kingdom bears some blame. Yet, I was merely manipulated by others. Moreover, I played no significant role back then. I acted merely out of convenience. In those days, with Su Hanxiao's brilliance, countless sought to extinguish his light. So many wish to eliminate him effortlessly, yet you do not pursue them. Why do you fixate on my Taqing divine kingdom? The voice of a sovereign resonates with sorrow and indignation. Why are you targeting him? I acted willingly. The mere mention of Su Tianming's name ignites a fury within the Ta Qing emperor, compelling him to the brink of bloodshed. How dare he say I acted willingly? This is sheer tyranny. While the upper realm is engulfed in turmoil, the mountain and sea realm remains. The repercussions of the annihilation of the ancient Shan family have surged through the entire Shanhai realm like a tempest. While the terrifying background of Su Hanxiao leaves many in shock, others have begun to focus on another crucial aspect. I distinctly heard that the reason our Shanhai realm's powerful beings could not ascend to the upper realm was due to a formidable individual behind Su Hanxiao, who, through some means, has sealed the passage to the upper realm. Indeed, I heard that statement clearly. Thus, it is because the person backing Su Hanxiao has obstructed our Shanhai realm's ascension to the upper realm that we have entered an era of spiritual decline, significantly diminishing our collective strength compared to the past. How could it be that in the past century, there has been no emergence of a transformation god in our Shanhai realm? It turns out this is the reason. Does it not imply that our human race in the Shanhai realm cannot contend with foreign races, and that the collapse of the Shanhai defense line is also related to Su Hanxiao? Indeed, Su Hanxiao and the forces behind him must be held accountable for this matter. Various opinions have arisen in waves. Now, the Great Wall of Shanhai teeters on the brink of collapse. The foreign army's powerful beings stand ready at the Shanhai Pass. To reverse the current situation, our human race must summon a mightier force. Presently, the downfall of the ancient Shan family and the spotlight on Su Hanxiao present them with their best candidate for action. Although the powerful beings of the upper realm are formidable, they are also aware through ancient texts that such beings cannot arbitrarily intervene in the affairs of those in the lower realm, lest they face dreadful retribution from the Tao, resulting in the decline of their family fortunes. With countless beings in our Shanhai realm, can Su Hanxiao truly eradicate them all? Just as the various cultivators in the Shanhai realm are seething with indignation, Zhu Fengyan suddenly drops a bombshell. I, Zhu Fengyan, formally accuse Su Hanxiao is colluding with foreign races. My brother, the carefree Xiao Dao, could not withstand the onslaught of the foreign races despite the Li family's full might. Yet, I have just received news that Su Hanxiao managed to keep the foreign races at bay for a millennium. Therefore, he must be in league with them. He may even be deliberately orchestrating this grand drama with the foreign races, intending to create a crisis for our Shanhai realm and seize the faith of countless beings here to fulfill his own selfish desires. Chapter 96, Today. Assisting the foreign races to breach the pass. Dismantling Shanhai. Once this statement was disseminated, it stirred an even greater uproar throughout the entire Shanhai realm. Coupled with the machinations of certain individuals secretly fanning the flames, countless ignorant souls were subjected to so-called explanations. The upper realm is vast and boundless, filled with myriad mysterious techniques. Among them are certain special methods that collect the faith of beings from the lower realms. The objective is to utilize them as tools for the harvest to ensure the successful mastery of divine arts. According to the conjectures of many ancient powerful beings, it is highly likely that Su Hanxiao has cultivated such techniques. After a brief period of astonishment, almost every cultivator, without exception, chose to believe, convinced that this was the ultimate truth. How infuriating! I have always known that the denizens of the upper realm are the most despicable, employing such underhanded and nauseatingly hypocritical means to attempt to collect our faith. What an absurd dream! I pondered why, in days gone by, Su Hanxiao, who was quite respectable, suddenly decided to dispatch his subordinates to guard the Great Wall of the mountains and seas, engaging in such virtuous deeds. It turns out it was all orchestrated for a grand performance, aiming to become a hero in our realm and deceive us into surrendering our faith. Now, as the Great Wall of the mountains and seas is in turmoil, with foreign tribes poised to invade at any moment, millions of beings are caught in a tempest of uncertainty, with their lives hanging in the balance. All that transpires today can be attributed to the scheming of Su Hanxiao. This false gentleman. What of the upper realm? What if their background is formidable? As long as we stand united, Su Hanxiao shall never extract our faith. Does he think he can slaughter the entirety of our realm? Various voices rose in a clamor, countless cultivators filled with righteous indignation. There is a saying that numbers confer strength, and the law does not punish the multitude. From both an individual and collective perspective, the pressure Su Hanxiao imposed upon them is indeed considerable. However, when an entire world unites in animosity against a single individual, countless strands twist together as one. Their so-called courage becomes exponentially magnified, even transforming into reckless arrogance. Like ants in a swarm, they mistakenly believe they can challenge a dragon. Little do they realize Such actions only hasten their own demise. Meanwhile, Zhu Fengyan, the architect behind this tumult, was in a remarkably good mood, even breathing a sigh of relief. Her plans had achieved unprecedented success, for nearly all beings and factions in the mountains and seas were united in their collective anger and hatred directed towards the outsider. Su Hanxiao, completely ignoring her recent failings in battle. Yet, Zhu Fengyan felt no remorse for her actions, as everything she articulated was grounded in reality. The people of the mountains and seas are not entirely ignorant of the upper realm. Ancient texts reveal the existence of foreign tribes there. Powerful beings referred to as the Forbidden Zone or extraterritorial clans. The relationship between the human race of the upper realm and these extraterritorial entities is one of perpetual enmity. Yet, Su Hanxiao effortlessly compelled the foreign tribes of the mountains and seas to temporarily abandon their invasions. This undoubtedly suggests collusion or some form of agreement. Furthermore, the inability of the strong from the mountains and seas to ascend and the increasing difficulty for many to reach the God transformation realm is indeed due to the blocked passage to the upper realm. All these matters are intricately tied to Su Hanxiao. This fact has even been acknowledged by him. Moreover, Su Hanxiao possesses formidable strength and is backed by a powerful protector capable of effortlessly dispatching the ancient Shen clan's ancestor in the God transformation realm. If Su Hanxiao wished, he could easily summon this protector to resolve the crisis posed by the foreign tribes. Yet, despite his evident capability, he remains a bystander, allowing countless beings in the mountains and seas to suffer, while watching the soldiers of the Great Wall perish like raindrops. He undeniably possesses the power to alter everything. Why does he refrain from offering assistance? If it were she, Zhu Fengyan, she would not hesitate to risk her life to devise a means to save the lives of the beings in the mountain and sea realm. Thus, all of this is Su Hanxiao's fault. Zhu Fengyan merely speaks of the matter at hand, motivated by the greater good for the people. Young master, this group of insignificant beings truly has the audacity. You are the esteemed young master of the eternal Su clan. How noble is your status? This motley crew of lowly creatures dares to speak of you behind your back. They deserve to perish. Rest assured, young master. This old servant will personally take action to send these wretches to their doom. As he spoke, the projection of the Xiantian protector was about to dissipate, preparing to summon his true power to unleash divine punishment upon the entire mountain and sea realm. No need for that. Xiantian protector, you may continue to dissolve your own barriers of the Great Tao. I have ample ways to make these insects suffer and regret. Su Hanxiao waved his hand with a smile, yet the final words carried a chilling coldness that sent shivers down one's spine. There was no necessity for the Xiantian protector to intervene, due to the constraints of the primordial Great Tao Covenant. A peak expert from the upper realm cannot act in the lower realm. Should they intervene, they would face the backlash of the primordial Great Tao. Although the Xiantian protector is a sage, he would still suffer severe injuries from such backlash, potentially destabilizing his realm and causing him to plummet several tiers. In his eyes, the lives of this multitude of insignificant beings in the mountain and sea realm pale in comparison to that of even one sage from the eternal Su clan. Furthermore, extinguishing them so easily would be too lenient for them. These wretched creatures truly possess remarkable courage. They are not afraid of Su Hanxiao but fear the foreign races. No matter, he is benevolent and warm-hearted, always inclined to aid others in overcoming their difficulties and fears. Afraid of the foreign races breaching the barriers? Then he shall lend his strength to the foreigners, allowing them to breach the barriers ahead of time. Qingxue, continue your cultivation and strive to break through to the late stages of the divine ability realm, or even its pinnacle during this time. Once the barriers are lifted, I shall take you back to the upper realm. Having patted Gu Qingxue's head, Su Hanxiao departed the Grand Hall, soaring towards the direction of the mountain and sea Great Wall. Almost as soon as Su Hanxiao left his residence, he captured the attention of numerous human cultivators. Is that Su Hanxiao? Why has he suddenly left his abode? Moreover, it seems he is heading towards the mountain and sea Great Wall. Has he decided to take action personally, utilizing his identity as an upper realm individual to compel the foreign races to retreat? At least he possesses a semblance of conscience and humanity, realizing that the situation is untenable, even though he is from the upper realm. He is but secondary to the greater cause of our mountain and sea realm. Do not think that compelling the foreign races to retreat will earn our gratitude, elevating him to the status of a hero in our mountain and sea realm. A cultivator, with a face full of disdain, remarked, the decline of our mountain and sea realm is largely due to this hypocrite, Su Hanxiao. It is only right that he intervenes to change all of this. Su Hanxiao owes us this. Indeed, Fortunately, we are united in our resolve, constantly applying pressure on Su Hanxiao, which is why he has finally relented. This is a great victory for our mountain and sea realm. What of the upper realm? What does it matter if their status is noble? Beneath the unwavering resolve of all beings within the realm of mountains and seas, one must inevitably yield. At this moment, many cultivators of the mountain and sea realm could not help but feel a surge of pride, even harboring disdain for Su Hanxiao, a being from the upper realm. What of the upper realm? Here, they too must temper their brilliance. Chapter 97. Retrieving the seal of the realm and allowing alien races to enter. Su Hanxiao traversed the void with remarkable speed, soon arriving above the mountain and sea realm, standing imperiously in the air. Before his eyes, the entire Great Wall of mountains and seas was on the brink of collapse. A tide of alien warriors had encircled the city, seemingly poised to launch a massive assault. At this moment, the leading alien commander, along with numerous human leaders, beheld the sudden appearance of Su Hanxiao materializing in the heavens. A collective sigh of relief escaped the lips of the human leaders. They were well aware of Su Hanxiao's exploits. His unexpected arrival surely signified he was there to assist them. However, why had Su Hanxiao come alone? Where were his subordinates? It was said that he could effortlessly slay the ancient Shen family's divine transformation ancestor, even causing the entire ancient Shen family's vast territory to crumble. Doubts began to swirl among the human cultivators. Soon, discontented glances were cast towards Su Hanxiao. They had long heard tales of his arrogance and duplicity, but nothing compared to witnessing it firsthand. Even now, he had chosen to arrive here alone. Was he attempting to garner more merit? To extract further faith from the beings of their realm? How shallow his perspective seemed in such dire straits. If the alien forces breached the Great Wall of mountains and seas, could Su Hanxiao truly shoulder the ensuing responsibility? Su Hanxiao, indeed, you are the quintessential hypocrite among hypocrites. How could I have once chosen such a charlatan as my master? It is a blemish upon my life. Among the assembly of human leaders stood Zhu Fengyan. Adorned in resplendent crimson and gold, her familiar figure clad in white, eyes brimming with hatred and revulsion. Even now, Su Hanxiao seemed preoccupied with seeking fame and profit. The depth of his hypocrisy was staggering. Yet, Su Hanxiao did not cast her a glance. With his left hand resting behind him, he extended his right hand towards a specific direction and grasped. Thunderous rumbles echoed. In the next moment, the entire Great Wall of mountains and seas trembled violently. Etched with countless runic formations, the once cohesive structure began to crack. Then, amidst the stunned gazes of countless human cultivators and alien beings, 9 seals emanating an ancient and ethereal aura soared from the Great Wall, descending into Su Hanxiao's grasp. Almost simultaneously as the 9 seals departed from the Great Wall, the once radiant and vibrant structure, adorned with flowing light and manifesting formations, dimmed to a lifeless shadow, losing its divine essence. Su Hanxiao, what are you doing? A voice, filled with desperation and malice, erupted. Zhu Fengyan emerged from the crowd, her eyes ablaze, glaring fiercely at Su Hanxiao. That is the 9 seals of the town boundary. What does it mean that you have taken them away? The 9 seals of the town boundary are the very essence of the Great Wall of mountains and seas. The reason the foreign tribes, despite their overwhelming advantages, have yet to breach this formidable barrier is largely due to the presence of the 9 seals. These seals are extraordinary treasures, each imbued with distinct powers corresponding to various elemental laws, including but not limited to wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 9 seals function as a cohesive unit. With sufficient infusion of spiritual energy, they can unleash boundless power, both offensive and defensive, exhibiting infinite marvels. In the past, when Zhu Fengyan was still his disciple, upon her arrival at the Great Wall of mountains and seas, he, as her master, demonstrated his support by sacrificing his own flesh to bestow the 9 seals upon her. He instructed her to integrate them into the Great Wall, thereby enhancing its fortitude and minimizing the casualties among the guardians of the wall. Now, with relations irreparably severed and the fate of the mountain and sea realm no longer his concern, especially as he intends to assist the foreign tribes in breaching the border, it is only natural that he would not foolishly leave the 9 seals in this location. Your 9 seals? Su Hanxiao scoffed. These were originally given to you, a treacherous wolf, by me, if it were not for your exploitation of the 9 seals to achieve military merit. Do you truly believe you would have the qualification to become the commander of the mountain and sea realm's defenses? Today, I have come to reclaim what is rightfully mine. How dare you presume to wield my treasure? Upon hearing this, the guardians of the Great Wall were rendered utterly speechless. The 9 seals of the town boundary were, in fact, Su Hanxiao's. How could this be possible? The 9 seals were their greatest source of confidence, a mysterious force capable of both offense and defense, aiding them in withstanding countless foreign invaders. Yet, despite this, they remained in a state of passivity, relying heavily on the 9 seals for their arduous defense. With Su Hanxiao's reclamation of the seals, they had severed their last lifeline. There was no need for further combat. Without the assistance of the 9 seals, they would undoubtedly fall before the foreign tribes. The invading forces would sweep through without restraint, mercilessly slaughtering the beings of the mountain and sea realm. In such a scenario, the entire realm would be plunged into despair and devastation. Su Hanxiao, being a member of the human race, how could he be so utterly heartless? General Fengyan. All eyes turned to Zhu Fengyan. After all, she had previously claimed the 9 seals as her own without a hint of psychological burden. Furthermore, only Zhu Fengyan possessed the unique ability to harness the seal's special powers. Thus, everyone regarded her as the true owner of the 9 seals. This very reason had elevated her status within the Great Wall of mountains and seas, even though she had recently led her forces into a disastrous battle, inflicting great losses upon the human race. The other leaders dared not voice any opposition or reproach. Yet, without the 9 seals as her shield against death, recently, Zhu Fengyan's failures have indirectly led to the collapse of the Shanghai Great Wall, resulting in the tragic demise of countless defenders, a grave sin indeed. Zhu Fengyan is acutely aware of this. Her complexion pales significantly, and an undercurrent of boundless fury and anxiety flickers in the depths of her eyes. Su Hanxiao, those are the 9 seals of the boundary I command. Return them to me. Otherwise, Zhu Fengyan channels her unique inner power, attempting to forcefully communicate with the 9 seals of the boundary in a bid to reclaim them from Su Hanxiao. Invisible ripples of spiritual law spread forth, enveloping Su Hanxiao's direction. However, Su Hanxiao remains unmoved, merely emanating a slight surge of intent. Boom! A sharp sonic explosion reverberates through the void. In the next moment, everyone hears Zhu Fengyan's piercing cries of anguish. Suddenly, she begins to bleed from her 7 orifices, clutching her head in agony, collapsing to the ground. Su Hanxiao had merely stirred his consciousness to sever the spiritual connection between Zhu Fengyan and the 9 seals of the boundary. Zhu Fengyan harbors great ambition, having spent years attempting to refine the 9 seals. Yet, it is evident that her efforts were woefully inadequate, leaving behind only a small fragment of her spiritual imprint. With just a slight exertion of his power, Su Hanxiao obliterates her connection at its very source, employing the most brutal of methods. Consequently, Zhu Fengyan suffers immense backlash, losing a portion of her soul. Observing her writhing in pain on the ground, a faint smirk graces Su Hanxiao's lips. Zhu Fengyan, once upon a time, I extended my power to assist you in defending the Shanghai Great Wall, remembering that you were my disciple. Yet, I never anticipated your treachery, your insatiable arrogance. Given your actions, I shall grant you what you desire. Su Hanxiao then shifts his tone, addressing the depths of the alien race. I am of the eternal Su family, the direct lineage. From this day forth, all limitations I previously imposed upon you are hereby revoked. The annihilation of the Shanghai realm is of no concern to me. From this moment, you may freely enter the borders. Chapter 98. The greatest criminal, the Shanghai realm, is doomed. The human population of the Shanghai realm is unfamiliar with the eternal Su family. However, the ancestors of the alien races within the Shanghai realm are struck as if by a bolt from the blue upon hearing this proclamation. The eternal Su family. Merely uttering these 4 words resonates like thunder in the ears of these alien beings. This is a terrifying lineage that has instilled fear even within the most formidable strongholds of the upper realms, and their direct descendant stands within this forsaken world. Fortunately, they had the wisdom to refrain from provoking or offending this direct descendant of the eternal Su family. Upon receiving news, they decisively retreated to safety. Their decision now proves to be astoundingly prudent. Conversely, the foolish human race has provoked an entity they should never have trifled with, thereby extinguishing their only hope of survival. How ironic, how ludicrous. After delivering this declaration, Su Hanxiao prepares to depart. Wait, you cannot leave. A furious roar suddenly erupts. Emerging is Li Xiaodao, the heir of the Chongsheng Li family, clad in silver-gray armor, his handsome visage radiating righteousness. Su Hanxiao, I am aware of your disappointment in Zhu Fengyan. However, everything she has done is for the greater good of humanity. Even if she is at fault, can you claim to be blameless? Furthermore, By seizing our only means of defending against the alien races, how can we stand against them? You, too, are a member of our people. Must it come to this? Before Li Xiaoyao could finish his words, a torrent of blade energy surged forth, stacking upon the heavens, and soon transformed into a radiant blade of light cascading from the ninth heaven, cleaving directly towards Li Xiaoyao. Be careful, young master. The members of the Chaosheng Li family were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. They never anticipated that Su Hanxiao would actually take action. Yet, the speed and ferocity of the blade light he unleashed were overwhelming. The sheer brilliance and the supreme intent contained within the blade light completely engulfed their consciousness, plunging them into an abyss from which they could not awaken. Father, save me. Li Xiaoyao's complexion changed suddenly. A mark appeared on his forehead, and a figure resembling him emerged, a vision of his father, the current head of the Chaosheng Li family. I implore you, Lord Hanxiao, to show mercy. My foolish son did not mean to offend you. I beseech you. The moment the head of the Chaosheng Li family as specter appeared, he frantically sought mercy. For Su Hanxiao's fearsome reputation instilled great trepidation in him. However, in response, the dazzling blade light instantly pierced through his form, cleaving him in two. Simultaneously, the residual force continued downward, splitting Li Xiaoyao in half. The searing blade energy even evaporated the blood from Li Xiaoyao's wounds, leaving him with a charred scent as he collapsed to the ground, his face etched with the terror and disbelief of approaching death, completely devoid of life. Are you instructing me on how to act? Ding. The master has slain Li Xiaoyao, who harbored immense malice towards you, earning 4,000 villain merit points. Su Hanxiao was not surprised by the acquisition of villain merit points, for he had long been aware of the multitude of foolish individuals in the Shanhai realm who sought to tarnish his name. Among them was Zhu Fengyan's paramour, Li Xiaoyao, who fanned the flames. Thus, he intended to repay in kind, eliminating this ungrateful disciple-s lover and collecting interest in the process. Xiaoyao. Zhu Fengyan let out a fierce and anguished roar. How could this beast, Su Hanxiao, dare to kill Li Xiaoyao? How could he? He was not only her comrade in arms over the years, but also a companion who had supported her through thick and thin, a partner with whom she shared her most intimate feelings. Su Hanxiao had taken everything from her. Ding. The protagonist Zhu Fengyan has developed profound resentment towards you, earning 1,500 merit points. Su Hanxiao paid no heed to Zhu Fengyan. She sought to transfer all the grievances of the lower realm onto him, demonstrating her utmost malice. If he were not the heir of the eternal Su family, if he did not possess such formidable strength today, Zhu Fengyan's actions have undeniably driven him to a desperate path, deserving of condemnation. Now, he employs the same tactics against her. It is likely that his previous remarks have laid the groundwork for this moment. This group of foolish imbeciles, forever manipulated by others, dares not confront him and will undoubtedly unleash their wrath upon Zhu Fengyan, aspiring to become a celebrated general, renowned for saving the realm of Shanhai. He will shatter all her ambitions, relegating her to the status of a notorious fool in history. As for how to deal with Zhu Fengyan, to kill her directly,